Chapter 391. Creation. Fragments? The players were all stunned. They spent so much effort to enter this dungeon, and in the end they got this mysterious item. You know, it cost them a gold coin just to enter the dungeon. But how much is this piece of cloth they are holding worth? In fact, it's not surprising that everyone behaved like this. If these two pieces of cloth were some useful items, it would be fine, but their descriptions were very strange. Creation fragments 1/9. Item quality, ? Item description, a fragment torn off from the Book of Creation. There are 9 fragments in total. When all the fragments are collected, the Book of Creation can be reactivated. From the Book of Creation, you can know the origin of the land of the hunting god and the truth of everything. This is the description of this thing, which not only confuses people, but also makes them whisper to each other. It would be fine if the quality of a prop would be written with a big ? But when everyone learned that this thing needed to be assembled in 9 pieces, they completely collapsed. They had reached level 50, and they only got 2 pieces of this thing after the 50 level upgrade. However, to activate the so-called Book of Genesis, they needed a full 9 pieces, and they hadn't told everyone how to obtain these pieces. How could they not be angry? Immediately, everyone subconsciously opened their backpacks and took a look. Sure enough, they saw something called Fragment of Genesis in a certain slot of the backpack. The most frustrating thing was that this thing couldn't be discarded. For a moment, the players in the entire area were in an uproar. Shouting and complaining merged into one, and almost everyone was wailing. Fuck him. I don't want to know the origin of the hunting god land. Is the system so stingy now? Giving these 2 pieces of rags is like sending us away? Among them, the swordsman Undertaker cursed the loudest. There was still a beam of light covering his head. He originally thought that there would be some special rewards after obtaining this beam of light. After all, among all the people present, only he and Elena had it. But now it seems that this light can only protect them from the rain. It is useless. However, compared with the angry curses of most people, Lin Chen's expression seemed very calm. On the contrary, after he knew that the reward item of this copy was the creation fragment, Lin Chen was even a little happy. In his backpack, because he participated in a nightmare level copy, he originally had a creation fragment, and now he has a total of 3 pieces in his backpack. There are still 6 pieces left to 9 pieces. But he was also a little dazed. The way to obtain this thing was really harsh. And if he remembered correctly, the creation fragments were also sold in the old woman's tent, but the price was enough to make Lin Chen stunned. After closing the backpack, Lin Chen focused his eyes on the door to heaven in the distance again. Countless codes appeared and disappeared one by one. As a programmer, Lin Chen had a special attention to this scene like an occupational disease, but he couldn't tell what language this special program was programmed in. Let alone Java, C++, etc., Lin Chen couldn't even understand what these fonts were. If he looked closely, they looked more like ghostly characters. Just as Lin Chen was about to look away, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of 3 figures standing in a corner of the door. Lin Chen turned his head back and looked carefully. If he was not mistaken, there were really 3 figures standing in the void around the door. It was just that he was very, very far away and couldn't see their appearance clearly at all. Elena, can you see the faces of those 3 people clearly? Lin Chen whispered. Elena, who was standing beside him, had just closed her backpack. When she heard Lin Chen's voice, she quickly followed Lin Chen's line of sight and looked into the distance. However, after looking for a few seconds, the female elf shook her head. I can't see clearly. But one of them looks like the pioneer. Hearing the word pioneer, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, is there an old woman with a cane among the other 2? Well, although I can't tell whether it's a man or a woman, there is indeed one with a cane. Lin Chen had an idea in his mind. But he didn't expect these system administrators to appear here. Whether it was the old woman he saw in the tent or the hermaphrodite he met in the stone house, in Lin Chen's eyes, they all had the same name, that is, System GM. Originally, he thought there were only 2 such people, but he didn't expect there was another one. What about the third person? What does he look like? That person seems to be wearing a hat, and then he... Just as Elena was trying to add the size of the third person, she suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Lin, this person. He is coming. Because Elena's voice was whispered without disguise, many people around were attracted by her. Everyone could only hear the female elf mention he is coming, but they didn't know who was coming. For a while, the crowd looked around in confusion. Lin Chen was startled, and he didn't come back to his senses at all. The next moment, a man wearing a hood and a robe stood between Lin Chen and Elena. No one noticed him, so he seemed to have been standing here for a long time. But Lin Chen frowned. Hello, cheater. This was the first sentence the hooded man said after he appeared, but when it fell into Lin Chen's ears, he was slightly startled. It was not that this sentence had any magic power, but that Lin Chen could feel a very familiar breath from the man at this moment. Yes, Lin Chen remembered correctly. He had felt this breath that frightened him in a corner of the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen's thoughts were jumping wildly, and in less than a moment, he remembered it. When he first met the spirit pet master, when the old lady NPC told him some secrets about the earth and the land of the hunting god, the system took action to wipe out the spirit pet master. It was at that time that Lin Chen clearly remembered the breath of the hooded man beside him now. Could it be that the duty of this third system GM is to be responsible for? Hello. Thinking of this, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. He replied calmly, although this is the first time we meet, how should I call you? Punisher? Judge? Or the enforcer of the rules? Or should I just call you referee? It seemed that Lin Chen's words made the hooded man a little curious. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. The young face was outlined with strange totems and tattoos. Under the tattoos were the eyes of this young administrator that seemed to be able to see through the soul. I remember. He looked at Lin Chen. After this round started, I often noticed someone frequently touching the secrets of the hunting god land. It seems that person is you. Lin Chen did not comment, he shrugged. Master Administrator, are you going to eliminate me? After all, the other party has called himself a cheater, so the fact that he is responsible for eliminating violators, and appears here can only mean one thing. What do you think? The other party's voice was neither happy nor sad, but full of murderous intent. At this point, a red broadsword suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's hand. The murderous intent was pervasive, and the dark green mist expanded violently with the maximum expansion of King's domain. Not only that, in the stunned expressions of the crowd, 6 undead followers once again appeared around Lin Chen's body, and the towering arrow tower rose from the ground again. At the same time, Lin Chen activated all the enhancement abilities he could now exert, including but not limited to the auxiliary skills of the sage, the passive skills learned with the guild skills, and the abilities carried by various equipment in his hands. From this moment on, Lin Chen had never been so anxious to face a great enemy. He almost revealed all his abilities in a wasteful manner. In this state, Lin Chen could only try to fight the administrator in front of him. Chapter 392. Lin Chen naturally knew how unwise it was to fight this kind of system GM at his current level. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. It could only be said that Lin Chen didn't expect to encounter such an existence so soon. If his guess was correct, all NPCs and players in the land of the hunting god, even the gods of the level of the god of fire and the goddess of the moon Anna, must be extremely careful to abide by the rules of this world. If they broke the rules, the young man in front of him would follow them like a shadow. It was too easy for the system manager, who was above the land of the hunting god, to kill him. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the other party very carefully, and at the same time he protected Elena behind him. The judge stared at Lin Chen's actions, and then he looked at the female elf behind him intentionally or unintentionally. After a pause, he spoke. Interesting, you are the first player who dared to use a sword against me in the past 2 rounds. Lin Chen said nothing, just stared at him vigilantly. Many people have begun to gather around, and the first to come is of course Feng Chenjizi. Later, led by the second round players such as the Undertaker, more and more players gathered. Under the dark green mist, many people are ready to fight, eager to try the place where the judge is. In their eyes, the young man with tattoos on his face should be the boss. Although I don't know what type of boss he is, looking at this appearance, as long as he is killed, the dungeon should be cleared directly. However, when everyone gathered around and prepared to fight, Lin Chen shouted, "Don't come over." This shout really stopped the players who were about to fight. Many players now admire Lin Chen. Not only did he fight back and kill so many monsters, but he also appeared here unscathed. Moreover, Elena, who was the strongest fighter, respected him very much. This made him a bigger boss than Elena in everyone's mind. But they never thought that such a great god who was calm and composed in the face of the monster army would be so serious. So frightened. Feng Chen and Jizi stopped almost instantly and stretched out their hands to block the others, who were coming forward. The 2 of them who knew Lin Chen well were even more panicked at this time. Let alone other people, Feng Chen and Jizi had never seen such an expression on Lin Chen's face. Thinking of this, Feng Chen immediately shouted to the players around him, "Back off, quick, back off!" The players looked at each other, but they all guessed something in their hearts. After a discussion, they could only start to back off one after another. When the surrounding area was cleared, The judge looked at Lin Chen and Elena expressionlessly, and then he sighed. Put away your sword, you can't hurt me. This time, Lin Chen also spoke. I know that I really can't hurt you at the moment, but if the judge wants my life, I don't mind trying. In the thick fog, the atmosphere between the two was a little weird, and Lin Chen did not put away his weapons. The 6 undead followers standing behind him were also facing a great enemy. The judge's eyes also stayed on Dan Shan Qilua and other followers at this moment, but soon looked back at Lin Chen. Don't worry, since the pioneer and the guide have helped you, I will naturally not kill you. The young system administrator waved at Lin Chen. At this moment, everything around suddenly became very sticky, whether it was space or air, or the dark green fog that filled the surroundings, it also stopped moving. Turning his head, the undead followers behind Lin Chen remained motionless. Time was paused. It seemed that this type of system administrator always liked to appear in this way. The old woman was like this, and the androgynous pioneer was also like this. Now the judge who was in charge of the power of killing and punishment also showed off. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, and then he put away the rainbow light in his hand. Since the other party did not intend to kill him, there was no need for him to be so vigilant. The whole world was frozen in Lin Chen's sight, only the huge code door in the distance was still operating in a weird way. Rows and rows of special codes were constantly appearing and disappearing, as if the door was not affected in this imprisoned time. In such a scene, Lin Chen subconsciously looked back at Elena. The female elf was also motionless. Under this world, he was the only one who was not affected. To be honest, Lin Chen suddenly sighed. I really hate this feeling. This is what Lin Chen thought in his heart. It seems that every time he sees these so-called managers, they like to do this. If they have something to say to him, there is no need to do this. However, Lin Chen did not continue to complain, but just looked at the other party and shrugged. Okay, what are you going to say to me? Or, what are you going to ask? The other party did not hide it, and nodded, and the administrator asked immediately. Tell me, how did you guys cheat? He asked directly, and naturally hoped that Lin Chen could answer more directly, so after asking this question, he continued to add, I hope you can be more honest, I don't want others to lie to me. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Administrator, if I guess correctly, your responsibility is to maintain the rules of the land of the hunting god, then you know that the operation of a product and system actually has more or less loopholes? Loophole? You mean, the land of the hunting god created by a great designer will have loopholes? Don't be so decisive. No matter how powerful a system is, there will be loopholes. Since there are loopholes, there will be people who take advantage of them to make a profit. Such people are usually called cheaters, but here, you can call them cheaters. The judge stared at Lin Chen for a long time, then nodded thoughtfully. I almost understand what you mean, so you guys took advantage of the loopholes in the system? Yes. Lin Chen knew that he couldn't lie, so he nodded immediately. What I can do is to kill monsters, and have a chance to gain attack power permanently. You can ask your colleague about this. She looks like an old lady. I have met her before. Hearing this, the judge looked back. After a while, he continued to ask, Did you find anything wrong in the process of using these loopholes to cheat? What do you mean? For example, he was silent for a while, and then said something strange. Did you see anything unusual? Mr. Manager, since we are ready to be honest, I also hope that you will not hold back. Alas, what I want to ask is, have you seen someone who claims to be a designer come to you? Chapter 393. Designer? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and thought for a while, then shook his head quickly, but he also caught some useful information from the other party's words. What is the relationship between the designer you mentioned and the creator mentioned by the NPC? The judge didn't seem to want to answer, but after hesitating for a while, he still said, there is no difference. The great designer is the creator mentioned by the NPC, and you players. Lin Chen nodded, thinking that if the land of the hunting god or the real world are all computer systems, then the creator mentioned by people is just a programmer who designs the system. If that's the case, then I really haven't seen this kind of person. Really? Yes. Lin Chen really didn't lie this time, and he answered very straightforwardly. Because in a certain situation, he is an out-and-out programmer. The codes he typed out form one system after another. If those systems are all independent worlds, then he is also the so-called creator. So Lin Chen thought about it, and realized that in the past 2 rounds in the land of hunting gods, no one had ever claimed to be a designer in front of him. Seeing that the other party was a little regretful, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Actually, I am very curious. As administrators of the system, have you 3 never met the designer? Lin Chen has learned something new, because from the tone and appearance of this judge, it seems that he has never met the designer of the game, and even needs to get the designer's information through Lin Chen. If they have never met the designer, how did they become the administrators of the game? How did they obtain these powers, and then take action to maintain the balance of the land of the hunting god? With these questions, Lin Chen could only wait in silence for the other party's answer. The judge opened his mouth. He seemed to want to say something, but he didn't know how to say it, and finally squeezed out a word. After that, he sighed deeply in front of Lin Chen. In some aspects, what we administrators know is probably similar to some NPCs. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. It seems that it is unlikely to hear the answer he wants from these administrators. Looking at the item fragment of creation in his backpack, Lin Chen finally understood why there was such an odd item in the land of the hunting god. Only when the book of creation is collected, everything will be clear. Then I don't know what to say. Lin Chen frowned, then spread his hands and said, "Alas." The judge shook his head and smiled bitterly. "In fact, when I found you cheaters, I was ready to kill you." Hearing this, Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. The other party said, "The reason why we didn't take action is because the pioneers and guides think that your existence is reasonable. They think that you should be the existence left by the great designer on purpose." Lin Chen really didn't think of this statement, so he could only look at him curiously and wait for the next words. "I thought about it carefully, and it is indeed possible." The judge looked at the huge code gate in the distance blankly, and continued, "We conscientiously implement the system's rules and tasks, and try our best to help the designer perfect the hunting god land, and then do our best to maintain the seal of the boundary area. But it's too late, and there is not much time left for us and you. Whether it is the land of the hunting god or the real world, the seals in their respective borders have begun to show signs of loosening. Those ruins will burst out of the border at any time. When that happens, it will not only be the land of the hunting god that will suffer, but also tens of thousands of real worlds." I don't know if it was accidental, but when the judge finished speaking, the huge code door in the distance suddenly made a strange movement. Inside the group of green codes, there were actually several red error lines, which flashed by but were so eye-catching. Lin Chen paused, and then asked after the judge was silent, "You keep saying that the seal is loose and time is running out. Can I know how much time is left?" Lin Chen thought about it and changed the question, "Or, how long can the land of the hunting god last? It shouldn't be possible for you to successfully reach level 100. In other words, the land of the hunting god will be forced to close one day? Almost. Although we will try our best to maintain the land of the hunting god, it is in vain. It may not take long before the entire land of the hunting god will be like the novice village and completely become a paradise of ruins. And once the land of the hunting god, the training ground, falls, it will be the turn of the real world next." As he said that, the judge turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. "Imagine that your real world is full of ruins." A picture really flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The earth with tall buildings is covered with ruins as dense as marching ants. Buildings and mountains are crawling on the surface of those things, and lakes and basins are full of those things. There is nothing else. As far as the eye can see, it is all ruins. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but shudder. "So what is the main purpose of your coming to me this time?" Lin Chen came back to his senses, calmed down, and looked at the other party and asked. "On the one hand, I want to ask you cheaters if you have seen the designer, and on the other hand, I want to remind you that time is running out." The judge paused. "The last aspect is to give you some gifts that belong to me. If you are really left here by the designer on purpose, I hope I can help you a little." Hearing this, Lin Chen was obviously delighted. He had the yin-yang body given by the pioneer, the break-the-world bead from the old woman, and the horn, which were purchased with the power of Guishu. Now, the third system administrator also wants to give him something? We can only do so much. As for what will happen after the seal is broken and the server of the hunting god land is closed, we can't intervene. As he said, the judge stretched out his hand and put it on Lin Chen's shoulder. "Look into my eyes," the judge said. Lin Chen was stunned and looked over subconsciously. The next moment, he only felt that the eyes of this young administrator seemed to emit a dazzling white light like an incandescent lamp. Chapter 394. This feeling was very strange. It was the first time that Lin Chen felt this dizzy. He stared at the young system administrator's eyes for less than 2 seconds, and then his vision was blurred by the white light bursting from his eyes. After that, Lin Chen seemed to see that the totems and patterns on the judge's face began to move and intertwine. In this process, it was extremely difficult for Lin Chen to come back to his senses. He only felt that those moving patterns filled his vision like snakes, and then drilled into his body. Then, the whole body started to itch. Lin Chen's subconscious mind was ready. After all, he had received the gift from the pioneers in a stone house. Lin Chen still remembered the pain vividly, so he was fully prepared to resist the coming pain. But as time went by, Lin Chen did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he just felt a little numb and his skin was slightly hot. Apart from that, he did not feel any other discomfort. In a daze, Lin Chen just felt very tired. He closed his eyes silently and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the dizziness finally disappeared. On the contrary, he only felt that his body was a little tired, and he seemed to be lying on the ground. Feeling the rain falling on his face, Lin Chen immediately confirmed that he was still in that copy, but he was a little dazed. His body should be lying on the hard ground, but the back of his head was resting on something unusually soft, and he could smell a very familiar fragrance in his nose. He wanted to open his eyes, but his consciousness was still a little bit distracted. Not to mention opening his eyes, he couldn't even regain consciousness after trying for a long time. After some time, in addition to the sense of touch, Lin Chen's hearing gradually recovered. He could hear the noise of a large number of players around him, but they were talking to each other, and Lin Chen couldn't hear clearly except for the extremely anxious tone of everyone. He could only feel that he was still lying on his back with his head resting on something soft. However, when Lin Chen was still waiting for other senses to recover, he only felt that his forehead suddenly itched, as if a woman's long hair had brushed against it. Accompanied by a burst of fragrance, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes abruptly after a few seconds. In front of him was the dark sky of the dungeon, and he could even see the outline of the huge code gate. Even if he was lying on the ground, the huge gate would occupy 1/3 of his sight, showing how tall the gate was. However, Lin Chen's sight soon collided with the worried eyes of the female elf. Seeing that Lin Chen had woken up, Elena's eyes softened a lot, and she smiled slightly. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. "Are you awake?" The female elf's voice was very low, as if it was not the first time she saw Lin Chen lying like this. Lin Chen then realized that he was actually resting his head on the female elf's knees, and the reason why he could smell the fragrance was all the body fragrance of the female elf. Somehow, Lin Chen had recovered as before, and even felt that his body had some stronger power than before, but he just didn't want to think about it. Good guy, being able to let such a beautiful female elf rest her head on her knees. How could Lin Chen be willing to get up? He blinked, and felt his whole body was limp. "How long have I slept?" As he spoke, Lin Chen rubbed against Elena's legs, but he did it naturally, not making himself look deliberate. Elena didn't show anything wrong, but after Lin Chen woke up, there was a little blush on her cheeks. "About half an hour." "So long?" Lin Chen was stunned. At this time, he didn't care about the softness under his head, and immediately got up from the ground. After standing up, he looked around and saw that many players around him had extremely sad faces. Because everyone didn't know what to do next, they should have cleared the level by now. After all, the reward treasure chest of the dungeon has been settled, although they only gave everyone 2 unknown creation fragments. But now the system has no movement, and there is no portal. How can they get out? At this time, Feng Chen inadvertently saw Lin Chen while looking around, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Brother, are you awake?" As Feng Chen walked over excitedly, Shizi, who was keeping her head down beside him, also came to her senses, and turned to look at Lin Chen. Then, it was the other players around. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Chen was surrounded by people. People were talking at once, and many people asked Lin Chen their questions directly. The miscellaneous questions were basically about how to get out of the dungeon. However, Lin Chen did not answer them, but just frowned and looked at the huge code gate in the distance. "Brother, are you okay?" Feng Chen came over and looked Lin Chen up and down, and did not forget to reach out and poke Lin Chen's body. "I'm fine." Lin Chen also looked at his hands curiously. He wanted to know what kind of ability the judge in charge of the trial gave him. "We were scared to death." Feng Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't know, half an hour ago, a man with tattoos on his face suddenly appeared next to you. When you took out your weapons, and summoned Shield Mountain and others, we thought he was the boss." At this point, he changed the subject. "The following is a bit strange. We just blinked, and then we found you lying on the ground, and then the guy who tattooed his face disappeared." Hearing Feng Chen say this, Lin Chen nodded. Because the other party paused time, the process of his conversation with the judge was omitted, so in their eyes, it was just a blink of an eye. "But seeing that your health bar has not decreased, we don't know what happened to you." Feng Chen patted his chest, looking relieved. If my sister-in-law hadn't said that you would be fine, I would have been afraid that you would die. Brother Feng, don't talk nonsense. Gardenia beside him pushed Feng Chen unhappily. Feng Chen smiled. But seeing that you are awake, we are relieved. Lin Chen first glanced at Elena beside him, and was about to say something. Then he heard a prompt sound in his brain. Lin Chen calmed down and listened carefully. Congratulations, you have received a gift. This voice is different from the ordinary prompt sound. It sounds like it comes from a man's mouth. From now on, the activation conditions of suit equipment have changed. You only need to equip one piece of the full set to obtain the full effect of the full set. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyebrows suddenly raised. Just wear one piece of equipment to get the full set of attributes of the equipment? Before he could be happy, the prompt sound came one after another. From now on, the experience points, reputation points, currency, favorability, and special rewards you get from killing monsters will have a chance to double. Lin Chen was shocked again. Chapter 395. Compared to the boundary-breaking beads and horns he got from the old woman, and the yin-yang body given by the pioneer, these two gifts also surprised him. Not to mention that killing monsters has a chance to double the experience points. The reward of wearing the first set alone is enough to make him swallow his saliva. Most people may not know what this reward means. You should know that the equipment on the hunting land, in addition to the artifacts, the most powerful one is the set with set attributes. However, in order to obtain powerful set attributes, all the set accessories must be gathered, from gloves, headdresses, to boots and rings. But now, Lin Chen only needs to wear one of the suits, and then all the properties of the suit will be activated. If so, Lin Chen can even wear several different suit accessories at the same time, and then activate all the properties of several suits at the same time. It's simply a bud-level ability. Fuck. Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe faster. While Lin Chen was stunned alone, the other players around him were not so calm. Although they were a little happy to see Lin Chen wake up, it can be seen that he didn't seem to know how to leave here. As a result, the crowd around them rioted again. Damn it, what's going on now? Can we go back? Will we never get out? What should we do now? Who knows what to do? People's anxiety was almost written on their faces. In less than 5 minutes, these players had become ants on a hot pot. Some even accidentally stepped on air and fell from those dark black holes, and never appeared again. Stop arguing. The Undertaker was also annoyed, and he shouted coldly. Seeing that the players around him ignored him, he raised his voice and shouted again, but it was still useless. More than 400 players were talking at the same time, and the discussion and anxiety were enough to make this world extremely noisy. When he was about to continue to get angry, a very strange sound suddenly came from the whole world. It sounded like an extremely harsh cutting sound, like the sound of scratching glass with nails. Everyone fell silent almost at the same time, and then looked in a certain direction. Lin Chen also looked along with the others, and indeed, not far from here, he saw two spaces that were slightly wriggling and twisting. As two rays of light emanated from the other end of the space, people's expressions became more and more exciting. Soon, two portals appeared in each of the two places, one black and one white. Two words were written on the top of the portal that emitted white light: exit. After seeing this portal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can get out. However, some people also looked at the black portal next to the exit curiously. If the exit has appeared, what is this door used for? Soon, the black portal also had its own words on its head. It was written in blood. Sue. Before people could show any expression on their faces, the black portal was opened under their noses. Then, the players desperately saw that inside this twisted portal, a flood-like army composed of Sue was pouring out like a flood. Everyone took a deep breath, and even forgot to take out their weapons to fight. The exit was right in front of them, but the endless Sue had already rushed over. If they wanted to enter the white portal and leave here, they had to fight their way out. No way. The Undertaker was a little upset. At this time, you still want to mess with people's mentality? Although he said so, he quickly took out his sword and immediately made a draw the sword and cut posture. The Sue's limbs turned into sharp blades. Because the distance was very close, before the players could fully recover, these ghosts had already rushed into the crowd, and then the cold light flashed, and blood splattered on the spot. Squeak! A player's pupil shrank, and what was reflected in his eyes was the scene of several Sue rushing at him at the same time. A stream of blood spurted out, and the blood bar quickly emptied, and then his eyes lost their luster, and then he fell straight down. With the overwhelming increase in the number of Sue, more and more players in this area finally came back to their senses from their astonishment and trance, and began to gradually join the battle. But they were not as confident, and well prepared as they were at the beginning in the fortress, and the portal was too close, so the players didn't even have time to guide their skills before they were in close combat with the Sioux. The speed of the spread of the ruins was terrifying. In just half a minute, the land was almost covered with the bodies of these things. They were densely packed, and there were so many of them that sometimes the ruins had no place to stay and fell into the black hole. Swish! After the sword drawing and slashing guidance ended, the Undertaker suddenly drew his sword out of the sheath, and a dragon roar was heard. The ruins in front of him suddenly looked like a fallen wheat ear. But before he could catch his breath, before half a breath had passed, the rest of the ruins had filled up the empty space in front of him, and then rushed over regardless of everything. 1, 2, 10. Soon, more and more players' health bars were empty directly under the impact of the ruins. These dead players didn't even have time to say a word of dying before they were submerged by the dark ruins, as if they were trapped in a swamp. But the people here are all high-level players. As time went by, the players quickly stabilized. With a vague cooperation, the sky-high flames and various elemental explosions appeared one by one, and the corpses of the ruins soon piled up into a mountain. Among these people, the second-round players headed by the Undertaker were simply the vanguards of killing. The skills they released with a wave of their hands scattered everywhere. Every time there was an explosion, a large area of Sioux fell down and then turned into a pool of dark blood. In the chaos, no one knew who shouted, "Everyone look at me." Then people felt something was wrong. I saw that those Sioux who had been attacking indiscriminately just a moment ago suddenly seemed to be summoned, and then rushed towards the same direction like crazy. Such a scene is really spectacular. The avalanche-like tide of ruins is going upstream, rushing towards the place where a person dressed as a knight is. The players were fighting hard just a moment ago, and suddenly lost their target at this moment, and everyone was a little confused. What the hell? What is going on? A warrior was just fighting with a higher-level ruin, and after hearing the words "Everyone look at me," the warrior who was fighting with him turned around and left, leaving him in a mess. It's the Crusaders' level 40 skill group provocation. There were many knights among the players, and some of them said in shock. But at this time, Feng Chen suddenly walked to the front of the players and clapped his hands, and then shouted loudly like a groceries maker. "Okay, everyone, stop watching the show, let's go, the next step is up to us." As he spoke, he waved to the group of players, signaling them to quickly enter the white portal, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "Hurry up, or you can't leave." People finally came to their senses, and they didn't care about anything else, and rushed into the white portal regardless of everything. Chapter 396. As more and more guises emerged from the black portal, the number of players standing still decreased. Because the mysterious knight named Shield Mountain launched a group provocation, most of the guises were attracted to hatred and rushed towards the Shield Mountain frantically, which made a large number of players withdraw, and then rushed into the white portal regardless of everything, and then left this place directly. In the end, even the second-round players were no exception. After taking a deep look at Lin Chen and others, they said nothing more and plunged into the white portal. A few minutes later, apart from the 4 members of Lin Chen's fixed team and Dun Shan, the undead follower, who acted as a mocking puppet, only the Undertaker was left. The swordsman holding a katana first looked at the white portal in the distance, and then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Gritting his teeth, he actually followed Feng Chen to Lin Chen's side. Seeing someone following behind him, Feng Chen was stunned. "Mr. Shenxiu, why don't you leave?" He stopped and looked back at the Undertaker. The Undertaker spat on the ground. "What a kidney deficiency. I plan to fight with you." Feng Chen opened his mouth and was about to persuade him to leave, but he closed his mouth after hearing what he said. After 2 seconds, he shrugged, "It's up to you." As he said, the two walked to Lin Chen's side together. During the process, more and more Sioux had climbed up to form a mountain of tens of meters. They tried every means to attack the central shield mountain, but because of their huge number, only more than 30 Sioux could actually get in front of the shield mountain and attack it at the same time. Although the rest of the Sioux also rushed forward, they could only be blocked by their own kind. And Dun Shan's HP was more than 60,000 points. In addition, he inherited Lin Chen's armor and magic resistance, and the double resistance of his own equipment, which made Dun Shan's defense so high that it was terrifying. Even if dozens of Sioux attacked him at the same time, his HP bar above his head did not lose too much. Even if his HP bar was a little less, he didn't need Lin Chen and Gardenia to add HP to him at all. He also had the knight's own recovery skills. Back and forth, even if the number of Sioux continued to increase, Dun Shan could still shout out that sentence calmly. "Everyone, keep looking at me." The ruins that were about to lose their hatred value became crazy again, and rushed towards the direction of Dun Shan regardless of everything. Seeing this black mountain that was getting higher and higher, Feng Chen and others drooled. Oh my god, it's so spectacular. The palms of the Undertaker were sweating. He originally planned to help, but when he saw the scene, he just felt a little trembling. But Feng Chen and Gardenia beside him were somewhat accustomed to it. After all, they had been with Lin Chen for so long, and nothing was strange to them. In addition, they had followed Lin Chen to a ruins full of toy monsters, and the monsters they faced were no less than these ruins. TSK, look at you, you have never seen the world. Feng Chen snorted coldly. If it were normal, the Undertaker would definitely refute, but now it seems that what the other party said is not wrong. He has indeed never seen such a scene. While the two were talking, Lin Chen and Elena walked to their side. Out of awe of Lin Chen, the Undertaker no longer showed his previous appearance, but very respectfully gave up a seat for Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally noticed this subtle move, and he didn't say much, just smiled at him and said, "Don't be too surprised. When the land of the hunting god is shut down one day, you will often see this kind of scene in the real world." The Undertaker didn't react to the meaning of Lin Chen's words for a while, and could only stare at him, and subconsciously said, "Ah?" Lin Chen patted his shoulder. "Friend, I see you are a human, from Earth?" "Ah yes, I'm from the Northeast." "From the Northeast?" Feng Chen was stunned. "Where in the Northeast? Why can't I hear the Northeastern accent?" However, the Undertaker didn't seem to plan to chat with Lin Chen and the others at this time, and naturally there was no scene of fellow villagers meeting each other with tears in their eyes. He was just very concerned about Lin Chen's incoherent words just now. What does "I often see this kind of scene in the real world" mean? Although I am also a second-round player, I have naturally encountered the Sioux chasing me in the real world when I return to the Sioux, but the number of them is too small, and there is no need to worry at all. But the scene before him frightened him. If he saw such a scene on Earth one day, it would mean that Earth was doomed. Seeing that Lin Chen stopped talking, the Undertaker could only open his mouth and stopped asking. The next moment, Lin Chen took out a fiery red oval prop from his backpack in front of everyone. The others couldn't recognize what it was, but it was not the second time that Elena had seen it. The last time he returned to the Abyss, Lin Chen used this thing once on Earth in front of her in Lao Bai. If I remember correctly, this item should be called Fire Embers, a reward from the world boss, the god of fire. But Elena didn't expect that this item was not disposable, it could be used continuously. So the female elf subconsciously took Gardenia's hand and took a step back. "Sister?" Gardenia was a little confused. "Cover your ears," Elena said to Gardenia with a smile. Chapter 397. 2 minutes later, Gardenia finally understood why Elena reminded her to cover her ears. The violent explosion lasted for 2 minutes. Even if she covered her ears tightly, she could still feel the buzzing sound in her ears. She even had to shake her head constantly to dispel the discomfort in her head. The dizziness caused by the dazzling fire was slowly weakening. The roar heard before the explosion was no longer audible. Except for the pain sounds of Feng Chen and the Undertaker, it seemed as if everything was silent. However, she had never thought that one day she would smell the gunpowder smell in the air after a bomb exploded in the dungeon of the land of the hunting god. The more this happened, the more Gardenia felt that something was wrong with this dungeon. If the explosion had not affected them, she would have even felt that she was in the real world. About half a minute later, Gardenia felt someone pulling her up from the ground. She opened her eyes, and when her vision was restored, she could see that it was Elena who was helping her clean her dusty clothes. "Are you okay?" the female elf asked softly. "No. I'm fine. Thank you, sister." Gardenia nodded to Elena dully, then looked around blankly. The surroundings were very quiet. The ruins that had just piled up into a mountain and blocked out the sun were gone. In addition to the mess on the ground, the black liquid that the ruins turned into after their death was everywhere under their feet. They dyed this place into a pool of gradually drying seabed. Not far away, the black and white portals were still glowing slightly, but the black portal was shrinking visibly until it disappeared completely. When the black portal disappeared, the white portal became more dazzling, and the white light even flickered, as if urging them to leave quickly. Feng Chen and the Undertaker helped each other to get up from the ground. They looked at each other, and then looked around like Gardenia. Seeing that there was not even a single Sioux left around, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, it's finally over." The Undertaker coughed. He had just vowed to stay and fight the enemy with Lin Chen and the others, but he did nothing. The Sioux as high as a mountain was directly wiped out by an explosion. Thinking of this, the Undertaker looked at Lin Chen with lingering fear. At this moment, Lin Chen was putting an oval red prop back into his backpack. If he was not mistaken, The explosion was caused by that prop. The more he looked at Lin Chen, the more frightened the Undertaker became. It was really a ghost. Who was this man? When did this person appear in the land of the hunting god? As a second-round player, he had never seen this person in the past 2 rounds. With such means, could this person be the GM of the system? With such doubts, the Undertaker turned his attention to Feng Chen and others. After a moment of silence, he seemed to decide to do something. At least, you have to get along well with this person. See if there is a chance to add this person as a friend. It would be even better if you can form a fixed team with him, like these people. After all, there are only 4 of them, and there are still 2 positions. Maybe it can be done. However, Lin Chen didn't know what the Undertaker was thinking. After clearing the ubiquitous ruins, there was only one portal left in this world. The white light kept flashing, urging them to leave here as soon as possible. But everyone looked at Lin Chen. If he didn't speak, no one would enter the portal first, not even the Undertaker. Time passed by, and Lin Chen seemed to be waiting for something. Although the others wanted to know who Lin Chen was waiting for, no one spoke. Especially the Undertaker. This guy kept looking at Lin Chen and others, looking at Lin Chen for a while, and then stealing a glance at Elena. When he looked at Gardenia, the girl obviously looked away. Embarrassed, he tried to exchange glances with Feng Chen again. The Undertaker was getting a little tired of waiting, and he couldn't help scratching his head. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore, and poked Feng Chen beside him. "Brother Zhuzhou, what are we waiting for? Why haven't you left yet?" Feng Chen shrugged and said he didn't know. Just as the Undertaker was about to say something else, he suddenly saw 3 figures approaching the direction of the huge code door. "Hey, someone is coming!" The Undertaker was startled and pointed in the direction of the huge door. Feeling a little uneasy about this copy, the Undertaker felt like he had PTSD. He was afraid that something weird would come out again. He really couldn't stand it. So when 3 people fell from the sky, he was the first one to hold his weapon and retreat involuntarily. Looking up, the 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. The only woman was an old woman with a hunched back and a cane in her hand. And the one wearing a loose robe should be a man, but why does a man have such long hair? Finally, there was the hooded man standing in the middle. If I remember correctly, he was the one who just flashed by and appeared beside Lin Chen. No one knew who these 3 people were. Could they really be the final boss of the dungeon? But the dungeon should be over now. After all, so many players have left, so why are they there? With such questions, except for Elena, who could still stand calmly beside Lin Chen, the other 3 could only retreat unnoticed. When the 3 figures slowly appeared in people's field of vision, among the people present, only Lin Chen showed a smile. "I thought you were not coming." Lin Chen looked up and spoke. The 3 stopped falling about 10 meters from the ground. They stood in the air, looking like the immortals in the immortal novels, especially their aura and attire. Lin Chen and Elena were not to be mentioned, but the other 3 were really frightened. If this was not the place of hunting gods, they would probably kneel down and start to worship. Among the 3 system administrators, the old woman standing on the far right suddenly grinned at Lin Chen. "Lord Chosen One, you are such an interesting person. Should I say you are thoughtful or mean?" Lin Chen and this old woman are old friends. Compared with the other 2, Lin Chen would come to the old woman's tent to buy things whenever he finished Guishu. In addition to the boundary-breaking bead, the horn that summoned the evil spirit army, and the artifact rainbow light in his hand were all bought from her. So compared to the pioneers and the judges, the old woman's attitude towards him seemed very easygoing. "Oh, why do you say that?" Lin Chen also laughed. "Didn't our young judge just give you a big gift? Why are you still standing here and not willing to leave? Could it be that you think the gift he gave you is not up to your standards?" "I dare not. But one thing is another, the judge gave him something voluntarily, for private purposes." Lin Chen paused and continued, "As for the public portion, if you don't give it, I can't refuse it, don't you think so? You have a really big appetite. Why are you so sure that we will give you a reward?" Lin Chen laughed at the old woman. "You really love to joke. If I guess correctly, the copy is really over at this time. You can't just give 2 pieces of creation fragments as a settlement reward like a beggar. This is not in line with the rules of the hunting god land. I think, as the judge who maintains the rules, you will not sit idly by, right?" Lin Chen spoke loudly, 1 against 3. His request was very explicit, that is, he was clearly asking for the dungeon settlement reward from the other party. He had to give it to him. After all, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that if the dungeon is really over, it is impossible to continue to release a large number of ruins when the portal appears. This is not in line with the rules at all. So the 2 creation fragments obtained before were just a cover. Lin Chen did not believe that the real settlement reward was only like that. Seeing Lin Chen staring at the top, the three managers were silent. After a while, the old woman looked at the other two people beside her with a smile on her face, and then said quietly, "You two, what did I say? This chosen one is not simple, right?" The two still didn't speak, and the old woman looked like she was watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble. "Don't just stand there. Since others have seen through it, are you really not going to give it to me?" Chapter 398. The pioneer and the judge were embarrassed for a moment, and they could not help but glance at the old woman subconsciously. The two looked at each other strangely, as if they were questioning which side the old woman was on. But the old woman ignored the two men's gazes, and the smile on her face became even bigger. After a while of silence, the judge standing in the middle of the three people was obviously embarrassed, and he could only speak to the old woman in a low voice. "According to our initial expectation, it is impossible for anyone to come to this place." As he spoke, his eyes moved to Lin Chen again. "So there is no real clearance settlement reward at all. What do you want us to give him?" The old woman looked indifferent. "Young man, the rules are set, and I am not the one who maintains the rules, so don't ask me." "You?" The judge was stunned and growled with gritted teeth. But the other party just looked at him, as if he was taking advantage of his age, and his smile became even bigger. He couldn't get angry, so he turned his head and looked at the pioneer beside him. But the pioneer was more direct. He turned his head to avoid the judge's gaze, and said nothing. The judge felt that he had been betrayed. He could only take a deep breath, and continue to look at Lin Chen below. The more he looked, the more he felt that this man was extremely unpleasant. If he had not been persuaded by the two colleagues around him, and had already given Lin Chen his gift, he would have directly killed him. But it was too late to say anything now. The judge sighed and spoke angrily. "Well, it was our negligence. Tell me what you want, and I can give you some rewards according to your needs." Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly showed a smug smile, which was what he was waiting for. Then he said, "Although I don't know much about the situation of other novice village dungeons, I guess we should be the only team that has successfully passed the level so far, so the experience reward should be indispensable." What Lin Chen said is not unreasonable. How can a dungeon not give players experience rewards after passing the level? However, from entering this dungeon until now, no matter how many Su they killed, they have not gained even a trace of experience points. This is obviously unreasonable. If this dungeon is taken outside and compared with other dungeons, the danger level of this place can even be compared with the world boss battlefield of the same level, so the experience reward after clearing the level is absolutely huge. The other people around Lin Chen also nodded. For such a dangerous dungeon, the experience reward can probably allow them to directly upgrade 1 or 2 levels. But what everyone didn't expect was that the three people standing in the air shook their heads at the same time. "Unfortunately, we can't satisfy you with this reward." This time, it was not the judge who spoke, but the old woman. "Why?" The undertaker below was startled and asked first. "Among the reward methods, only the experience points are the most special. The experience points and experience capsules obtained from dungeons, monsters, tasks and activities are all set in advance by the great designer. Except for the designer, no one can reward you with experience points, not even us." The old woman said in a deep voice. "So, please ask all the chosen ones to change the rewards again." Lin Chen was silent, but when he thought about the closure condition of the hunting god land, which required players to reach level 100, he felt relieved. If players in the hunting god land could gain experience points from a third party, it would not be a good thing. But which dungeon doesn't give experience points after clearing it? The undertaker was still unyielding. "Damn it, we paid a gold coin after entering, but so far, we have only received 2 pieces of rags. I don't care, return my gold coin to me first." As the undertaker cursed, the 3 administrators looked a little embarrassed, but they had no choice because the hard conditions were insufficient. Lin Chen was not a person who would not let others off even if they were right. He sighed and continued. "Since experience points cannot be given, then some top quality props and equipment are always necessary, right?" Lin Chen paused. "For example, artifacts, the highest level gems, skill books, etc." Hearing this, even the undertaker who had been shouting just now shut up. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Good man, he really didn't expect Lin Chen to ask these 3 people, who looked like system GMs for artifacts directly. That's an artifact. Although the undertaker didn't know that Lin Chen and Elena present actually held artifacts, for him, even if he had never obtained an artifact in his previous life, it would not be an exaggeration to say that something with such a high value is priceless. At least so far, players around level 50 will never see such a thing as an artifact. The highest grade gems that Lin Chen mentioned later were also rare. Gems were divided into several levels, from poor quality to flawless, and the difficulty of obtaining them increased sharply. It was said that the value of a flawless gem was almost as high as that of a level 80 skill book. At this point, everyone stared at the three people above their heads with fiery eyes. However, the three people were silent for a while, and did not continue to refuse. The judge acted as a representative of the three people, and waved to the 5 people below. Then, 5 streams of light poured into the bodies of Lin Chen and others below. Lin Chen and Elena were fine, but the others were overjoyed and immediately opened their backpacks to take a look. In the backpack, there was a gift package called Gift from the System. Although they didn't know what was in the gift package, it was the first time they had seen such a gift package. Feng Chen and the others were breathing rapidly, and the Undertaker beside him swallowed hard. It was indeed wise for him not to follow the other players out. He felt that the wisest thing he had done so far as a player who had lived 2 lives was now. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. I have another request. Everyone looked up at Lin Chen. Even the 3 administrators above them had cold faces. Chosen One, the gift package we just gave you contains artifacts and a lot of top quality items. These rewards can already make you the best among players of the same level. What else do you want? The voice of the judge was a little angry, as if Lin Chen's lion-like mouth made him feel murderous. After all, he has already obtained 2 abilities comparable to Bugs, and now he is still so greedy. However, Lin Chen bowed to the 3 people very sincerely. 3 adults, I just want to ask for a trivial reward from you, which will not cause any trouble to you. The judge was about to say something, but the pioneer who had never spoken asked. Go ahead. The pioneer's voice was still so unique, half male and half female, like a computer-processed soundtrack. Lin Chen smiled. I just want the administrators to give me some ruins admission tickets. Chapter 399. When the 3 administrators heard that what Lin Chen asked for from the 3 people was ruins admission ticket, they were obviously stunned. Although this item was relatively precious to them, it was indeed harmless. Even if they gave Lin Chen a lot of it, there would be no loss, and the impact on the hunting god land would not be too great. No matter how big it was, it could not be bigger than the gifts they had given to Lin Chen. Whether it was the boundary-breaking pearl, the yin-yang body, or the 2 rewards they had just given, each one was something that affected the balance of the game, so they had already crossed the line, so some admission tickets were really nothing. But the judges were a little curious, and the 3 of them were a little confused about Lin Chen's actions. They didn't know, but Feng Chen, Shizi and Elena knew. Ticket? Ruins? Feng Chen muttered to himself, and suddenly thought of something. Soon, the 3 of them widened their pupils. Even Elena's breathing began to quicken. Not to mention Feng Chen and Shizi. In order to hide the joy and excitement on her face, Shizi buried her head directly, and Feng Chen quickly turned his head away, fearing that the 3 managers would see the ecstatic evil smile on his face. Among the players below, only the Undertaker from the northeast of the earth was confused. Isn't it that the entrance ticket to the ruins is so rare? He looked at Feng Chen, who was almost injured from trying to hold back his laughter, with a blank face. What's wrong with you? Constipation. Get lost. Feng Chen's face was blue and purple, as if it was really not much different from constipation. He would not tell the Undertaker that he and Lin Chen had entered a sea-level difficult god-killing realm ruins. In the 3rd floor of that ruins, they saw a world similar to a fairy tale world, where there was a huge tree with a yo-yo hanging on the branches. Before the yo-yo is destroyed, countless toy monsters will rush over like crazy. Feng Chen still remembers how much attack power he had accumulated at that place with a rusty iron sword. But except for that time, they never got the ruins admission ticket again. Later, they heard that the way to obtain this kind of thing is very random, and there is a chance to obtain it only after reaching level 50. Hearing this news, Feng Chen was really frustrated. Now I have a high attack power, and a variety of skills. I was thinking about entering that kind of place again one day, but I have never been able to use them. This is the main reason why Lin Chen and Gardenia Elena and others showed such a look when they asked the 3 administrators for admission tickets. The judge also noticed the appearance of the people below, but he thought about it, and didn't know whether he should refuse them. After hesitating for a while, he finally sighed. Okay, what level of ruins ticket do you want? Both B level and A level. I want as many as you have. Lin Chen said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Feng Chen and Gardenia squatted down almost at the same time, and buried their faces between their legs, afraid that they would laugh out loud. Even Elena looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. This? Can the other party agree to this? Not to mention the A-level difficulty ticket, the preciousness of the B-level ticket alone has shocked her, a second-round player. Lin Chen, on the other hand, not only wants the A level, but also wants as many as he can get? Elena raised her head nervously, and looked at the three people above her head with Lin Chen. She was afraid that the three people would refuse Lin Chen's unreasonable request, and then punish him. But after waiting for a long time, the three people did not seem to notice anything wrong. Not only that, the judge hummed for a while, and then waved to where Lin Chen was. A total of 6 light spots floated to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand, and let the light spots disappear in his palm. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. A-level ruins admission ticket X2. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. B-level ruins admission ticket X4. When these two prompt sounds rang in his brain, Lin Chen's heartbeat obviously accelerated, but he still retracted his hand slowly, and nodded to the three people above with strong throbbing. Thank you, 3 adults. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave. As he said, Lin Chen turned his head expressionlessly, and then coughed. Xiaofeng, Gardenia, Elena, we should go. The three people whose names were called did not speak. They stood up with strange expressions, and hurriedly approached Lin Chen's side, and walked towards the white portal. The closer they got to the portal, the faster their steps became. In the end, they wanted to run. Hey, wait for me. The Undertaker, who was unaware of the situation, came to his senses, and hurriedly chased after the 4 people. Then, they all disappeared into the white portal. Everything was silent. There was no longer any player in this world. In addition to the 3 administrators standing in the air, there was only the special code emerging from the surface of the giant code gate in the distance. Everything seemed very strange. After a pause, the judge spoke only after the white portal gradually disappeared. I can almost guess the purpose of this person asking me for the ruins admission ticket. He actually guessed it when Lin Chen got the admission ticket, and was about to leave. After all, the bug entry on Lin Chen was not only him, but every administrator present could see it. He can permanently stack attack power by killing monsters, and there is a place in the entire hunting god land that is really easy to stack attack power. That is ruins. The higher the level of the ruins, the more likely it is to have bonus levels, just like the yo-yo levels in the fairy tale world. The judge gave Lin Chen and others 6 tickets at one time, and there were also 2 A-level tickets. There would be no shortage of special bonus levels. In each bonus level, the number of monsters could even be compared with the army of ruins, but unlike the ruins, the monsters in those bonus levels could actually provide them with stacked attack power. Therefore, with the special feature that Lin Chen has a chance to stack attack power when killing monsters, Lin Chen and his team will grow wildly in the ruins. Young man, since you know the special entry of this kid, why do you still agree to him? The old woman beside him asked with a smile. The judge had a blank expression. Didn't you stop me? The old woman saw that the judge still showed a complicated look, and she smiled and shook her head. Everything is destined. Since these little guys have such special means, it can only mean that the great designer did it on purpose. In this case, why don't we do a favor? As she said, the old woman looked at the huge code gate in the distance. As we have always said, time is running out. Chapter 400. When he returned to the main city, Lin Chen had put his mask back on. Except for the Undertaker who followed the others seemed to be accustomed to Lin Chen's wearing of the mask. But the Undertaker somehow opened the battle power list of the ladder and took a look. Now, the one who ranks first in battle power in the land of the hunting god is no longer Elena. There are countless players in the land of the hunting god, so the ranking of the battle power ranking list often fluctuates in an exaggerated way. It's just that people are a little curious that the person who beat Elena to the top of the list is a person they have never heard of. It was a level 53 ranger named Huakai Banxia. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but the Undertaker was a genuine second-round player. He had never heard of this ID in his previous life. Huakai Banxia. Is there such a person? He muttered a few words, and began to look for something. Elena dropped from the first to the second. After that, the Undertaker also saw himself and Feng Chen in the top 30 of the rankings, and saw Gardenia in the top 100. The only thing missing was the word programmer. He looked up at Lin Chen, whose face was not clearly visible, and smacked his lips, wanting to say something, but he didn't speak. These powerful bosses were really good at pretending. If they had such exaggerated fighting power, they would have written it on their faces for fear that others would not know it. However, Lin Chen and his people avoided them as much as possible, wearing shadow escape masks, just like the flowers blooming in midsummer now. After all, they had never seen this person before, and now he suddenly appeared. He must have worn a mask like Lin Chen on weekdays. It's getting late. Let's gather again tomorrow morning. Lin Chen looked at Feng Chen and the others and said. Feng Chen originally planned to say that he didn't need to rest, but after thinking about it, he and Jizi had not even learned the awakening skills yet, and there were not many rusty iron swords in his backpack. After all, if you want to stack attack power, rusty iron swords are indispensable, so they need to prepare more. And there is a gift package given by the system in the backpack now. They really need to find a place to open it, and see what good things the system will give them. Okay. Feng Chen nodded. Will we meet here tomorrow? Let's go to the moat bridge in the main city, and meet in front of the miniature jar merchant stall. Okay. After that, Feng Chen and Gardenia left one after another. After that, Lin Chen did not do anything else. He and Elena looked at each other, and the two did not say much. Elena nodded to Lin Chen in cooperation. Mr. Lin, take a rest. I also have something to deal with. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Chen smiled. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yelena spoke in a low voice. She looked at Lin Chen deeply, then turned and left. At this point, only Lin Chen, the Undertaker, and the NPC standing in the distance eating sunflower seeds were left. This NPC was the teleportation guide who sent the players into the dungeon before. No one knew where he got the sunflower seeds. In the silence, only the sound of him eating sunflower seeds could be heard. Lin Chen thought about it, and prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the Undertaker staring at him, as if he had something to say. This friend? Lin Chen was stunned. Do you have anything else to do? The Undertaker coughed awkwardly, and scratched the back of his head. After taking a deep breath, he seemed to have made up his mind, and spoke to Lin Chen. Master, can you take me to play? Lin Chen looked at him silently, and did not speak. Seeing this, the Undertaker continued, If you don't mind, I would like to apply to join your fixed team. Although my strength may not be up to par, I am also a second-round player like you, and I know a lot about some things in the land of the hunting god. He patted his chest and said, Take me with you, it's definitely worth it. After saying that, he looked at Lin Chen nervously, but the other party was wearing a mask and his face could not be seen at all. The Undertaker had no idea what the other party's expression was. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen finally spoke. According to a traditional fixed team, the team needs physical output, spell output, tank, support and control, but our team does not lack physical output at all, and as a swordsman, you and Xiao Feng have some conflicts. After hearing this, the Undertaker's expression suddenly dimmed, but he soon laughed. Hey, it's okay, Master, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. It's fate that we met by chance. Can I add you as my friend? Sure. Lin Chen nodded immediately, and then added each other as friends. The Undertaker's expression eased a little. Although he didn't join the same team with such a big guy, it was a pleasant surprise to be able to add him as a friend. But Lin Chen paused and suddenly said, Although the fixed team does not lack physical output, our guild is quite short of people. If you are interested, you can consider joining my guild. Guild? The Undertaker's eyes lit up. Boss, are you the leader of a guild? Yes, a new round of guild wars will start in a while, and I don't think I have time to participate. If you join, the chance of winning the guild war may be higher. Lin Chen looked at the Undertaker and continued, How about it? If you agree, I can give you a position as a deputy hall master. How could the Undertaker refuse? He nodded immediately. No problem. What is the name of your guild? I apply to join right now. I recommend a friend to you. His name is Shirtai Yinliang, and he's the leader of our guild, Suzaku Hall. After you add him, tell him that I asked you to come, and he helped you get familiar with our guild. Got it. After that, Lin Chen continued to chat with the Undertaker for a while, and since it was getting late, they both left. When the Undertaker's back was getting farther and farther away, Lin Chen opened his backpack and took a look. The items in his backpack were still a bit messy, but fortunately he cleaned it up at a grocery store before, otherwise it would be even messier. Lin Chen looked at the gift bags that had not been completely opened, then stared at the Heart of God and Soul of God in the corner, and finally scanned the so-called fragments of creation. After a moment of silence, he was ready to find someone, so he closed his backpack and walked towards the large turntable in the center of the Emerald Paradise. Chapter 401. When he arrived at the reinforcement shop, the sky of the entire god hunting land was almost dark. With a weak light outside the NPC shop, Lin Chen could see the beautiful female NPC quietly packing up her stall. She placed a huge wooden sign in front of the stall with two big words written on it. Closed. Lin Chen glanced at the wooden sign, then reached out and knocked on the iron table in front of the stall. Dong dong dong. Xiaoyun, who was sorting the goods in the stall, didn't even turn his head, and his tone seemed a little impatient. Can't read? All the fonts in the land of the hunting god are special. We're closed. As he spoke, Xiaoyun stood up with his hands on his waist, and his proud figure was clearly revealed under the dim light. Lin Chen still didn't leave, as if his mottled shadow was just projected on the surface of the huge furnace, and Xiaoyun's face was filled with a barely perceptible anger. I say, you think we NPCs don't need to rest? She took off her gloves and turned around unhappily. We are not made of iron, we also need to rest. Xiaoyun was stunned before she could say the word. After all, the mask on Lin Chen's face was too familiar. Although there were countless shadow masks of this style in the entire land of the hunting god, the mask on Lin Chen's face was the most memorable for Xiaoyun. The expression on Xiaoyun's face was extremely wonderful. The impatience that had just appeared on her face disappeared instantly, and she was surprised instead. However, in a short moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and gradually showed a chill, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. What are you doing here? Although his tone was very cold, it was more deliberate than his previous impatience. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. He walked to the iron table very familiarly, just like before, found a stool, and sat down comfortably. My physical strength recovers too fast, so I don't need to sleep. After Lin Chen sat down, he opened his backpack and took out the special gift package he got from the 3 system administrators. You come here without sleeping? Xiaoyun suddenly laughed out of anger. This is not a hotel, okay? What's wrong with you, girl? Lin Chen looked at the other person helplessly. But Xiaoyun didn't dodge at all, and stared back at Lin Chen's eyes under the mask. At this time, Lin Chen trembled all over, and he suddenly remembered what Elena had said to him before. Mr. Lin, haven't you figured it out yet? This girl is jealous. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and he moved his eyes away awkwardly, but this performance fell into the eyes of the other party, which made Xiaoyun even more annoyed. But Xiaoyun didn't know why she was angry. She didn't even know where these emotions came from. Yes, I was angry. But Xiaoyun still followed Lin Chen's words and said, if you don't feel comfortable staying here, then leave. Lin Chen paused and stood up subconsciously. But after he stood up, he was a little confused. Standing there, he didn't know whether to leave or not, and could only look at Xiaoyun in a daze. Xiaoyun also felt that what she said was a little heavy at this time. She was originally leaning on the surface of the stove behind her. When Lin Chen stood up, she subconsciously straightened up and looked at Lin Chen without saying a word. The two of them just stood there stupidly. Both of them were a little confused for a while. After a while, Xiaoyun suddenly coughed. I'm not chasing you away, then you stay here. Seeing Xiaoyun give in first, Lin Chen scratched his head and sat down unnaturally. Then aren't you closed? What do you care about me? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward again, which made Lin Chen a little uncomfortable. Speaking of which, since he heard Xiaoyun jealous from Elena, this was the first time he was so restless when facing Xiaoyun. But Xiaoyun is an NPC. Until now, Lin Chen has not been able to completely understand the difference between NPCs and players in the land of the hunting god, and naturally has never heard of NPCs falling in love with players. But he is a little slow to realize his feelings. After all, if he is successful in love, there will be no woman like Xiaoyun around him. But no matter what, as a programmer, he will more or less observe the words and expressions. In addition, the little girl in front of him was only 7 years old in her previous life. Even if she is now forced to mature to adulthood because of the land of the hunting god, she is also a girl with no emotional experience. So her behavior towards Lin Chen and Elena was very obvious, and she could hardly hide it. So Lin Chen only needed to think carefully, and he really felt it. Could this girl really be interested in me? Lin Chen thought to himself. Should not. As he thought about it, Lin Chen had already forgotten the purpose of coming here. It was Xiaoyun who couldn't help but walk over and kick Lin Chen's leg with her toes. Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses and looked up at her. Why are you here? Xiaoyun pointed at the gift box in Lin Chen's hand. What is this? Lin Chen also reacted and immediately put the gift box on the table. This is given to me by the system administrator. What? Did you say? Xiaoyun's face froze. If I'm not mistaken, you NPCs have also seen those 3 people. You? Seeing Xiaoyun's increasingly solemn expression, Lin Chen gradually began to relax, and the special awkward atmosphere just now gradually disappeared. Don't worry, I've met the 3 of them. Don't be afraid. What I talk to you about won't bring you any disaster. Lin Chen thought of something and immediately raised his eyebrows. Maybe, even if that person knows that you said something you shouldn't have said, when he sees me next to you, he probably won't do anything. Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Obviously, she didn't expect that, after not seeing each other for a short time, Lin Chen would say these words when they met again. He actually said that he saw those three people. Are those three people also visible to players? Especially the Arbiter, who is responsible for maintaining the rules. In the entire Hunting God land, as long as certain rules are violated, even NPCs will be killed by him. Seeing that Xiaoyun did not speak, Lin Chen did not intend to continue on this topic. He focused his eyes on the gift bag on the table, and then injected magic into it to try to open it. Then, the gift bag glowed slightly, and a glowing sphere shot out from the inside. Lin Chen grabbed it. Spreading his palm, Lin Chen saw the detailed entry of this thing. Artifact, optional. Before Xiaoyun could be surprised, the next moment, 7 or 8 light balls flew out of the gift bag. Chapter 402. Lin Chen was quick-witted and stood up quickly, stretched out his hands, and caught the scattered streams of light one by one. Xiaoyun beside him was also eager to help, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen held all the light balls in his hands. Spreading his hands, special reward props appeared one by one. Look at what they are. Xiaoyun came close to Lin Chen, and the two of them were close together, completely forgetting the awkward atmosphere between them and Lin Chen just now. Lin Chen's attention was now completely focused on his hands. When the names of the items were displayed, he and Xiaoyun both widened their eyes. Divine Weapon Essence X200. Level 60 Skill Book, Self-Selected X3. Heart Cleansing Liquid X1. Set. Traveler's Rebirth X1, Quality, Purple. Flawless Gem Pack X1. Title, Giver of Pain. Land Deed X1. Special characters were displayed on the top of each item, and Lin Chen's breathing became more and more rapid. Not to mention him, even Xiaoyun beside him couldn't help but cover his mouth. 200 Divine Weapon Essence? She was speechless after seeing the description of the first item. That was Divine Weapon Essence, a full 200, others are not to be mentioned, but as an NPC who specializes in enhancing items, she knows how high the value of Divine Weapon Essence is. You know, Lin Chen only used 30 pieces of essence to enhance the rainbow light in his hand to level 5. And now, a full 200 pieces are enough for Lin Chen to enhance the artifact to level 10. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. What surprised him the most was not the 200 Divine Weapon Essences, but the other rewards. According to the elimination method, the 3 self-selected level 60 skill books that Lin Chen felt were the least useful, because his main attack method was still physical attack power. Although he was still a sage of the magic profession, even if he was promoted to level 60, Lin Chen did not have much demand for the sage's skills. After all, the sage's skills were mainly used for assistance for him. Then, there is the Heart Cleansing Liquid. Unlike the Marrow Cleansing Liquid, the function of the Heart Cleansing Liquid is to reset all the skills you have learned to 0 so as to obtain all the skill points. This thing may be useful for Elena Fengchen and others, but for Lin Chen, put it away first. As he said that, Lin Chen took the lead in putting the Heart Cleansing Liquid and the skill book into his backpack. Then, Lin Chen took a look at the purple equipment called Traveler's Newborn. Unfortunately, the wear level is level 60, so Lin Chen was not in a hurry to look at its suit attributes and entries. After a few glances, he also put this unactivated suit into his backpack. Next came the title. The Giver of Pain? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and equipped the title. Then, the effect of the title appeared in Lin Chen's sight. The Giver of Pain. Type, Title. Wearing level, None. Effect after wearing, you will gain aura, curse. Your attack will cause a curse effect. Yes, this was an effect that shocked Lin Chen. He really didn't expect that there would be a title that would give him a curse aura. You should know that it is different from the previous life. This time, in the land of the Hunting God, after being cursed, you will feel pain. This special state will completely remove the game values of the land of the Hunting God, and transfer the pain attached to those attacks to the player intact. There is almost no solution except purification in the entire game. Now that he has this ability, Lin Chen especially wants to know, based on his current 100,000 attack power, if he can't kill someone with one blow, how much pain will such a high attack power cause the opponent? Good stuff, equip it first. As he said this, Lin Chen took off the title he was wearing now, and then bumped into the Giver of Pain. From now on, Lin Chen and his people who have this title will be the nightmare of the players. If some players don't know how to make trouble for them, it will be interesting. After that, Lin Chen turned his attention back to the small gem gift package. If I guess correctly, this gift package was the reward of the flawless gem that Lin Chen asked for from the judge. Thinking of this, Lin Chen did not hesitate and opened the gift package in front of Xiaoyun. Suddenly, a large number of glittering gems of various kinds scattered all over the table. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun even stood up and used their arms to protect the edge of the table to prevent the gems from falling. Are these all flawless gems? Xiaoyun said in surprise while pushing the gems to the center of the table. Although he was not an NPC gem merchant that could only be encountered in high-level main cities, he was at least an expert in strengthening equipment and was familiar with the various levels of gems. Looking at the flawless gems on the table, Xiaoyun was more and more shocked. You know, these gems running around on the iron table now, just take out one and put it in the auction house. You can sell it for more than 10 gold coins or even more, especially flawless diamonds, which are even out of stock at present. Yes. Lin Chen also smiled and took a quick look, including rubies, emeralds, diamonds and the like. Each kind of gem has at least 5 or 6, and the gems like marbles are rolling on the iron table. Lin Chen did not say much. He took out the rusty iron sword that had been strengthened to level 12 from his backpack and placed it on the table. He then picked up a transparent and shining flawless diamond and carefully embedded it in the groove of the iron sword. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the rusty iron sword that originally emitted a little starlight suddenly became illusory, and a faint glass-colored light lingered around the sword body. Ignoring the special appearance of this iron sword, Lin Chen raised it to his eyes and took a look at its details. Sure enough, a new entry appeared. The flawless diamond has been inlaid, and the equipment will never wear out. After seeing this description, Lin Chen immediately opened his backpack and put all the iron swords that were originally used as spares in the backpack on the iron table. Sell it to you. Lin Chen first put all the gems on the table into the backpack, then pointed at these iron swords and looked at Xiaoyun arrogantly. Sell it at a low price. Get out of here. What use do I have for these junks? Xiaoyun rolled his eyes in annoyance. Then she ignored Lin Chen, who was holding the iron sword and examining it carefully, and lowered her head to look at the last reward item on the table with great confusion. Land deed? What is this? Lin Chen, who was still complacent about the iron sword that never wore out, suddenly thought of something. He put down the iron sword in his hand and reached out to pick up the land deed. With this thing, players can get married in the land of the hunting god. Chapter 403. Get married? Xiaoyun felt that she had heard wrongly. She stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes, as if wondering why Lin Chen mentioned these two very strange words. Whether on Earth or in the current land of the hunting god, the word marriage is extremely unfamiliar to Xiaoyun. Lin Chen held the deed in his hand and nodded naturally. Yes, you can get married in the land of the hunting god, don't you know? Xiaoyun shook her head honestly to indicate that she was not very clear. Although she was an NPC who had lived through 2 reincarnations, she did not know everything. For example, when Lin Chen mentioned marriage, she really knew nothing about it. She only knew that players could form teams, groups, establish guilds, and even become sworn brothers. But when did they even get married? Are you kidding? Xiaoyun did not react for a while, and could only ask subconsciously. Why would I lie to you? Lin Chen said, in the land of the hunting god, no matter what race you are, as long as the friendship between 2 players of the opposite sex reaches 10,000 points, you can have a wedding ceremony. As he spoke, Lin Chen shook the deed in his hand. But the marriage process is very complicated. First, one player needs to have enough gold coins and an item called love post to propose marriage. If the other party agrees, you can go to the church in the main city to find a specific NPC to apply for the wedding. However, before the wedding begins, at least one of the 2 people who are getting married must own a property. Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully, looking at the deed in Lin Chen's hand and asked, with this thing, does it mean that you own a property in the land of the hunting god? Yes. Lin Chen suddenly laughed dumbly. It's ironic to think that people who work so hard on Earth and can't even afford the down payment for a house actually get a property in the land of the hunting god for free. Xiaoyun didn't understand what Lin Chen meant and asked curiously, where are these houses? This is not a place. Strictly speaking, the house obtained after activating the deed is not in the land of the hunting god. No longer a hunting place for gods? Is it on Earth? No, it is a separate space. Unless the owner allows it, only the owner and her spouse can enter and exit freely. Isn't it convenient? With this thing, it can even be used as a means of saving life. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was afraid that Xiaoyun didn't understand, so he added, it's just like the secret space described in some fantasy novels. Xiaoyun didn't speak this time, but was just thinking about something. Lin Chen sighed, staring at the deed in his hand, and continued, unfortunately, I spent a lot of time in the first round and got a deed, but unfortunately, it didn't come in handy. Suddenly, Xiaoyun's voice came out abruptly. What about this time? Will it come in handy soon? Lin Chen was stunned. Before he spoke, Xiaoyun asked, have you and that beautiful elf named Elena reached a favorability of 10,000? This should not be something difficult to talk about. To be honest, Lin Chen really has plans in this regard. If everything goes well tomorrow, he will enter a B-level ruins with Elena, Feng Chun and Jizi. When the attack power is superimposed, he wants to take a few people to find a specific wild monster. Because the number of times you can enter a place like the ruins is limited, you can only enter once every 24 hours. When their favorability reaches a certain level, Lin Chen plans to become sworn brothers with Feng Qin and the others. If the time is right, Lin Chen does want to take a step further with Elena. This is not something that cannot be said. But facing Xiaoyun, looking into the eyes of this girl, Lin Chen suddenly felt a little weak. That? It's good, there should be many benefits after marriage. Xiaoyun suddenly interrupted Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen choked, and before he could continue to say anything, Xiaoyun reached out and took Lin Chen's artifact rainbow light on the iron table, and then picked up some magic weapon essence and walked to the stove. She skillfully turned on the stove, and the fiery red light rose in just half a minute. Xiaoyun put on gloves, then inserted rainbow light into the stove, and threw the magic weapon essence into the stove. I won't charge you gold coins today. I will help you strengthen rainbow light to level 10, free of charge. Xiaoyun had her back to Lin Chen. The fire in the stove flickered, lighting up the girl's face. Lin Chen stood behind the girl, not knowing how to start for a moment. Speaking of which, the reason he came here was indeed to continue strengthening the rainbow light, but he didn't expect that the system's gift package would open a full 200 essences. He had already thought about it. After the magic weapon essence was opened, Lin Chen asked Xiaoyun to strengthen the rainbow light to level 10. If the money was not enough, he would go to the bridge to find the pocket-can merchant to continue to brush the bug like last time. But he didn't expect that Xiaoyun would not ask for his money this time. The surroundings were very quiet. If you listen carefully, you can hear the roar of monsters in the wild outside the main city. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun stood in different places. Occasionally, sparks mixed with thick smoke would come out of the stove. In the night, these sparks were floating like flying fireflies. I don't know how long it took. As the last flame of the stove disappeared, Xiaoyun bent down and pulled out the rainbow light in his hand. The long sword was red, and the whole sword body was shining. The girl turned around with the broadsword in both hands, and very politely handed the weapon, which had been strengthened to level 11, to Lin Chen. Great Chosen One, your equipment has been strengthened, please check it. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the girl in front of him with a sweet smile saying such official words. Lin Chen was silent for a while, and reached out to take it from Xiaoyun. But Lin Chen suddenly didn't feel like watching Hongwang's attributes at this time. He put Hongwang directly into his backpack. When he opened his mouth to say something, he found that Xiaoyun was looking at him with a smile. Chosen One, is there anything else I can help you with? He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't even say a word. What should he say? Now Lin Chen already knew the girl's feelings for him. But how did Lin Chen view Xiaoyun? A girl who was only 7 years old. A girl who looked bad-tempered and cynical. Just when Lin Chen's thoughts were in a mess, Xiaoyun's voice continued to come. It's getting late, Mr. Chosen One, the shop is ready to close, we see you next time. As she said that, Xiaoyun smiled sweetly and bowed to Lin Chen, then turned around and her figure disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 404. The next day. When Lin Chen arrived at the moat early in the morning, he found that he was the last one to arrive. Elena, Feng Chen and Gardenia had been hanging around the miniature jar merchant early in the morning. The female elf leaned on the railing and looked at the moat. Feng Chen was carefully opening a jar he had just bought from the miniature jar merchant, while Gardenia was beside Feng Chen, curiously watching what treasure Feng Chen would open. Lin Chen walked forward and coughed. Because it was still early, there were not many players on the bridge over the moat, and the cough quickly attracted the attention of the three people. Feng Chen and Jizi turned their heads suddenly, and walked over immediately without caring about what they had opened. Brother, good morning. Good morning. Elena walked over and stood beside Lin Chen naturally. The two of them looked at each other and nodded subconsciously. Brother, sister-in-law, are we going to brush up our attack power now? Feng Chen was very excited and asked in a deliberately low voice. Elena pursed her lips. She didn't know why. She always felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Feng Chen call her sister-in-law. Maybe she was afraid that Lin Chen would reject her. But seeing that Lin Chen didn't react, the female elf naturally let Feng Chen call her. Moreover, Elena would intentionally or unintentionally glance at Lin Chen, as if she wanted to see his expression. Lin Chen also didn't reject it. Instead, he took out a B-level difficulty ticket from his backpack. We are now level 50. According to the difficulty distribution, we should enter the C-level difficulty. However, due to special circumstances, the C-level difficulty is not suitable for us. As he spoke, Lin Chen shook the ticket in his hand. So this time we are going to enter a B-level ruins, but it is random. Before entering, no one knows what kind of ruins it is, nor does it know whether there will be a bonus level. Hearing this, Feng Chen thought of something and immediately asked, "Brother, are the bonus levels you are talking about the type of yo-yo?" "Well, don't worry. Even if you don't encounter a bonus level, there are many more monsters in the ruins than in ordinary copies." "That's good." Feng Chen bared his teeth. "We're ready." In fact, compared to Lin Chen, the one who cares most about stacking attack power in the whole team is probably Feng Chen. In order to enjoy Lin Chen's stacking attack power bug, he thinks about it almost all the time, almost to the point of being unable to sleep or eat. Now that he can finally brush up the attack power, he is very happy. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded, but he thought of something. "By the way, have you two learned your awakening skills?" "I learned it." The two nodded in unison. "I learned it last night." "That's good." Feng Chen showed a playful smile. "Brother, you must let me show you my skills after entering the ruins. I tell you, the awakening skills of the Berserker are really cool." After that, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and immediately established a team, and then pulled Elena and the other two into the team. When everything was ready, he injected magic power into the B-level difficulty ruins admission ticket in his hand. Along with a faint light from the admission ticket, a strange beam of light fell from the sky and landed right at the feet of the four people, and then the light mist spread and enveloped everyone. Swish! A strange sound rang out, and when the light mist and strong light dissipated, the four people also disappeared. The surroundings fell into silence again. On the bridge of the entire moat, except for some NPCs and a few scattered players who were far away, there was only a pocket jar merchant sitting in a stall in the middle of the bridge, stretching lazily. He was different from usual. Today, when he met Feng Chen who came to buy a jar, he did not make a fuss, but seemed a little absent-minded. At this time, Lin Chen and others disappeared in front of him, and he did not say anything, just sitting there in a daze. However, no one knew that at this moment, the pocket jar merchant was having a discussion among NPCs. Just like a private chat between friends among players, this NPC selling jars was participating in a discussion initiated by the forger Xiaoyun. Why is this girl asking such a stupid question? The miniature jar merchant held his chin with both hands, looking like he was holding his headgear in his hands. In the NPC discussion forum, there was a question from Emerald Paradise. Forger Xiaoyun. The question was as follows. "Excuse me, in the land of the hunting god, can players marry NPCs? Urgent." The light dissipated like a tide, and the four people were pulled away from the familiar situation by some force. A moment later, they appeared in a completely different world. They opened their slightly blurry eyes, and what came into view was the vast expanse of white snowy land where they stood, with no end in sight. On the boundless white snow, along with the light above their heads, the outlines of the creatures around them, that were distorted and deformed due to long-term torture, were instantly illuminated. The appearance of Lin Chen and the other four startled these monsters, and they climbed up from the snow, then shook off the snow on their bodies, and stared at the four people. These creatures of various shapes and sizes were either crawling on the ground or crawling slowly. They had different shapes, but all of them revealed a frightening weirdness and evil. Their bodies were white, but their skin was cracked, revealing flesh and bones that shone with strange light. "Oh my god!" Feng Chen reacted and began to get excited. Everyone present took out a rusty iron sword from their backpacks. Like Lin Chen, the iron swords in the hands of Feng Chen, Elena and Gardenia were all inlaid with a flawless diamond. All of them were in an indestructible state. Lin Chen looked up at the land, then gently tapped the blade of the iron sword with his fingers. "Brother, what's wrong?" Feng Chen asked beside him. "Nothing, I just want to know if there is a bonus level in this ruins." "So is there or not?" "It doesn't matter, since we are here. Stacking attack power is the right way." After saying that, Lin Chen opened his backpack, took out a plain bow, and handed it to Elena. This wooden bow looked only about level 10, but it had been strengthened to level 10 and had an additional slot, and the inside was also inlaid with flawless diamonds. Elena, who was holding the rusty iron sword, was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect why Lin Chen would give her a bow and arrow. "Lin, try it. I used the term conversion potion last night to transfer the bug term of the iron sword to it. I wonder if you can use it. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Elena suddenly thought of Qilua. Qilua, who had become Lin Chen's undead follower, was holding the moon-chasing bow that Lin Chen used before. It is said that the bow can also stack attack power like the rusty iron sword. Elena quickly reached out and took the level 10 pink bow named Dazzling Bow. Mr. Lin, did you make this overnight last night? Elena asked in disbelief. Well, see if you can stack the attack power. But Elena's attention was not here. She looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. After a long while, she said, Did you strengthen it at Xiaoyun's place? Lin Chen paused. No. I went to the intermediate main city next door to strengthen it. Why? Elena was also a little confused. What happened to Xiaoyun? It's okay. Lin Chen didn't know how to explain for a moment. He quickly changed the subject. This is the first floor of the ruins. The monsters are all neutral, but there are quite a few. As long as we attack one of them, all the monsters will attack together. As he said, Lin Chen began to stride forward with the iron sword. He began to release King's Domain. With the spread of dark green mist, his figure was like a ferocious evil ghost. Next, we will try our best to clear this ruins completely. Chapter 405. At the same time, in another place in the land of the hunting god. In a middle-level main city called Dreamweaver Land, several beams of light fell, and a group of 6 people walked out of the portal that appeared out of thin air in a somewhat embarrassed manner. When they saw the main city in front of them, which was already dawning, a little girl in the team suddenly burst into tears. Finally out. The girl was in tatters, and the originally gorgeous wizard robe now looked like a beggar's outfit. The fiery red staff in her hand was also broken, and it was obviously worn out. If she didn't go to the forger to repair it, this equipment would be useless. Beside her, a very tall and strong knight squatted down and patted the girl's back, and comforted her softly. It's okay, easy, we've come out, don't cry. The girl named Lonely Leaf wiped her tears, and looked up at the knight beside her, who was in an even more miserable state. The 2-meter-tall strongman had "Society is your dog brother" written on his head. He was covered with wounds, and the blood and blue bars on his head were also in danger. If he hadn't come out now, he would be the first to die. Brother Go, I thought we would never have a chance to come back. The girl was still sobbing, and soon, a figure came over and put his hand on her head. When he looked up at the masked man, the man touched her head vigorously. Still so, crybaby. Hearing the man's words, he felt safe immediately. She sniffed and burst into laughter. President, it's a good thing that you and Sister Tong are here this time, otherwise it would be terrible. The man took back his hand and looked at the tall woman standing next to him. The woman held a broadsword in her hand. She had a curvy figure, and was 1.75 meters tall. Although her face was covered with dust and black liquid, it still showed an absolutely superior appearance. If it weren't for the paleness left after the fierce battle, her beauty would be even better. Although the woman was not wearing a mask, she was wearing a pair of glasses on her face to cover her attributes, just like the man in the wizard robe beside her. The tops of their heads did not reveal their respective IDs and attributes. This time it was really thrilling. The woman took a deep breath with lingering fear, then looked back at the teleportation light that had disappeared into the void. If it weren't for you, we would all die in there. It's not all my credit. The masked man smiled bitterly and shook his head. If you hadn't attracted enough firepower, and the big dog was not strong enough, I wouldn't have had enough time to complete the layout. Can you still hold on? It's okay, just wait until your physical strength recovers. You know the characteristics of a berserker. The woman put the black broadsword in her hand back into her backpack, then suddenly thought of something and continued to ask. By the way, do you think we are the only team that successfully cleared the novice village dungeon this time? Hearing this, not only the man in the mask, but also the other 4 teammates beside him came over. Among them, the girl named Lonely Leaf had wiped away her tears, and was looking at the president and Sister Tong with great interest. Not necessarily, don't think of us too special, the land of the hunting god is so big, maybe there are many people who have completely cleared this dungeon. The president's voice was a little solemn. And maybe he can clear the dungeon faster than us, after all, it's already daybreak now. Without waiting for Sister Tong to answer, Yi blushed. Impossible. The girl seemed a little excited. President, you have alarmed the system administrator. How could anyone in the land of the hunting god do such a thing? Yes, President, come to think of it, this is the first time I have seen a system administrator. You don't know, when those 3 people stood in the air, I was almost scared to death. The other team members beside them also responded. They probably would never forget what they encountered in the dungeon. After they had gone through so much trouble to kill the level 6 Su and their army, They spent more than 10 hours to completely kill the Sioux group that emerged from the black portal. When they finally thought they could pass the level, they encountered 3 people who claimed to be system administrators. The 3 people stood in the air, and their every move was filled with an intimidating aura that could not be looked at directly, as if they would feel ashamed if they looked up at them. What frightened everyone the most was that the president standing in front of them actually asked the 3 people for a reward. What made everyone unbelievable was that the 3 people really gave them a reward. Everyone looked at the gift bag in the backpack with gift from the system, fake, and was a little confused for a moment. That's strange, it's just a gift, why do you have to write fake deliberately? Someone looked puzzled. How do you pronounce this word? Fake as in fake. Aw, fake? Okay, it's worth it if there's a reward. Don't ask for too much. After all, it's something you asked for from the system administrator, the masked man said in a deep voice. The others stopped talking and nodded immediately. But Sister Tontong pulled the man aside calmly. While others were still discussing the gift package, she frowned and asked, Tang Yu, what did you mean just now? Do you think that there are people in the land of the hunting god who can pass this dungeon more easily than us? Yes. How is it possible? The woman looked incredulous. You have the good fortune given by the 2 administrators, Guide and Pioneer, plus your unique bug ability. I don't believe anyone can. But before the woman finished her words, Tang Yu suddenly laughed. Xiaotong, do you still remember the last guild copy? Guild copy? Well, the people who participated in the guild copy at that time were Dagu and Yizi. Have you forgotten how Yizi described that copy when she came back? The woman was silent. She certainly remembered the frightened expressions of Yizi and Dagu at that time. It was said that there was a mysterious person who hid his ID and attributes like them. His attack power was so high that it seemed that he only needed 1 knife to kill Dagu, with a total health of more than 80,000, and that person could withstand Yizi's fireball technique without losing any health. And after Dagu and Yizi released their awakening skills at the same time, they were still killed instantly by the other party. This ability is so rare that it is shocking. At least, she and Tang Yu in front of her can't do it. You mean? If I'm not mistaken, that person should be my predecessor, the programmer Lin Chen. As he said, Tang Yu raised his head and glanced into the distance. It is estimated that we will meet soon. Chapter 406. In the B-level ruins, the 5th floor. The level of the monsters here has begun to exceed the average level of the 4 people. In the whole world, there are huge locusts with level 53 written on their heads. According to the bug of stacking attack power, although the level of the monster cannot be lower than the player's level 3, Lin Chen has not tried to stack the monsters that are 3 levels higher than the player. However, for them now, the monsters here can still stack attack power, but if they wait until they enter the 6th floor, the level of the monsters will reach a higher level, maybe 54 or 55, so it is hard to say whether they can still stack attack power. However, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, Lin Chen and others did not encounter any bonus levels. It seems that this relic should no longer have any bonus levels like the yo-yo. Will we continue after this level is over? Lin Chen swung out a rainbow sword with rainbow light, accompanied by pearl light power. This sword triggered a critical hit that almost cleared the locust army in front of him, and Lin Chen's attack power suddenly increased by more than 30 points. Feng Chen beside him also learned the guild skill of pearl light power. At this moment, he was not stingy in using the iron sword to release his skills. If he got a critical hit, he could save the time of cutting one by one. Brother, how many levels are there in the B-level ruins? 8 levels. Then, after this level, let's go to the 6th level. If there is still no reward level, we will leave. Feng Chen suggested. Lin Chen was about to nod, but Elena shook her head beside him. Since we are here, let's just clear all the levels. Lin Chen looked at Elena, and the female elf continued, After all, the ruins can only be entered once within 24 hours. Even if we can't stack attack power, we shouldn't waste it. The experience points added here are not small. Mr. Lin, you are about to level up again. Lin Chen glanced at his experience bar. What Elena said was right. He had been leveling up from the 1st floor to this floor. The other 4 were fine, but he was already level 54 and only needed 1/3 of experience points to reach level 55. Speaking of which, he had never leveled up so fast before. You can't compare with me. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. The reason why I leveled up so fast is because the system administrator, that is, the judge gave me a special fortune. Now I have a certain chance to get double experience points when I kill monsters. Hearing this, Elena nodded immediately. So you can't waste it casually, Mr. Lin. The rewards of ordinary copies are not as good as those of B-level ruins. Feng Chen and Gardenia beside him also nodded secretly at this time. They could hear what Lin Chen and Elena meant. Lin Chen wanted to find the reward level quickly. After all, he promised to bring everyone to stack attack power, so after seeing that there might be no reward level here, Lin Chen planned to go out directly. But when Lin Chen was thinking about the three of them, the female elf was also thinking about Lin Chen. After all, wasting a B-level ruins was a pity for Lin Chen. Yes, brother, I think what sister-in-law said is right. Anyway, you can get a lot of experience points here. It would be a waste to leave like this. Feng Chen nodded in agreement. But what will you do next? Lin Chen hesitated. Although Lin Chen can get a lot of experience points, for people with lower levels like Feng Chen and Jizi, the higher the monster level is, the less experience points they get. Hey, it's okay. Feng Chen smiled and said, it's fun to follow you and pick up props and equipment along the way. But despite this, the attack power accumulated by the few people who killed all the way to the 5th floor is much higher than that of brushing 5 ordinary dungeons. After a round, Lin Chen's attack power has successfully broken through the 100,000 mark. Because Lin Chen's attack power is too high, the other few people did not drink too much soup. Even so, the three of them also gained a lot. This relic is not just about stacking attack power. All the way down, everyone's backpacks were bulging, and all kinds of treasures and props emerged one after another. Although several people now have artifacts given by the system, they no longer care about ordinary equipment, but they did not expect that all kinds of strange things would burst out in this relic. In addition to the most common gem items, there are also some uncommon items such as Horn, Team Teleport, Taunting Puppet, Rose, Spirit Pet Rations. What surprised them the most was that the monsters inside could even drop fashion, although the fashions were all white quality, and usually inconspicuous among the equipment dropped on the ground. For them, these gorgeous and eye-catching clothes were enough to attract attention. There were two girls, Elena and Gardenia, in the team. They immediately noticed that among the equipment scattered on the ground, there were many eye-catching fashions. What a beautiful dress! Gardenia exclaimed. She was swinging her iron sword to attack a giant locust flying over, and then she squatted down and picked up a red dress made of gauze with joy. If it weren't for its white quality, Gardenia would have thought it was some high-level dress of good quality. As a result, the three of them felt that they couldn't go out casually. After a while, the last monster on the 5th floor fell under Lin Chen's iron sword, and the portal in front of him that teleported to the next floor slowly opened. Lin Chen looked back at the three people behind him, then nodded to each other, and stepped into the light array one by one. Chapter 407. When Lin Chen and the other three walked out of the light array and looked out, they stayed where they were, motionless. Because the place where the four were was actually covered by a milky white background. The sky in the distance seemed very gentle, and the warm tones of the whole world swept away the haze of the 1st to 5th layers, and the endless grassland, and even the flowers, plants and trees seemed a bit like a dream. This. Feng Chen looked forward. One after another, the sturdy, shiny-haired cows were leisurely nibbling on the green, dew-shining grass leaves, and from time to time they made deep mooing sounds, quiet and harmonious. How could this be the 6th floor of the ruins? It looked like a grassland full of cattle and sheep. Seeing someone appear in this world, the cows just raised their heads and glanced at Lin Chen and others, and then walked slowly, as if time was gently stretched here, and every second was immersed in boundless tranquility and satisfaction. Lin Chen and his three companions walked forward in disbelief. The animals in this world were almost endless. There were so many of them that it was hard to catch them all, and every cow showed a fairy tale-like gentleness. They chewed the grass in their mouths lazily, and their eyes were full of indifference. Fuck. Lin Chen suddenly stood there and laughed in disbelief. The other three looked at him. Elena, have you heard of cow level? Lin Chen's voice began to tremble. Elena nodded first, then looked at the endless herds of cattle and sheep in front of her in shock. Mr. Lin, are you saying we have come to the cow level? I think so. The so-called cow level, as a second-round player, should have heard of it. Among all the difficult ruins in the entire Hunting God land, there are 3 bonus levels that players flock to. They are Magical Mouse House, Candy Story, and Cow Level. Unlike the Fairy Tale Kingdom encountered last time, these 3 reward levels are very rare, and many people will never encounter them in their entire lives. But if you encounter them, it will be enough to make the entire Hunting God land envious. Lin Chen never thought that they would encounter the Cow Level, one of the 3 reward levels, in a simple B-level ruins. It is said that the monsters in the cow level are basically cows with no desire to attack. These seemingly harmless life forms hide unspeakable rewards. After killing these cows, the rewards you get are very many, What surprised Lin Chen the most was the number of cows in this place. He had no doubt that the number of monsters in this place was more than the one he encountered in the novice village dungeon yesterday, and looking at the levels written on the heads of these cows, it was exactly their average level. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in shock, several cows passed by him leisurely. Their huge bodies and gentle eyes almost made Lin Chen lose the desire to kill them. Everyone, let's not stand there stupidly. Lin Chen waved his hand, and a thick black fog dispersed. Dun Shan, Qilua, and Altair appeared beside him. Like Feng Chen and the others, Dun Shan and Altair held their own rusty iron swords, while Qilua held the Moon Chaser bow. Because there were enough flawless diamonds in Lin Chen's backpack, the equipment in the hands of Dun Shan and other undead followers were all inlaid with these precious things, and their weapons would never wear out. Kill as much as you want. Hearing this, Feng Chen and the other two looked at the cattle being slaughtered and smiled grimly. On the vast green grassland, countless cows began to riot. They all screamed in horror and were running wildly at this moment, but the next moment, these cows were cut by sharp blades. Soon, countless cows fell one by one in every corner of this world. They let out a tragic cry before dying, then fell to the ground with a bang, and finally turned into a ball of light and disappeared, dropping all kinds of props and copper coins. This world is too huge, and according to Lin Chen's arrangement, the four of them each found a slaughter area and advanced from the outside to the inside. Among them, Lin Chen's speed of advancement is terrifying. Just as Gardenia started, Lin Chen had already completely cleared a large area in front of him. In addition, with the three-player undead followers of Shield Mountain, Qilua, and Altair clearing the way, Lin Chen's attack power is almost rising in a straight line. Fortunately, Shield Mountain and other undead followers cannot use Pearl Power, otherwise the speed of stacking attack power will be faster. However, as time went by, Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly, because he felt that his experience value increased too fast. It had only been more than 10 minutes, and he had already reached level 55. The level of the cows here was 53. If his level reached 57, he might not be able to continue to stack attack power. And with this momentum, and such a large number of cows, it was only a matter of time for him to reach level 57. Damn! He suddenly regretted accepting the reward given to him by the judge. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately slowed down the speed of killing monsters, and stopped to open his skill list. After a while, when Lin Chen drank 2 bottles of high-level physical potion in a row, he found that his level had begun to rise to level 56. Damn it, it's so difficult to upgrade normally, but now I want to suppress the level, and it makes me upgrade. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, and immediately started to upgrade his skills. Congratulations, your skill. Healing Hands. It has reached the maximum level of this level, and cannot be upgraded further. Congratulations, your skill. Wind of Resurgence. Has reached the maximum level of this level, and cannot be upgraded further. Congratulations, your skill. Cure Pure White Mark. Has reached. Sorry, your skill points have been used up. Do you want to continue upgrading your skills? Please note that if you continue to upgrade your skills, you will start to consume experience points. Congratulations, your skill. Holy Light Aggregation Array. Has reached. A reminder sound came, and Lin Chen stared at his experience points. Sure enough, while he was frantically upgrading his skills, his experience points that were constantly rising were slightly flowing back. Every time he upgraded a skill, the experience points in the experience point slot shrank back a little. In the land of the hunting god, players can upgrade their skills by consuming their own currency and skill points, but if the skill points are used up, they can even use the experience points in their existing experience slots to continue to force the upgrade. Some players, who are stuck at a certain level, will use this method to keep themselves at a certain level. Lin Chen has never done this before, but he didn't expect to use it here. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chen upgraded all his skills within level 45 to the maximum level. Damn it, luckily I didn't have any upgradable skills before, otherwise it would be terrible. Lin Chen looked at the experience slot that was now empty, and could not flow back with lingering fear, and then he picked up the iron sword again, looking at the cows on the ground with burning eyes. Looking at the remaining currency in his backpack, this method probably won't last too long, maybe. His gold coins haven't been used up yet, and all his skills will be upgraded to the current level. In short, sooner or later, he will not be able to consume his experience points. No matter, it's important to stack attack power first. Chapter 408. It was unknown how long it had passed, but the riots on this green land had stopped, but there were still some cows alive. Who would have thought that after such a long time, Lin Chen and others had not killed them all without any effort? Feng Chen looked up at the top of his head, with a little helplessness. Although the iron sword in his hand was no longer worn, his level had reached saturation. Yes, after such a long period of monster hunting, everyone present had reached level 57, even Gardenia, who had the lowest level, had surpassed her and had completely reached level 57 a few minutes ago. As for Lin Chen, that's not to mention. He had reached level 57 a long time ago, and after testing, it turned out that after level 57, Lin Chen could no longer stack attack power with the iron sword. Although the bug entry said killing a monster that is not less than 3 levels below your own level will gain permanent attack power, it didn't expect that even if it was 3 levels higher than your own level, it wouldn't work. This led to Lin Chen calling back Shield Mountain, Chilua, and Altair early, and he gave up on continuing to chop and kill, letting Elena and the other two continue. It's not that he is too generous, but after he reaches level 57, the experience points given to him by the cows in the cow level after they die are already negligible. The main reason why the so-called cow level is a reward level is that the number of cows is really countless, and the rewards obtained after killing them are also varied. However, the system will not allow players to get 2 incredible rewards by killing cows, so the system also has its own restrictions for special reward levels like this. For example, after reaching level 56, Lin Chen discovered that every time he killed a cow, his experience points only increased by 1 point. Because of the special mechanism given to him by the judge, sometimes the experience points would increase by 2 points, but that was all. If he could not still kill them at that time to gain the bonus of attack power, Lin Chen would have stopped long ago. After a while, everyone present stopped. Seeing that everyone around them had 57 written on their heads, they looked at each other and laughed. In addition to the soaring level, it is time to check the results of this monster killing. But when they opened the personal attribute panel, and had not had time to check their respective attack power, they were all stunned. Because the time was a bit exaggerated. They actually stayed in this dungeon for 17 hours. Fuck. Listening to Feng Chen's startled shouts, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows calmly. Good guy, the 4 people killed monsters tirelessly day and night in order to stack attack power, and even reached the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, but they didn't realize that such a long time had passed. Fortunately, this was in the ruins. If it was in a normal copy, the system would have forced them to be teleported out long ago. After being surprised at how fast time passed, Lin Chen and the others finally focused their attention on their attribute panels. Several people were breathing rapidly, and they didn't even dare to look. First, Gardenia, this girl whose attack power stacking was a bit half-baked, had her attack power jump from more than 4,000 points to the current 23,000 in 17 consecutive hours. 23,000 is the current basic attack power of Gardenia. After seeing this value, Gardenia could not help but cover her mouth subconsciously. As a magic profession, she never thought that her attack power would exceed 10,000 one day, let alone the current 20,000. Under Gardenia's excitement, Feng Chen jumped up directly, laughing while jumping, and the laughter even covered the mooing of the cows that were still alive in the distance. Brother, sister-in-law, sister. My attack power has exceeded 60,000. To be precise, Feng Chen's current attack power is 61,212 points. Compared to Gardenia, his improvement is like a cheat. Before entering the dungeon, Feng Chen's attack power was less than 10,000, and now it has increased 6 times. No wonder he is so happy. Before entering the ruins, he thought that he would not think that he could do nearly 100,000 damage with one sword like Lin Chen, and it would be enough to do 30,000 or 40,000 damage. But now, not only did he follow Lin Chen's method to upgrade all skills within level 45 to the maximum level, but his attack power also broke the 60,000 mark. He couldn't wait to return to the land of the hunting god to check the latest ladder list. In this way, where would his combat power rank on the list? Then it was Elena. Although the female elf didn't show as much shock as Feng Chen and Cheesy, she also widened her beautiful eyes. She was breathing rapidly, and her delicate and beautiful face became a little pale when she saw her attack power panel. The female elf looked at the panel in disbelief, then exited and looked at Lin Chen. After repeating it several times, she finally confirmed that her current attack power had reached the level of Lin Chen before entering this place. Yes, Elena's basic attack power has reached 97,000, but if she has already reached nearly 100,000 attack power, then with the help of Shield Mountain, Kiro, and Altair, and Lin Chen's ridiculously many attack methods, what would his current attack power be? For a moment, Elena and the other two looked at him. Lin Chen calmly looked at his attribute panel. The next moment, his breathing slowed down. ID, programmer. HP 253330. Physical attack power 308885. 300,000. Good fellow. According to the description of the bug, only after killing a monster after causing a critical hit can the attack power be stacked, but his critical hit rate is only slightly more than 50%, which means that he has killed at least more than 400,000 cows. Although he had the help of Shield Mountain and others, and his skills could also hit critically now, he still couldn't help swallowing his saliva after killing so many monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at one of his equipment in a trance. Blessing of the Zombie King. The only equipment in this hunting land has a growth skill called the King's Domain. And the King's Domain has a special entry. Every time the wearer kills a unit, he will gain 1 evolution value from it, and this evolution value will affect the skill's own evolution ability and skills. He took a careful look at the current level of the equipment. You don't know until you see it. After seeing it, Lin Chen took a breath of cold air. After not seeing it for such a long time, he actually found that the evolution level of the King's Domain has reached 6382. Growth skill. King's Domain creates an area covered by fog. In this area, your attack speed increases by 200%, cannot continue to increase, and your health recovery speed increases by 200, cannot continue to increase, percent, and the enemy's attack speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase, and the movement speed decreases by 10%, cannot increase. Must be released manually. Growth equipment. Each time the wearer kills a unit, he will gain 1 point of evolution value from it. Current evolution level, 6382. Evolution value, 78 out of 100. Evolution reward. There is a chance to cause continuous lethal damage to units with health less than 10%. Evolution reward. Each of your attacks has a 7% chance to make the target lose all its own buffs. Evolution reward. Passive skill Mist of Size. The mist formed after you release the King's Domain now begins to cause additional damage, and the damage caused is 1000. Cannot be increased. True damage per second. New evolution reward. Passive skill King's Pressure. The King's Domain you release now will have a negative impact on enemies within the area, and enemies in the mist will reduce their movement speed and attack speed by 10%. Chapter 409. Lin Chen silently closed the attribute page, and then looked over at the 3 people. Brother, how much? Feng Chen asked excitedly. Yelena and Gardenia also looked at him curiously. Lin Chen scratched his head and answered ambiguously, not low. The 3 looked at each other and did not continue to ask. If someone like Lin Chen said it was not low, then it was impossible for them to figure it out. Anyway, for the 3 of them, no matter how much Lin Chen's attack power was, he was always someone they looked up to. The only difference was the height. Soon, the 3 of them were immersed in the joy of their own increased attack power. Looking at the cows around them, who were grazing with their heads down as if nothing had happened, Elena slowly walked to Lin Chen's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Mr. Lin. Lin Chen was stunned, and he turned his head to look at the female elf. Elena's eyes also met his, and the 2 looked at each other. Soon, Elena's face became hotter and hotter. Feeling her face getting hot, she quickly looked away. Thank you. In fact, Elena really didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. She was different from Feng Chen and Jizi. As a second-round player, Elena knew how difficult it was to increase attack power, especially after reaching a higher level. Although there were countless ways to become stronger in the land of the hunting god, it was the first time she had seen such an easy way to stack attack power, as easy as drinking water. She was now level 57, which was almost twice as high as her attack power when she was over level 80 in her previous life. It was simply a fantasy to tell others about it. At this moment, Elena suddenly felt very lucky that she met Lin Chen in that zombie copy, and was also glad that she took the initiative to contact Lin Chen afterwards. We don't have to be so polite to each other. Lin Chen hesitated for a while, not knowing what to say, and could only smile awkwardly. No! Elena suddenly shook her head seriously. Although the blush on her beautiful face had not disappeared, she also needed to quickly reject it. This is a great favor, I will definitely repay it. The next moment, Lin Chen asked a question for no apparent reason. Then, how are you going to repay me? After saying that, Lin Chen regretted it a little. He would never say such things normally. Whether in the years in the land of the hunting god or as a programmer on Earth, Lin Chen's conversations with the opposite sex were basically the same. Zhao Yuding also kept saying that Lin Chen didn't understand romance because of his dullness, and that he felt like he was dating a piece of wood. In fact, according to Lin Chen's external conditions, if he understood some so-called romance, he wouldn't be manipulated by a woman like Zhao Yuding. So when Lin Chen asked Elena how she was going to repay him, he suddenly felt something was wrong and hurriedly prepared to remedy it. Unexpectedly, Elena suddenly lowered her head, and after a while, the female elf quietly took out a card-like prop from her backpack. Lin Chen was stunned and looked closely. What was held between Elena's slender jade fingers was actually a love card. The so-called love card is a part of the marriage system in the land of the hunting god, and it is also the most important part. Only after submitting and accepting the love card can the two players officially get married through the friendship degree. When the person named Half-Face Makeup showed Elena the love post, his main purpose was to court her. However, Lin Chen did not expect that he would receive a post from Elena. Lin Chen was at a loss. If Elena had not been posing like an Earth girl handing over a love letter, Lin Chen probably would not have known what Elena was doing. The reason why he was at a loss was that he was planning to make a post to give to the female elf one day, but he was unknowingly beaten by the other party. I have nothing to repay. Elena lowered her head, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I don't know much about the culture of Earth, but I think it's not much different from our elves. If possible. Lin Chen knew what she wanted to say, I will repay you with my body, but the female elf couldn't say it because she was afraid that if she said this, Lin Chen would misunderstand her, thinking that her motives were impure, as if she deliberately used Lin Chen's power to get to the top. After all, repaying a favor. This reason is too legitimate for the current relationship between the two of them, and it is much more convincing to the other party than saying that she likes Lin Chen. But, if it weren't for the excuse of repaying a favor, Elena would really be embarrassed to do such a thing now. But she really wanted to let Lin Chen know her feelings. She approached Lin Chen in the beginning not only because her sister Chilua became Lin Chen's undead follower, but also because she was really curious about Lin Chen's peculiarity and strength, and her motive for approaching him was really impure. But as time went by, the longer Irina and Lin Chen were in contact, the more the female elf found that she didn't know when she started to feel something was wrong. Not to mention physical contact. As long as she looked at this man, she felt very shy. In her own elf world, Irina had countless suitors, but she didn't know when she started to find that she had become Lin Chen's suitor. It's just that Lin Chen is a person who is not willing to show his feelings, and Irina is also not very good at showing his inner feelings, so the way they get along seems a bit like boiling a frog in warm water. Elena knew how she felt about Lin Chen, but she couldn't guess how he saw her. Until the incident in the stone house in the guild dungeon. Since she saved Lin Chen in a special way that time, Elena had completely given up. As a woman in the elf tribe, her chastity was extremely important, even more important than her life. After the stone house incident, Elena had no other choice except Lin Chen. At the same time, she was even more worried. What should she do if Lin Chen didn't have any feelings for her? So at this time, Elena was willing to go all out. The cold and queen-like personality she usually maintained was suppressed by herself at this moment, forcing herself to make such a bold move. In fact, even if there was no superposition of attack power this time, the love note that Elena had collected in her backpack would be given to Lin Chen at the right time. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It seemed that they noticed that Elena and Lin Chen were not in a good state. Feng Chun and Gardenia, who had been chatting, also came over. Although they didn't quite understand what they were doing, they were not fools and quickly came to their senses. Just as Feng Chun was about to shout excitedly, he was pulled back by Gardenia beside him. Brother Feng. Shut up. Gardenia jumped up and tried to cover Feng Chun's mouth. Feng Chun realized something and quickly shut up, and at the same time he and Gardenia took several steps back in tacit understanding. Mr. Lin. Yelena hesitated, her face red like a ripe apple. Before she finished her words, Elena was stunned. Because the love card in her hand was taken away by Lin Chen without a sound. She looked up at Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was wearing a mask and his expression could not be seen clearly, his panic still betrayed him. In the land of the hunting god, if one party accepts the love letter submitted by the other party, the two will automatically enter the love period. Sure enough, before they could come to their senses, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chen and Elena's brains at the same time. Love has continued, a good match. Congratulations on your successful love with programmer Elena. From now on, when your friendship reaches 10,000 points, you will go to the church in the main city at any time to find the God of Love priest to carry out wedding arrangements. In a trance, Elena suddenly felt her little hand warm up, and when she looked down, Lin Chen had unconsciously held her hand. Chapter 410. In the following days, Lin Chen and his group of 4 did nothing else. As long as the time limit for entering the ruins was over, they would open new tickets to participate again. In 7 days, All the ruins tickets in Lin Chen's backpack were used up. But it was a bit disappointing that, except for the cow level at the beginning, there were no new reward levels for the other ruins tickets, not even a yo-yo level. 7 days completely consumed the interest of the 4 people, and even Lin Chen was not interested in ruins. This special copy made me feel nauseous. When I closed my eyes to rest, I could feel myself traveling through the ruins, and the overwhelming monsters rushed over. Finally, after 7 days, the attack power of Lin Chen and the other 4 reached a point where it could not be broken through in a short time. First, Gardenia, who had the weakest attack power among the 4, barely pushed her physical panel to 28,000 after the attack power accumulation in the past few days. This made Gardenia a little dissatisfied. After all, her attack power was 23,000 when she just came out of the cow level, and after 7 days, she couldn't even break through 30,000. While Gardenia was depressed, Feng Chen beside her was very happy, and he was baring his white teeth from beginning to end. Unlike Gardenia, Feng Chen was a physical profession, and because of his special skill pearl power, his attack power increased from more than 61,000 to 70,000. Although it was a pity that he could not continue to enter the new reward level, he still felt that the attack power increased by 10,000 again within 7 days. Then it was Elena. The wind catcher profession was the physical profession with the largest skill range in the entire hunting godland, so her stacking speed was amazingly fast. Now it has reached the 130,000 mark. If she equips her own artifact Feather Fall, combined with a certain percentage of Feather Fall's attack power bonus, her maximum attack can even reach 150,000. This is the attack power gained by the 3 of them in the past 7 days. As for the experience points, they are all at level 59. As expected of a relic, they tried their best to suppress the experience points, and even all of them maxed out all the skills within level 55, and they almost reached level 60. If they were not unable to participate in the challenge of the world boss after reaching level 60, they would probably have broken through to level 62. Note: now players can automatically upgrade from 59 to 60 without having to kill the world boss, but if they reach 60, they will not be eligible to participate in the challenge of the level 50 world boss. At this moment, the 4 people walked out of the last relic. After stepping into the Emerald Paradise, the 3 of them looked at Lin Chen beside them almost at the same time. Lin Chen was also level 59, but they were very curious about his attack power. Lin Chen's current attack power had made them somewhat numb. In the 6 ruins copies, except for the first one with a cow level, the remaining 5 ruins would encounter ruins guardians in them. As the difficulty of the ruins increased, and the average level of the monsters increased, those ruins guardians became stronger and stronger, and their health bars became thicker and thicker. But even so, Lin Chen always killed them one by one. That was a thicker health bar than some dungeon bosses. In front of Lin Chen, it was just like the fireflies in the novice village. He killed them one by one with a single blow. The scene at that time made Feng Chen and Jizi dumbfounded. After all, it was impossible for those guardians to have less than hundreds of thousands of health points. Seeing the eager eyes of Feng Chen and the other 2, Lin Chen did not hide it, and silently extended 4 fingers. Everyone stopped talking, and was slightly stunned. For 100,000, is this still a human? You should know that except for the cow level, Lin Chen probably didn't summon Shield Mountain and the others in the later ruins because he wanted to take care of Elena and the other 2. He only used his own means to stack them. Even so, his attack power was raised to 400,000. Think about the current hunting god land. Within level 60, what kind of people, monsters, and bosses can withstand Lin Chen's sword and arrow? The answer is no, and there will be no. Not only Lin Chen and Elena, but also Feng Chen and Gardenia have now transformed into beings who can walk sideways in the hunting god land. So thinking of this, Feng Chen almost subconsciously opened the ladder list of the hunting god land. Look at my current ranking. Sure enough, except for Lin Chen, who was wearing a mask and was still not on the list, the current number 1 in the ladder list was undoubtedly Elena, and his own name, Feng Chen Zhuizhou, was above the 2nd. Even Gardenia came to the 7th place in the whole server. Good guy. Within 7 days, he directly upgraded his shotgun to a cannon. Feng Chen raised his head inadvertently, looking at the players passing by. His nose was almost up to the sky. Of course, as the battle power of the ladder list was updated, someone noticed something immediately. Some passing players began to stare with wide eyes, and then came over in disbelief, looking at the ladder list while carefully sizing up Elena and Feng Chen. Then, they made extremely surprised. WTF. Sounds, and more discussions and comments were made. Soon, a lot of people gathered around. At first, Feng Chen was still immersed in the admiration and envy of others, but as time went on, more and more players gathered around him, and he even began to have difficulty moving forward. As a result, the pride and joy on Feng Chen's face gradually disappeared, replaced by irritation and anger. I warn you, you can praise me, but don't push me. Feng Chen's face changed, and he pointed at an orc who was touching Feng Chen and said coldly. After a few seconds, his voice became louder, who is touching my ass? Gardenia beside him was also unbearable. Seeing the girl's sweet appearance and amazing figure, especially the girl's exaggerated chest, some people with ulterior motives kept coming over. Seeing this, Feng Chen panicked. He wanted to use the teleport skill to take Gardenia away, but there were too many players around, and they were pushing and shouting, so Feng Chen didn't even have time to use the teleport. He suddenly understood why Lin Chen always wore a mask. As long as he took off the mask, Lin Chen's combat power would definitely become the first in the server. At that time, it was okay on weekdays, but if he appeared in the main city, Lin Chen's experience would definitely be the same as now. And all players in the main city defaulted to peaceful state. And they can't switch. Even if they are annoyed, they can't use skills on these players. Just when he was a little annoyed, Lin Chen on the side suddenly reached out and grabbed Feng Chen. And at the same time, Feng Chen's ears were also heard by Lin Chen's deep voice. Grab Gardenia. Feng Chen's eyes and hands were quick, and he grabbed Gardenia, who was looking terrified. The next moment, four rays of light suddenly flashed in the crowd. When the crowd reacted, the bodies of Lin Chen and the other four disappeared directly. Huh? The crowd suddenly became a little confused. Where are the people? The noise stopped abruptly, and these players who seemed to be chasing stars stood there and looked at each other. Chapter 411. After a while, Lin Chen and his group walked side by side on a street in the main city of Emerald Paradise. There were still many players moving around the four people, but unlike before, no one would come close to them this time. Occasionally, someone would look at them, but would only focus their eyes on Elena for a while, as if the only thing that could surprise them was Elena's beautiful appearance. Occasionally, someone would come over to chat with Elena, but the look on Elena's face, that was so repulsive that people would leave tactfully. The reason why it was completely different from before was that the players looked up at the top of their heads and found that the four people in the group were all in ID hidden state. Not only Lin Chen, Feng Chen also wore the Shadow Escape mask. He already had this mask in his backpack, but he felt that he had no need to wear it, so he kept it in his backpack to collect dust. If Lin Chen hadn't suggested that he keep it, Feng Chen would even throw it away to make room for other props. Elena wore a headdress with rabbit ears. The equipment was called Shadow Rabbit Headband, which she obtained from the cow level. The shape looked like a special costume, but its effect was the same as the Shadow Escape mask. As for Gardenia, she was wearing a crown, the same style as the vice-chairman of their guild named Guqing, which could also hide attributes. In this way, the four people's heads were all blurred, which was quite eye-catching. But at least, it was much better than attracting many people to see the national treasure. How is it? Do you feel a little uncomfortable wearing these decorations? Lin Chen looked at the three people around him, and suddenly smiled. As he said that, Lin Chen reached out and held Elena's hand very familiarly. To be honest, the female elf had not yet completely gotten used to this sudden change of attitude, but she couldn't hide. After all, she sent the love letter herself, and Lin Chen had already received it, which meant that the two officially became lovers. Just like in the real world, when the two officially confirmed their relationship, holding hands became a basic operation. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Elena blushed and shook her head. No, I'm not used to it. I don't know if she was answering Lin Chen's question about hiding the ID, or was she trying to comfort her own wild thoughts. Feng Chen and Gardenia beside her also shook their heads. They could understand Lin Chen's insistence on wearing a mask on weekdays. This thing is really convenient. By the way, brother, where are we going now? Lin Chen had been leading the way for a while, and they came to a somewhat remote place in the Emerald Paradise, surrounded by various buildings, with winding streets in the buildings, and as they went deeper, the number of players around was also reduced. Lin Chen smiled. I will claim the house first, and then take you to brush up your friendship points. House? Feng Chen suddenly thought of something, because 7 days ago, when he was preparing to enter the ruins, he opened a gift from the system. This gift package given by the system administrator not only contained the artifact soul-stealing blade, but also many flawless gems, as well as miscellaneous props and titles. But there was one thing that he didn't quite understand, that was the land deed. However, at that time, Feng Chen's attention was focused on the upcoming matter of stacking attack power. He just glanced at the land deed suspiciously, and put it into his backpack. But now, hearing the word house from Lin Chen's mouth, Feng Chen almost instantly thought of the land deed. Brother, could it be we? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen stopped. The four of them came to the door of a building called Real Estate Exchange Transaction Office. Just like the various NPC buildings in the main city of the Land of the Hunting God, this building was just a little bigger, and there was no other difference. There are also some differences. Perhaps this building has no door. You can go directly into it by climbing the stairs. Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other, and then followed Lin Chen and Elena. The female elf buried her head even lower, causing the rabbit ears on her head to fold forward, looking extremely cute. How could she not know where this place is? Although she didn't get any property in the first round, she had seen pigs run even though she had never eaten pork. In the previous life, she had accompanied Chilua to exchange a property here. However, after learning that the property in the Land of the Hunting God was mostly used for marriage, Elena directly rejected the house. After all, in the mind of the female elf, she would never marry anyone. However, she did not expect that this time she would let Lin Chen hold her hand and walk in without any struggle. I'm dying. Elena whispered, what should I do? Her voice was like a mosquito. She hadn't married Lin Chen yet, but she was already too embarrassed to bear it as long as she thought of certain scenes. But Lin Chen and the others did not notice that Elena was wrong. Lin Chen even strode directly to the front of the counter and greeted the NPC behind the counter. Hello. The NPC was an old man of the Three-Eyed tribe. Seeing Lin Chen greet him, the old man immediately bowed to Lin Chen. Hello, great chosen ones. I don't see you. Are you here to exchange your property? While speaking, the three eyes on the old man's face curved into crescents at the same time. Lin Chen didn't waste any words, took out the title deed from his backpack and put it on the counter and pushed it over. Yes, please explain it to us. This is the first time for us to understand the functions of real estate and the home system. Of course. The old man picked up the title deed on the table with both hands, and then said, I have received your title deed. You will get a property next, but the layout of the property. You need to choose it yourself. What kind of layout are you going to choose? What is the pattern? Lin Chen and the other four looked at the NPC in confusion. The NPC smiled and said, it's a bit troublesome to explain, so you need to listen carefully. Then, the NPC said seriously, the home is allocated according to the 5 elements. There are 5 patterns in total, namely, heaven produces water, earth produces fire, heaven produces wood, earth produces gold, and heaven produces earth. The water pattern is suitable for water, and avoids earth. The fire pattern is suitable for fire, and avoids water. The wood pattern is suitable for wood and avoids gold. The gold pattern is suitable for gold and avoids fire. Finally, the earth pattern is suitable for earth and avoids wood. At this point, the NPC smiled at Lin Chen and the other four. Feng Chen and GZ were already confused, with question marks on their faces. However, the 2 second-round players, Lin Chen and Elena, who were the parties involved in this incident, understood. Elena, who had been silent, raised her head and asked, I know the principle of the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements, but what is the use of applying it to the layout of these properties? The NPC replied, each layout has a role. For example, if you choose a property with a fire layout, then the furniture and ornaments you place at home in the future should preferably be of a fire layout. Furniture? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, he really didn't expect that the Hunting God land had such a perfect design for real estate. Of course. What kind of home is it without furniture? The NPC blurted out, each piece of furniture has a corresponding pattern attribute, including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Purchasing furniture with pattern attributes corresponding to the real estate will increase the feng shui value of your home. The higher the feng shui value, the more generous rewards and attribute bonuses you will receive. If the 5 elements of the purchased furniture do not match, the feng shui value will be reduced. Lin Chen and Elena were silent, but both of them could see a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. Good fellow, the designer called. Creator. Really has a bad taste, and he even designed such a rich home system. At this time, Feng Chen suddenly interrupted. I understand what you just said, the higher the feng shui value, the more rewards you will get, but what does attribute bonus mean? The 3 eyes on the NPC's face blinked together. After the player unlocks the feng shui value, he can get a special gameplay called Home Blessing. Lin Chen and the others were silent, waiting for the next words. The NPC continued, when players enter the home, they can use the special skill Home Blessing. As long as the feng shui value is higher, the player can get a very exaggerated additional attribute bonus through blessing. How exaggerated. Let me put it this way. If the home is properly arranged, and the feng shui value is very high, a player with only 10,000 attack power can even get an additional 10,000 attack power within the effective time through blessing, and the bonus is 100%. When these words came out, even Lin Chen was stunned. Chapter 412. After that, the NPC stopped talking and fumbled out 5 stone-like glowing objects from behind and placed them on the table. He lined them up. Here are 5 properties with different layouts and attributes. Chosen one, you can choose whatever you want. Staring at the 5 different colored layouts on the table, Lin Chen said, these 5 layouts should have attributes that are suitable for the corresponding players. Why don't you give me some suggestions? The NPC smiled slightly. Lord Chosen One is indeed very discerning. You are right. Each layout actually corresponds to a different profession. You should be a sage in the magic profession. Then I suggest you choose Heavenly 3 produces wood. Oh, wood attribute pattern? What do you mean? Most furniture and ornaments with wood attribute pattern will have auxiliary capabilities, such as the recovery speed of health bars and mana bars, and the means of benefiting teammates. So Tian San Sheng Mu is very suitable for healers, beastmasters and knights. As he said, the NPC pushed the green light ball in front of Lin Chen. What the NPC said was not wrong. According to his explanation, the home property with wood attribute pattern is indeed the best choice for Lin Chen. After all, his profession is very suitable for the auxiliary pattern of wood attribute. But Lin Chen smiled slightly. If it is distributed according to the 5 elements, then what about Earth 2 generates flame? Are you talking about the fire attribute pattern? The NPC was stunned. The furniture and ornaments in this pattern mainly bless attack power and attack speed, and mainly focus on the skill bonus of physical professions. Most of the people who choose it are warriors, hunters, or assassins. Hearing this, Lin Chen almost did not pause. He pushed the green light circle back and pulled the red light circle over. I've chosen it. The NPC was stunned when he saw Lin Chen holding the fire-attributed property in his hand. According to the settings, they have no right to ask the player's choice, but the old man still persuaded him very seriously. Chosen one, why don't you think about it again? This pattern is not suitable for you. If you are worried that you will treat this beautiful elf lady unfairly when you share the same property after marrying her, I also suggest that you compromise and choose Earth 4 produces gold. This pattern of property has a neutral attribute, which can increase both magic and physical. No, thank you. Lin Chen waved to the NPC, and then formally grabbed the fiery red ball of light in his hand. After a moment, the fiery red ball of light directly merged into Lin Chen's body, and then flowed into his limbs along Lin Chen's palm, and finally disappeared completely. A few breaths later, 3 prompt sounds suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's brain. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the home system and successfully obtained a property. The special skill has been unlocked. You can now use it to enter your property anytime and anywhere. According to your preferences, the default home territory appearance is being configured for you. Please wait. Setting successful, the current home style is Chinese, classical. The 3 prompt sounds fell, and then, a new skill suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's skill bar. Homecoming. This is an icon of a small house. Although Lin Chen had obtained a land deed in his previous life, he did not have time to exchange it, so this was the first time he had seen this special skill. Seeing that Lin Chen had made his choice, the NPC could only shrug, and then said some official blessings to Lin Chen, and told him that he could officially buy furniture and ornaments to decorate his home after reaching level 60 and entering the advanced main city. After that, Lin Chen carefully asked about the relevant matters of the home property, and the old man did not hesitate to answer them one by one. After about 10 minutes, the 4 of them walked out of the building with the NPC behind them saying goodbye. At this time, the 4 people, including Lin Chen, were a little excited. Even Elena had never followed Qi Luo into the home in the first round. This was the first time for the 4 of them to experience a new feeling. Just imagine, who would have thought that one day they would have a house in the land of the hunting god that they could enter and exit at any time through the teleportation skill, in the land of the hunting god, as long as the house owner takes the initiative to teleport everyone, he can bring outsiders into the home. Come on, come with me to my house and take a look. Lin Chen smiled. The 3 of them would not refuse, and nodded immediately. Okay. Feng Chen seemed particularly excited. After all, they all had land deeds. If this home system was not bad, they would not hesitate to choose to exchange the land deeds. Lin Chen did not hesitate. After establishing a team, he clicked on the special skill Homecoming. Then, the system sent a prompt, detected that you have a team. Please ask if you want to teleport the entire team. Lin Chen chose yes. The next moment, the four people disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they had come to a completely new area. There was a huge lake in front of them, and on the other side of the lake were towering mountains. The mountains were lush and green. The sun was setting in the west, and occasionally there was a breeze blowing, making the lake sparkle. The four people looked at everything in front of them in a trance, and they were a little confused for a while. This? Feng Chen blinked his eyes under the mask. Is this home? Where's the house? Don't tell me it's under the water. But Lin Chen turned his head subconsciously. Then, he was stunned. Seeing Lin Chen's appearance, the other three also turned their heads to look with interest. It turned out that behind them was also a beautiful landscape painting, and between the green mountains and the clear water, there was a huge mansion attic that was enough to make people's eyes widen. The mansion was built according to the mountain and lived by the water. The mansion was surrounded by a wall made of smooth marble walls. In the center of the wall was a red wooden door with ancient style and carved dragons and phoenixes. In front of the door were two lifelike stone lions, one of which was holding a stone ball in its mouth. Wow! Girl Gardenia couldn't help but cover her mouth. She initially thought that the so-called property was just a house of about 100 square meters, similar to the ones on Earth. She never thought it would be this type. They gave her a huge house. Not only that, the surrounding area that can be used for activities is also huge. Just a rough look shows that the area of this so-called home is as large as 7 or 8 acres. If the surrounding area is included, it is estimated to be 15 acres or even more. When Gardenia's surprise fell, Elena, who was about to become the mistress of this home, slowly widened her eyes. Her breathing began to quicken, and she subconsciously took a few steps forward. When she stepped onto the bluestone road and came to the wooden door, the female elf stretched out her hand and pushed open the antique door. The door opened, and the four of them climbed up the steps at the same time. Entering the house, you can see the green grass at a glance, like a huge piece of emerald inlaid on the ground. Surrounding the house is a circle of common or uncommon trees, some of which are towering into the sky or lush with branches and leaves. The architectural layout in the courtyard is well organized and well structured. The main house faces south and has eaves and carved beams. On the side, there are rows of exquisite side rooms, wing rooms, study rooms, guest rooms, and even servants' residences and storage places. Everything is well organized and functional. This is an ancient royal palace. The four people can even act separately in the courtyard. And Feng Chen saw a small lake running through the house and outside the house in the northwest, with small bridges and flowing water, winding paths, and he can even climb a stone bridge in the courtyard. Damn, it's amazing. Chapter 413. At this time, Lin Chen and Elena came to the front of the main house and stopped. This is a 3-story building covering an area of more than 300 square meters. It has an ancient style and charm. The house is built on a stone platform. There are some small stone platforms on both sides for decoration. Behind it is the stone bridge over the lake. Feng Chen is standing on the bridge in a daze. The main door of the main house in front of them was ajar. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, then held hands and pushed the door open at the same time. The lighting and ventilation of the rooms on the first floor are excellent. The interior is not just made of wood and stone, but also has some modern architectural interior decoration, such as the marble floor that fits perfectly underfoot, and the tiles on the inner side of the surrounding walls. The two huge floor-to-ceiling windows are seeping in soft sunlight. The only thing that is a bit monotonous is that the room is bare. Apart from the house structure, there is no furniture inside. The two walked around the room with curiosity and surprise, and then went upstairs to take a look at the second and third floors. Finally, he returned to the first floor with a satisfied look on his face. How is it? Lin Chen looked at Elena and asked with a smile. Very beautiful, I like it very much. The expression on Elena's face did not seem to be fake. On the contrary, her eyes were shining, and she seemed to really like this property. I heard that the style and structure of the property can be changed. If you are not interested in this kind of Chinese classical house, we can try the decoration of a modern villa. Or I can change it to the style of your elves. Speaking of which, I am also curious about what kind of house you elves usually live in. No. Irina rarely shook her head so strongly in front of Lin Chen. I don't miss the houses in our world. On the contrary, I really like the structure here. As she said that, Irina walked around the room again. She stretched out her white hands and touched every corner of the room. If there were furniture, it would be very warm. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at the female elf standing in the center of the room. At this time, Irina was waving her hands at Lin Chen, saying that if a sofa was placed in this place, or a rattan chair was placed in that corner, or if a decoration was hung on the wall, it would be very beautiful. The sunlight refracted from the French window and fell on Irina's face. At this time, Irina, wearing rabbit ears, looked so unreal. As he watched, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth under the mask rose unconsciously. He suddenly felt that this moment was so beautiful, and everything was so beautiful. Elena. Lin Chen called out. Elena subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Lin Chen. What's the matter? After reaching level 60, we will get married. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. The female elf, who was still talking, was stunned. She waved her arms, and had no place to put them. Her fair face in the sun turned red in a short time, and she was so beautiful that she was dripping with beauty. Level 60? Yelena looked up and took a look at her level 59. The female elf didn't make a sound, just stood there blankly, and nodded to Lin Chen imperceptibly. If it weren't for the floating rabbit ears that betrayed her, Lin Chen would even think that she did nothing. This feeling of naturalness made Lin Chen feel very comfortable. He didn't say much, walked a few steps to Elena, stretched out his hand, and held Elena's hands in his hands. It was the first time for him to hold the hands of a female elf in front of him like this. He felt that Elena's hands were white and petite, and they looked delicate and boneless in the palm of his hand. Lin Chen couldn't help but pinch them in his hands, and rub them twice. Elena herself is a person who is not good at expressing herself. Although she is extremely cold to outsiders on weekdays, she is somewhat naive when it comes to feelings. Strictly speaking, she is ignorant, so she has never seen this kind of treatment, let alone the other party is the one she likes. However, Lin Chen did not make any bolder moves. After all, damn, it seems that I am also a person who has the desire but not the courage to do it. Lin Chen thought with some curses. A programmer who has been holding back for a long time probably doesn't know what to do next. Logically speaking, accepting Elena's love letter is equivalent to confirming a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the other party in the real world, so he can now do everything that boyfriends and girlfriends should do with Elena. No. Lin Chen's mind moved. Elena has just agreed to my proposal, right? So she is my fiancée now? Since she is a fiancée, I can't just hold hands and be satisfied, but the fucking thing is, I am actually passive in love. When I was with Zhao Yuding before the arrival of the hunting god land, I was always in a passive position in the relationship between the two. The one who was in charge of the relationship basically followed whatever Zhao Yuding said. He was manipulated by Zhao Yuding like a combination of an ATM machine and a bootlicker, and in the end, his good brother took advantage of every opportunity, and he even became a green thing. Although he did not resist starting another relationship, and Elena was not comparable to Zhao Yuding, but he really didn't know how to face the next scene. This led to the fact that although the two held each other's hands tightly, no one knew what the next step should be. The two raised their heads and stared at each other. Lin Chen coughed, and he felt that as a man, he should take the initiative to do something. I am already her fiancé, so why should I be afraid of a bird? Then, Lin Chen prepared to go A. Thinking of this, he took out a hand and took off his mask, and then moved forward nervously. Elena's face was already red and almost bleeding, and taking off the mask at this time had only one meaning. But to be honest, Elena was actually not ready. What should I do next? Elena was so nervous that her long legs were trembling slightly, but she did not retreat, as if she was standing there stubbornly. Lin Chen's mental activities were very chaotic, but Elena was also very exciting. She also thought about what Lin Chen had just thought about. Although they were of different races, the elves and humans had similar views on love. In their world, there were also boyfriends and girlfriends, and engaged couples. It was normal for the change of identity to lead to changes in behavior. So when she saw Lin Chen's active attack, the female elf would never flee in embarrassment, as that would hurt Lin Chen. The female elf had heard about the story between him and the woman called Zhao Yuding from Lin Chen, so she would never let Lin Chen get hurt in his relationship again, even though she was an even more inexperienced layman in relationships than Lin Chen. So she decided that even though she had never been in a relationship and didn't know anything, she would try to cooperate. I just hope that Lin Chen doesn't have any more extreme ideas. At least she is really not ready now. Lin Chen's head gradually lowered, and Elena's head, which was originally lowered, slightly raised. The two of them understood each other tacitly, and their heartbeats were like drums. Just as their lips were about to touch, Feng Chen's loud voice suddenly came from outside. Brother, sister-in-law, your house is so fucking cool. After saying that, He even pushed the door and walked in. But when he saw Lin Chen and Elena were somewhat awkwardly turning their backs to each other to install the lock and do nothing, Feng Chen was a little confused. What's wrong? Nothing, the two said in unison. Chapter 414. After a while, the four of them had almost finished touring their homes, and returned home. At this moment, they returned to the main city, Emerald Paradise, and several people were standing in the guild management center. Hai Qiushianqing and Shatan Liang, who had not been seen for a long time, also came, and the northeastern swordsman, the Undertaker, stood beside them. The main purpose of their gathering at this moment was the upcoming guild war, and the new round of guild missions that were almost carried out at the same time as the guild war. After all, it had been many days since the last guild mission, and they had been busy in the dungeons and ruins these days. The management of the guild from beginning to end was managed by Shatan Liang and Hai Qiushianqing. At this time, Yin Liang looked at Lin Chen with a little tiredness. The high-intensity management in the past few days made him a little exhausted. President, what are the arrangements for the guild next? Yin Liang asked. Lin Chen first walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's not hard. I originally did this, and I'm used to it. Lin Chen nodded. There's no need to pay too much attention to the next guild war, but the main focus should be on the guild dungeon. Well, I think so too. After all, compared with the rewards of the guild war, the rewards of the guild dungeon are the biggest. President, are we going to give up this round of guild war? Not to the point of giving up. We still have to participate, but we don't need to deliberately arrange high-end combat forces. If we lose, we lose. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the Undertaker again. Brother, if you are free, I hope you can lead the next guild dungeon. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the Undertaker paused slightly, and then patted his chest quickly. Master, leave it to me. As the only two players in the entire Fu2 guild who are in the second round, and whose overall combat power is in the top 50 of the current ladder, the Undertaker naturally has extraordinary confidence. He followed Lin Chen and others to participate in the novice village dungeon, and now he is also full of treasures, especially the black sword in his hand, which is a genuine artifact. Hai Qiushianqing beside him suddenly came over and whispered, President, are you not going this time? No, after the last guild dungeon ended, this round of guild dungeons should have a very complete matching system, and the difficulty should not be as high as last time. As long as you don't encounter particularly exaggerated opponents, there will be no problem with the Undertaker leading the team. After that, Lin Chen naturally took Elena's hand. The female elf didn't say anything, but her face was barely noticeable. Seeing this, some of the guild leaders around them immediately understood. Yin Liang and Hai Qiushianqing even widened their eyes, and they shouted in surprise. President, Vice President, what are you two doing? Although they knew that the relationship between the two was not ordinary, and Elena looked at Lin Chen with eyes that moved, everyone could see some signs, but when the two really stood in front of them hand in hand, they really confirmed something. Seeing the shock and smiles on the faces of these people, Lin Chen did not explain too much, but gave an ambiguous reply. I am going to brush up my friendship points, and wait for the level 50 world boss to be unlocked. I looked at the level list. At this rate, it won't be long before the world boss will appear. Okay, leave it to us. President, Vice President, I am looking forward to attending your wedding. Oh, I am so looking forward to it. This is the first time I heard that you can get married in the land of the hunting god. Hey, you know, there is an option called robbing a bride in the marriage system. Looking at the guild leaders around him talking excitedly, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, then simply explained a few words, and left with Elena, Feng Chen, and Gardenia. A moment later, at a monster refresh point of around level 55 in the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen and Feng Chen were standing in front of a waterfall, while Elena and Gardenia were sitting on a big rock not far from them, talking in a low voice, and occasionally there would be silver bell-like laughter. There were level 54 monsters named Shadow Moon Demon Cat everywhere. These monsters had a very low desire to attack. Among the monsters between levels 50 and 60, these monsters were the most gentle, but they were also the fastest to refresh, so they were also the first choice for high-level players to brush up their friendship. At this time, Lin Chen and the other four were talking to each other, and no one took action, but their friendship was increasing crazily, and the slight experience value bonus was constantly increasing above Lin Chen and the others' heads. Looking over, we saw Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother, and Chi Yu's three undead followers waving their weapons and limbs wildly in the monster pile, and a huge arrow tower was erected in the distance, killing the surrounding monsters in an orderly manner. Ah! It's really convenient. Feng Chen looked at the undead followers and the alert tower, and said with a little emotion. Lin Chen on the side withdrew his gaze from the direction of Elena and Gardenia, and turned to look at Feng Chen. It's quite convenient. It's better than us taking the initiative to go over and chop. Brother, we won't level up while grinding, right? No, our average level is already 59, and these wild monsters are 54. Wild monsters with a difference of 5 levels will basically not increase experience points, don't worry. That's good. If we suddenly reach level 60, we won't be able to participate in the world boss battle. Speaking of which, I still miss the time when you had to kill the world boss to level up. At least you didn't have to be so nervous. Lin Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He opened his friendship list. At this time, Feng Chen's friendship was the highest, at 8,988 points. With Gardenia, it was about 8,000, and with Elena, it was only more than 6,000. After all, after meeting Elena, he rarely killed monsters in the wild. The most frequent monsters were either dungeons, guishu, or ruins. But the most annoying thing was that the friendship could only be accumulated by killing wild monsters of no less than 5 levels of his own level. According to this method of stacking friendship, it will probably take a long time, but fortunately, with the help of Arrow Tower and Huang Dachui, it will probably be much faster. At this time, Feng Chen suddenly came over with a mean look, and his voice was deliberately lowered. Brother, tell me the truth, just now in your house, did I disturb you and your sister-in-law? Lin Chen was stunned at first, and then his face was dark. What do you think? Feng Chen suddenly laughed, and he scratched the back of his head apologetically. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean it. After laughing, Feng Chen regained his sly expression. Brother, I've always been curious about something, please tell me. Lin Chen looked at him curiously. Go ahead. I want to know, is there reproductive isolation between us humans and other races? He was very careful when he spoke, fearing that Elena, who was not far away, would hear him. After all, he knew that Elena was an elf, and they had very sensitive hearing and could often hear very subtle movements, so Feng Chen's last. Reproductive isolation. Almost said it out loud? But he wanted to know this very much. In fact, he had been thinking about it since the first time he saw those strange races in the king's dungeon. He remembered that he had met a half-orc named Monka in that special dungeon. He also remembered that the aesthetics of half-orcs and orcs were the opposite of theirs. As for Monka, he had sneered at Elena's peerless beauty in front of him, and said that Elena's face was not as good as his wife's. These are harmless. What Feng Chen cares about most is still the reproductive isolation. After all, Elena finally became a member of their fixed team. And with the passage of time, he and Gardenia can clearly see that the relationship between Lin Chen and Elena has warmed up. What happened today is definitely not a surprise. But as a human, can Lin Chen really be with Elena? Even if they can get married then? What about after marriage? Fearing that Lin Chen might misunderstand, Feng Chen quickly added, I'm not gossiping, I'm just curious. Can you and sister-in-law really do that in the future? Isn't this gossip? Lin Chen said helplessly, I'm almost drawing you a gossip diagram. Please tell me. Lin Chen laughed. It's okay. Really? Okay? Yes, and you can have children. As soon as these words came out, not only Feng Chen, but also Elena, who was sitting on a rock more than 10 meters away from them, suddenly blushed. Chapter 415. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The female elf, who was just chatting with her, suddenly blushed, and Gardenia was a little confused. No, it's okay. Elena waved her hand, and at the same time, she looked up at Lin Chen in front of the waterfall. Having a baby? The marriage hasn't even started yet, and Lin Chen has already started thinking about having a baby? No, that's not the problem. The problem is why Lin Chen brought up these 3 words? Could it be that Feng Chen was asking something? But the noise of monsters dying and arrows shooting from the arrow towers was too noisy, so he couldn't hear what Feng Chen said. After saying the 3 words give birth, Lin Chen's voice became lower, and Elena couldn't hear it anymore. Thinking about it, Elena's breathing became disordered. She didn't hear a word of what Gardenia said in front of her, and her mind was full of giving birth. Yes, as a second-round player, Elena certainly knew that humans and elves had no reproductive isolation. No, it can even be said that humans are the only special race in the land of the hunting god that has no reproductive isolation from all other races. Even the fishmen seem to be able to produce offspring with humans through special means, but it is rare to see humans marrying these races. In the first round, the reason why the hostile incidents between humans and elves were so huge was partly because many female elves and the elves were impregnated by some scum of humans. So even if there were no colleagues around her who married people of different races, Elena knew that she could form a family with Lin Chen, and form a more complete family. Let alone having a baby, it's not difficult to have a football team. Just as she was thinking, Feng Chen in the distance suddenly raised his voice. Really, brother? Feng Chen was startled and then realized something, and he quickly lowered his voice. Does that mean you two can have sex? Isn't your attention a bit strange? Lin Chen showed an expression like an old man looking at his phone on the subway. I've already said that you can have a baby, and you're still struggling whether you can have sex? Feng Chen didn't know if he understood or not. He just smiled like an ant, and then said with a silly smile, Oh, then I'm relieved. I was afraid that you two would have no sex life after marriage. Now I hear you say that. I'm very happy for you. After all, whether it's human or elf, sister-in-law is the most beautiful person I've seen so far. This kind of person is a real match for you. Be serious. By the way, brother, how do people get married in the land of the hunting god? I mean, is the wedding scene the same as on our Earth, Chinese style or Western style? Lin Chen thought for a while. It seems that you can choose the way to get married. If you want, you can choose the wedding style on Earth, or even choose the wedding style of other races. Cultural differences are not an obstacle in the land of the hunting god. Then, what are you and sister-in-law going to do? Let's discuss it. I don't care. No. Feng Chen said quickly. We still have to convince sister-in-law to have a Western-style wedding on Earth. Huh? Why? Lin Chen was also interested. Wedding dress. Feng Chen was dancing excitedly, as if he was more excited than his own wedding. Didn't I just say that sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen? Not only her face, but also her figure is second to none. If this figure wears a wedding dress, I dare not imagine how beautiful it will be. Listening to Feng Chen's words, Lin Chen's eyes also lighted up slightly. The scene of Elena wearing a white wedding dress almost instantly appeared in his mind. Lin Chen's heartbeat slowed down as he thought about it. Then he turned his head carefully to look at the big rock behind him. Coincidentally, Elena was also peeking at him. Their eyes met, and Lin Chen's old face also blushed. Ahem. I try my best. I've said it, if it's a Western-style wedding on Earth, I'd be the best man. I know. As they were discussing these things, time began to slowly pass, and soon the sky began to darken. The friendship between Lin Chen and Elena finally reached 10,012 points. Seeing that the friendship successfully reached 10,000 points, Feng Chen was the first to get restless. A boring afternoon almost made them reach level 60. If they reached level 60, they would really have no chance to fight against the level 50 world boss. With the alert tower and Huang Dachui and others being summoned back, they finally decided to leave. But just when they were considering whether to return to Lin Chen's home, something suddenly became wrong around them. The sunset glow that was originally piled up on the horizon began to gather rapidly, and the color changed from red to gray, and then from gray to black, like a large army approaching. A repressive atmosphere filled the air, and the breeze gradually stopped. Everything seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to come. Not only Lin Chen and others, but also some players, who were also brushing up their friendship around them, were also stunned. They looked up at the sky with a blank face, full of astonishment. What happened? Suddenly, a low roar like thunder broke the long silence, and then a strong wind suddenly arose, like a giant beast running wildly between heaven and earth, shaking the trees to the ground, and the branches and leaves flew like arrows on the battlefield. The sky became even darker, and lightning flashed through the sky like a sharp sword, followed by deafening thunder, which shook people's hearts and minds. Fuck! Feng Chen couldn't help but take out his magic weapon subconsciously, with a face full of vigilance. The rain finally poured down, with bean-sized raindrops hitting the ground fiercely, stirring up layers of mist, and soon blurring the vision. A huge storm followed, rushing forward with mud, sand, dead branches and fallen leaves. It seemed that the entire hunting god land was swept by this sudden storm. The previous tranquility and beauty seemed to have never existed, replaced by chaos and wildness. It was almost the first time that the players saw such an exaggerated hurricane, and for a moment they didn't know how to express the chaos at the moment. At this moment, all the players suddenly heard a system notification sound in their brains. Lin Chen and the others stood up almost at the same time. Warning, the world boss, god of the fierce wind Sever, has arrived. As soon as this notification sounded, Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other almost subconsciously. Chapter 416. This time the world boss appeared earlier than they expected, but the storm that swept over could not deceive people. Only the god of fierce wind could cause such a hurricane. Ha ha ha, Brother, sister-in-law, it seems that you still have to defeat the world boss before getting married. Feng Chen was eager to try. The superimposed attack power of these days finally gave him a chance to show his skills. Sure enough, a new prompt sound soon came from their brains. Do you want to sign up for the World Boss Crusade? Several people clicked OK without hesitation. You have signed up for the World Boss Crusade. Please be prepared. You will be automatically transferred to a special venue in 1 hour. No hurry. I was planning to wait until we enter the advanced main city. Lin Chen smiled and held Elena's hand as she walked to his side. It seemed that after the relationship was established, Lin Chen felt Elena's hand was softer and warmer, and Elena would cooperate very well and hold his fingers tightly in return. She looked up at each other and smiled tacitly. Ah! Feng Chen said exaggeratedly beside him. Even with such a strong wind, it can't blow away the sour smell of love. Before Lin Chen and Elena could say anything, Gardenia poked Feng Chen's back. Brother Feng, stop talking. Then Feng Chen laughed. In the next hour, Feng Chen and Gardenia started to do their own things. After all, it was necessary to do some preparations to enter the World Boss battlefield at level 50. However, Lin Chen and Elena cooperated very well, and came to the church in the main city. After all, it was the first time for them to prepare for the wedding, not to mention the wedding in the land of the hunting god, so they needed to check out the church first, at least to understand the process of the wedding. At this time, because the World Boss battlefield was about to open, many high-level players also poured into their respective professional buildings. The church, which was not busy on weekdays, was full of knights and healers, and the 2 professional mentor NPCs were crowded with people. Excuse me. Lin Chen pulled Elena's hand and squeezed through the crowd, then found an unusual NPC in the hall. Unlike the lively scenes in front of other NPCs, the area around this NPC, in the shape of a middle-aged woman, was empty. Except for some players who passed by and asked, basically no one stopped. Soon, Lin Chen and Elena stood in front of her. Seeing the appearance of the people coming, the NPC's eyes lit up. She stood up from the chair, and waved to Lin Chen and the others with a smile. Hey, 2 chosen ones made for each other, hello. It's no wonder that this NPC is so excited. After all, this is her first time to open a business. Above the NPC's head, there is a line of words like this. Wedding Planner? Freya. As the name suggests, her main job is to provide planning and production processes for players who are preparing to get married in the land of the hunting god. But according to the level at which players in the land of the hunting god begin to explore the marriage system, she needs to wait until the god of the fierce wind is killed, and then a large number of high-level players step into level 60 or even enter the high-level main city before she has the opportunity to contact players who are preparing to get married. So Lin Chen and Elena were the first pair of players she had visited so far in this week. Seeing this NPC so enthusiastic, Lin Chen and Elena felt a little uncomfortable. Oh my! You 2 are really a perfect match. Freya looked at Lin Chen and Elena, and she became happier and squinted her eyes into crescents. Thank you. Lin Chen scratched his head. Let's ask about the process of the wedding system. No problem. Freya smiled and waved at the 2. Have you handed over the love post? Lin Chen nodded and took out the love card Elena gave him from his backpack. When Freya saw that the love card was taken from Lin Chen, she couldn't help but flash a trace of curiosity in her eyes, and she subconsciously glanced at Elena. After all, in the last round of weddings at her level, the man basically handed over the love card to the woman, although there were times when it was the other way around. But look at the appearance of this female elf. Good guy. Only then did she carefully look at Elena's face. After all, the female elf had been lowering her head just now. Even though they were both women, this NPC was still amazed. Oh, young man, your fiancée is so pretty. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. At this moment, she looked like a village woman who usually ate melon seeds and chatted about family matters at the entrance of the village. She seemed very curious about how Lin Chen and Elena knew each other. However, when she looked at Lin Chen, she was a little dissatisfied because this guy was wearing a mask at this time. It was as if she had just said, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. These words are just for show. But she is a professional after all, so she quickly retracted her gaze and began to explain to Lin Chen and the others. I looked and found that the man is a human from Earth, and the woman is an elf from the Amir continent. There is no problem with their respective registration information. I want to ask if you have any property. Only one of you needs to own the property. In fact, asking this question is also a process. She knows that it is impossible for players at this time to own a land deed. This thing can only be obtained after reaching the advanced main city, but she still has to ask. Yes, the layout of the home is Earth 2 Fire. Well, since there is no home, wait until you get to the advanced main city and buy one. Let me tell you, although your friendship is high enough and you have submitted a love letter, the land deed is not a good thing. The NPC was suddenly stunned. Huh? What did you say? Lin Chen did not hide it from the other party, and let the NPC check his home. Although there is no furniture and decorations inside the home, there is a real house. This? She originally wanted to ask how the other party got the title deed at level 59, but from a professional perspective, she coughed and said, even though you have a home, you can't get married right away. You need to at least put a bed in the main house of the home, otherwise you can't have a wedding night. Hearing this, not to mention Elena, whose face turned red, even Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. But who let the system be set up like this? He had no choice. I know, we will buy a bed after level 60. Since the purpose was to understand the process of marriage, Lin Chen let the other party continue to explain. There are not too many requirements in the homeland. As long as there is a double bed in the main house, and at least 3 round tables are set up for the banquet. Hearing this, Lin Chen laughed again. While not only does it have to have a wedding bed, but also a banquet, but the NPC signaled Lin Chen not to interrupt for the time being, and she continued. There is nothing much to say about the homeland. Let's start from the beginning. She cleared her throat. First, when you are ready to officially start the wedding process, you need to choose what style of wedding you want to have here. I have various wedding styles for your Earth and Emer continent, such as Chinese and Western styles on Earth, ancient and modern styles, or Emer continent sacrificial style, or heaven sent style. As she said that, she looked at Lin Chen and Elena with a smile. Each wedding has a different way of proceeding. Although the cultural differences between humans and elves are not big, you need to choose one of them now, before I can continue to explain it to you. As she said that, she looked at the two of them expectantly. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and said almost at the same time, I listen to you. After that, they felt a little embarrassed. This awkward state made the NPC laugh. Speaking of which, she had seen too many scenes of this kind of awkwardness in the last round. After holding back for so long, she saw the two of them like this again in this round, and she felt very nostalgic. You two, come back to me after you've made your choice. There's no rush. Freya smiled like an auntie and said, after you've made your choice, I specify the specifications based on the amount of betrothal money you've spent. There are 4 types of weddings: simple, medium, high, and luxurious. After you've made your choice, we can start the first round of the wedding reception. Chapter 417. The two declined for a long time, but finally decided to hold a wedding on Earth. According to Elena, she had no attachment to her own world. On the contrary, she liked the cultural atmosphere of Earth very much. Lin Chen seemed to have heard such words from Elena a long time ago. When he brought Elena to Earth through the Guishu scroll, Elena told him that her family died in the war in her world. She said that except Chiloa, there was no one or anything worth attachment in her world. Originally, he was planning to give Elena a memorable wedding out of respect. After hearing Elena say this, Lin Chen could only agree. Have you decided? I have decided. Lin Chen held Elena's hand tighter. This time, Elena did not blush, but looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes. We have chosen. Let's have a wedding on Earth. Of course, is it Chinese or Western style? Well, can it be a combination of Chinese and Western? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Freya smiled and said, no problem at all. Not only can I combine Chinese and Western styles, but I can also combine ancient and modern styles. If you trust me, when you get married, I can design a wedding that combines Chinese and Western styles, ancient and modern styles. Of course. NPC rubbed his fingers at the two of them, and said, the price is not cheap. The corners of his mouth under the mask rose slightly, and Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. Don't worry about the money. Our wedding requires the highest luxury standards. If you can design it, feel free to raise the price. Freya didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Are you sure? A luxurious wedding is no joke. Elena suddenly spoke at this time. Excuse me, can you tell us the price of each specification? Although she knew that Lin Chen seemed to have special means to obtain a lot of money, she still wanted to know these prices, so that she would have a bottom line in her heart. Freya turned around and took out a piece of paper from behind, and spread it flat on the table in front of her. You can see for yourself. Lin Chen and the others looked down, and saw the wedding prices of each price range on the paper. The most common simple wedding only has 4 rounds, wedding reception, ceremony host, feast, and bridal chamber. This type of wedding is also the cheapest, but it still requires 10 gold coins. For a medium-sized wedding, there is an activity called parade between the wedding reception and the ceremony host, and dinner between the banquet and the bridal chamber. The price has increased nearly tenfold to 99 gold coins. There is no difference between the high and medium levels, except that the specifications and scenes of each round of ceremony are more grand. The price is also ridiculously high, 520 gold coins. But the highest level deluxe version is a bit exaggerated. The whole process from beginning to end is densely written, namely wedding reception, parade, distribution of wealth, getting off the sedan, ceremony host, feast, dinner, bridal chamber, a total of 1,314 gold coins. My goodness, it costs more than 1,000 gold coins to get married. However, Lin Chen and Elena ignored the prices and saw two words in the etiquette that made them stare. Rob the bride. Lin Chen almost ignored the process of the wedding and pointed at these two words. No. What does this mean? Ah, I almost forgot to tell you this. Freya slapped her forehead. You can rob the bride in the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen also helplessly held his forehead. Yes, since the land of the hunting god is the game world, how can the wedding in the game be missing the link of robbing the bride? At this time, even Elena couldn't sit still. The beautiful female elf immediately panicked. Rob the bride? How? Oh, don't worry, this is normal. As long as you are willing to spend money, we will find some NPCs to act as guards. The combat power of those NPCs is comparable to that of level 60 players with purple equipment. They are very powerful. If you are afraid, you can also hire some friends you trust to act as guards. Why are you afraid of these? At your level, who doesn't know some powerful teammates and guild members, right? The more casually Freya spoke, the more nervous Elena became. How could she be robbed when getting married? Seeing Elena still staring at him with her beautiful eyes, the NPC also looked strange. She coughed and said, because when you get married, the system will automatically send a congratulatory message on the world channel. At that time, all players in the land of the hunting god will see this message, and then they can rob the bride. This is also one of the ways to play in the land of the hunting god. When the wedding is in the parade, players who meet the requirements can rob the bride during the wedding parade. Lin Chen couldn't hold it anymore. He asked helplessly, how to rob? Rob it by force. Fight in the street? Yes. Elena held her forehead. Then can we do it ourselves? Lin Chen asked. No. It was Lin Chen and Elena's turn to hold their foreheads together. Freya seemed a little embarrassed. To be honest, I also sneer at this system rule, but there is nothing I can do about it. But I just said that as long as you are willing to spend money, or have friends around to help, it's generally okay. After all, your parade team will have attribute bonuses during the parade, and physical and spell attacks will be increased. Don't be afraid. Lin Chen and Elena laughed in silence. If they could take action themselves, they would not be afraid of anyone coming to snatch the bride. But if the two of them could not take action, and relied on Feng Chun and Jizi, well, it seems that they are not afraid. After all, these two guys are not simple now. Feng Chen's current attack power is more than 60,000. Nowadays, not many people can withstand his sword. Thinking about it, Lin Chen began to get interested. But he suddenly remembered something and asked seriously. If, what will happen if the bride is kidnapped successfully? Elena's heart, which had been slightly relieved, was also lifted. Yes, what would happen if the friends who were guarding the parade failed and the bride was kidnapped successfully? Will the bridegroom and bride be abducted? If the bride is kidnapped successfully, the wedding will not be held. Freya smiled. Nothing else? No, the land of the hunting god is not a real game. How could the bride be kidnapped directly if the bride is kidnapped successfully? She said, it's just that the wedding is automatically wasted and can only be held once more. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other and felt relieved. Before they could say anything, they heard a prompting sound in their brains at the same time. Attention, the world boss copy you signed up for will be automatically transferred in 1 minute. Please be prepared for it. Chapter 418. Not only Lin Chen and Elena, most of the players in the entire church were summoned at the same time. They looked at each other, and then almost tacitly stopped what they were doing. Even if the NPCs around them talked to them, they would not respond and quietly waited to be teleported. Because the system has cancelled the upgrade limit, many people have quietly upgraded to level 60, and most of the players, like Lin Chen, have stayed at level 59, mainly to participate in the crusade against the world boss. Judging from this trend, there should be quite a few people participating in the world boss this time, at least compared to the previous 2 times, the number of people this time will be unprecedented. Seeing the appearance of Lin Chen and the others, Freya, who was in charge of wedding affairs, suddenly laughed. Are you going to participate in the world boss battle? Lin Chen turned around and nodded in agreement. Then you have to pay attention. We NPC have internal information. It is said that the strength of the world boss this time is a little bit wrong. In order to speed up the pace of the game, the system may reshuffle it in various ways. Freya took out something similar to a business card from behind and handed it to Lin Chen and Elena. The two took the card that looked like a business card in confusion, and when they looked closely, they found it was actually an invitation. Unlike the common wedding invitations on Earth, this invitation was only the size of a business card or a bank card, with a red heart drawn on it. On the left side of the heart was Lin Chen's name, the programmer, and on the right was Elena's name, and there was a small heart icon in the middle of the two names. Looking at the invitation, both of them came back to their senses from what Freya had just said. Before they could ask, two beams of light suddenly fell from the top of their heads, and then their vision began to blur. The sound of whistling wind began to appear in their ears. The battlefield arranged by the god, who controls the power of hurricanes in the background story, God of Fierce Wind, was right in front of them. But when their bodies completely disappeared, Freya's voice came faintly. We are destined to meet. The invitation is from me. Show the invitation to other players, and they can attend your wedding. I will wait for you to come back to me safely, and I will design a very luxurious wedding for you. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen and Elena appeared in an endless wasteland. The flat plain was crowded with people, and Lin Chen was a little dazed, as if the cows in the bonus level, cow level, he encountered in the ruins were probably not as many as these people. At this time, he finally had an understanding, a superficial understanding of the number of players in the land of the hunting god. He only knew that there were endless players in the land of the hunting god, but he didn't expect that the number of level 59 players could be so large. Looking away, Lin Chen only felt that some small earthen mounds far away in the sky were also full of dark figures. This may also be related to the closure of the novice village. After all, the system's forced closure of the novice village has made the comfortable players, who originally had no fighting spirit, feel a sense of crisis. Originally, these players, who were just eating and waiting to die, could only fight desperately to kill monsters and become stronger. So compared with the first round, the number of high-level players in this life is astonishingly large. The wind on the plain is still mild for the time being. The breeze blows on the face, only blowing the ends of the players' hair back, and even can't blow their clothes. People were talking about it, obviously not knowing what would happen next. Damn, what's going on now? Isn't it the World Boss Challenge Arena? Where's the World Boss? A louder player shouted. But soon someone sneered, you're new here. You haven't been to the World Boss Challenge Arena before, right? The higher the level of the World Boss, the higher the level. Just wait, don't be scared to pee your pants when the time comes. Someone took the lead in shouting, and soon the world was noisy. For a while, there were endless discussions, scolding, and provocations, and many people began to form teams spontaneously. The popularity of sages, like Lin Chen, began to show. In the crowd, Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, ignoring these chaotic groups of players, and looked at the invitations in their hands very tacitly. They found that this invitation was not a special item, but a consumable, and this thing actually had no use count, which means that they can send the invitation to anyone at will, and countless times. The invitation is interesting. Lin Chen laughed, and to test it, he glanced at a nervous soldier beside him. The soldier named Spicy Crayfish was slightly stunned after meeting Lin Chen's eyes under the mask. What's up, buddy? Want to form a team? Lin Chen smiled and handed over the invitation in his hand. No. This is for you. You can come and play when you are free. Spicy Crayfish blinked, then silently reached out and took the invitation from Lin Chen. The next moment, a prompt began to appear in his brain. You have accepted the wedding banquet invitation sent by Programmer. You can use this invitation to attend the wedding of Programmer and Elena. Wedding time, to be confirmed. Wedding location, to be confirmed. Xiaolong looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. It was the first time he heard that it was possible to get married in the land of the hunting god. This immediately aroused his interest, and he quickly glanced at the beautiful female elf standing next to Lin Chen. Damn. He looked at Elena's slightly red face, and his breathing became rapid for a moment. When he looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes changed a little. Okay, buddy, you can get such a beautiful female elf? As he said that, he put the invitation into his backpack. Okay, I will definitely attend when the time comes. Damn, this ghost game can actually get married. It's quite interesting. After a brief exchange, Spicy Crayfish immediately became very interested in the couple, and even forgot that Elena had been the first on the battle power list for a long time. However, Elena was wearing a bunny ear headband, and Lin Chen was wearing a mask. The ID and attributes on their heads were hidden, which made them look very mysterious. By the way, buddy, this is my first time to participate in the World Boss Crusade. How about you? This is my third time. Wow, didn't you participate in the first 2 times? Yeah. Is it dangerous here? I heard that the World Boss is really awesome. Yes, it is really awesome. Lin Chen scratched his head. Lin Chen didn't know how to explain it to him. If we were to talk about the World Boss of the last round, it was still quite normal, but since entering the second round, not to mention the ridiculously difficult boss battle with the God of Fire, even the Moon Goddess Anna made Lin Chen feel scared. At this moment, Lin Chen remembered what Freya had just said to them. Then you have to pay attention. We NPC have internal information. It is said that the strength of the world boss this time is not right. The system seems to be reshuffled in various ways to speed up the pace of the game. Lin Chen didn't think that this sentence was used by Freya to intimidate him. After all, the God of Fire almost wiped out everyone. If he didn't have an item in his backpack that could be immune to the final self-explosion, Heart of God, Lin Chen would not have survived. In this case, the God of Fierce Wind will probably be even more terrifying this time, even though the number of players here seems to be estimated to be hundreds of thousands. You've made me even more scared when you say that. It's a pity that there are so many players here. I'm still a little scared. Spicy Crayfish nervously took out the broadsword in his hand. It was a level 50 broadsword of only blue quality, which seemed to have been strengthened to level 4, and the armor equipment he was wearing was also a bit shabby. The rarest one was his pink belt, and the rest were mostly blue and green. It was obvious that he was a player who upgraded for the sake of upgrading with an unstable foundation. This kind of player probably couldn't even beat some level 40 players. Lin Chen reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. It's okay, if you're afraid, stay away from him. After he finished speaking, the wind around him suddenly became stronger. Chapter 419. On the vast plain, the crowd was like dense wheat waves, one after another, extending to the end of the sight. At the beginning, there were only gusts of gentle wind flowing slowly from the horizon, but the good times did not last long. From this time on, the wind that quietly changed surged from all directions. The air began to surge. With an indescribable tension, people's clothes danced in the wind, and the noisy plain became quiet. The players seemed to know something, and they showed their weapons one after another, with a bit of haste and anxiety on their faces. A large number of players standing next to Lin Chen followed suit, taking out all kinds of weapons, and at the same time, various enhancement skills and buffs were also circulated. If it weren't for the fact that the current combat power is not what it used to be, it is estimated that Elena would also give herself a few enhancement buffs like everyone else. Spicy Crayfish was startled and tightly grasped the broadsword in his hand, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Has it started? Started? He could only feel that the wind was getting stronger and stronger, making him a little breathless. Turning his head, he saw that the masked man who had just given him the invitation and the incredibly beautiful female elf were standing there motionless, as if nothing had happened. Damn, he looks like a boss who is not easy to mess with. As time went by, the wind became stronger and stronger, and it was like an awakened beast running wildly on the plain. The grass and trees in the distance swayed, and all the sounds around were swallowed by the whistling wind. After another half a minute, everyone's face was hurt by the wind, and they could hardly open their eyes. They could only rely on instinct to hold the hands of the people around them tightly. The wind was mixed with dust and fallen leaves, which were spinning and flying in the air. People's hair and clothes were no longer just fluttering gently, but were torn by the wind and flew wildly, as if they were going to merge with this world. Lin Chen and Elena also put away the invitations in their hands at this time, looking indifferently at the distance. Just as the wind was raging and the sky and earth were changing color, a figure was looming in the rolling clouds. Here it comes. Lin Chen was the first person to sense something and looked up at the sky, he said indifferently. Elena also raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. In the chaos, the God of Fierce Wind slowly descended in an irresistible manner. Then, more and more players began to raise their heads and stared at the descending figure in a daze. Is this God? Players, like Mala Xialanxia, who came to the challenge field for the first time, began to tremble in their legs. They also began to regret that they thought they were high enough to join in the fun, but when they experienced it, the oppressive feeling in the depths of their souls was no joke. Everyone stared at the figure slowly falling from the sky. The figure of the God of Fierce Wind was tall and majestic. Even though he was thousands of meters away from the ground, players could see the swirling storm power lingering around him, as if he was the storm itself, and every breath he took could trigger the surge of air between heaven and earth. The light blue light flowing in his pupils was like a deep vortex, flashing with a light that could see through everything. Wherever his eyes went, even the wildest storm seemed to become tamed. Finally, the god of fierce wind stopped when he was about 100 meters away from the ground. He was floating in the air, but it was enough for everyone to see his appearance clearly. He was wearing a robe woven by the wind, and the hem of his clothes danced wildly in the wind like a galloping army, and every strand of cloth contained the power to tear apart space. His hair was not simply blown away by the wind, but seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and turned into countless sharp wind blades surrounding him, forming an invisible shield. Any object that tried to approach would be cut into pieces in an instant. The rolling wind and clouds lifted him up, and this way of appearance fully demonstrated the word God. At the same time, in another corner of the plain, a group of more than a dozen people looked up at the huge figure above their heads with serious faces. A girl named Lonely Leaf blinked her big eyes and turned her head to look at the man and woman behind her in a trance. President, Sister Tong Tong, why do I feel that there is something wrong with this god of fierce wind? His oppression is too strong. Even the world boss can't do this. Behind him, a masked mage was also looking up at the god of fierce wind, but he didn't say anything. The beautiful eyes of the woman called Sister Tong Tong beside him condensed, and then she said in a deep voice, "Well, it's completely different from the last round. We do need to be more careful." After saying that, she turned her head and looked at the masked mage. "Qianshao, what do you think?" Qianshao paused, as if thinking about something. After a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and laughed. "If I'm not mistaken, this world boss battle will be much more interesting. With so many players gathered together, how many people do you think will have received gifts from the system administrator? What did you notice? I bet that among these players on the scene, there are at least 7 or 8, or even more people whose combat power is not weaker than you and me." "Oh!" Sister Tong Tong's mouth suddenly rose. "There are so many? That's really interesting." Above his head, the stern face of the god of fierce wind showed an unquestionable smile, which was an absolute confidence in power, and a calmness in controlling everything in the world. Then, his voice resounded across the plain. "Since you have the courage to challenge my majesty, then don't leave. Today's plain is where you will die." After saying that, he slowly raised his right hand, palm up, as if calling for something. Then, the storm between heaven and earth seemed to have heard his call and began to gather, forming an unprecedented hurricane, piercing the sky, and then suddenly falling, shrouding the entire plain in chaos. Boom! The wind pressure came down from the sky, and even made a strange explosion sound. All the players standing on the ground shook violently at the same time, and felt that they were in the eye of a storm. The sky was dark, and the storm was pouring down. Everyone could only see the grass and trees on the endless plain under their feet being blown by the hurricane like water waves, and their bodies were shaking and about to fall. Damn! The players with lower combat power immediately knelt on the ground and crawled. Hundreds of thousands of players knelt down at the sight of this small encounter. Some people who were about to kneel, but hadn't yet done so, were about to fall down. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and there was no sign of stopping. It felt like invisible beasts were hitting their backs and shoulders. Under such pressure, one player after another stumbled to the ground. As time went by, many players, who were struggling to hold on, had to crawl on the ground. And the players who were still standing still felt that if the storm got any stronger, their bodies would be blown away. Lin Chen looked around very naturally. On the vast plain, countless players almost knelt down, and now there are probably less than 1,000 people who can still stand. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked down at the spicy crayfish, whose entire body was lying on the ground, and he laughed helplessly. At this time, Elena walked against the wind to Lin Chen's side, and Lin Chen also naturally held the female elf's slender hand. "How do you feel?" "No feeling." Elena moved her other hand. "This storm seems to exert pressure based on the combat power of the players. As long as the combat power is high enough, it will be fine." What a speechless judgment standard! Lin Chen smiled helplessly. But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt something passing by his ear rapidly, and it made an unusually harsh sound during the flight. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of him. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and strangled the black shadow, as if strangling a chicken's throat. In his hand was a dark bird-like creature, struggling frantically in Lin Chen's hand. "What is this?" Elena asked curiously. "Sickle weasel." Lin Chen looked at the strange creature in his hand and said lightly, Chapter 420. Elena had not participated in this world boss battle, so she didn't know what a sickle weasel was. This strange-looking black monster looked about the same size as an eagle, but its wings were made entirely of blades, and then there was a sharp iron-like beak and extremely sharp claws, as if it existed only for hunting. Lin Chen's hand exerted a little force, and the sickle weasel lost its life and remained motionless. Throwing it casually, the black bird turned into a wisp of smoke the moment it touched the ground, and then was blown away by the strong wind. The surrounding air was filled with screaming sickle weasels. These countless flying monsters flew around the huge body of the god of fierce wind, emitting piercing and ritualistic screams. "Is this the first wave of the boss's attack?" Elena asked softly beside him. Lin Chen shook his head. "Not really, these things are mainly used with the storm to intimidate the players, and their attack power is not high, don't worry." "Mr. Lin Chen, did you participate in the boss battle of the god of fierce wind in the last round?" "Well, the first stage will only appear after the blood bar appears above the boss's head. It is still a cutscene now," Lin Chen said. But just as Elena nodded thoughtfully, Lin Chen slightly tightened his grip on her hand, and the female elf looked at Lin Chen with some curiosity. Lin Chen coughed. "Why are you still calling me Mr. Lin Chen?" Elena was stunned, then pursed her lips, and subconsciously tightened Lin Chen's hand. It was strange. Before they established a relationship, she would not have such a feeling when facing Lin Chen. But what was the situation now? It seemed that her heart would beat uncontrollably whenever she looked into Lin Chen's eyes. Moreover, she was more and more afraid to look into Lin Chen's eyes, even though he was always wearing a mask. Lin Chen. After holding it in for a long time, Elena forced herself not to say the word Mr. But Elena always felt very awkward when she called Lin Chen's name. But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly let go of her hand, and when she was a little surprised, she was actually embraced by Lin Chen. Feeling Lin Chen holding her, with his big hand on her other shoulder, Elena was stiff and dared not move. Strange thing, she was the one who took the initiative to propose, and was already planning the wedding, but why did she feel a little shy when leaning on Lin Chen's arms, looking not like a girl who was ready to get married, but a little girl who just fell in love? Elena, who had never experienced love affairs, had no idea how to respond to the other party. She could only let Lin Chen hold her with rapid breathing, and her face flushed to her ears without her realizing it. Because somehow, she actually remembered what happened in the stone house in the guild dungeon that day. It's over. If this goes on, if Lin Chen finds out, I won't be eaten up by him. But even though she thought so in her heart, Lin Chen didn't make any moves after holding her. On the contrary, Elena, leaning on Lin Chen's arms, could still feel a very solid sense of security. Even in the challenge field of the world boss, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. As she thought about it, her stiff body gradually softened. Many sickle weasels surrounding the god of fierce wind separated from the main group and attacked the players still standing on the plain. The players who were already struggling to hold on had no time to care about these things. Many of them were immediately annoyed, and finally knelt on the ground. Some people with high combat effectiveness were not affected, and some people directly attacked the sickle weasels rushing over. For a moment, the entire square was clearly divided, and it seemed that there were only 800 or 900 people who could still stand. In midair, the god of fierce wind looked down coldly, with a barely perceptible gleam in his eyes. At the same time, before anyone noticed, 3 figures appeared around the huge body of the god of fierce wind. The 3 figures stood strangely beside the ears of the god of fierce wind. Even if the players below raised their heads, they could not see the 3 people. With sickle weasels flying all over the sky, they could only think that the 3 people were some relatively large sickle weasels. The 3 people were none other than the system administrator, the judge, the guide, and the pioneer. Seeing the 3 people appear, the god of fierce wind did not dare to act rashly, but it was not good to show anything wrong under the gaze of the players, so he could only silently signal with a respectful look. Nothing. The judge waved his hand. You continue, just pretend we don't exist. The god of fierce wind nodded calmly. Then, the god of fierce wind waved his big hand, and the storm that raged across the plain finally began to subside slightly. The storm that oppressed everyone's shoulders gradually disappeared, and many people's crushed bodies regained their ability to move slightly. They stood up from the ground in shock, looking up at the sky in fear. How the hell do we fight this? The players had lost the pride they had just had when they first entered this place, and their faces showed astonishment. Most of the players present were participating in a boss battle of this level for the first time, and they were stunned for a moment. It seemed that the development of the matter was somewhat out of their control, or they were a little too confident. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of players, the body of the god of fierce wind fell again. His huge figure, which was 100 meters long, landed gracefully. When his bare feet stepped on the plane, the boss's head finally revealed his health bar at the same time. The boss has revealed his health bar. People shouted loudly, and countless enhancement skills burst out dazzlingly. Although they were still a little scared because of the boss's show of power just now, they also knew that this was a world-class boss after all, and it would be unreasonable if he didn't have some ability. But now, since he showed his health bar, it gave people some sense of reality. Damn it, since there's a health bar, we can kill him. Who cares if he's the god of wind or fire? As long as he has a health bar, kill him. Heal use skills. After the words were spoken, the inspiring skills released by the healing began to flash one after another among the players. The Sage's level 20 skill Blessing Sound and level 35 skill Song of Life were released. Not only that, the Crusader's level 25 skill Fighting Spirit was soon released. The player's fighting spirit was quickly activated, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. Charge! Someone shouted, and the whole plane was in chaos. At this moment, the player's crusade against the world boss officially began. In a space above the god of fierce wind, the three judges looked at the rioting figures below with expressionless faces, as if countless ants were rushing towards the place where an elephant was, and the flashing light flashed below, which looked quite interesting. But the next moment, with every wave of the god of fierce wind's arm, a violent storm fell from the sky or rose from the ground, and a large number of players, who were close to it, flew out. This scene was like throwing firecrackers into a group of ants. Every time it exploded, the heat wave would directly clear out the players in an entire area. But even so, the endless stream of players from the rear continued to rush forward. Looking at the scene of hundreds of thousands of players charging forward, it was still terrifying. But the three administrators remained calm and were discussing something. How many people do you think will survive this world boss battle? The judge suddenly asked. The old woman on the right pondered for a while, then smiled faintly. That depends on when those cheaters will take action. The yin-yang man on the left also said at the right time, instead of discussing this, it's better to bet on who has the highest output ranking. After all, we have all seen cheaters with some strength in the land of the hunting god. The judge opened his mouth, but said nothing. The pioneer was right. Although they had intentionally strengthened the four-dimensional attributes and basic values of the god of fierce wind, it was still a bit risky to face so many players, not to mention that there were many cheaters hidden among them. I don't know if it was intentional, but the dozen or so cheaters they were more concerned about all appeared. So are you ready to gamble? The judge looked at a corner below and soon found two figures standing there motionless. A man and a woman. The man was wearing 6 completely different suits and a shadow evasion mask on his face. The woman was wearing a full purple suit, holding a gorgeous and exaggerated artifact longbow in her hand, and wearing a somewhat cute rabbit headband on her head. Unlike the group of players, who were violently rushing forward around them, the two seemed to be completely unaffected and motionless, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. What was even more outrageous was, the man was holding the woman in his arms, looking very harmonious. Bet on it. The old woman laughed. Then I place my bet. The pioneer interrupted coldly at this time. There's no need for that. The three of us actually have the answer in our hearts. Even if we place a bet, the person we're betting on is the same person. The judge suddenly laughed, and then stopped talking, just staring down. After a while, the judge suddenly spoke, but issued an order to the god of the fierce wind below. Sever, don't follow the routine, respond with all your strength, kill as much as you can, and if possible, clear the field directly. The god of the fierce wind was startled, and then suddenly laughed. Yes, sir. Chapter 421. The players began to feel something was wrong. The boss, who had just used normal attacks or simple skills, suddenly changed his attack methods. The white robe on his body suddenly turned black, and the storm above his head, which originally seemed to be flashing white light, began to surge rapidly. The sky turned from white to black, and the floating white clouds turned into dark clouds after a moment. The sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain was coming. Just by looking with the naked eye, it felt like a dark cloud was pressing down on the city and was about to destroy it. Afterwards, not only the outfit of the god of fierce wind, but also his body and appearance changed. His long hair, which was originally draped over his shoulders, suddenly stood up in the opposite direction. There was lightning and thunder in his eyes, and his every move brought a hurricane that could not be ignored. Boom! The god of fierce wind waved his hands violently around him. A tornado gathered in the clouds and then fell from the sky. Looking up, people only felt that the sky had fallen. The beautiful eyes of Qianqiu's side suddenly condensed, and her beautiful face was full of astonishment. No, the boss's condition is not right. Seeing that Sister Tong Tong, who usually has a strong aura, was so surprised, not only Lonely Leaf and Big Dog, but even Qian Xiao couldn't help but feel something was wrong. What's wrong, Sister Tong Tong? Yeezy also began to retreat gradually, tightly grasping the corner of Sister Tong Tong's clothes. This is the fourth stage of the God of Fierce Wind, but now the boss battle has just begun. Sister Tong Tong's face became paler and paler. What's wrong? Hearing this, Qian Xiao also raised her head suddenly. The fourth stage? Quick, go find the yellow grass. Sister Tong Tong's expression turned into fear, and then she dragged Qian Xiao to run somewhere. She was the only second-round player among these people who had participated in the challenge of the God of the Fierce Wind in the previous life, and knew what to do to save her life at this time. Yellow grass? But the grass under my feet is all green. Yi Zi and Dago were a little confused. Before they could react, Sister Tong Tong shouted, "Quick!" The few people finally reacted, and quickly lowered their heads to see if there was any yellow grass around. On the other side, Lin Chen's face changed slightly, and he looked up at the God of Fierce Wind and the huge tornado that was slowly descending overhead. When the tornado descended, it even contained countless flashing lightning. It was as big as half the sky. If it poured down like this, it would be enough to overturn the entire plane. Good guy, you used the fourth stage of your ultimate right away? Lin Chen hugged the elf in his arms even tighter. Lin Chen first. Lin Chen, what happened? Elena also felt something was wrong and immediately looked up at Lin Chen. It's okay, follow me. As he said that, Lin Chen ignored the dazed players around him. While these players looked up at the sky and landed in a daze, Lin Chen quickly led Elena to an area with some strange vegetation. The area of this area is not large, with an estimated area of only more than 50 square meters. The color of the grass in this area is a little withered and yellow, which is completely different from the green tones of most of the plains. But if you look closely, you will see yellow areas everywhere on this huge plain. It looks like the system deliberately set it up, but people don't know what these circles are used for. Many people even think that these places are traps, but not many people would choose to stand in them. Stand here and don't move, Lin Chen said, and opened his friend list, and then sent a message to Feng Chen and Gardenia. Xiao Feng, take Gardenia to find a yellow grass field, and lie down after you find it. In less than a moment, Feng Chen replied in seconds. Ah, what does this mean? Don't worry, just do it. Okay. After closing the private chat window, Lin Chen also looked up at the sky, but this time, he didn't look at the tornado or the God of Fierce Wind, but carefully looked for something. As expected, at a higher place that was not easy to detect, he seemed to see three vague figures. It's them. He didn't know what the appearance of these three system GMs meant, but the God of Fierce Wind must have been allowed by the three people to change like this. Just as the wedding planner Freya said, the system is going to use the world boss to do a big reshuffle. A moment later, the tornado finally fell from the sky, with its destructive power like a roaring black dragon, tearing the boundary between the sky and the earth. Boom! Boom! It spun and roared, and wherever it passed, trees were uprooted and rocks were swept into it, and turned into powder. The players fled in panic, but in front of the unmatched hurricane, their efforts seemed so insignificant. Like fallen leaves in the wind, they were involuntarily swept into the vortex of the tornado and disappeared. The God of Fierce Wind did not stop. He raised his hands high, and the sky was once again filled with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. The entire sky turned into a mess under his control. The eyes of the master who controlled the wind were like burning flames. Every time he waved his hands, lightning from the dark clouds struck the ground, and the place where the lightning struck instantly turned into scorched earth. Countless players were instantly blown to pieces. Then, he opened his arms again, and a strong wind suddenly rose. Countless small tornadoes emerged from all directions, like the tentacles of the God of Death, ruthlessly searching for the traces of every player. Although these small tornadoes were not as large as the previous one, they were faster and more flexible, making them hard to guard against. They shuttled between the players, tearing all obstacles in their way to pieces, but these tornadoes would deliberately avoid the yellow grass and only wreak havoc on the green grass. For a time, hundreds of thousands of players were in mourning. Chapter 422. After the wind stopped, the whole wilderness became much quieter. The people lying on the yellow grass raised their heads in shock and looked around blankly. In just 10 minutes, 90% of the originally densely packed group of players disappeared. It is estimated that less than 1/10 of the hundreds of thousands of players are still here, or even less. Looking at the central area of the plain, under the dark clouds, The huge god of fierce wind floated lightly, with extreme indifference in his eyes. Good fellow, they are really ruthless as soon as they come up and start firing at full force, Lin Chen said, stretching out his hand to help Irina, who was half kneeling on the ground, up. But just as the female elf was about to stand up, she suddenly found that someone was holding her slender ankle tightly. She instinctively exclaimed, and then moved closer to Lin Chen's arms in a somewhat inappropriate manner. Lin Chen also subconsciously embraced the female elf in his arms, looking blankly at Irina's feet. A warrior named Spicy Crayfish was holding Irina's calf tightly, and he was shaking all over. Seeing that Irina was about to pull her legs away, he held her tighter instead. Don't leave me. After seeing the doomsday scene just now, Spicy Crayfish was almost scared to death. Fortunately, when the giant tornado came, he followed Lin Chen and Elena to this yellow grassland, otherwise he would have died. But he didn't expect that he would hold Elena's legs in a panic. Let go! The female elf's face was covered with frost. If Lin Chen hadn't been by her side, she would have switched to killing mode and shot an arrow. Realizing his dirty hands, he let go of his hands embarrassedly, and then put his hands together and bowed to Lin Chen. Friend, take me with you, I don't want to die. Seeing the appearance of this crayfish, Lin Chen realized something. You don't have any resurrection coins on you? The crayfish nodded angrily. Yes, so I can't die. If I die, I will definitely not be resurrected again. You dare to enter the challenge field of the world boss without resurrection coins. You are really bold. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Brother. Xiao Longxiao was obviously a little flustered. It's fate that we met. Considering that I also got your wedding invitation. But before he finished speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand. If you don't want to die, stay away from here, run in the opposite direction, the farther the better, and always pay attention to the changes of the grass under your feet. The yellow grass will change over time. But after a pause, Lin Chen simply shook his head. Forget it, I can't follow previous experience. After all, who would have thought that the god of fierce wind would enter the fourth stage right away? At this point, Spicy Crayfish also knew what Lin Chen meant. Although he seemed to know some of the techniques of this place, it seemed that the dungeon had begun to take a special direction, causing him to not know what would happen next. Then, what should we do? Waiting to die. The crayfish looked at Lin Chen in a hurry. But who knew that Lin Chen suddenly laughed? Of course, it's killing the boss. After saying that, Lin Chen took out a bright red broadsword with a little starlight from his backpack. After the sword was revealed, the whole space trembled slightly. After that, Irina, who had just been leaning on Lin Chen's arms, also took out a gorgeous bow, and the couple suddenly changed their aura. The way they stood facing the wind looked so free and easy that Xiao Longxi almost bowed down to them. As a player, there was someone who was so handsome. Then, with a large number of surviving players scattering wildly, the two of them actually went upstream and rushed towards the god of fierce wind. Hey! Xiao Longxi was completely stunned. Are they going to die? To show off like this? But he didn't know that Lin Chen and Elena were not the only players who rushed towards the boss instead of retreating. There were more than 100 teams in different directions rushing towards the god of fierce wind on the grassland. When the first batch of long-range players rushed to the right position, they stopped suddenly. They were already guiding their skills while running. At this time, the range was enough, and they threw their skills almost instantly. In an instant, the counterattack from the players began. The stream of light and electricity rushed up from top to bottom, and the huge range of skills around level 50 hit the boss head-on, but these elemental skills were like a drop in the ocean before they came into contact with the god of fierce wind, and could not cause any damage to the boss at all. Looking closely, it was discovered that there were circles of light blue light balls around the body of the god of fierce wind. These shields, which were like enchantments, covered him tightly, and no skills could hurt him at all. So much so that the mages and shooters shot and bombed for a long time, but the boss's blood skin did not drop. Seeing this, the god of fierce wind raised his hand again. Fuck, pay attention. People were horrified and shouted like crazy. Interrupt him. Soon, 7 or 8 figures suddenly rushed out of the crowd. They were the players who rushed to the front line. At this moment, they finally came to the feet of the god of fierce wind. The means of output originally prepared were too late to be used. Seeing that the boss showed signs of attacking again, they could only change their strategy and immediately soared into the sky without hesitation. There were 2 shadows in the figure. One after the other, they released the skill throat cutting. Although it was only the lowest level skill, it had the property of interrupting the casting of skills. But no matter how hard they tried, the god of fierce wind raised his arm higher and higher, and the storm around him became more and more intense, as if a more violent skill would soon appear. No, can't break it. The two shadows couldn't even break the shield surrounding the boss's body, let alone interrupt the boss's casting. Let's do it. With a loud shout, people suddenly saw three boxing champions rushing to the front. They almost made the same move at the same time. They stood in horse stance, raised their fists high, and then fiercely swung them back, making a fist-aiming gesture. Then, as if reciting a slogan, the three of them simultaneously released the boxing champion's level 48 skill, amazing, accompanied by the roar of 3, 2, 1. This skill was originally a throwing skill that picked up the enemy high up and threw it to the ground, but it was of course ineffective against the world boss, as tall as a mountain. But it didn't matter. This skill also had a mechanism to interrupt the casting of skills. If the shadows' throat cutting couldn't be done because of their low level, this skill would definitely work. Sure enough, when the three of them hit the world boss hard with their bodies and tried to hold him up, although they failed, the god of fierce wind's raised arm was slightly choked. Not only that, the storm that was just lingering and gathering suddenly disappeared. Haha, I told you it would work. One of the boxing champions laughed. But before he could say a word, the world boss suddenly waved his sleeves, and a wind blade with a height of tens of meters came over without warning, and its speed was so fast that he didn't have time to react at all. Swish! The sound of the knife fell, and the player's health bar was instantly emptied. The wind blade's remaining strength did not decrease. After killing the boxing champion player, it continued to rush back, plowing a gully thousands of meters long on the ground, and directly killed 7 or 8 players who were fleeing along the way. The god of fierce wind also changed his strategy. He knew that the special channeling skills would be interrupted, and he had begun to use killing methods that did not require channeling. These wind blades were very good bone-scraping knives. The boss waved his hands casually, just like a band conductor standing in front of a symphony orchestra. Every time he waved his hands, one or more terrifying wind blades would whistle over. The wind blades were not only unavoidable in size, but also had terrible damage. Except for some knights with thick skin and flesh who could withstand 1 or 2 hits, the rest of the professions basically died after being hit once. For a moment, the crusade group that had been put together in a short time was once again broken up. If this continued, it was estimated that all the players participating in this challenge would be wiped out, and the health bar of the world boss would still be full. Just when people were pale and helpless, a huge fire suddenly lit up from behind them. People turned their heads subconsciously, and then they saw a sky-covering stream of fire rushing towards the world boss. It was the level 40 skill fire curtain from the Guardian. The huge flames made up of these impenetrable red flames seemed to form a curtain that hit the boss hard, and even weakened the shield surrounding him. Not only that, people suddenly found that the health bar above the world boss was decreasing slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's eyes lit up. Someone could actually hurt the boss. At the same time, a huge damage ranking window suddenly appeared above their heads, and the first place on the ranking was written with an ID. Output ranking, 1, Qianshao, current damage share, 100%. Chapter 423. Seeing that someone could hurt the boss, the players who were hesitating no longer hesitated and began to release skills frantically. The professions that needed to kill at close range also began to rush forward. The shield around the body of the god of fierce wind gradually faded. More and more attacks could cause him to be stunned. Often, before the skills and wind blades were released in time, some players would cooperate to perform combos. Even if the boss was in the final stage when it appeared, the health bar above his head began to gradually decrease. Don't stop. Use damage to kill him. Assist. Control him to death. Don't let him use skills. Fuck, is this the world of the strong? The roars came one after another. In such a chaotic scene, some players, who were still watching, no longer hesitated and rushed over. Compared with the other survivors, who were running away, they also knew how to pass this challenge. No one can get out without killing the world boss. Although there are only 800 or 900 people attacking the boss, it is better than waiting to die. Soon, new player IDs began to appear in the ranking window. As time went by, in addition to the initial Qianshao, there was also a hidden professional rune user named Daitoi, and a punisher named Huakai Banksia. These 3 people were like racing cars. As soon as the output of the first person exceeded him, the other one caught up. It was so exciting. Apart from these 3 people, the damage distribution of the remaining hundreds of people was almost negligible. The damage value of these 3 people alone accounted for a full 40% of the total. Oh my goodness! Fengchen and Gardenia, who rushed to the front of the crowd, looked at the ranking list above their heads in a trance. Are these people so awesome? Thinking of this, they were also eager to try. Following Lin Chen in the ruins, they had accumulated so much attack power. Could they catch up with these people now? As he said this, Feng Chen laughed. He shook his wrist, and suddenly a dark broadsword appeared in his hand, the artifact. Soul Hunter Blade. He turned around and said to Gardenia, "Girl, wait here, I go over and take a look." After that, the whole body suddenly rushed out. When he came to the bottom of the boss, the place was already full of melee players. Although their attack power was not high, their skills were extremely fancy. All kinds of high-level skills were madly attacking the lower body of the boss, which looked dazzling. Feng Chen was in the midst of fighting. He first activated the Berserker's Rage. Then he strode forward, raised the broadsword in his hand, and slashed it fiercely. As the knife fell, there was indeed a name called Feng Chen Juijio in the damage window, but the name was slightly behind. But Feng Chen did not stop. Because of the skill characteristics of Rage, he opened fire at full force and attacked the toenails of the god of fierce wind. Level 30, 40, and 50 skills were connected together, one knife followed by another, and the next skill came before the previous skill fell. In the end, Feng Chen, who was bloodshot, suddenly opened his arms, and a bloody meaning gushed up from under his feet. From other places, it looked like blood was gushing out, and then the blood rushed up to the sky and formed a huge blood blade of more than 10 meters above his head. The blood blade became more and more solid, and finally formed a strange but terrifying giant sword. Berserker Awakening Skill Blood Devil Blade. The surrounding players were stunned. They looked at this crazy berserker as if they had seen a ghost, staring at this crazy warrior with a red body holding a huge blood blade and slashing at the feet of the god of fierce wind. Ugh! The huge world boss seemed to be in pain and groaned softly, then staggered back a few steps. When retreating, the tremor was comparable to a small earthquake. Finally, in full view of everyone, the world boss fell to the ground, and the blue shield surrounding him was completely destroyed. Looking up, the health bar above the world boss's head has been emptied by one tube, revealing the second tube of health. And on the ranking window floating in the air, Feng Chen's damage share came to third, second only to Qian Shao and Baixia Huakai. Damn! Feng Chen calmed down and looked at the window above his head angrily. You haven't caught up yet? Just as he finished complaining, Feng Chen's shoulder was gently patted. A familiar voice came. It's already very strong. Feng Chen was delighted and turned around to see that it was Lin Chen and Elena who came over. Chapter 424. Brother, if this momentum continues, the world boss should be killed soon. For some reason, whenever Lin Chen stood behind him, Feng Chenjizi would feel an inexplicable sense of security. Even if Lin Chen did nothing, this sense of security would overflow. However, Lin Chen's expression seemed a little solemn, as if it was not a good sign that the boss's health bar was hit down. It's not that simple. Lin Chen spoke, but his eyes never looked at the fierce wind god lying on the ground, but looked at the void higher up. Feng Chen also curiously followed Lin Chen's gaze and looked up, but there was nothing above his head, only black sickle weasels flying all over the sky, chirping and making a lot of noise. Lin Chen did not explain too much, but just turned his eyes away from the sky above his head and followed everyone to watch the god of fierce wind slowly standing up from the ground. According to the original boss battle rules, after the first tube of blood was knocked out, the god of fierce wind would enter the second stage, his skill range would be improved, and his desire to attack would be more frequent. Sure enough, as the storm surged, the god of fierce wind suddenly raised his right hand high, as if he was trying to pick up the stars and the moon. Then, under the horrified gaze of the people, the group of black sickle-tailed beasts hovering overhead began to fly regularly instead of dancing randomly. They formed a formation and flew head to tail. From below, they actually formed a huge circle, a black disc made up entirely of the bodies of sickle-tailed beasts. It looked more like a portal. A portal from top to bottom. Roar! A roar came from the other side of the portal, and everyone subconsciously raised their heads and stared at the top of their heads. Even the mages who were tirelessly calling skills on the god of fierce wind stopped, and a chill from the sky made them shiver. The next moment, people saw that the black door was collapsing from the inside out, and a head first poked out of the black door. The huge monster seemed to be trying to break free from the constraints of space. The huge body first started from the bird's beak, the mouse-like head, the neck, then the front wings, and finally the whole body. A sickle-tailed weasel as huge as a mountain is opening its huge mouth and trying to descend into the world. The hurricane caused by the black manic energy shook the space with a bang, and one could even hear the sound of the air breaking like glass. Lin Chen, Is this also a skill of the boss? Yelena's beautiful eyes widened. Even though her attack power has exceeded 100,000 now, the female elf was a little surprised. As an elf, she could smell the extreme energy fluctuations from the huge monster above her head. That was the ultimate brutality, the purest feeling of disgust and chill. Well, just like the phoenix of the god of fire, this huge sickle weasel is also the companion combat force of the god of fierce wind, similar to the player's spiritual pets. Spirit pet? A player who was slowly retreating came to Lin Chen's side. When he heard Lin Chen say this, he cursed immediately. This is a fucking spiritual pet? Which spiritual pet is so outrageous? In fact, it's no wonder that this player was so surprised. After all, although the players in the land of the hunting god have a spiritual pet cultivation system, as their strength increases, the combat effectiveness of spiritual pets is also an important part that cannot be ignored. But before entering the advanced main city, the spirit pet can basically not be upgraded. Whether it is spirit pet food or spirit pet treasures, the intermediate main city sells only the lowest level goods. There are many people who work hard and spend a lot of money to cultivate spirit pets, but accidentally kill the spirit pets. Therefore, whether it is the first round of players or the second round of veterans, even Lin Chen, Irina and others have tacitly not deliberately cultivated spirit pets before level 60. The diamond level quality Xiaobai that Lin Chen got from the spirit pet master is still sleeping obediently, and does not need to come out to fight at all. However, Lin Chen's comparison between the black bird and the spirit pet still made the players a little confused. There is no comparison at all. Lin Chen did not answer, because at this time, the sickle weasel that blocked the entire field of vision finally broke through the last black space defense line, and its whole body was completely exposed to people's sight. When it stretched out its blade-like wings, the whole world was covered tightly by such a scene. Your mother. What is this? Even when dealing with the god of fierce wind, the players never felt this kind of pressure. Although they could guess that this huge sickle weasel was probably summoned by the god of fierce wind, and its original form might be much weaker, the visual impact it brought was too strong. Everyone's breathing slowed down at the same time. Even those desperate criminals, who had experienced countless dungeons, and were already accustomed to the strong winds and waves, forgot the most basic reaction when they saw this scene. Something is wrong. This ghost thing must have some negative state when it appeared, specifically affecting people's minds. Fear and murderous intent. It must be fear and murderous intent. Healing, quickly purify it. The healing in the crowd reacted and waved the scepter in his hand. But before he could release the skill, the bloody mouth under the huge head of the giant sickle weasel suddenly opened suddenly, and what was even more shocking was that more sickle weasels rushed out of its mouth. They seemed to have leaped out of the body or mouth of the giant sickle-tailed beast, like a moving castle of sickle-tailed beasts, which was jaw-dropping. Roar! The monster roared wildly, and the wings behind it instantly expanded and stretched, soaring into the air, bringing with them an endless hurricane, blowing away everything around. The power of this violent storm was so great that even those players who were performing skills were thrown to the ground. The several mounds of earth that had originally risen on the grassland instantly collapsed under the raging of the hurricane, turning into rubble and splashing everywhere. Driven by the hurricane, several boulders continued to charge towards the player group where Lin Chen was, cutting through the air and bringing up a stream of hot fire. Seeing that the boulder was about to hit the crowd, several knights raised their shields high, and suddenly golden light shone, and shield-shaped phantoms of dozens of meters were formed in a row, like a towering city wall. But before the boulder hit the city wall, a hairy giant hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, holding the boulder horizontally with both hands, and then exerting force, the boulder instantly turned into sand. The knights standing in the front were stunned, and looked up in bewilderment. The owner of this giant hand was a huge brown bear that was tens of meters tall. Roar! It roared, and its huge body was like an indestructible barrier, blocking the players firmly behind it and avoiding the attack of the gravel. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and looked back at a man with a scar on his face not far away. There stood a level 59 druid with extremely gorgeous equipment on his body, holding a druid-specific weapon in his hand, beast-taming ruler. Even a level 50 artifact. It's true that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Chen smiled. This huge brown bear is the awakening skill of the druid ancestor bear spirit. The people hiding behind the giant bear breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a woman came over to the druid and put her hand on the druid's shoulder. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly flashed from both the druid and the giant bear. The level 45 skill multiplier rune of the hidden professional rune user. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the giant bear's already tall body suddenly grew again, tens of meters, hundreds of meters, hundreds of meters. It roared as loudly as the giant sickle weasel, and the bear and the bird confronted each other, which was a bit tit for tat. The players finally couldn't sit still. Although they didn't know the relationship between the druid and the rune user, this scene was enough to prove that the strength of these two people was definitely at the god level. Just thinking about it, the giant sickle weasel above his head roared again, and suddenly a strong wind blew, and the air became several degrees colder. Facing the giant sickle weasel that was eager to fight, the giant bear did not retreat but advanced. It took a big step forward, slammed the ground with its forelimbs, and roared with its huge mouth. Although it was not inferior to the opponent in momentum, if a fight really came, even the strengthened giant bear would not be the opponent. Sure enough, after knowing this, several figures suddenly walked out of the crowd. Among them were sages, saints, and weapon masters, who could bless their own buffs to summon beasts. In just half a minute, with the buff of these skills, the giant bear's body became a little bigger again. Not only that, its body emitted a faint white light, its hands shone with golden light, and the brown hair on its body became like armor scales at this moment. Go! The druid saw that the time had come and shouted. At the same time, the giant bear and the sickle weasel finally collided with each other. Chapter 425. The giant sickle-tailed weasel suddenly flew into the air, and then smashed into the giant bear's body like a meteorite. The amazing impact force instantly pressed the giant bear to the ground. The earth was shaking, and the waves of powerful forces made the surrounding air vibrate. The druid who controlled the giant bear felt an unbearable pressure coming from the giant bear's body. His body and energy became abnormally disordered at this moment, his blood was churning, and a strong feeling of nausea surged into his heart, causing the blood bar above his head to drop rapidly. They still underestimated the power of the god of fierce wind's followers. After just a face-to-face confrontation, the sickle weasel firmly suppressed the giant bear. No matter how many buffs the giant bear had added beforehand, its huge body could not move at this moment. With each swing of the blade on the sickle weasel's wings and each bite, the light on the giant bear gradually dimmed, and its vitality was being devoured bit by bit. Although the giant bear also tried to fight back, those symbolic attacks were like tickling, and could not cause any substantial damage to the sickle weasel. The battle with such a huge disparity in power had already doomed the giant bear to defeat. However, just when everyone was a little worried, a giant of light, whose whole body was made of light, suddenly appeared, and then stepped over the players' heads, rushing up without any hesitation. People were still in a trance, and the giant as huge as a mountain directly hit the sickle weasel with its shoulder. Boom! The huge force finally knocked the sickle weasel off the giant bear. Without restraint, the giant bear stood up with a roll, standing on its feet, looking alert. But the equally huge giant beside him turned his head and looked at the druid in the crowd. His voice was like a loud bell. "Druid, let your bear cooperate with me. Kill this bird first." People only then realized that this giant shrouded in light was actually the 45th level skill heaven warrior of the Punisher. The players in the crowd were shocked. Good guy. Is this a heaven warrior? It's not that they haven't seen heaven warriors before, although the number of Punishers is less than that of another knight's job transfer. Crusader. Although the heavenly warrior's skill is not rare, no one has ever seen such a huge body. Generally speaking, it is not easy to make the transformed body 20 to 30 meters tall, but how did this body of hundreds of meters, almost as tall as the giant bear, come about? The druid, whose face was a little pale just now, also came back to his senses after a healing purification and blood-adding skill. He nodded to the giant, and continued to control the giant bear. After reconnecting with the giant beast continued to roar, then turned its 4 legs to the ground, and continued to rush towards the sickle weasel. Beside the giant bear, the light giant also rushed to one side quickly, and then fought fiercely with the sickle weasel. Suddenly, the whole field of vision could only see 3-headed mountain-like monsters colliding and fighting each other, roaring, and explosions were endless, as if the world was about to end. Below, Qianshao, who was wearing a wizard's robe, stood there without saying a word, but he did not watch the three-way fight, but was staring at a man wearing a mask not far away. In fact, it was not just him. His teammates around him would also look at that place intentionally or unintentionally. Not only was the masked man wearing the same mask as Qianshao, but there was also an extremely beautiful female elf standing quietly beside the masked man, the two holding hands without saying a word. But that kind of aura. There were not many people in the entire player group who could imitate it. Qianshao, that person, could it be the senior you always talk about? Sister Tong Tong pushed Qianshao, who was absent-minded. Or are you attracted to his girlfriend? Qianxiao was stunned, then reacted, "Don't be jealous." "Humph. You'd better not have it." Sister Tonton rolled her eyes. Qianxiao changed the subject, "But the person next to the female elf. Maybe it's really my senior Lin Chen. It's just that he and the female elf haven't made a move so far, so there are no names of these two people on the output ranking window." While he was thinking, Qianxiao suddenly saw the other party turn his head and look at him. The two people's sights collided through the holes in their masks. Qianxiao choked slightly, and saw the other party nodded at him. Opposite. Elena looked at Lin Chen with interest, and then looked past Lin Chen to another person several dozen meters away. There was also a man and a woman standing there. The man was also wearing a mask, and the style was exactly the same as the one on Lin Chen's face. "Lin Chen, do you know that person?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Well, Qianxiao, my colleague on Earth." Elena had naturally heard of Qianxiao's name, and immediately asked, "Is it Tang Yu? Well, after the boss battle is over, let's go over and say hello together." "Okay, you can let him attend our wedding." Elena smiled. "Of course." Lin Chen also smiled. Although the giant sickle weasel was stopped by the big boss-level Punisher and the giant bear, the ordinary sickle weasels in the sky were not idle. From this time on, they were no longer flying background boards, but had attack targets. Then, these black bird-shaped monsters swooped down at the players below. For a moment, all the players who focused on the battle between the god of fierce wind and the giant monster had no time to react, so the sickle weasels appeared above the players' heads almost without any obstacles. Without the slightest hesitation, these monsters hidden in the storm seemed to have turned their bodies into shells, bombarding the players. However, there were not only a few great players who had just shown off their skills in the crowd, but also some players with good combat power. They did not retreat a single step, and the power in their bodies was running. They were fully armed in an instant, holding various weapons, and all kinds of skills were ready to attack at any time. But when the sickle weasels rushed over, those players with good combat power just showed signs of attacking. A scarlet sword energy suddenly appeared, and then all the sickle weasels within sight were stunned in midair. Their bodies seemed to be frozen by something and stopped moving. As the clear sound of a sword chant rang out, the sickle weasels everywhere actually turned into pools of pus and fell like a torrential rain. Not only the high-powered players who were ready to attack, but all the players present, including Qianxiao and Daidoi, all stared at the place where the red light appeared with wide eyes. Lin Chen was making the action of waving the rainbow light. The sword light just now was his rainbow sword chi. Chapter 426. All the players in the area who saw this knife stared at Lin Chen in amazement. It seemed that since the beginning of the challenge field, this was the first time that people saw this masked man take action. Speaking of which, the style of the equipment this person wore was a bit strange. In addition to plate armor, there were heavy armor, light armor, and cloth armor. Not only that, the equipment this person wore was actually a variety of different sets. For example, the top was a certain type of leather armor of level 50, the pants were special cloth armor of level 48, and the boots were another kind. Each piece of equipment was different, and they were all separate pieces of their own sets. Dressed in such an odd way, it was unknown where this person came from, or what kind of weird person he was. But how could the power of this sword energy be so exaggerated? So many sickle weasels were killed by just one sword. If the female elf with rabbit ears standing next to him was not so beautiful, they would probably think that this person was an ordinary person. In the sky higher up, the eyelids of the three system administrators hiding in the void jumped involuntarily. Especially the guide. The old woman was laughing with her cane, as if to say, "See, I was right." The other two also looked down with serious expressions, as if Lin Chen's knife just now was a little beyond their expectations. Because the quality of the sickle weasels in the sky was different. Although most of them were ordinary sickle weasels, there were also some high-level species with thicker body shapes and health bars. Although they were not as good as the giant sickle weasels fighting with the giant bear and the Punisher of Evil, there were some elite individuals with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of health points. A simple slash of sword cleared the field in an instant, leaving not even a feather behind. How much attack power should he have now? I suddenly felt we were tricked. At this time, the pioneer said in a deep voice, and the voices of half men and half women came. The judge standing in the middle of the two smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yeah, I just understood why he asked me for the ticket to the ruins." As he said this, the judge looked constipated. How could I forget that his cheating ability is to stack attack power by killing monsters? At this time, the smiling old woman said, "Just right. You didn't forget his cheating ability, you just forgot that there is a bonus level in the ruins." At this time, the three looked at each other. Their faces were a little strange. In this case, there is no need to continue our bet just now. Agree. The three seemed to have reached a consensus. But when they looked down again, they suddenly found that Lin Chen was looking up at them. Even though almost all the players around him were looking at him, Lin Chen didn't care at all, just looked up and stared at the top, as if he just noticed the three people. Did he see us? Just when the three were somewhat surprised, something even more surprising happened. Lin Chen took out three card-like things from his backpack and held them high up, as if trying to pass the cards in his hand to the three people hundreds of meters in the air. What is he doing? The judge was somewhat absent-minded. Although they could not see Lin Chen's expression, they somehow saw in their minds that Lin Chen was staring at them with a malicious smile. Before the three of them could say anything, a very strange prompt suddenly sounded in their brains. Programmer is sending you a wedding banquet invitation. If you accept the invitation, you can use this invitation to attend the wedding of Programmer and Elena. Wedding time, to be confirmed. Wedding location, to be confirmed. The three of them were stunned. Even the old woman's expression froze, and the smile on her face, that had not yet faded, looked extremely funny. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in all these years. As system administrators, or GMs as players called them, each of them had their own responsibilities. The three of them were diligently responsible for the operation of the entire hunting god land. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the embodiment of the rules of the hunting god land. So they had never thought that one day they would hear the system's prompt sound because of a player. Speaking of which, how long had it been since they heard the prompt sound? It seemed that they had not heard it since they entered the land of the hunting god. That was why they were so surprised. The three of them were stunned for more than 10 seconds. The first one to come back to their senses was the old woman. There was a bright light flashing in her turbid eyes. Without waiting for the other two to express anything, she clenched her left hand in the air, and the next moment one of the invitations in Lin Chen's hand was held in her hand. The judge and the pioneer hesitated for a moment, and followed suit, taking the other two invitations in Lin Chen's hand. Afterwards, the two of them heard a reminder in their heads again, telling them that they had accepted Lin Chen's wedding banquet invitation. When the wedding started, they could use the prop to enter the wedding process. What the hell, one day I would be invited to attend the wedding of two players? How did this inexplicable development come about? Below, Lin Chen saw the invitation in his hand disappear, and the corners of his mouth under the mask could not help but rise. It turns out that it really works. He was actually just doing an experiment, but he didn't expect that the three people who were system GMs could actually take the invitation from him. In this case, the invitation in his hand could not be distributed to NPCs. This is so interesting. Chapter 427. Looking away from the top of his head, Lin Chen finally noticed the way the players around him were looking at him. Many people were looking at Lin Chen like a fool. Although the knife just now was a bit outrageous, he then raised his hand towards the sky with some card for more than 10 seconds. This action made people feel out of place for a while. It was like doing some special ritual. However, some people were wondering if this person had just used some props. After all, after cutting off the sickle weasels in the sky with one sword, he raised his hand and made that gesture. It was hard not to guess what special props he had just used, just like the Krypton Gold props when playing games. But Elena's eyes lit up. She knew what Lin Chen was holding, and she saw the three invitations disappear one by one, as if they were taken away by someone. But the players around him didn't move, so it couldn't be them. Who would they give it to? Could it be to the god of the fierce wind? However, Lin Chen didn't say anything and Elena didn't ask. The female elf just looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes, as if she cared a lot. Turning his head to look at Elena's extremely curious face, Lin Chen chuckled, but couldn't hold it back. Want to know who I just gave the invitation to? Yes. Remember the system administrator? Remember, they are here too? Yes. Lin Chen raised his head. I've been watching from the sky. Oh. Elena groaned, then her eyes widened. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen in disbelief, her eyes shining like stars. You didn't give the invitation to those three people? Lin Chen quickly made a silent expression. Keep your voice down. The female elf's eyes rolled, and she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shrank her head, and the rabbit ear headband on her head jumped. The players who were originally watching were speechless. My goodness, what are we doing here? Are we here to challenge the world boss? Why do we feel like we are being forced to eat a mouthful of food? It's for dogs. Just when people were about to do something, a deep roar suddenly came from above their heads. All of you will die here. People were shocked, and then they realized that they were still in the challenge field of the world boss. At this time, the god of fierce wind was finally about to start a new round of attacks. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. The little episode just now seemed to have angered the god of fierce wind. His body was once again surrounded by endless storms. The dark clouds above his head seemed to be torn by the hurricane and poured down, and finally wrapped around the body of the god of fierce wind and turned into his cloak. Before the fight was over, the pressure alone was enough to make everyone look gloomy. "Don't stand there stupidly, Qianxiao." Sister Tong Tong suddenly pulled out a dark broadsword, and then shouted, "This is the boss's mechanical ultimate move. According to the terminology in the game, it is a full-screen skill." The surrounding players were shocked. They had just gathered together, but now they began to disperse frantically, and then frantically searched for the yellow grass under their feet. But the fatal thing was that although there was yellow grass, it was much less than before, and it was not enough for so many people to share equally. In the crowd, Spicy Crayfish stumbled like a shaky boat. He just ran to a yellow grass field, and was kicked out by a knight. He quickly got up but found that the grass field was full of people. He wanted to find other grass fields, but didn't know if he could catch up. His breathing became more and more rapid, and finally he set his sights on Lin Chen and Elena. The weird thing was that the two of them didn't move at all, as if they were not afraid of the boss's anger at all. He gritted his teeth viciously, and then ran back in the direction of Lin Chen and Elena. As Sister Tong Tong shouted, Qianxiao finally came to his senses. He retracted his gaze from Lin Chen and took a quick step forward. "Yezi Dagu, you guys step back, I do it." As the profession spellbender with the highest intelligence and magic attack power in the land of the hunting god, Qianxiao shook his wrist, and a dark book appeared in his hand. Spellbenders can use short-handled magic staffs, and they can also use this kind of books. Weapons. Energy spread out, and Qianxiao finally started to fire at full power. As he walked towards the place where the god of fierce wind was, he moved his wrist bones, making crisp sounds. The level 20 skill energy saving crystal, level 30 skill arcane surge, and level 45 skill energy concentrating star ring of the guardian were released at the same time. Not only that, as the black base light fell around Qianxiao's body, a hurricane began to spread out around him on the 1/3 acre of land where he was. The players around subconsciously retreated several steps. They actually felt a sense of danger from this friendly player. Then, Qianxiao's body suddenly flew into the air. "Damn, he's flying!" Amid the people's surprised voices, the awakening skill annihilation of the guardian was released. Endless energy surged from all directions in the surrounding space, and then was instantly rolled into a ball. Then, these energies actually began to crash into Qianxiao's body, as if trying to gradually merge with Qianxiao. A few seconds later, a figure smeared black by the surging energy appeared in the air. Unlike the heaven warrior of the Punisher of Evil, although Qianxiao's body was also condensed into an indescribable monster by the energy fluctuations, his height and body shape did not change particularly. However, the way he stepped on the space and approached the god of fierce wind step by step would drive back the surrounding hurricanes. In the surrounding space, various forces were forced to shoot out. "This kid." Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Qianxiao, his eyes lit up. Even Elena noticed something. "Lin Chen, your colleague seems to have special abilities. According to the current level, even the top magicians cannot have such high intelligence. His mana can fight against the power of the god of fierce wind alone. Well, this kid must be hiding something from me." Lin Chen did not deny it, but nodded. In this scene, the god of fierce wind felt that he was extremely provoked. Although he was much smaller than Qianxiao, who was walking in the void in front of him, the opponent's power and pressure were not inferior to his own. A mere mortal dares to compete with a god? Holyalu. The god of fierce wind suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage and displeasure. He spread his arms, and in an instant a king's awe spread out, as if compressed rage was transmitted from the void, and the whistling sound of the wind after they were squeezed was like thunder. Everyone in the crowd below, whether they forgot to escape, had already found the yellow grass, or were fleeing in a hurry, shuddered subconsciously, and the feeling of death arose from the bottom of their hearts. An ant trying to shake a tree. The skin made of dark clouds behind the god of fierce wind waved, and his body soared up. Boom! The explosion sounded in the surrounding space, and the huge figure of the god of fierce wind even blurred after soaring into the sky. People's sights followed him closely, but they could not catch him with their naked eyes. For a moment, people forgot that he was also a boss, who was 100 meters tall. The god of fierce wind quickly hid in the clouds, and then his whole body completely turned into a phantom, like wind. It faces downwards. Falling, the wind turns into a meteor and blasts down with a tail flame. A dazzling crack is torn in the sky, as if the portals of two different worlds are suddenly forced through. The endless storm completely obscures the vision, and every wind flow is like a steel knife scraping the bones. Qianshao. Sister Tong Tong stands directly below Qianshao, and the god of fierce wind, with a sword in hand. Her whole body stands straight, and streams of blood rise from her feet. It looks exactly the same as the scene when Feng Chen used awakening just now. The dark figure looked down, then looked back at the collapsing sky above. He crouched slightly in midair, then soared into the sky. With a deafening roar between heaven and earth, the two forces rushed out uncontrollably like wild horses, and finally intertwined and collided in the air about 200 meters above the ground. Boom! The hurricane and black energy were like a burning meteor shower with endless heat and light, burning and distorting the space. The storm and the dark energy blended, and part of the overflowing energy turned into the netherworld frost. Pieces of crystal ice blades fell completely shattered with the biting cold. The scene of the direct confrontation between the two extreme energies was enough to make the whole world tremble. The air was filled with an indescribable depression and fear, and even the plains under the feet began to tremble under the impact of this force. When the dust flew, combined with the doomsday scene above, all the players below were stunned, including Feng Chen and Gardenia. Oh my god! He realized why he could not catch up with Qianshao in the output ranking. Who is this person? The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and at the center of the explosion, a dazzling ball of light suddenly expanded, swallowing everything around it. It was the ultimate manifestation of the mutual annihilation and transformation of two forces. There were both surging waves and dark blue cold air in the light. They burst out amazing energy in the interweaving. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, Sister Tong Tong, who was standing at the bottom of the chaos, began to look a little pale. Yes, Qianxiao's health bar began to drain rapidly, and he finally lost in the fight with the gods. Ridiculous mortals. Accompanied by the roar of the god of fierce wind, unprecedented divine power turned into a shock wave, pouring down from the sky like a divine punishment. Boom! Looking up from below, the wind pressure transformed by the god of fierce wind continued to rush down. As long as it hits the ground, all the players below will die. It seems that even standing on the yellow grass is not safe. Chapter 428. At this time, people didn't care about Qianshao. Facing the hurricane from the sky, they were deprived of the right to stand. The huge pressure was like a mountain pressing on the shoulders of the players. One after another, the players could only stumble and kneel on the ground, and then their whole bodies seemed to be tightly bound by invisible giant shackles, tightly attached to the ground, unable to move. The power of the storm ruthlessly squeezed every inch of their skin, every muscle, and even every bone. They all groaned and wailed under this terrible pressure. Not to mention looking up, the pressure from the raging storm alone made it difficult for them to even move their fingers. Even the players standing on the yellow grass fell to their knees under the heavy pressure. Everyone's face was deformed by the hurricane at this time, and they couldn't even keep their facial features. The health bars above the players' heads were like a backward progress bar, and they were visibly losing quickly. As someone just said, this skill is full screen. If you try to resist it, the players present will probably not survive. At this time, the woman standing directly below the hurricane did not move. This woman named Sister Tong Tong forced herself to raise her head in this destructive storm, with an almost stubborn attitude, and a fierce light flashed in her heroic eyes. She held a two-handed broadsword with a cold and dim blade in her hand, accompanied by a blood-colored giant blade that was slowly forming, and the two were slightly merging. The Berserker Awakening skill Blood Demon Blade was released. As her will surged, waves of blood-colored energy poured into the sword like boiling lava, causing the entire sword to emit frightening fluctuations. Her energy also surged, and a faint blood-colored halo surrounded her body, like a female devil returning from hell. At this time, the hair rope that was originally tied tightly on her head could not bear the weight and fell with the wind. Her hair instantly scattered in the wind, like black flames dancing wildly in the air, full of vigor. Oh my! Feng Chen, who was also a berserker, was stunned. He subconsciously wanted to help. Although it seemed that this woman should be the teammate of Qianshao, and he was not familiar with her, it was the first time that Feng Chen saw such a powerful female berserker. It was difficult for him to even see female warriors on weekdays. He suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of sympathy. But it was too late. The hurricane was already close at hand. Brother. Feng Chen didn't know what he was thinking, and he turned around to ask Lin Chen for help. In his eyes, the only person who could help now was probably Lin Chen. But Lin Chen was still standing behind him, but Elena was gone. Brother, where's my sister-in-law? Feng Chen was stunned. Lin Chen smiled, and signaled Feng Chen to keep looking with his eyes. Then, the woman under the wind actually swung the broadsword in her hand at the hurricane that suddenly fell from the sky. In an instant, the sword light was like blood, intertwined with the roar of the storm, as if to split the raging hurricane in two. However, she still underestimated the power of the god of fierce wind. The huge energy contained in the hurricane burst out like a volcanic eruption, with a devastating force. It looked like the sky was collapsing, approaching rapidly with a suffocating sense of oppression. Boom! Although the blood-colored sword energy she released was extremely fierce, every strand was as violent as a beast, and the tip of the sword seemed to be able to tear even the air apart. But in the short collision with the hurricane, the indestructible blood-colored sword energy was as fragile as thin paper, and was quickly swallowed by the violent power of the hurricane. The blood curtain released by the Berserker's most powerful awakening skill could not stop the hurricane at all. Crack! With a crisp sound of breaking, the hurricane broke through the obstacles and attacked mercilessly like a wild horse. The center of the storm, as if a vortex containing the power of the entire world, instantly enveloped her. Her figure gradually became blurred in the raging storm, as if she might be completely swallowed up by this raging power at any time. Sister Tongtong's pupils shrank slightly. The difficulty of the boss in this world was too wrong. Compared with the normal difficulty of the God of Gale, it was too much beyond the scope. Sister Tongtong. People looked ashen. A girl named Lonely Leaf screamed and tried to rush over to save people, but a sturdy knight held her tightly. Both of them shouted something, but the sound of the storm was too loud to hear clearly. In the ears, there was only the roar of the wind like crying. It's over. The spicy crayfish lying not far behind Lin Chen raised his head with difficulty, watching the hurricane about to hit the ground, his face pale. This is really going to be dead. He closed his eyes, as if waiting for death to come. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the feeling of death did not come. Not only that, the noisy sound of the chaotic storm in his ears also disappeared. As if the wind had stopped, Spicy Crayfish opened his eyes in shock, and suddenly found that the wind pressure on him was gone. He quickly got up from the ground, and looked straight ahead almost instantly. The result was completely different from what everyone had guessed. The female berserker Sister Tongtong was not dead. On the contrary, she was still standing there. The only difference was, beside her stood a more beautiful woman, or rather a female elf. The female elf holding the bow and arrows supported Sister Tongtong, who was about to fall to the ground, and made a gesture to shoot an arrow. People's eyelids jumped at this time, and they looked up quickly. Yes, a huge light blue wind wall appeared above their heads. The hurricane created by the god of fierce wind was actually blocked by this wind wall. Is this the wind of the chasm of the wind catcher? Someone recognized where the wind wall came from. Damn it! I have seen the wind of the chasm before, but I have never seen it this big. People looked up at the giant wind wall that looked like a barrier above their heads, and their mouths suddenly became dry. The size of the wind wall that could protect all the players below was no joke. It was fully opened, stretching for several kilometers, completely blocking the hurricane outside without a single leaf being touched. Watching the full-screen skill released by the god of fierce wind being resolved so easily, not to mention the onlookers, Sister Tongtong standing next to her was the most surprised. She turned her head to look at Elena in disbelief. Are you okay? Irina put down her hand holding the bow and smiled at Sister Tongtong. The female warrior reacted and nodded. I'm fine, thank you. Irina's smile was a bit unfair, and Sister Tongtong was even a little stunned. Is there such a beautiful person in the world? She has lived 2 lives. As a second-round player, she has seen too many elves, and there are countless beautiful female elves. But she has never seen such a beautiful one. At this time, Irina looked at her with a smile, and Sister Tongtong ignored the faint smile falling from the sky. Tongtong, are you okay? Xianxiao's dark body has recovered. His condition seems to be better than Sister Tongtong. Except for the loss of half of the blue bar on his head, it seems that the head-on confrontation with the god of fierce wind did not cause him any loss. Seeing this, Elena looked at this junior of Lin Chen with a little curiosity. Xianxiao also noticed Elena at this time. When he saw Elena, he couldn't help but be startled. After coming to his senses, he nodded to the female elf. This beautiful lady, thank you. Although I don't know where this pretty and somewhat overly pretty female elf came from, Xianxiao can at least tell that it was she who saved everyone, so it's always right to say thank you. Elena shook her head generously. It's okay. As she spoke, the rabbit headband on Elena's head jumped up and down, and the people around were stunned. Mom, I'm in love. A boxing champion swallowed his saliva. Chapter 429. Just when Qian Xiao and Sister Tong Tong were about to say something, Elena suddenly stretched out her jade hand to Feng Chen. It seemed that she was going to shake hands with Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao was a little absent-minded. He stared at this porcelain white hand in a daze. He didn't know if it was because of the translucent wind wall above his head, but this hand looked so white that it reflected light. But he just felt a little cold on his back, and glanced at Sister Tong Tong. This female berserker was looking at him coldly, and her face seemed to say, "You dare to stretch out your dog's paw and try." Seeing Qian Xiao's embarrassment, Elena seemed very calm. She smiled and spoke. "Hello, are you Tang Yu?" As soon as this was said, Qian Xiao and Sister Tong Tong almost looked at her. Then she subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen in the distance. Yes, it seems that their guess was correct. The man wearing the shadow escape mask in the distance was definitely Tang Yu's colleague and senior Lin Chen. After all, the female elf had always stood beside him, and his name could not be known by outsiders. There were no more than 5 people in their guild who knew the 2 words Tang Yu. At this time, Tang Yu didn't care about anything else. He decisively stretched out his hand and shook it with Elena, then quickly retracted it out of politeness. "Hello, what's your name?" "My name is Elena." "Elena?" The 2 were shocked again. Elena. These 3 words are well known to the players in the land of the hunting god, who often like to refresh the battle power list. They have long dominated the battle power list. Just the day before, Elena was still far ahead, with a battle power of 120,000 and proud of the heroes. However, when they were about to enter the World Boss Challenge field, Elena's name mysteriously disappeared from the battle power ladder. If I guess correctly, she should have worn some special props that could hide her attributes. And now, Sister Tong Tong and Tang Yu subconsciously looked up at the cute rabbit headband on the head of this tall female elf. "So you are Elena." Tang Yu smiled and said, "I have heard of your name for a long time." Elena didn't say anything, and then her eyes lit up as if she remembered something and quickly took out 2 bank card-like cards from her backpack. Since this person is really Lin Chen's friend on Earth, it is necessary to invite him to the wedding. Just as he was about to hand it over, a violent whistling sound resounded through the sky again. Interesting. Mortal. Hearing this thunderous roar, everyone's face changed again. Damn, I was so busy looking at beauties that I almost forgot I was still in the World Boss Dungeon. Some players reacted with horror. Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong also looked up. This time they did not retreat either. On the contrary, with the help of Elena, several people came to their side. Such as the Punisher of Evil Blossoming Half-Summer, who just transformed into a warrior of heaven, the Druid Edelman, who summoned a giant bear, the Rune Master Dumb Goose, and a very strong half-orc boxing champion Sunshine Baby. After that, people like Lonely Leaf and Social Dog Brother also came one after another, including Feng Chen and Gardenia. These people are all well-known figures on the ladder list of the entire hunting god land. There are 8 or 9 of them in the top 20 in terms of combat power, not to mention the ruthless person like Elena, who has always been ranked first. Seeing these big guys advancing instead of retreating, the other mid-level players, who had been watching around them, also gathered after a little consideration. It seemed that everyone had already realized that the difficulty of the world boss was a little different. If they couldn't kill the boss in one go, they would be the ones to die. However, after everyone approached, they consciously surrounded Elena in the middle, as if this beautiful female elf was their leader. Elena seemed a little embarrassed. The smile on her face had long disappeared, and the cold look that kept strangers away returned. Seeing Elena's performance, Lin Chen just found it very interesting. I don't know if it's because he's going to marry Elena soon, but the more Lin Chen looks at Elena, the cuter she becomes. He completely forgets that Elena is a cold goddess in front of outsiders. At this time, the female elf suddenly turned her head and secretly glanced at Lin Chen. The female elf blinked her eyes, looking like she was asking for instructions. Lin Chen smiled dotingly and nodded at Elena. With Lin Chen's permission, Elena put away the bow and arrow in her hand, which was a little mediocre in shape, and took out the artifact Feather Fall. Before people could marvel at the gorgeous shape of the bow, Elena took a few steps forward, drew the bow and arrow towards the god of fierce wind, and even pulled the bowstring into a huge circle. The wind started to blow again. However, compared with the wind cast by the god of fierce wind, this wind was much more casual, and under the naked eye, these winds seemed to have a faint blue light, and under the influence of special fluctuations, the surrounding space was constantly riding, and a light blue storm suddenly formed. It rose from the ground, and then a strong wind broke out completely. In the eyes of the astonished people, these winds seemed to be sucked over by the bow and arrow in Elena's hand. Endless wind was drained, turning the surroundings into a dust-free zone. Back off, back off. Qianshao frowned and waved to the people around him. In the process of retreating, many people with good sense gradually frowned. They could not help but feel the terrifying power of these storms. Although it was a little weaker than the frenzy of the god of fierce wind, they could not put this storm together with a weak-looking female elf. These high-level players even began to prepare for battle under the shock of such power. Although they did not care about the changes around them, they did not expect to feel the horrifying fluctuations from the power guided by Elena. I help you. The rune master named Dai-Tu was the first to notice the terrifying power of Elena's move, and immediately waved at the female elf. Then, the white skin of Elena's hands suddenly lit up with blue rune patterns. The rune master's bonus skill Excite Rune Release. Sure enough, after this skill fell, the surrounding storm suddenly expanded again, and people could even feel the weight of the wind around Elena's body. Her slender legs were stretched straight, and the ground under her long boots made a creaking sound. I come too. Then, a weapon master also cast a weapon blessing on Elena. As a burst of purple light fell on Elena's feather, the already gorgeous artifact changed again. It seemed to come alive, and the surface of the bow and the upper and lower parts began to become colorful. Under the lingering storm, it was so bright that people couldn't look directly at it. With this enhancement skill, Elena suddenly raised the bow high and aimed at the god of fierce wind. Windcatcher's awakening skill smashed the sky. The slender jade fingers of the jade hand gently loosened, and the bowstring that was pulled into a circle shook violently. An arrow that seemed to be soaked in blue dye flew towards the god of fierce wind. Its speed was so fast that it actually cut the air along the way into lines like glass fragments. If you listen carefully, you can really hear the crisp sound of space being shattered. Looking at this blue arrow flying from bottom to top, the pupils of the god of fierce wind shrank. He could actually detect the extreme danger from this arrow. Chapter 430. The god of fierce wind's first reaction was not to take the blow, but to dodge it. Facing the huge indigo arrow that was getting closer and closer, the god of fierce wind instinctively moved to the side, but his body was too large, and even if the range of movement was large enough, he was still inevitably hit on the shoulder by the arrow. In an instant, this master who was supposed to control the wind was forced to retreat again and again by the hurricane that burst out from the arrow on his shoulder. At the same time, along with the sound of cracks in the surrounding space, the health bar above the head of the god of fierce wind was also visibly reduced. But this was not what shocked the god of fierce wind. What made him most unbelievable was that the tremendous energy exploding in his body actually made him feel pain. But how is this possible? As the world boss of the land of the hunting god, he was not a player, and should not have been affected by any special state. However, this severe pain made his face change, and his frowning brows seemed to be able to squeeze out water. Ugh! He groaned and stomped his feet hard on the ground. In order to resist the endless energy from the arrows, his legs plowed 2 huge trenches of several thousand meters on the ground, and then he barely stopped the car. But under the raging storm, the god of fierce wind only felt that his body was painful and itchy, as if he was bitten by thousands of mosquitoes, making him extremely irritated. After several seconds, when half of the blood bar on his head had flowed away, the hurricane energy on his shoulders dissipated slightly. The god of fierce wind's hair fell down like a waterfall, and he looked as embarrassed as a homeless man begging for lunch. He looked up at the player's location in the distance, and then carefully looked at the female elf holding a bow and arrow and shooting an arrow. Windcatcher. No wonder the 3 system administrators watching from above appeared here. No wonder they asked me to go all out. So many exaggerated players have appeared in the land of the hunting god now. But no matter what, why did I feel so painful because of this arrow? Soon, the god of fierce wind noticed a line of words on the head of the female elf. That was a title. Although the headband she wore could hide her ID and attributes as well as the specific amount of blood on the health bar, this type of item could not hide the name of the wearer's title. The title Elena was wearing now was called Giver of Pain. The god of fierce wind's eyes jumped. If you remembered correctly, this title seemed to carry a side effect called Curse Aura, which meant that the attack of this female elf would make the opponent cursed. So even I will be affected by the cursed state in the land of the hunting god? The god of fierce wind stood up with some seriousness. He looked down at his shoulder. The power of the arrow just now tore the light around his body apart, and his whole state was a mess. It hurt so much. The god of fierce wind laughed softly. Although he wanted to know why a player would get such a title, it was no longer important. He no longer needed to hold back. No matter what the 3 adults standing in the void above his head planned to do later, he must make these people die here completely. Thinking of this, The god of fierce wind even raised his head without covering up and looked at the top of his head, as if making a final confirmation. In the void, the three people hesitated slightly, and finally the leading judge nodded. After receiving the administrator's reply, the god of fierce wind slowly lowered his head, with an extreme indifference on his face. His aura suddenly changed at this moment. The players below also raised their heads with some curiosity, but there was nothing on the head of the god of fierce wind. The god of fierce wind suddenly stretched out his hand, and tore off the dark cloud robe and storm cloak covering his body. His originally huge body suddenly became smaller. Under the gaze of the people, the huge world boss became smaller, and finally changed from a behemoth of hundreds of meters to a height similar to that of the players. I always have a bad feeling. Among the players, the Punisher named Hua Kai Ban Xia swallowed his saliva involuntarily. In front, the god of fierce wind, who had become almost the same size as a normal person, began to move forward slowly. Compressed storms were turning into special threads lingering around his body. He was stretching his muscles, but his speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, people couldn't even see his movements clearly. Damn it, watch out! If they still had some chance of winning at the beginning, it was because the god of fierce wind was too big, and even throwing skills randomly could kill him. But now they couldn't even see where he was. How the hell was this going to work? What a rip-off. The next moment, just as people's vision was blurred, the god of fierce wind suddenly appeared in front of Elena. His speed was so fast that no one, including Qian Xiao and Sister Tong Tong, could notice him. When they turned around and tried to chase each other, he was already standing only 1 meter away from Elena. Although Elena had seen the god of fierce wind's movements in advance and had already responded, she was still not fast enough. She could only draw the bow and arrow in her hand to a suitable arc in this short time, but she didn't have time to shoot it. She could only watch the god of fierce wind raise his hand, clench his hand into a fist, and swing it towards her face. The female elf's pupil shrank slightly, and her eyes reflected the opponent's fist approaching. But at this moment, it seemed that a dark green mist rose around, and then just when the fist was about to hit her face, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, and the huge energy was abruptly inserted, and entered the aura between her and the god of fierce wind. Then, the god of fierce wind's wrist was tightly grasped, and his fist finally stopped only 3 or 4 centimeters away from the tip of the female elf's nose. All this happened so fast that everyone around had no time to react. By the time they came to their senses, a dark green mist and a strong wind had erupted around them. What happened? People looked in the direction of Elena in shock. The masked man who had just killed all the sickle weasels with one sword stretched out his right hand to hold the wrist of the god of fierce wind, and Elena had already pulled up the bow and an arrow that had been gathered long ago was facing the abdomen of the god of fierce wind. The three of them were motionless, and for a moment they seemed to be watching a pantomime. Clang, clang, clang. The crowd of onlookers all flashed their swords and weapons, and seemed to be ready to help find the place, but no one dared to step forward to help. Even though Qian Xiao subconsciously wanted to rush forward, she was stopped by Sister Tong Tong. Don't go over there. Just wait and see what happens. Listening to Sister Tong Tong's whisper in his ear, Tang Yu took a step back without making a sound. The curious look on the brows of the god of fierce wind became even more intense. He first looked at his wrist, then stared at the man's mask in an unusually exaggerated way. How? Did you do it? The god of fierce wind felt that his 3 views were about to collapse in such a short time. In his previous life, which was the first round, his challenge field had existed for a full month and a half. Yes, from the time his challenge field was just launched until it was cleared by players, a full 44 days had passed. In the 44 days, every day there were batches of players coming to challenge him, but in the end, they were all wiped out by him. If the level of the entire hunting god land had not been stuck at level 59 for too long, thus attracting the top challengers in the entire hunting god land, he would probably have been able to hold on for longer. But what about now? Not only did he use a big move that was released in the 4th stage at the beginning, but his 4-dimensional attributes and health were all comprehensively strengthened by the 3 administrators, but he still felt it was not enough. These players are more exaggerated than each other, whether it's the archer Qian Xiao who dared to take his ultimate move, or the female berserker who tried to break the hurricane with sword energy, or the druid who summoned a giant bear, and the Huakai Banksia who beat his warped giant sickle weasel to death. He originally felt that these people were outrageous enough, but who would have thought that he would meet a female elf who could shoot half of his blood with 1 arrow and even make him feel pain? If this can be tolerated, what the hell is this person who is holding his wrist now? Is this something a player can do? At this time, the masked man suddenly smiled and spoke. Lord God of the fierce wind, let's not talk about hitting people in the face. You are a bit too heavy to hit my fiancé so hard. Chapter 431. Fiancé? The god of fierce wind only felt that he was hallucinating. Was he talking about his fiancé now? Not only him, but the players around him were also confused. Even Elena herself felt a little uncomfortable. The female elf's originally serious and murderous expression suddenly became a little shy, and a blush climbed up her pointed ears. The god of fierce wind only felt that he was offended. Mortals who offend the gods, go to hell. He suddenly pulled his wrist back from Lin Chen's hand, and before everyone's thoughts came out of Lin Chen's words, a gust of wind suddenly rose from the ground. Boom! The next moment, all the players present saw a glazed light that appeared and disappeared in an instant, shooting out from the body of the god of fierce wind. The energy looked like a more powerful wind. Then, Lin Chen, who was standing in place, was hit hard by this force, and his whole body was pushed out. The players who had been staring at Lin Chen were horrified, and Feng Chen and Gardenia were even more stunned. They watched Lin Chen, who was standing in place just a moment ago, suddenly disappear at this moment. No, he didn't disappear, but was pushed out by that force. What was left now was a gully on the ground with no end in sight. The starting point of the gully was at their feet, and its end was beyond their sight. How far did he fly? Thousands of meters? Or tens of thousands of meters? Some players with mediocre combat power were trembling all over at this time, and some female players standing at the back of the crowd were even more pale. Everyone dared not breathe. Originally, when the god of fierce wind was as huge as a mountain, there was no such feeling. But now, he was the same size as everyone else, and the sense of fear was even stronger. Looking down at the endless ravine with white smoke and burnt smell coming out, no matter how powerful the masked man was, he probably wouldn't even have left a corpse. He should have died on the spot. If he had a resurrection coin, he should have been resurrected and teleported to the main city outside the dungeon, right? After doing all this, the god of fierce wind looked at Elena with an extremely cold look. But he was a little dazed. Because this beautiful female elf was only slightly panicked at the beginning, but she didn't show much at this time, and her face was even a little calm. You don't seem to care about your fiancé's life or death? The god of fierce wind looked at Elena indifferently and laughed softly. Elena still looked at him expressionlessly. At this time, the god of fierce wind finally realized that something was wrong, because in addition to this female elf, Feng Chen and Gardenia, who were not far away, were also like this. Although they were very surprised when they saw the masked man being slapped away, they now seemed very relaxed. This feeling was like they just looked at the team list and found that the health bars of their friends in the list were not reduced. But, is this possible? I didn't hold back just now. Even a player with 50,000 HP should have been killed directly, and how could that player have such a high HP? But how could the god of fierce wind know that Lin Chen, who now has 400,000 attack power, can have a basic HP of 200,000 just by relying on the guild skill Blood Desire? Not to mention that he now has 2 sets of suits that specifically increase HP and defense. Lin Chen's HP is now 320,000. The god of fierce wind felt something was wrong, and he turned to look at the direction where Lin Chen had just flown out. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the god of fierce wind stared at the end of the gully with some vigilance. At the same time, the wind was blowing, and a strong gust of wind began to spread around his body. In an instant, the killing intent of the god of fierce wind almost condensed into a physical object. After the god of fierce wind watched for a long time, his face was finally slightly startled, and then he saw a figure slowly walking slowly from the other end of the gully. The first thing that emerged from the smoke was the mask worn by Lin Chen, which vaguely looked like an evil ghost in the smoke. Lin Chen's pace was very slow. If you look closely, you can see that he was impatiently brushing off the dust on his body. Fuck. Really? Fake? The person who was slowly walking over was Lin Chen. Seeing this, the god of fierce wind suddenly laughed. His face became distorted because of the extreme smile. He didn't seem to expect that a player could be unscathed in his attack just now, looking up at his health bar, although I can't see the exact amount of loss, but if you look closely, it's only 1/10 of the amount. As Lin Chen gets closer and closer, his missing health bar is also recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't even use healing magic. Interesting. So interesting. The eyes of the god of fierce wind were filled with extreme madness at this time. I finally understand why those 3 adults told me not to hold back. The main reason is because of you. When the last bite fell, the voice of the god of fierce wind was like thunder, and the sound of a huge bell resounded through the sky. Then, his body rose high, and the invisible storm lifted him up, as if he was ascending to godhood. Huh? A strong wind suddenly rose, swallowing up everything around in an instant. The ground, mountains, and rivers all lost their foundations in the face of this irresistible force, turning into flying fragments. All things on the entire plain, regardless of life or death, regardless of importance, were swept away by this powerful wind pressure. Some players with relatively low combat power, who failed to escape in time, had no time to escape at all. At this moment, they were like candles in the wind, unable to resist, and could only let the wind pressure sweep them to an unknown distance. However, some people who lay on the yellow grass were able to rely on special mechanisms to avoid being blown away. However, under such pressure, Lin Chen not only did not move at all, he even reached out and touched his ears under the gaze of the god of fierce wind. Then, he deliberately raised his voice. "What did you say?" The wind was too strong, I didn't hear it clearly. The whole body of the god of fierce wind choked, and the surrounding world with strong winds seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, the strong wind became even more violent. Lin Chen smiled, and he shook his head helplessly. This level 50 world boss is really petty, much more stingy than Anna and the god of blazing fire. As he spoke, he grasped the artifact rainbow light again, then raised his head and looked into the void. Like muttering to himself, Lin Chen said to himself, "Isn't it just to see how strong I am now? I originally wanted to leave the pretense to Xiao Feng and Xiao Tang, but now that the atmosphere has been set, I show you a few tricks." As he spoke, he stood in the wind, and a wisp of dark green mist rose from around his body. King's Domain Release. Chapter 432. Ding! It was like the sound of a huge bell coming from ancient times, but if you listened carefully, it felt like it was transmitted from the body of the god of fierce wind. His bones seemed to be wriggling, and a vast force that no player had ever felt surged out like a flood at this moment. The god of fierce wind suddenly raised his head and smiled coldly at Lin Chen, with a grim look in his eyes. Then he clenched his hands and saw a hurricane condensing in the sky above his head like a tide, layer upon layer, and it was hard to see clearly. These shaky energy fluctuations even made the sound of flowing water. Big dog. Xianxiao, who had been watching, began to change his expression. He shouted to the sturdy knight behind him, "Attention, awaken at any time." The knight named Social Dog Brother nodded quickly. He subconsciously stood in front of Xianxiao, Tong Tong, Gudu and Yizi. Then he smashed the huge tower shield in his hand to the ground fiercely, and stared at the front. The awakening skill of the Crusader can make the Crusader himself invincible for 5 seconds. If he encounters an attack wave that is enough to kill everyone in seconds, he can protect the safety of the 3 people behind him. As for the others, they can only wish for the best. In front of them, in just a few breaths, the energy body in the sky that had turned black, wrapped in a strong wind, turned into a huge black sphere under the astonished gaze of the crowd. The edge of the light ball was filled with sawtooth-like lines, and as the lines flowed, it seemed that the space was collapsing around it. The god of fierce wind raised his fingertips, and the light ball became smaller, and finally turned into the same size as a glass bead and floated on his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the dangerous black ball of light instantly penetrated the void, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air, and then fiercely shot out towards where Lin Chen was. Swish! Seeing this, everyone held their breath, and all kinds of body protection skills shone brightly. And Elena almost subconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen did not hesitate. It was okay that he was wearing a mask and his expression could not be seen clearly, but from the way he walked leisurely, it seemed that he was not too vigilant about this. He shook his wrist, and the rainbow light in his hand emitted a dazzling red glow. He gestured to the air in front of him, and a rainbow sword energy was suddenly chopped out by him, and the red blade light swept away. Compared with the attack of the god of fierce wind, Lin Chen's move looked much simpler and plainer. It looked like an ordinary sword energy was chopped out, nothing more. Swish! But no one noticed that the red sword energy actually drew an arc in the air. It did not collide with the light ball of the god of fierce wind. On the contrary, before the two were about to touch, the sword energy actually circled. It flew towards the god of fierce wind after a half circle. The pupils of the god of fierce wind shrank. He obviously did not expect Lin Chen to have such a trick. But if that was the case, although this red sword energy would pierce the god of fierce wind directly, the light ball condensed from the opponent would also hit Lin Chen in the same way. "Oh, you want to take it hard?" The god of fierce wind smiled softly. "Okay, then let's see who can withstand each other's attacks." As soon as these words came out, a strong wind suddenly blew around the body of the god of fierce wind, and the wind flow as bright as the moon appeared again, forming a shield similar to wind of the natural moat around his body, and in front of him. At this moment, the god of fierce wind did not mean to underestimate Lin Chen. After all, this guy was a little weird. Out of respect, he had to face him with the strongest defensive posture. And Lin Chen looked at the gradually approaching black light ball, and he did not get arrogant. As a sage, he also released some of his enhancement and defense skills one by one. For example, bathing in holy light, voice of blessing, hymn of living beings, or echo of apocalypse, and so on were all thrown out at once. He was even hesitant about whether to release an awakening, but finally held back. He felt that this should be enough. In an instant, Lin Chen's whole body was extremely holy, and he looked like a messenger of God descending from heaven. Next, it was time for each other to withstand each other's attacks. Crack, crack. The light ball stopped in front of the light that lit up around Lin Chen's body. The hurricane inside swept in waves, and the amazing and powerful impact pushed Lin Chen back continuously. The ground under his feet was shattered by the terrifying force at this moment. The health bar above Lin Chen's head began to decrease. The shields brought by the sage's skills disappeared one after another, but they also resisted the terrifying power of the light ball. When it arrived in front of Lin Chen, it was much weaker than when it first appeared. Sizzle! The light ball finally hit Lin Chen's body. Then, the heavy wind pressure finally found Lin Chen, but for him, this attack was not so terrifying. If he had to withstand this attack according to himself 7 days ago, he would definitely not be able to hold on. But now, he was more than capable of dealing with this kind of force. The sage's protective skills around his body were still emitting a soft white light, and the gain effect brought by each skill was constantly weakening the power of the black light ball. In the end, Lin Chen even stopped retreating, and stomped his foot on the ground. He actually withstood the energy of the light ball's complete explosion. He raised his head, and grinned at the god of fierce wine through his mask. Damn, who is the world boss now? Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling a little exaggerated about his defense and HP. But compared to his ease, it was not so easy for the god of fierce wind. The wind wall in front of the god of fierce wind was directly covered by the whistling sword light and sword energy. The scarlet rainbow sword energy penetrated straight in like a knife cutting tofu. Countless storm body protection abilities were like paper under the cutting and piercing of the sword energy. What? The god of fierce wind blurted out in disbelief. A series of crisp sounds came out, and the space in front of the god of fierce wind collapsed at this time. The red sword energy directly cut through all the body protection methods in front of him, and the strong and pungent power fluctuations chopped on his body without any fancy. Oh no! The god of fierce wind had no time to think, and after opening his arms, he urged the power of the hurricane to resist frantically, but it was too late. The red blade fell on his body, and the pain he had expected came like this. Yes, this is what he is most worried about, because Lin Chen also has a title called Pain Giver on his head. That is to say, if the opponent's attack breaks through his defense and attacks his body, then he will be cursed 100%, and he will feel pain. As expected, when the blade touched his body, he had no time to care how much blood was lost above his head. He could only feel his heart beating violently. Then, a wave of energy swept out from the space in front of him, and the wind pressure created around him collapsed. A huge vacuum zone suddenly appeared. Bang! The next moment, the body of the god of fierce wind was just like Lin Chen just now, and he was thrown backwards from the source of the energy shock. At this point, all the onlookers were stunned. One sword chopped off the world boss, but soon, the wind between heaven and earth rose again, and the god of fierce wind, who was chopped off, flashed back only a second later. You? He stood in the air and shouted at Lin Chen. His voice was like thunder, but his momentum was insufficient. The god of fierce wind lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his hands, palms, and arms. There were wounds of varying degrees on the skin, as well as the tattered clothes on his body, and the shocking knife wound on his chest. The power around him was extremely weak. Compared to when Irina shot him just now, the god of fierce wind at this moment could no longer be described as embarrassed. He was breathing rapidly, and staring at Lin Chen with extremely vicious eyes. Where did you get such an exaggerated attack power? When the god of fierce wind questioned Lin Chen, people came back to their senses and looked at the top of the god of fierce wind's head. The knife just now actually directly cut off a full tube and a half of his health bar. In fact, compared to the surprised players around, the god of fierce wind, as the person involved, was the most unbelievable, because his one tube of health bar had nearly 300,000 health points, and 1.5 tubes, which was already more than 400,000 health points. What Gooba's attack power cut off 400,000 drops of his blood with one strike? Cheating. Not to mention the blood volume, his armor is also ridiculously high. As a world boss, his armor is proportional. Logically, the higher Lin Chen's attack power, the higher the damage he can block, but... Lin Chen smiled. How did the God of Fierce Wind know that the Rainbow Sword energy that Lin Chen just chopped out just happened to trigger the enhanced additional effect of the artifact Rainbow Light? Yes, Lin Chen's strike was real damage, ignoring armor. Rainbow Light plus 10 additional effect. Additional magic damage will be added when attacking, and your attack will carry attack special effects. Divine Weapon enhanced additional effect. Attack will have a chance to trigger real damage. Chapter 433. Lin Chen has figured it out now. He had thought of one thing when he first entered the challenge field. With his current strength, with the effects of various suits, he has 400,000 attack power, 320,000 health points, and his double defense has reached 3,000 to 4,000. When attacking, the special states that will be added are not only curse state, true damage, bleeding effect, burning effect, freezing effect. Just the negative states that may be attached to the fucking attack. Lin Chen has a full 14. This is not to mention his skills and methods. If he opens the King's Domain and summons Shield Mountain Chilua and other boss-level followers who inherit 50% of his basic attributes, Lin Chen suspects that if he goes all out, he can single-handedly kill the world boss. There is no need for so many players to help. Yes, this was his initial idea. But now he feels that he has thought too much. He has thought too much. Because he does not need to go all out. Although the attack method of the God of Fierce Wind is also exaggerated, he estimates that he can kill the God of Fierce Wind in front of him with a basic attack before the opponent uses up his health. With the bug ability of stacking attack power, Lin Chen just felt that he was too shameless. But no one knew what Lin Chen was thinking. They could only see Lin Chen walking towards the God of Fierce Wind step by step. His body was extremely simple inside and out, without any power leaking out, but that kind of aura filled the world. No one could imagine how this king-level oppression that seemed to surpass all power appeared on a player. This aura that only God had, even surpassed the God of Fierce Wind. The God of Fierce Wind was beginning to retreat. He knew where this sense of oppression came from. As Lin Chen approached, he was madly releasing a skill. Fearful Killing Intention. Yes, Lin Chen was testing whether this skill would work on the God of Fierce Wind. Obviously, the effect was significant. At this moment, the arrogant level 50 world boss God of Fierce Wind actually felt a chilling breath from the masked man, who was gradually approaching. At this moment, he finally understood why the three system administrators asked him to go all out and even strengthened his four-dimensional attributes at all costs. Originally, he thought that this approach was a bit unfair. He thought that even if the second-round players gathered together, he would not lose to these mediocre players. After all, under his attack, the more people there were, the more advantageous it would be for him. But the masked man in front of him, his strength alone was above his. When did a monster like you appear in the land of the hunting god? After saying that, Lin Chen also stood less than 10 meters away from the God of Fierce Wind, holding the broadsword that had just cut him, Hung Guang. Lin Chen did not answer his question, but just looked at him calmly. The eyes under the mask seemed to have a hint of provocation. Then, Lin Chen gently said, "What other means do you have? Use them all." The whole body of the God of Fierce Wind shook, as if stimulated. His face was distorted, and his whole body began to swell. He gave up the size of a normal person, and turned into a mountain-like height again. Under his huge body like a mountain, the dark clouds that covered the sky, and the sun once again turned into his cloak. The sky that had stabilized once again emitted thunderous sounds, and the unprecedented chaotic power completely enveloped the world. Oh my God! Please spare me. People finally couldn't stand it anymore. After all these twists and turns, they were completely defeated. Let's die. I can't stand it anymore. The face of the God of Fierce Wind was as gloomy as water. Energy gathered from all corners of the world, and was finally caught in his hands, with his hands clasped together. You dare to challenge the gods? I want to kill you, just like crushing an ant. The God of Fierce Wind disappeared at this moment. No, to be more precise, he merged with the sky. A big face made of dark clouds looked down from above. As the words fell, the mouth of the big face of the cloud layer with thunder and lightning also opened and closed. Boom boom. Countless tornadoes fell from the sky just like at the beginning of the challenge. At a glance, these huge whirlwinds were everywhere in sight. They quickly gathered together under the dark cloud-like smile on the face of the God of Fierce Wind, and then turned into a special energy body that looked like a disc. It was as big as a star, covering the sky and the sun. Compared with the attack between him and Lin Chen just now, the power contained in this energy was more than a little stronger. Seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. This is a bit interesting. For a moment, the whole world was in complete chaos, and people finally knew what the world lost its color meant. All the players were fleeing frantically, and even the lifeless stones and grass seemed to be wailing together. But what was unexpected was Lin Chen's attitude. As the person who was the focus of the other party's murderous intent, he still did not feel the slightest panic. On the contrary, he was too calm. Afterwards, under the gaze of the people, Lin Chen actually put the artifact rainbow light in his hand back into his backpack, and took out a slightly simple iron sword. Level 1 white equipment rusty iron sword. If it weren't for the iron sword's +10 and the colorful light on it, people would have almost failed to recognize it. Strange. Why did he change the sword? Some people were puzzled. But Elena, Feng Chun and Gardenia smiled knowingly. Lin Chen changed out the rusty iron sword not to stack attack power, but for critical hit. Although the attack power and additional effects of Hongguang as a divine weapon are extremely strong, the critical hit effect it adds can be ignored. But the rusty iron sword was different. This equipment had a bug entry, which was added by Lin Chen himself. Each attack had a 50% chance of causing a critical hit. He really wanted to know, with his current 400,000 attack power, if he hit a critical hit, would he be able to kill the god of fierce wind instantly? Thinking of this, Lin Chen raised the rusty iron sword high, and then slashed lightly at the location of the shadow of the god of fierce wind in front of him. Chapter 434. A seemingly soft knife fell, and everything around was quiet. The god of fierce wind showed a sense of astonishment in his eyes. The huge shadow that originally covered the entire sky gradually dissipated, and the endless wind suddenly weakened a little. Then the dark clouds above became lighter and lighter, and a ray of sunlight actually sprinkled from the clouds and shone on the players' faces. People subconsciously raised their heads and looked around in surprise. They could perceive that the whole world had undergone very obvious changes, but what happened, and what was going on with these twists and turns of the World Boss Challenge? Could it be that these changes were caused by the masked man slashing at the air with a rusty iron sword, that's all? But if not, why did the surrounding scene change? Everything became brand new, and the air was even filled with the fresh fragrance of soil and flowers. The purest and most moving fragrance of nature filling everyone's sinuses. The hurricane that had just raged had subsided, and only a very weak and subtle air flow could be felt on the body. When the breeze came, people looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Has the dungeon been cleared? Stop it. Didn't the boss just block out the sky and look like he was going to use a big move? But what's going on now? That's right. Wasn't it just the masked guy who chopped him down with one blow? Fuck you. You're so fierce. You killed a world boss with one blow. Are you living in a dream? People stopped and looked at the sky in the distance in astonishment. In the sky, a disheveled body was slowly falling. It was the world boss, who was just calling the wind and rain, the god of fierce wind. When the god of fierce wind stepped on the ground, people took a look at the blood bar on his head. It didn't matter if they didn't look at it. When their eyes were fixed on the blood bar, even the strong men such as Qian Xiao and Huakai Bangxia were stunned. The god of fierce wind only had one tube of blood left, and his blood volume was only 1/7 of that. This blood volume was estimated to be only 20,000 or 30,000 at most. Not to mention that they rushed up. A few high-level players alone could kill him directly with a few skills. At this time, people's faces finally showed a touch of almost unbelievable fear. They carefully looked at Lin Chen, who was standing not far in front of the god of fierce wind. At this time, Lin Chen stood up straight, smiled, and put the rusty iron sword in his hand back into his backpack, looking like he was ready to talk to the world boss. There was something in the hand of the god of fierce wind. Looking closely, it turned out to be something like an hourglass. He was hesitating whether to crush it, but he never made up his mind. Lin Chen noticed the boss's actions, and saw the time hourglass in his hand. Lin Chen shook his head at him. No need, there are 3 system administrators standing above you. They can move freely even if you use the time hourglass. After saying this, Lin Chen was also a little curious. Good guy, do all these world bosses have this habit? Starting from the moon goddess Anna, they like to crush the time hourglass and tell them something. The expression of the god of fierce wind was a little strange. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and put the time hourglass back. After doing this, he raised his head and looked at the void above his head. There seemed to be 3 pairs of eyes looking down at the ground. After a long while, the god of fierce wind said faintly, "You are so powerful, It should be those 3 people who did it deliberately, right? I didn't expect that these system administrators, who are responsible for maintaining the rules of the hunting god land, would actually give special treatment to certain players. Well, I think you must have misunderstood. Lin Chen waved his hand. Although I received some gifts and rewards from the 3 of them, my current strength has nothing to do with them strictly speaking. No relationship? Hee. The god of fierce wind smiled reluctantly. Your attack power is at least 400,000. The critical hit just now hit me 750,000 HP. If my defense was not high enough, I would be dead now. I didn't lie to you. Lin Chen didn't know whether the other party would believe his explanation. After saying this, he didn't say anything more. After all, it's really hard to say such things in public. The god of fierce wind shook his head and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the reason why the land of hunting gods was born is to cultivate powerful players. Even if they give you people convenience, I'm not surprised, but I still want to remind you. At this point, the god of fierce wind raised his head and looked again with some hesitation. Lin Chen also subconsciously raised his head. The god of fierce wind paused and continued. The birth of the land of hunting gods is somewhat mysterious. Every person and every monster here. Before he finished speaking, a hooded man suddenly appeared in the middle of Lin Chen and the god of fierce wind. His appearance was very abrupt, but it made people feel that it was natural, as if he had always been standing here, and Lin Chen and the god of fierce wind came later. Looking closely, this person was one of the system administrators, the judge. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. After the judge appeared, he naturally put his hand on the shoulder of the god of fierce wind. He smiled, but his tone was very cold. Sever, the name of the god of fierce wind. He just muttered it, but it was enough to make the god of fierce wind tremble all over. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said. Your world boss should see this matter more clearly than any NPC, right? The god of fierce wind lowered his head tightly, and said nothing. The judge looked at him meaningfully, and then patted his shoulder with his hand. Do your own job well, and don't say too much or do too much for the rest, understand? The god of fierce wind nodded fiercely. After doing this, the judge slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not make any other movements, but narrowed his eyes slightly. A few seconds later, the judge smiled and nodded at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was stunned, and nodded in response without knowing why. I wish you a happy wedding in advance, and I will take time to attend your wedding. After saying this, the judge disappeared. Chapter 435. Elena ran over quickly, looking nervously at the place where Lin Chen and the judge disappeared. Lin Chen, are you okay? She knew who these people were. Not to mention her, even the current Lin Chen couldn't provoke them. She was afraid that Lin Chen would offend them. After all, Lin Chen had blatantly cheated them of 6 ruins tickets in the novice village dungeon, and Lin Chen and his men were reborn with these 6 tickets. Now Lin Chen almost killed the world boss with one blow. If the GMs like the judge come to their senses, will they be furious and kill Lin Chen the cheater? When the judge disappeared, Elena breathed a sigh of relief. She held Lin Chen's hand tightly, not caring that her little hand had been soaked with sweat. It's okay. Lin Chen felt warm in his heart, and gently patted the back of the female elf's hand with his other hand to comfort her. I didn't break the rules, and I didn't provoke him. He has no reason to attack me. However, despite saying this, Lin Chen was also very concerned about the episode that just flashed by. What does the god of fierce wind want to say to him? Is there something strange in the land of hunting gods? What happened to the players and monsters? But when Lin Chen looked at the silent god of fierce wind again, the boss of this world was no longer talking, but just thinking about something. After a while, the boss of this world finally sighed. He shouted at Lin Chen, "Hey, kill me and close this challenge field." After saying that, he opened his arms to Lin Chen, meaning that only Lin Chen could take action. Some players watching from a distance immediately became restless. They stared at the remaining health of the god of fierce wind. Many of them began to breathe rapidly, panting, and wanted to rush over to grab the head right now. You know, this is the world boss. Although they are not even on the output ranking, if they can get the first kill of the world boss, then the first kill reward will make them become big bosses in the land of hunting gods. Under such temptation, some people even began to move forward quietly. People die for money and birds die for food. Even though they knew that Lin Chen could kill the world boss with one blow, they still wanted to fish in troubled waters. After all, after the boss died, the world would be cleared. By then, the hunting land was so big and the emperor was far away. How could Lin Chen find them, no matter how powerful he was? By then, he would have artifacts, world-class props, and a large number of prop consumables, so he would not care about these. Many people had already exchanged glances with each other, and the weapons in their hands flashed coldly. But the next moment, the masked controller Qian Shao suddenly walked to Lin Chen's side. He shook his wrist, and countless black magic balls circled around Lin Chen and the god of fierce wind. They rotated slightly, like planets orbiting the sun. Controller skill break magic ball. Those players who were about to step forward paused slightly. Not only that, Feng Chen and Gardenia also came to their senses and stood up together, followed by Lonely Leaf, Big Dog, and finally Huakai Banksia, Druid, and Dai Tui. All of them actually walked up. These players who were famous in the battle rankings of the land of the hunting gods surrounded Lin Chen and the others, not letting them get close at all. Humph, a bunch of trash. The druid looked at the players around him with a sullen face, and spat on the ground. You were nowhere to be seen when you were dealing damage, and now you want to come and grab the head when you see the boss is at low health. You're dreaming. Feng Chen, who was standing not far from the druid, immediately liked the man who summoned the giant bear. He patted the druid and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you have a very positive outlook. No need to praise me. This time the World Boss Challenge field is the credit of the great god behind us, and the first kill of the boss must be his. I want to see who dares to come and make trouble. Hearing these conversations, the players who were eager to try began to be timid. Their approaching steps paused slightly, and the expressions on their faces were more exciting than each other. Lin Chen looked at the fierce wind god with his arms open in front of him. He did not refuse the other party's request, but he suddenly asked when he took action. By the way, you didn't really die after you were killed, right? Why are you asking this? Just out of curiosity, I want to know, for example, after the moon goddess Anna and the god of fire died, did they really die completely? No, if I was killed by you, it would be equivalent to death. I just told you what I wanted to say. Why should I be afraid of the Lord Judge? Then where did you go after you were killed? It's like getting off work. Is that so? So hurry up, don't waste time. Lin Chen knew what was going on. He turned to look at Elena. You come. Me? Elena shook her head. This is your victory, how can I? We still have you and me. Lin Chen smiled, and pinched Elena's hand. The pretty face of the female elf blushed. We are not married yet. What's the difference between us now and getting married? You should come. It's too wasteful to give me the reward for killing the world boss. How can this be called a waste, after marriage? What's mine is yours, no matter who comes. Ah, why is yours mine after marriage? Huh? Isn't it the same for you elves? No. Just as the two were talking as if no one was around, the god of fierce wind tooted. Tut! The god of fierce wind looked a little ugly. Damn it, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to discuss me like this? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other. Both of them were a little embarrassed. The two exchanged glances for a while, and finally Lin Chen couldn't resist, and could only take out the rainbow light and step forward. Then, I'm sorry. The god of fierce wind rolled his eyes. Lin Chen raised his sword, and the health bar above the head of the world boss was officially cleared. The next moment, everything around seemed to come alive, and the pictures in every perspective were constantly changing. The sky and the grass became distorted at this time. After a moment, the whole world was like glass about to break, and the creaking sound was endless. Crunch, crunch, snap! Finally, crystal clear fragments fell from the sky, like meteors streaking through the night sky. This world is disintegrating, and the challenge field of the god of fierce wind has officially closed. Many of the remaining players are seeing this scene for the first time. They don't bother to worry about who got the last kill of the boss. They all look up at this world that is crumbling and collapsing, and their tense nerves are relieved at this moment. It's finally over. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were in another world. Damn, it feels like a long time has passed, but guess what? It's only been more than half an hour. Ah, I feel like I've spent a fucking day and night here. No way, so fast. While people were talking, their brains began to ring with the popular prompt sound. Especially Lin Chen, Irina, and others also stood in the broken world and listened to the prompt sound seriously. After all, this is the reward obtained after the world boss falls, which is not comparable to the clearance reward of ordinary copies. Ding! Congratulations, the world boss. God of the fierce wind, Sefer, has been killed. The restrictions on the advanced main city have been eliminated, and all the chosen will be able to teleport to the advanced main city from the teleportation guide in the intermediate main city. After this voice sounded, everyone's eyes lit up. Damn, the advanced main city is open. Ding. The output ranking list of this world boss has been announced. All the chosen can check the damage ranking on the world boss output list. Ladder ranking. Ding. All players who participated in this World Boss Crusade will receive additional experience points as rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Ding. Congratulations, you participated in killing the world boss this time, and the special reward is being calculated for you. These voices became more and more numerous, and the noise became louder and louder, directly exploding in the minds of every surviving player. Before this world was completely broken, people were naturally very curious about the final output ranking. Looking up, the huge output ranking window clearly listed the output ranking of the God of Fierce Wind this time. It read, Level 50 World Boss Output Ranking. First place, Programmer. Damage Output Ratio, 65%. Second place, Elena. Damage Output Ratio, 10.1%. Third place, Qian Xiao. Damage Output Ratio, 5.2%. Fourth place, Fengchen's Wojiu. Damage Output Ratio, 3.2%. Fifth place, Sister Tong Tong. Damage Output Ratio, 1.9%. Sixth place, Wakai Banksia. Seventh place, Daytu. Eighth place. Chapter 436. After the names of the players on the leaderboard were displayed one by one, the crowd realized that the man wearing the mask was actually the so-called programmer. They vaguely remembered hearing or seeing this familiar name in various occasions, but it was only a glimpse. This elusive boss-level figure often flashed by the first place on the ladder. But who knew that he was so strong that he killed the world boss alone, and it only took 3 slashes? At first, people thought there was a bug in the system. How could someone kill the God of Fierce Wind with just a few slashes? But when they saw the 3 words programmer, they suddenly felt that everything made sense. In addition, the extremely beautiful female elf was Elena, who had always been in the first place. They always felt that everything made sense. For a moment, they felt the strong sense of disparity in this world. It was really frustrating to compare people. They were all players in the land of hunting gods, but the gap between them was as big as the difference between heaven and earth. As the world gradually disintegrated, streams of light fell from the sky, gathering and lingering, and finally formed a huge white portal in the center of the players. Whenever this portal appeared, it meant that the dungeon was completely cleared. The energy flowing through the huge portal made the players feel at ease, knowing that after stepping into this door, they would leave this place and return to the main city. It's finally over. Let's go. Some people were ready to step into the door, but many people were still looking around, as if waiting for something. Brother, are we going out? Feng Chen approached Lin Chen and asked. But Lin Chen did not answer. He stood there. If someone took off his mask, they would find that Lin Chen was frowning and waiting for something. Yes, Lin Chen was waiting for the prompt sound in his brain to end. Ding, congratulations, you participated in the killing of the world boss, and the special reward is being calculated for you. Ding, it is detected that you are a red-named player. You are a hunter of the world boss. It is detected that you have obtained the only achievement I will kill you even if it is a god. The achievement reward will be converted into additional experience points. Ding, congratulations, you are the player with the highest output damage value of the world boss this time. The special reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding, you have completed the achievement I Am the Storm, and the achievement reward has been issued to your backpack. Ding, congratulations to the second round players, you have received this special second round reward package, please check it. Ding, congratulations to the second round players, you have completed the World Boss Crusade, you will get extra Guishu power. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded. Congratulations, you have upgraded. The voices came one after another. Compared with other players around him, Lin Chen couldn't do anything if he didn't listen to all the voices. He couldn't even hear Feng Chen talking to him clearly. After that, another half a minute passed before the noisy voice of the system gradually stopped. When the last reminder sounded, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Attention, the system has detected that your backpack is full. Your reward will be distributed to your professional guide NPC, and you can pick it up at that time. Well, the backpack is full again. He did not sort out the backpack, but subconsciously raised his head to check his level. Because of the special physical gift from the judge, Lin Chen's level is the highest among all players, reaching a full level of 63. Just as he was in a trance, Feng Chen called out again. Brother? Lin Chen came back to his senses. What's wrong with you? Did you find anything wrong? No. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the void intentionally or unintentionally. Since he knew that the 3 system administrators had been watching here, Lin Chen also wanted to know if they would continue to appear. However, after waiting until many players stepped into the portal and no other actions were made, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. Wait a minute. After saying that, Lin Chen took Elena to the front of Sister Qian Shao Tong Tong and her group. Seeing Lin Chen coming, Qian Shao took off the shadow mask on his face with a smile, revealing a very young and sunny boy. He showed a signature smile that Lin Chen was very familiar with. Brother Lin. Lin Chen also took off the mask on his face. The two looked at each other and smiled. Good boy, you are doing well. Lin Chen hit Tang Yu's chest very familiarly. Tang Yu deliberately covered his chest and coughed, then laughed. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Elena and said to Lin Chen, Brother Lin, why don't you introduce us? How can a senior introduce a junior first? Oh, are we still doing this kind of nonsense ceremony? Nonsense, you still owe me a chicken leg. If you can go back, I'd let you eat a full meal. Tang Yu smiled, and finally pulled the female berserker named Sister Tong Tong next to him. Then he scratched his head. Let me introduce you, this is the vice president of our guild. She is also from Earth, from Hainan. Sister Tong Tong extended her hand to Lin Chen very generously. Hello, Brother Lin, my name is Li Xuedong. In the land of the hunting god, unless it is someone they are particularly familiar with, players rarely report their real names. Listening to the other girl's self-introduction, Lin Chen extended his hand and shook hands with the other party. Hello, Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at Tang Yu again, thinking that you are really good at pretending, and you are the vice president. Anyone can see this kind of relationship. Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Tang Yu smiled mischievously without explanation, and turned to greet a young girl and a strong man. You should have seen these two. If I'm not mistaken, you fought each other in the first guild dungeon. It was the first time that Lonely Leaf and Social You Dog brother saw Lin Chen's appearance after taking off his mask. Night Dog seemed a little nervous. Facing a big man of Lin Chen's level, he seemed very humble. He quickly lowered his head and extended his hands to shake hands with Lin Chen. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Please don't mind what happened last time. Oh, by the way, my name is Chungo, and my friends usually call me Dog Brother. Hello. Lin Chen also smiled politely, but in his heart, he was thinking that there was actually someone called this name. The lonely girl Yi Zi was looking at Lin Chen with her eyes shining like stars. She was very short, and could only look up at Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen looking at her, her face almost instantly turned red. She also forgot to greet Lin Chen and subconsciously ran behind to Go, muttering, Oh no, she's my type. Dago smiled at Lin Chen a little embarrassedly. Sorry, big brother, this girl is obsessed with uncles. She usually sticks to me. Maybe she has changed her mind after seeing you. Brother Go, don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen smiled and didn't care. After seeing the other party finish introducing themselves, Lin Chen also began to introduce his people to the other party. However, Feng Chen patted his chest very familiarly and stood up first. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Chen. I am my brother's early partner and the most loyal teammate. Since you are my brother's friends, you will also be my Feng Chen's friends in the future. It seems that if there is a glass of wine now, Feng Chen will probably subconsciously say, you can drink it as you like. Something like that. Feng Chen knew Lin Chen very well, and knew that Lin Chen might not be as good as he was at handling this kind of situation, so he immediately took over the job of introducing Gardenia. He pulled Gardenia over and said, this pretty little girl is also our regular teammate. How about her? She's pretty, right? Gardenia seemed a little more outgoing than before, so she was more generous than Lonely Leaf, who was also a girl. She bowed to the people in front of her with a smile on her face. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. The big dog on the opposite side scratched his head. Japanese? No. Chinese. Gardenia quickly shook her hand. I just like watching their anime. Aw, me too. The Lonely Leaf suddenly jumped out, eyes twinkling. Sister, what anime do you like? As they spoke, the two peers showed a look of joy on their faces. If the occasion was not inappropriate, they would probably hold hands and chat. Feng Chen continued the topic. He looked at Elena. Just when he was about to open his mouth, Elena nodded to Tang Yu and others. Hello, I'm Elena. The people on the opposite side suddenly quieted down, looking at Lin Chen and Elena's tightly held hands, with some ambiguous expressions. It seems that Elena no longer needs too much explanation. Chapter 437. Boom boom. The speed of the world breaking apart was getting faster and faster, and there was even a special energy pushing their bodies, driving them away. Brother Lin, which high-level main city are you going to? The whole world began to shake, and this world could be forcibly closed at any time. Lin Chen thought for a while, and said, Eternal airspace, I remember that place in the high-level main city should be the most beautiful. Okay. Tang Yu nodded. I find you when we get there. Okay, see you then. See you then? After the words fell, a burst of strong light surged from the void cracks in all directions, covering all the players, who had not left like a tide, until they disappeared completely. After a while, this world that was originally a level 50 world boss challenge field completely turned into a trance void, and the site was full of starlight. It was in this area that 3 figures appeared from the void. They looked at the portal that gradually disappeared in the void, and finally turned into nothingness, and they were speechless for a long time. After a long while, the old woman among the 3 looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly. I feel that we may have misunderstood the intention of the great designer from the beginning. The judge glanced at her with a complicated expression, and remembered the words that the god of fierce wind was about to say to Lin Chen just now. The judge remained silent. But at this moment, the pioneer standing beside them made some movements. He suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and then a solemn look appeared on his face that usually did not show any expression. This discovery made both the judge and the guide look at him at the same time. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the seal? Among the 3, the pioneer's duties include guarding the seal, so it is definitely not a small matter that can make him show such an expression. A voice mixed with both men and women happened to sound. You too, the time left for us, the land of the hunting god, is less than we thought. He didn't even finish his words, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. The judge and the guide both looked unhappy. They looked at each other, and then fell silent. At the same time, in a certain area of the Emerald Paradise, several beams of light fell from the sky, and Lin Chen and his group appeared immediately. However, when they were all above level 60, and had just been teleported back, the reminder sound that gave them a headache began to appear again. Especially Lin Chen, his expression was as if he had eaten a fly, but he had to listen to these reminder sounds carefully. Note, you have reached level 60, and the spirit pet cultivation function has officially started. From now on, you can cultivate and upgrade your spirit pet at the Spirit Pet Master in the advanced main city. Note, the current highest level of the land of the hunting god has reached level 60, and players have unlocked the equipment quality improvement function. You can now upgrade the quality of low-quality equipment at the equipment forger, such as white to green. The current highest level of the land of the hunting god has reached level 60, and players have unlocked real estate marriage system. You can now obtain the land deed to carry out home and marriage operations. For details, you can find real estate developers and wedding planners in major main cities for consultation. Players have unlocked a new large-scale dungeon. Details can be found in the task hall of the advanced main city. Attention, important, the system has unlocked the second job transfer. Players can find the job transfer NPC in the task hall of the advanced main city for consultation. Players have unlocked. These voices rang in the brains of Lin Chen and others one after another, and the few people who heard them could only stand there and listen to them. After all, these messages cannot be ignored casually. If you don't listen carefully, you don't know how to survive in the land of the hunting god. After a long while, the prompt sound finally dissipated, and Feng Chen licked his lips. To be honest, I haven't digested it yet. It seems that many things are very important, but I'm a little confused now. As he said, Feng Chen scratched his head, looking confused, as if after listening carefully to these prompt sounds, he had forgotten everything. Lin Chen's hand patted his shoulder, and Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen, who was putting the mask back on his face. It's okay. You won't lose anything if you listen less. You just need to remember one thing. What is it? Second job transfer. After hearing this, Feng Chen and Gardenia beside him really thought of something. Yes, the second job transfer in the land of the hunting god has been unlocked. They can accept the job transfer task after entering the advanced main city. Thinking of this, Feng Chen immediately became alert. Brother, sister-in-law, what is the second job of the berserker? Elena, who was leaning on Lin Chen, thought about it and said, it seems to be called God of War. God of War. Feng Chen was delighted. Wow, so cool. But he quickly looked at Lin Chen. What is the name of the second transformation of the sage? The Universalist. It sounds very high-end. While Feng Chen and Gardenia were chattering excitedly, Lin Chen suddenly felt that something was different around him. They were standing in a busy area of Emerald Paradise. On weekdays, you can see a lot of NPCs in this place, at least dozens of functional and non-functional people. Now you can still see NPCs everywhere, but not only Lin Chen, but also Elena beside him noticed it. She muttered, strange, why are all these NPCs replaced? Yes, This is what Lin Chen felt was very strange. Looking around, these NPCs were all unfamiliar faces, and even some NPCs they often saw were gone. Strange. Lin Chen frowned, then glanced at Elena. Elena also realized something, and immediately nodded in tacit understanding with Lin Chen. Then, several people came to the turntable of Emerald Paradise, and they came to a stove stall with smoke coming out of it. If I remember correctly, there should be a girl NPC, Xiaoyun, who likes to cross her legs and eat melon seeds. But there was an orc NPC sitting in the stall in front of him, and he was trimming his fangs with a razor. Seeing Lin Chen and others coming over, he immediately stood up straight, then bowed with a smile. Oh, are there guests? Welcome. I am here to make equipment and upgrade equipment for the chosen ones. Is there anything I can do for you? Chapter 438. This orc NPC rubbed his hands like a fly while waiting for Lin Chen and his friend's response. His eyes kept passing over Lin Chen and his friends, but he frowned when he saw Elena. For the aesthetics of orcs and half-orcs, this kind of female elf was really unbearable for them to look at. So ugly. The orc glanced at Elena and muttered in his heart, "Oh my god. I've never seen such an ugly one. I don't know how these elves look. No, this female elf is extremely ugly in prehistoric times, the ugliest one in the world." Although she could sense the orc's gaze, Elena didn't show any expression. After all, in the land of the hunting god, the orcs and half-orcs were famous for their definition of beauty and ugliness. In their eyes, the more beautiful something was, the more horrible it was. If they thought something was extremely ugly, then it would be unusually beautiful. Seeing the orc's disgusted expression, Elena suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy. The female elf sighed helplessly, and simply avoided the orc's gaze. "TSK, I'm too lazy to look at you." The orc NPC also muttered and looked away. Lin Chen, standing in place, didn't know what the orc and Elena were thinking. He stared at the stall in front of him and fell into deep thought. He looked at the orc NPC in front of him, who was at a loss, and then looked at the familiar stall, and the stove in the stall that was still smoking. He already had a rough answer in his mind. This matter seemed to have a sign early. He had heard about something when the novice village was closed, that is, a large number of new NPCs appeared in the intermediate main city. Those NPCs should have been promoted by the system after the novice village was closed. Then, Lin Chen learned from an NPC in a grocery store that if the advanced main city is officially opened, he will most likely be sent to work in the advanced main city. If that's the case, Xiaoyun also went to work in the advanced main city? I don't know where that girl went to work. After all, there are so many advanced main cities, and it's hard to say whether we will meet again in the future. "It's okay, let's go," Lin Chen said. Then, Feng Chen and others followed Lin Chen and left, leaving the orc with a confused look on his face. "Damn it, psycho!" He cursed and rolled his eyes at the backs of Lin Chen and his companions. In the following time, Lin Chen and his companions began to prepare for the upcoming ascension, because according to Lin Chen, the coordinates of many high-level main cities are in the sky, and entering a high-level main city is similar to the ascension in some immortal cultivation novels. For example, the place they are going to next is called Eternal Airspace. It is said that the first time you can only teleport there through the teleportation guide. The location of this main city is in the sky. And after reaching the advanced main city, they can change their jobs for the second time, which is more like ascension. Feng Chen and Jizi are quite interested in this main city that sounds like a city in the sky, and they dance with excitement. But if they want to officially enter the advanced main city, some low-level equipment and props will be useless, and once they go up to the sky, it will be difficult to come down again. In this case, they really need to organize their backpacks and clear some special side quests received in the intermediate main city. Lin Chen and Elena also agreed to go back to the church later to look for the wedding planner. It was unknown whether the old woman was still there. She might have gone to work in the advanced main city. In the following time, Lin Chen came to the location of the professional guide NPC alone. As Lin Chen expected, the NPC was also replaced. Seeing Lin Chen coming straight at this time, a very unfamiliar woman quickly stood up and smiled at Lin Chen. "Hello, wise man. Nice to meet you. I am the new healer professional guide. How can I help you?" Lin Chen looked up and down at the shy woman. She looked to be in her 30s, with an ordinary appearance, but with a gentle face and a comfortable smile. Lin Chen smiled at her. "I take my things." The woman's eyes lit up. "Oh, of course." As she said that, she patted a huge storage box behind her. When the backpacks of players in the land of the hunting god are full, the system will temporarily store the items that should be distributed here for safekeeping. The storage slots here are unlimited, but if you don't come to take them for a long time, the system will forcibly delete the items inside after the time limit. The woman opened the storage box and muttered, "The items recorded here belong to Programmer the Chosen One has a total of 14 pieces of equipment, a variety of props and consumables, and 10 gift packs, including 2 achievement gift packs, 2 dungeon clearance gift packs, an extra reward gift pack, a second round special gift pack, a special gift pack for red-named players to clear the dungeon, a world boss output highest percentage gift pack, and another one. It is a first kill gift pack that will only be available after the level 50 world boss, the God of Gale, is killed with the last blow." At this point, the NPC's eyes became brighter, and her expression when she looked up at Lin Chen was also extremely wonderful. "Wow! Chosen One, you are so powerful?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, and took all the items that belonged to him from the other party one by one. Before coming here, he and Elena had sold all the unused items in his backpack in the grocery store. Now his backpack is very clean, but after receiving so many gift bags and items, Lin Chen can only continue to find a store to clean up his backpack again. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded to the new guide to express his gratitude, and then prepared to leave. But the next moment, the female NPC behind him suddenly remembered something. She checked the man's ID, and after confirming that he was indeed called Programmer, she hurriedly called Lin Chen. "Wait a minute, Mr. Chosen One." Lin Chen turned his head, and looked at her curiously. "Excuse me, which high-level main city are you going to?" the woman asked. Lin Chen was startled, obviously not expecting why the other party would ask him this question, but he still blurted out, "Eternal airspace." "Oh, okay, take care." The woman kept smiling, as if she had no more questions to ask. Lin Chen looked at her in confusion, but did not ask any more questions. He just nodded at her and turned away. A moment later, when Lin Chen was completely out of sight, the new Healer Guide NPC opened the chat window specifically for NPCs, and then found an NPC friend who had just been added, and sent the 4 words, "Eternal airspace," to him. Lin Chen did not leave directly, but walked directly into the deepest part of the church. As they guessed, all the NPCs in the church were replaced. Whether it was the nun priests or the clergy, or the professional mentors of the healers and knights, they were all transferred from the low-level main city. Their work style was very different from the original NPCs. They were more cautious and a little timid when facing the players. Seeing this, Lin Chen looked in a certain direction, and sure enough, he did not see the old woman in charge of the wedding. "It seems that I need to go to the advanced main city to find a new wedding planner." Lin Chen didn't care too much. He looked at the time. There was still more than an hour before the time agreed with Elena. He didn't have anything to do during this time. For those side quests and reputation achievements, they were not attractive to Lin Chen now. He just found a chair in the church corridor and sat down, and then started to open the blind box for a full 20 minutes. He at least needed to sort out his backpack before entering the advanced main city. In addition to the 10 gift packs that the professional guide had just taken, there were also gift packs that he had kept and had not opened. Dungeon gift packs, main quest gift packs, system reputation gift packs, achievement gift packs. A total of 16. And every time he opened a gift pack, a lot of new items suddenly appeared in his backpack. Lin Chen looked at these bottles and jars with a frown, and threw them on the ground without thinking. He was too lazy to look for a grocery store. The money he earned from arguing with them was not enough to pay for the jar bug. Chapter 439. There are still a steady stream of low-level players who have just arrived. It is their first time to enter the intermediate main city, and it is also their first time to come to such a magnificent church hall. Their number seems to be a lot every day. The second round of the Hunting God Land has been open for so long, but these low-level players seem to always come in an endless stream. Lin Chen ignored them, and just picked and chose after opening the gift package. He threw the unused equipment and non-bound props directly on the ground. The most thrown was the blood bottle. Now that he is a healer, plus the properties of the suit he is wearing are activated one by one, Lin Chen's health recovery speed does not need a blood bottle at all. In addition, he has hundreds of thousands of drops of blood, so even a high-level blood bottle is of no use to him. Soon, the players around noticed Lin Chen, or more precisely, the equipment and props scattered around him. Wow, this guy is so arrogant that he just throws things on the ground like beans? At first, the players watched with interest, but when the quality of the equipment thrown by Lin Chen became higher and higher, and the number of consumables thrown became more and more, the expressions of the onlookers changed. What the hell? Someone subconsciously took a step forward and tentatively bent down to pick up a blue level 40 boxing glove in front of Lin Chen, but Lin Chen ignored him, and continued to throw things on the ground. At this moment, the players around looked at each other in bewilderment, and began to walk over in tacit understanding, picking up the equipment they could use at their feet. Even at this time, the players looked at Lin Chen with a look of curiosity and confusion while picking up the props with interest. But as time went on, people began to find something wrong. Because he began to throw a level 48 pink quality scepter on the ground. People were stunned for a moment, and then a few healing girls rushed over quickly. Although the level of the players around them was not high enough to use this level of scepter, its quality was pink. Pink equipment and high-level pink equipment is hard to come by for ordinary players. When the pink scepter was grabbed by a slightly chubby female elf saint, a purple broadsword was thrown out. People were stunned. Is this person crazy? Pink equipment is fine, but purple equipment is also thrown out? This time, the players who were watching the fun completely lost their minds. They didn't care about the demeanor. Almost everyone rushed in the direction of the purple broadsword, regardless of whether they could use the broadsword or not, and rushed to the equipment emitting purple light. Don't just grab that broken sword. He's thrown another purple shield. A healer yelled at the crowd. The crowd was stunned again, and many knights came to their senses at this time and rushed over. For a moment, the whole church was in chaos. Some players, who couldn't squeeze in, had never seen such a scene before. They stood on the periphery trembling with fear, their mouths wide open in surprise. Who is this person? Why did he throw away the purple equipment as garbage? A healer said to his teammates with some doubts, but his eyes were always on Lin Chen. While the crowd was discussing, Lin Chen had even begun to throw out some high-quality and high-level gems and blood bottles. Some players with better eyesight finally couldn't help it at this moment, and the whole church was in chaos. Lin Chen seemed to have expected this result a long time ago. He looked around and didn't say anything. After emptying most of his backpack and dismantling most of the ordinary gift packs, Lin Chen finally began to unpack the reward gift pack of the God of Fierce Wind. A flash of light passed by, and the first kill gift pack of the God of Fierce Wind was opened by him. Ding! You have obtained. A variety of rare props once again filled Lin Chen's backpack. Lin Chen took a quick look and did not choose to discard them like he did just now. These props were basically bound, and he couldn't throw them away even if he wanted to. There were some strange objects among them, and there was even something called Land Deed Exchange Fragment. According to the normal process, collecting 3 exchange fragments can get a complete land deed, but Lin Chen already had it. Then, Lin Chen even got a piece of furniture. Huh? Ding! You have obtained the furniture. Wang Wally wasted 3 bend leg curved stretcher rectangular stool X1. After seeing this furniture, Lin Chen was obviously happy. There are many types of furniture, corresponding to different home layouts. For example, Lin Chen's current home is in the style of human Chinese ancient style, so this type of furniture is just what he can use. But if you get furniture like genuine leather sofa, it is obviously used for human Western modern style, so Lin Chen couldn't use it. Lin Chen quickly took a look at the attributes of the stool. Then his face darkened. Damn it! Why is it water attribute? Lin Chen rolled his eyes, and put the item in the bottom compartment of the backpack, out of sight, out of mind. But at this time, Lin Chen saw a new thing in the lower right corner of the compartment again. Just next to Heart of God and Soul of God, a new item icon appeared. Looking closely, he suddenly found an item called Eye of God, and like the other 2 items, it was written, cannot be traded, cannot be discarded, description, none. Eye of God? Lin Chen frowned, as if he understood something. Chapter 440. Heart of God, Soul of God. Lin Chen muttered, and finally looked at the newly acquired item, muttering to himself, Eyes of God? Starting from the moon goddess Anna, every time he participated in and killed the world boss, he would get this kind of item. Lin Chen suddenly became curious. If he killed all the world bosses in the land of the hunting god, how many similar items would he get? Will there be such items as Body of God, Skin of God? Things like that? And what will happen after all these props are collected? Lin Chen pondered for a long time, and the chaos in front of him continued for a long time. Various players swarmed in, and some even started to apply for a duel for a piece of equipment on the spot. The noise was one after another, but Lin Chen was not affected by this. He thought for a while and ignored it, and continued to open a new gift package. When he opened a gift package exclusive to second-round players, he found a special prop that he was more concerned about. Something as important as the Eye of God, and something that cannot be discarded. Fragments of Creation X2. Lin Chen scratched his head as he looked at the 5 pieces of Fragments of Creation that he had already obtained in his backpack. Ah! Can the Riddler die? He cursed inwardly, But seeing that there were only 4 pieces left to integrate the props of the Book of Creation, he did not hesitate too much and just continued to throw things on the ground. As time went by, Lin Chen had opened all the gift bags in his backpack. During this period, he completed 5 achievements, obtained 6 titles, countless equipment, props, and consumables, and the gold coins that were already relatively abundant reached a huge amount of more than 1,000. If there weren't many items that were bound, he wouldn't mind throwing them on the ground. When the last piece of equipment was discarded, Lin Chen finally stretched his body. Who could understand the pain of this kind of richness? But when he reacted, he was also stunned. The whole church hall had become a mess. People fighting for equipment and props could be seen everywhere. Whether they were low-level players or high-level bosses, they all bent down to pick up things. At a glance, it was full of heads. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. A pleasant voice came, and Lin Chen even had to stand on tiptoe to see Elena waving at him from the other side of the crowd. Lin Chen smiled slightly, squeezed through the crowd, and walked out of the church. The rabbit headband on Elena's head had been changed. She now wore a crown headdress like Gardenia, which also had the ability to hide attributes, and compared with the playful rabbit ear headband, the crown headdress was more suitable for Elena's temperament. She looked at Lin Chen with a peaceful smile on her face when he came over, but she also looked at the scene in the church in a daze. She opened her mouth to ask something, but in the end, she didn't care. She just put her hands behind her back and looked at Lin Chen with a smile, as if waiting for Lin Chen to say something. Lin Chen looked at Elena and blurted out subconsciously, "Very beautiful." It was actually the first time that the female elf heard such words from Lin Chen. She smiled and naturally took Lin Chen's arm. But only they themselves know that this kind of behavior is not common between the two of them. Even now that they are talking about marriage, they really cooperate with each other to do some slightly intimate actions. "Are you done?" Lin Chen asked. "Actually, there is nothing to do. I thought about it, and there is no need to clear the side quests in the intermediate main city. Anyway, thanks to you, those reputation points used to improve basic attributes are not particularly needed." "Hee, that's right. Then when Xiao Feng and Gardenia come, we will go directly to the advanced main city." "Well, actually, I was wondering if I should go back to the real world." "The real world?" Lin Chen was stunned, then he thought of something and said, "Are you talking about the Guishu scroll? Well, or should we wait until we enter the advanced main city?" Lin Chen subconsciously opened his backpack and took a look at the detailed description of the Guishu scroll. Now that they have reached level 60, the new cooldown of the Guishu scroll has been completed. They can go back to the real world at any time, but they don't know how long they can stay in the real world this time. However, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to this matter. He closed the page and pondered for a while, then looked at Elena. "I'm struggling with one thing now." "What is it?" "I'm thinking, if the land of the hunting god is completely shut down one day, all players should be forcibly teleported back to the real world, right?" "It seems that's the case. What's wrong?" Lin Chen stretched out his hand and pinched the soft face of the female elf, and whispered, "At that time, will you return to your elf world?" Elena didn't seem to have thought about this. After being reminded by Lin Chen, she was stunned for a moment, and then fell into a special atmosphere. However, Lin Chen quickly said again, "But there is no need to be so pessimistic. By that time, we may know the ability to travel between different worlds. If it doesn't work, we can hold hands when the server is closed, just like when we return to the abyss." Elena looked up at Lin Chen and nodded with a twinkling look. "Okay. Oh, by the way, this time for Guishu, how about I go to your world? What's the name of your world, Emir Continent?" Hearing Lin Chen mention his world, Elena's expression began to dim slightly again. She shook her head without thinking. "Lin Chen, I really like Earth. We're getting married soon, Elena. I still know nothing about your world." Lin Chen was interested. "It's a different world where all elves live. I heard that your world also has high technology and cars and other things. I really want to go and see it." A hint of water suddenly appeared in Elena's eyes. She lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands. Lin Chen was a little absent-minded. He didn't know what was wrong with this girl. Just when he was about to say a few words of comfort, Elena suddenly reached out and took off Lin Chen's mask, then raised her toes and raised her head to kiss her lips. Feeling the softness of his lips, Lin Chen stared at Elena in a daze, not knowing how to speak for a while. It was really embarrassing. He had grown up so big and even talked about marriage with a woman on Earth. Although he was not an old hand in the love field, he was like a sculpture in this scene. He could only look at Elena's slightly red face motionlessly. What should I do next? Should I hug the female elf's waist and kiss her? But but there are people all around. Although these people are still snatching the props and equipment that he just threw on the ground, no one may notice him. Lin Chen stretched out his hand awkwardly, and just when he was about to embrace Elena, Elena said to Lin Chen with a gentle smile, "Lin Chen, thank you, but this time, please listen to me, unless the land of the hunting god is forcibly closed and I am teleported back to the Emer continent. The only real world I want to return to is the Earth, okay?" Lin Chen's outstretched hand was suspended in the air. After a while, he smiled bitterly, and shook his head, raised his hand, and patted her head with a little pampering. Okay. Chapter 441. While chatting, the two of them left the church hand in hand. Because the wedding planner in the church had been replaced, they didn't have to hold the wedding here. It would be the same if they went to the high-level main city. By the way, about the home. I actually have a deed here. Do you want to sell it? I think I can put the deed on the auction house now. Elena suddenly thought of something, and took out a piece of paper from her backpack. It can be sold for a lot of money. Lin Chen looked at the other party with some curiosity. Why did you think of selling the title deed? Because I think what you earthlings say is quite right. The female elf suddenly smiled cunningly. After getting married, the things of both men and women belong to the marital property. In this case, wouldn't it be better if we have a house? Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I didn't tell you anything about marital property. Who told you that? Xiaofeng, he said that as long as a couple on Earth get married, everything after that belongs to the common property of the two. Did he tell you what happened after the divorce? Lin Chen also smiled slyly. He did, but I didn't listen. Huh? Actually, I don't understand why there is such a thing as divorce. It's quite strange for you Earthlings to talk about it. Oh. Lin Chen suddenly sighed. Now that you said that, I want to go to your world again. Actually, it's not just our Emir continent. As far as I know, orcs have never had the concept of divorce, although they have polygamy. Lin Chen suddenly became interested. Hey, is there polygamy in your culture? Yes, there is also polyandry. Then there is no divorce? No, as long as you are married, there is no such thing as divorce. So you are the weird ones. Really? The two chatted back and forth, walking slowly hand in hand on a street in Emerald Paradise. Occasionally, when they talked about something, they would laugh out loud, or suddenly stretch out their hands and gesture something in the air. The female elf was sometimes dignified, and sometimes very lively, covering her face and laughing. If a stranger passed by them, the female elf would suddenly become very cold, but it also made Lin Chen laugh. The longer he spent with Elena, the more he felt that this beautiful female elf had many unknown cute looks. The contrast between her appearance of keeping people at a distance in front of strangers and her current appearance was amazing. Lin Chen, when will we return to Earth? Elena looked at Lin Chen from the side. Lin Chen was actually very happy with Elena's sudden. Lin Chen. I felt a little uncomfortable. What was this girl doing just now? Why did she suddenly like to call me in this way? Well, let's go to the advanced main city to complete the second level mission first. When I go back, if I encounter a stronger one than the level 6 ruins, I can still fight. According to your attack power, are you afraid of the level 6 ruins? Irina smiled. Being prepared is better than being in the future. It's always better to go back stronger. By the way, why do you suddenly want to go to Earth so much? Well, if I say that I was a little curious about the clothes and outfits you wore on Earth last time and wanted to try them out, would you believe me? Lin Chen was stunned, and suddenly in his mind, there appeared Elena wearing a black OL uniform. If those long legs were wearing stockings. Gudong. His Adam's apple moved, and he put on a gentlemanly look, and then nodded. Well, it would be good if we find time to go back first. As they chatted, the two came to the NPC of the teleportation guide, and as expected, the place was already crowded, and all kinds of level 60 players had surrounded the place where the new NPC was. Feng Chen and Gardenia have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Lin Chen and Elena coming, they smiled awkwardly. Feng Chen scratched the back of his head and said, Brother, Gardenia and I discussed it. We have already brushed up such a high attack power behind you. It seems that there is no need to complete the side quest. I just went back to the guild to take a look, and then came here. Gardenia also nodded very cooperatively. Yes, Captain, when are we leaving? Lin Chen shrugged. You can't wait? Hee, I can't wait to go to heaven. After all, there are too many things to do in the advanced main city. Feng Chen counted his fingers. After entering, I will do the second transformation first, and then try to open a new hole for my equipment and install a new gem. I heard that only in the advanced main city can you open holes for artifacts, and then learn the new skills of the second transformation. Finally, wait for the wedding. After listening to Feng Chen's words, Lin Chen also found that he had more things to do in the advanced main city. Not only did he have to arrange his marriage with Elena, he also had to buy his own home. After going to the high-level main city, he had to buy furniture and decorations to decorate his home. And that's what the pioneers always said. We don't have much time left. Somehow, it seemed that they couldn't kill time in the land of the hunting god anymore. They were racing against something invisible and intangible. If they made a mistake, they would lose everything. But Lin Chen could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's go, Lin Chen said as he pulled the 3 people into the team. As the captain, he took the initiative to come to the teleportation guide. The newly appointed NPC knew what these people were going to do without asking. He showed a perfunctory professional smile on his face and made a gesture of please come this way, indicating that Lin Chen and his friends should stand on a platform with runes carved on it. When they stepped onto the platform, the NPC suddenly pulled the lever of a device beside him. Then, just like the staff at the toll booth, he still waved to them with a fake smile, saying, I wish you all a safe journey. Several beams of light fell from the sky at this moment, landing right on Lin Chen and his friends. The next moment, everything in sight was distorted. Chapter 442. In fact, the so-called Sky City is just a fantasy of many players. In the true sense, the advanced main city Eternal Sky is actually no different from other main cities. Compared with Emerald Paradise, it is larger, with taller walls and more buildings. If there is any difference, it is that this city is really floating in the air. Players below level 60 can only be teleported here through the teleportation guide NPC because they cannot access the special skill dance in the sky. It is hidden in the clouds, and is difficult to be discovered without an accurate mission route. Several beams of light suddenly flashed in a square, surrounded by clouds and mist, and some special birds flew overhead. Although floating in the air, the body temperature did not feel cold. Lin Chen and his companions silently opened their eyes, and looked around. It was not the first time for Lin Chen and Elena to enter the advanced main city, and Lin Chen stayed in the eternal airspace for almost a year in the first round. He was very familiar with this place. But Feng Chen and Gardenia did not have this experience. Their pupils gradually enlarged as the surrounding scenes came into their eyes, and their mouths also. Wow, wow, wow. The girl Gardenia subconsciously reached out to touch the clouds around her. The huge crystal-clear building in the distance was reflecting dazzling light. Even Elena had a look of surprise on her face. Didn't you come to such a place in the first round? Lin Chen looked at the curious female elf and asked. No. Elena replied. The main city I have been to the most before is Atlantis. This is the first time I have come to a main city floating in the sky. Atlantis. Ah, I remember. It's the main city under the sea, right? Yes, fish will come to it when you wander around. Lin Chen already knew about the diversity of the high-level main cities in the land of the hunting god, but this world is too big. Not to mention that Lin Chen had been taking Zhao Yuding with him. Even some players, who like to run around and see the scenery, would have a foolish dream of visiting all the high-level main cities. Not to mention the intermediate and low-level main cities, there are nearly 1,000 high-level main cities alone. Usually, all the activities of the players can be completed in the same main city, and there is no need to go to other main cities to work. Lin Chen looked around. From time to time, new teleportation arrays flashed in the square, and various level 60 players came one after another. Since there were so many players in the land of hunting gods, there would be no shortage of high-level players who could set foot here now. Soon, when Lin Chen and his friends officially walked on the streets of the Eternal Sky, many players had already appeared in the main city. Brother, sister-in-law, then we can move freely first? Feng Chen rarely took the initiative to propose free activities. Normally, he would definitely pester Lin Chen to do something together. Lin Chen nodded. He knew what Feng Chen and Jizi were going to do. Go ahead. The second job transfer task can only be completed by one person. But it's easy for you now. After you finish, continue to hang out here. Don't worry. We understand. We won't disturb you in your own world. Feng Chen raised his eyebrows, made an I understand expression, and then left with Jizi. But when Lin Chen was saying something, Elena beside him always felt a little absent-minded. Occasionally, she would suddenly turn her head and look in a certain direction, then reveal a suspicious look. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked curiously. I always feel like someone is following us. Lin Chen was stunned, and turned around with Elena to look around. There were not many players around, because this was the initial square where players first climbed to the advanced main city from the intermediate main city, and there were no NPCs who would deliberately follow them. But Lin Chen would not doubt Elena's intuition. After all, the elves were very alert in this regard. The two looked around for several minutes, but found nothing. Maybe I was wrong. Elena shook her head. Forget it, Lin Chen. Do we have to do the second job quest first? We are not in a hurry. Lin Chen smiled. Let's go find a wedding planner first. I said, we will get married after we reach level 60. Elena blushed, but she did not object, and let Lin Chen pull her to the NPC. As second-round players, and many times in contact with the system administrator, they knew that the GM's words, "We don't have much time left," were definitely not groundless. Soon, the two of them came to the church. It seemed that there were not many level 60 knights and healers, so once they entered the church, the number of players inside was much smaller, but Lin Chen still saw a familiar face at first sight. Sage Skill Instructor, Ruan. This woman with a succubus-like face was very tall, so Lin Chen noticed her easily. I didn't expect to meet her here. The chance of being transferred from the Emerald Paradise to the Eternal Airspace is not very high. As if she had noticed Lin Chen's gaze, Ruan smiled at Lin Chen and Elena naturally, and took the initiative to greet Lin Chen. Sage, how are you? Huh? What a coincidence. Yes, Sage, are you here to accept the second job transfer mission? Lin Chen stopped. In principle, her second job transfer mission should indeed be accepted from Ruan, but he had no plans to change jobs so quickly, so he stretched out his hand and greeted the other party. Let's do it another day. After saying that, he took Elena to the deepest part of the church. During the process, Elena looked back at Ruan from time to time, and then whispered in Lin Chen's ear, Sage, how are you? Lin Chen was stunned. Sage. Elena repeated it again, with a hint of playfulness and deliberate charm in her tone. How are you? Lin Chen's whole body softened. He stared at this smug female elf with wide eyes. To be honest, he had never seen Elena have this side. This is really eye-opening. The female elf wrinkled her nose, and turned her face away deliberately, once again staring at Lin Chen in amazement. Say it again for me. Lin Chen became interested instead. So you like this type? Elena turned her head and looked at Lin Chen, with a hint of smile in her eyes. Not really, I just didn't expect you to have this side. After Lin Chen said this, Elena did not refute, but lowered her head with a slightly red face, muttering softly, I'm not like this usually. Huh? What did you say? No, it's okay. The two of them whispered, and they didn't know when they had come to the table of the wedding planner NPC. Chapter 443. Seeing someone coming over, a little head suddenly popped out from under the table. This was a young girl who looked young. She was eating something with a smacking sound in her mouth. There were some crumbs at the corners of her mouth that she hadn't wiped off in time. Because Lin Chen and Elena had already walked in front of her, she didn't react for a while. She could only wipe the corners of her mouth subconsciously, and then puffed her cheeks, and said a slurred welcome. Welcome, are you two here, to get married? While she was talking, she tried to swallow what was in her mouth, and finally she coughed, apparently choking. Lin Chen was a little dazed. He saw a glass of water at the other end of the table, and handed it to her. The little girl didn't have time to think about it. She hugged the glass and drank it. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I'm alive. Putting down the glass, the playful little girl stared at Lin Chen and Elena again and again with a smile. Wow, what a beautiful elf sister. When she saw Elena, the little girl widened her eyes, and couldn't help but praise her several times. What did you eat to grow taller? Why are you so beautiful? Elena was a little embarrassed by what she said, and could only shake her head to indicate, thank you, little sister, you are also very beautiful. Lin Chen was even more puzzled. What's going on? Didn't they say that there are no miners in the land of the hunting god? At that time, Xiaoyun told him that he was only 7 years old on Earth. After entering the land of the hunting god, the mysterious power forcibly raised her age to adulthood, but what the hell is this girl in front of him, who looks only 13 or 14 years old? As if she noticed Lin Chen's gaze, the little girl looked at Lin Chen, and after a few seconds, a trace of contempt appeared on her face. You are? So rude. Lin Chen knew that the other party was talking about the mask he was wearing, but he ignored her, and just asked curiously, how old are you? Who asks a girl's age as soon as they see her? The girl put her hands on her hips. You are really rude. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to say it, Lin Chen could only give up. After thinking about it, it seemed that this kind of thing didn't seem to be particularly important to him, so he didn't say it if the other party didn't want to say it. It's rude if you want to. Lin Chen shrugged and took Elena to sit on 2 chairs in front of the table. The girl came to her senses and remembered the purpose of the 2 people coming here. She tidied her clothes and appearance and sat down in a proper manner. Are you 2 here to consult about marriage? Let me introduce the rules of marriage to you. Please listen carefully. But the next moment, Lin Chen handed over the love card. The girl blinked and then narrowed her eyes. Seeing that this man was very familiar with the rules, the other party seemed to be well prepared. But there should be no precedent for players getting married in the land of the hunting god nowadays. After all, the special item land deed can only be obtained in the next dungeon after entering the advanced main city at level 60. It is impossible for them to learn about marriage so quickly. Unless they have learned about this kind of thing in the intermediate main city before, or there is another situation. Thinking of this, the girl picked up the love letter seriously and looked at it, and then intentionally or unintentionally peeked at Lin Chen and Elena. After a while, she suddenly leaned forward and lowered her voice mysteriously. You 2, are you 2 second-round players? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other and nodded without hiding anything. The girl's eyes lit up, and a look of icy appeared on her face. In that case, you should be familiar with the process of ordinary weddings. She put down the love card in her hand and took out a poster from the drawer under the table. Just like the last time in Emerald Paradise, Freya. Just like what I saw there, this poster detailed the price of each type of wedding. The gold coin price ranged from 10 gold coins to the highest specification of 14 gold coins, which was written in great detail. Even after taking another look, Elena felt that it was really exaggerated to spend 14 gold coins to get married. That was gold coins, and more than 1,300 of them. Who would be crazy to spend so much money to get married? Thinking of this, Elena heard Lin Chen ask, we want to know the complete wedding process this time. If possible, we will book it with you. Seeing the other party like this, the girl raised her eyebrows and immediately became energetic. Okay, this is my first time to do business. I will definitely give you a grand wedding. She deliberately cleared her throat and knocked on the table. Do you have a house? Yes, but the furniture has not been purchased yet. Well, let's get a bed before the wedding starts. The girl looked up at the 2 of them and added, double bed. Okay. 3 round tables and corresponding chairs must be placed in the home. These furniture are indispensable. You should understand, right? We have understood it. Please continue. Lin Chen nodded. As for the rest, as long as you pay the money, the system will arrange everything for you clearly. You just need to enjoy the wedding from beginning to end. It is a real one-stop service. No cheating. So you mean let us pay? Lin Chen smiled. It depends on what kind of wedding specifications you choose. Ordinary, medium, high-end, luxury, each specification has its own charging standards. I choose this one. Lin Chen stretched out his finger and tapped the luxury specification on the poster. The next moment, Elena stood up. Lin Chen and the girl NPC were both shocked. The girl even subconsciously shouted, Hey, beautiful sister, are you going to break off the marriage? Seeing that she was a little out of control, she sat back down quickly, but said anxiously in Lin Chen's ear, Lin Chen, how can we have so much money? Before Lin Chen had time to speak, Elena lowered her voice again. 1,300 gold coins. I didn't even collect a fraction of it in my last life, let alone getting married. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't get it together. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. This female elf was so cute that she said she sold herself out in a hurry. You're still laughing. Elena looked a little sad. It's better to change to a normal one. There's no need to make a big fuss. Lin Chen patted her hand gently and looked at the NPC. The girl on the opposite side was also a little excited. She was afraid that Lin Chen would regret it, so she quickly said, pay the deposit. 200 deposits. Chapter 444. Lin Chen paid a deposit of 200 gold coins without hesitation. The girl NPC nodded with great satisfaction, her face even flushed with excitement. She clapped her hands and laughed like a silver bell. Then let's set an auspicious day now. Auspicious day? Is there such a thing? Of course there is, but there is no almanac in the land of the hunting god. It's just a formality. You can start the wedding anytime you want. Just come here to find me when the time comes. As he said that, he took out a card from under the table and handed it to Lin Chen and Elena. After a closer look, it turned out to be a wedding invitation. We have this thing. Lin Chen shook his head. We got it from a wedding planner named Freya when we were in the intermediate main city. Freya? The girl's eyes lit up. So, I stole a client from Freya? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other and did not refute, as if what the other party said was not wrong. But there was nothing they could do. After they came out of the Fierce Wind God Challenge field, all the NPCs in the intermediate main city were promoted. Even if they wanted to find Freya, they couldn't do it. Oh, this is the most comforting thing I've heard today. Haha, how about this? Since I'm in such a good mood, I give you something. After saying that, the girl took back the invitation in her hand, and took out something else, and put it on the table. It was a very small gift bag with a red bow tied on it. This is home decoration gift bag. The girl smiled, patted her undeveloped chest, and her face seemed to show a look of seeking credit. Lin Chen and Elena's eyes widened almost instantly. Lin Chen subconsciously reached out to touch the gift bag, and the gift bag turned into a stream of light and disappeared along Lin Chen's fingertips, and then reappeared in a certain compartment of his backpack. Don't get too excited, this is just a decoration gift bag. It doesn't include furniture, beds, tables, sofas, etc. You still need to make them yourself. Lin Chen smiled. Thank you very much. Tell me, when do you plan to officially start the wedding? At this time, Elena finally gently pulled the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. The female elf was actually ready, but when the day really came, she seemed a little panicked. Seeing Lin Chen looking back at her, Elena looked at him with sparkling eyes. Lin Chen blinked his eyes, as if to ask Elena's meaning with his eyes. Elena shook her head slightly. Although she was a little panicked, she did not back down, and then whispered, "Just make your decision." Lin Chen reached out, and held the other party's slender little hand, then turned his head to look at the NPC. The day after tomorrow. Have you decided? Okay. Okay, got it. The next moment, the girl suddenly stood up. She stretched out her hand and gestured in the air for a while. There was a faint light between her fingertips. If you look closely, Lin Chen and Elena can clearly see that there is a line on each of them that protrudes from their bodies. The two lines slowly rise, then slowly touch and entwine above their heads, and finally completely merge under a burst of strong light. In this way, this young NPC girl is like a matchmaker. Suddenly, a very harsh prompt sounded in the minds of the two. Congratulations. Congratulations to the player, programmer, and the player, Elena, on their official marriage. The wedding of the two newlyweds will be held in eternal airspace the day after tomorrow morning. I wish the two newlyweds a long and happy marriage. Even though both of them were second-round players, it was the first time they heard such an exaggerated prompt sound. For a moment, both of them had wonderful expressions. Elena's face flushed to the roots behind her ears, and even Lin Chen's face flushed slightly under the mask. They subconsciously glanced around, and sure enough, the players in the church quieted down, as if they were stopping to listen carefully to some prompts. Lin Chen hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Hey, what's going on? Why is there a prompt sound for getting married?" Of course, there is a prompt sound. The NPC seemed indifferent. You are the first couple to register for marriage this week. Can't the system help you promote it? What a bullshit. Lin Chen covered his face. Have you ever thought about whether we are willing to promote it? I can't do anything about it. This is set by the system. It's already been broadcasted, and there's no way to withdraw it. But why didn't I hear this kind of prompt sound when I reached level 80 in the first round? Haha, what a coincidence. This prompt sound is newly added in the second round, and you caught up with it, so you can be happy. Lin Chen and Elena buried their heads in embarrassment at the same time, and the word social phobia began to bubble up from the depths of their hearts. Oh, it's not a big deal. People just listen to it for fun. There are so many players in the land of the hunting god who would know you, don't worry. The NPC shrugged. But soon the girl was confused. The players in the church were stunned for a few seconds, and then they were completely excited. Fuck. A knight even shouted excitedly, "My goddess Elena is getting married?" He howled to the sky, and the sound he made was like a pig being slaughtered. Then, all kinds of discussions followed. No way. Elena and who? Programmer? Damn, these two people are actually married? By the way, who is the programmer? I know him, Elena. You don't know him? He is truly the best in the server. Although Elena often dominates the rankings, the programmer always appears and takes the top spot. What are you talking about? The current number one on the ladder is an assassin named Unbounded. No, you are all paying attention to weird things. Am I the only one who is struggling with the rationality of marriage? Why can't we get married in the land of the hunting god? For a moment, the discussion spread throughout the land of the hunting god. Even in this small church in the eternal sky, there was already a lot of noise. The girl NPC stared at the surrounding scene in a daze, then shrank her neck and sat back. She looked at Lin Chen and the others in confusion, and asked in a very low voice, "You two, are you famous?" Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other with a smile. Maybe. Chapter 445. At the same time, all places in the land of the hunting god were in a state of complete discussion. Some second-round players were fine, but the rest of the players were in a complete mess. Almost all of them were discussing the matter of marriage. And the two topical figures, Elena and the programmer. In the guild hall of Twilight Guild, Tang Yu, who was sitting in the position of the president and holding a meeting with the guild cadres, was just like the other guild members, listening to a somewhat inappropriate prompt sound coming from his brain. Congratulations. Congratulations to players programmer and Elena for officially getting married. The wedding of the two newlyweds will be held in eternal airspace the day after tomorrow morning. I wish the two newlyweds a long and happy marriage. The other guild members at the table looked at each other, obviously not reacting immediately. But Qian Xiao, Sister Tong Tong, Dagu and Goody Yezi laughed in unison. Tang Yu even turned his head and looked at Sister Tong Tong with great curiosity. Tong Tong, when you get married, will the system prompt you? Only when the wedding officially starts in the first round will the people who get the wedding invitation hear the prompt. But look at the current situation. Sister Tong Tong looked around and said in surprise, I guess all the players in the land of the hunting god have heard it. In other words, this is also a unique rule for this round? This round has long been different from the first round. The novice village can be closed. I don't find it strange what happens. Oh. Tang Yu suddenly came over. While the people around were talking, he smiled and said in a very low voice, If we get married, will the system also announce it like this? Sister Tong Tong's body stiffened slightly. There was no change on her face, but her ears were a little hot. Go away! But when they were about to say something, a reminder came from their brains again. Note, the wedding specifications are luxury, and the bride-grabbing system is open during the wedding. If the marriage grabbing is successful, you will get exclusive reputation and massive rewards, as well as the special prop Rose X99. Tang Yu's pupil shrank, and he turned his head abruptly to look at Sister Tong Tong. Before he could speak, the third prompt sounded. Attention, the system detected that one of the newlyweds has reached the top 10 in the ladder rankings, and the reward for the wedding robbery has doubled. Then came the fourth prompt sound. Attention, the system detected that one of the newlyweds has reached the top 5 in the ladder rankings, and the reward for the wedding robbery has been multiplied by X4. Attention, the system detected that one of the newlyweds has reached the top 3 in the ladder rankings, and the reward for the wedding robbery has been multiplied by X6. Attention, the system detected that one of the newlyweds has reached the top of the ladder rankings. The reward multiplier for this wedding robbery is X10. Note that this wedding robbery is too difficult. It is recommended that players sign up in a team. The registration time for the wedding robbery is half an hour before the wedding starts. The registration ends after the wedding starts. The number of registered teams is 100. Fluctuates according to the ranking of the ladder list. So many reminder sounds were actually sounded because of two people getting married. Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong were dumbfounded. Is this also the rule of marriage? I don't know. Tong Tong was stunned. Feng Chen had just received the second-level task and had not yet completed it. He immediately ran to the church, but he was not familiar with the location of the church, so he could only run according to the inherent guidance route of the system. On the way, he really ran into the girl Jizi, who was also running anxiously to the church. The two looked at each other, with a hint of panic on their faces. When the first prompt sounded, both of them smiled knowingly, especially Feng Chen, who felt a little happy in his heart. After all, he had seen Lin Chen and Elena all the way. But something was not right from the second beep. Then the third and fourth. Brother Feng, what's going on with this marriage robbery? Gardenia was more familiar with the route to the church than Feng Chen. She ran in the front, but looked back at Feng Chen from time to time. I don't know either. Feng Chen was also stunned, and his forehead wrinkles were so wrinkled that they could almost kill a fly. Damn it! My brother and sister-in-law are just getting married. How did it turn into a boss battle? He could never have imagined that Lin Chen and Elena's wedding would turn out like this. With all this going on, is this still a wedding? There are 100 teams, and there are at least 600 players who are trying to steal the bride, and their target is the newlyweds at the wedding. Lin Chen and Elena have become bosses in some ways, and those players who are trying to steal the bride are the ones who are going to attack them? That's fucking bullshit. Feng Chen cursed. Somewhere in the eternal sky, a girl eating melon seeds sat in a stall without saying a word, staring into the distance in a daze. The stall behind her was more luxurious than before, even a complete shop, with a more complete huge furnace and a dazzling array of things inside the shop. The authority she obtained was much higher than that in the intermediate main city. She can now help players upgrade their weapons and equipment to level 20. The girl suddenly lost interest in eating melon seeds, and simply threw all the seeds in her hand away. She crossed her slender legs and placed them on the table, then stared at the ceiling in a trance. After a long time, she spoke quietly, as if talking to herself. Just get married. Why is there a reminder sound? After a few seconds, she murmured to herself. It's okay to have a reminder sound, but why do you want me to hear it too? The land of the hunting god, the border area. The towering code giant gate in front of him. A figure floated in the void. This was a man with extremely long hair, his entire body covered by a robe. He stared at the green code floating on the giant gate without saying a word, and occasionally 1 or 2 lines of red error code flashed by. While he was distracted, the void around him fluctuated slightly. He turned his head, and saw a hooded man appearing beside him at some point. The judge looked at the huge code gate in front of him, and then spoke. By the way, did you come up with this marriage-stealing system? It was really weird. As the system administrator, the judge actually heard the reminder sound of the programmer and Elena getting married. This feeling made him feel like he had eaten a fly and was at a loss. But when he came to his senses, he remembered one thing. On the battlefield of the world boss, the god of fierce wind, he personally accepted the wedding invitation handed over by Lenshin. It was just such an inconspicuous action. In a way, he was classified by the system as a player who was about to attend a wedding, so it was not surprising to hear such a prompt. It was just that he was very interested in these prompts, especially the setting of the wedding robbery. If I remember correctly, you are responsible for the marriage system, right? The judge continued, you are in charge of yin and yang, and you are responsible for marriage and social activities in the hunting land. The man in the robe did not veto, but nodded indifferently, and said in a mixed voice, normally, I am responsible for it. Then why did you design such an exaggerated rule for the wedding? Do you think the guy is the boss? No. The pioneer suddenly shook his head. If I tell you that the programmer and Elena's wedding is not under my control, do you believe it? As soon as this was said, the judge frowned. What did you say? The pioneer turned his head and stared at the judge's eyes, saying word by word. It's the system's intention, or... He raised his head and looked at the system. It's the designer's intention. Chapter 446. On the other side, Lin Chen and Elena, who were the parties involved, were also a little impatient at this time. They watched, listened to the system pushing them step by step into something like a boss, but they were completely unable to stop it. And their originally joyous wedding turned into a far similar to a copy. Are you sure you are not kidding me? Lin Chen lowered his voice, fearing that he would be recognized by the chaotic players behind him, even if he was wearing a mask. The girl NPC in front of her also had a strange look on her face. Her face turned red, and she really didn't know what to say to comfort the other party. Seeing that the originally beautiful Elena in front of her also had a hint of frust on her face, the girl quickly raised her hands. First of all, let me make it clear that I really don't know what's going on. You are all second-round players. If someone gets married in the first round, this kind of thing won't happen, right? And from the beginning of this round to now, you are the first couple to register for marriage, so I was kept in the dark. As she spoke, she even took out all the things under her desk to show that she really didn't know. Look, I have nothing here except some wedding props. The little girl's eyes were watery, and she was almost crying when Lin Chen and Elena stared at her with ill intentions. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed, and after looking at Elena, he could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that this NPC really doesn't know, but if even a planner responsible for wedding planning doesn't know that the system will come up with such a thing, then should they continue to get married? If we continue to get married, we don't know what will happen on the wedding day, but if we don't get married... Elena carefully tugged at the corner of Lin Chen's clothes, and she seemed to be making some kind of decision in silence. Seeing Lin Chen looking at her again, the female elf took a deep breath and finally tried to speak. Lin Chen. Otherwise, let's not. No. Lin Chen suddenly interrupted. The female elf was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. Although the land of the hunting god is like a game, marriage is not. Not to mention that you said before that there is no divorce in the culture of your race. No matter what this wedding becomes, we have to go on. But, don't worry, it's just a marriage robbery, just let them come. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and an extreme pride suddenly emerged. Let alone 600 people, even if it's 6,000 or 60,000, they can come. Lin Chen was not bragging. If it was 8 days ago, he might really think about it carefully for a while, but now, he has killed the god of fierce wind with 3 or 4 swords, so why would he be afraid of a mere player? As long as there is no one else in the land of the hunting god, who can have the superimposed attack power bug, he is now truly invincible. In a certain way, Lin Chen has already expanded his horizons. The only things that interest him now are ruins, and the truth of the land of the hunting god. As for the players, they will not pose any threat to him at all. I don't know if it was touched by Lin Chen's self-confidence or because of his powerful words, but Elena's face gradually covered with a touch of imperceptible tenderness. She stopped talking and just stared at Lin Chen's profile silently with autumn water in her eyes. The girl NPC finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. If someone was so unscrupulous in showing off their love in front of her on weekdays, even if it was the bride and groom who were about to get married, she would also complain a few words. But now, Elena's eyes were fucking shrunken, and the girl didn't dare to say a word. She still didn't know what was wrong with the system. Even the system administrator who claimed to be a pioneer couldn't treat a wedding as a copy. In a trance, the girl was suddenly startled back to her senses by a thumping sound on the table. Lin Chen, who was sitting opposite her, looked at her and said, "Then it's decided. Our wedding will start on time the day after tomorrow. I will buy all the necessary furniture before the wedding starts." Oh. The girl came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Okay. After a few more simple words, Lin Chen and Elena stood up holding hands, ready to leave at any time. The girl thought of something and called the two with a complicated expression. Wait a minute. Lin Chen and Elena looked at her subconsciously. The girl sighed. Although the system just said, your combat power is the top of the current God Hunter ladder ranking, but I suggest you find some reliable friends to guard your relatives. You can't just rely on the NPCs I configured for you. The girl said very frankly, according to the normal wedding process, even if you encounter people who want to steal the bride, the NPC guards in your luxurious wedding are enough to deal with it. Even if there are 7 or 8 people who want to steal the bride, it is not a problem, but, she said with a wry smile, 600 players are not a joke, and the system just said that if you succeed in stealing the bride, you will get an extra reward 10 times the usual reward, so there will be more powerful players participating. Although the system has not yet announced the detailed rewards for successfully stealing the bride, I can foresee that at that time, the well-known players on the ladder list may come. Just imagine, no matter how strong you are, if in addition to you, the second to the 600th place on the ladder list rush to you, can you still deal with it? Lin Chen seemed to have known that the girl would say this, but he didn't expect that the girl would actually have a hint of worry and apology. He shrugged. It's okay, you just need to arrange the process of preventing the marriage robbery normally, and we will find a way to deal with the rest. Seeing Lin Chen's calm appearance, the girl was also slightly relieved. Come to think of it, one of these 2 people is the top of the ladder list recognized by the system. How can such a truly great god-level figure not have some awesome friends? I hope they can finish the wedding safely by then. I hope you can get married smoothly. The girl sighed, and then tried to squeeze out a smile of blessing. I congratulate you in advance, and wish you a long life together, and a baby soon. Thank you. This time, Elena, who had been silent, nodded to the girl with a bright smile. Chapter 447. Before I could take a few steps out of the church, I ran into Feng Chen and GZ who were rushing over. The 2 of them looked anxious. After seeing Lin Chen and Elena, they first breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked nervously, "Brother, sister-in-law." Before Feng Chen could finish his words, Lin Chen waved his hand. "Have you finished the second awakening?" Feng Chen was a little confused for a while, and after organizing his words for a long time, he continued to say excitedly, "Brother, did you hear those prompt sounds? Wedding robbery. 100 wedding robbery teams, 600 people." The anxiety on Feng Chen's face was real. He and Jizi almost jumped up while talking. The young girl Jizi's eyes were watery, and she was about to cry at any time. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. "What are you 2 doing? Why do you make me feel like I'm dying?" Seeing Lin Chen's very calm appearance, Feng Chen was not calm. "Brother, you are not worried at all. In this way, your wedding will become a copy, and you and your sister-in-law will become the boss, right? It seems so. You are not worried at all? Okay, go and do the second-level task. What's the point of worrying here?" As he said that, Lin Chen patted Feng Chen and Jizi on the shoulders, and said to Elena at the same time, "Elena, you should also do the second-level task." "What about you? Are you going to buy furniture alone?" Elena was stunned. Furniture is not so easy to obtain. You have to go to the carpenters and furniture designers in the high-level main city to buy blueprints and materials, and then complete a series of guide tasks about furniture making. After all of them are completed, the player can make a simplest wooden stool based on the initial materials. It is not easy to get a bed, and a double bed at that. At least it cannot be completed in just one day. Seeing Lin Chen's confident look, Elena already suspected that he was planning to spend all his time on these things before getting married. However, Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about the furniture, I have my own way. After that, Lin Chen repatriated Elena, Feng Chen and Jizi on the grounds of completing the second awakening. As for himself, he came alone to the street he had just passed by when he and Elena walked to the church. Just when they were near here, Elena suddenly felt that someone was watching them. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the sky very abruptly. There was thick clouds and mist above his head. This eternal airspace floating in the air seemed to be constantly moving. The surrounding clouds and mists hit Lin Chen's face in a trajectory. Occasionally, one or two birds would fly by in an instant, leaving behind the short sound of flapping wings. Lin Chen just raised his head and looked at the sky quietly. After an unknown period of time, there seemed to be a slight movement of ripples in the sky. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth and spoke immediately. Master Pioneer, your habit of spying on others is not good. The surroundings were completely silent. Occasionally, a few players would pass by in groups not far from them. However, the fog was thick here, so they did not notice Lin Chen standing here and talking to himself. Seeing that there was no response, Lin Chen did not get angry, but continued, I guess you are now curious about why I found you. This time, a cloud in the sky moved irregularly again. Lin Chen shrugged and continued, when you gave me good fortune in the stone house, you once said that among the 3 system administrators, you are in charge of yin and yang. So I wonder if you are responsible for the marriages in the land of the hunting god. Sure enough, after this sentence was finished, a figure quietly emerged from the fog. He stood in the void, and his whole body was covered tightly by a long robe. We meet again, Master Pioneer. Lin Chen bowed to the person who appeared above his head. The pioneer did not respond. After a long time, he spoke softly, and a mixed voice of men and women came out. How did you find me? After asking this question, the pioneer was slightly stunned. He was indeed curious about how the other party found him, just as Lin Chen said. Lin Chen immediately replied, Elena is an elf. They have very exaggerated reconnaissance capabilities. When she felt that she was being monitored by someone, I already knew it. Really? Yes, but I am actually quite curious. Since you want to see me, why do you have to be so sneaky? The pioneer sighed, and spoke in an old-fashioned way. My focus is now on the border area. The seal is getting looser and looser, and may break at any time. Even if I want to talk to you, there is no chance. If you didn't make such a big noise just now, I wouldn't come to see you just because of your 2 words. Lin Chen was silent. The make a big noise that the pioneer said was the reminder sound of his and Elena's wedding. But he didn't expect that all the system administrators heard it. Speaking of this matter, I am the one who is more annoyed. Lin Chen raised his head and asked seriously, since you are in charge of the marriage in the land of the hunting god, why did you make such a big noise? But what Lin Chen didn't expect was that the other party's face was more serious than Lin Chen's. The reminder sound and the accident at your wedding have nothing to do with me. On the contrary, I am also very curious about this matter. Lin Chen frowned and looked at the pioneer with a scrutinizing look. The pioneer was not annoyed. He continued, I won't explain anything, and you don't need to try to pry any useful information from me. We told you last time we met that we may not know more about some things in the land of the hunting god than you do. The pioneer's body gradually fell down and finally stood on the ground. He slowly walked to the front of Lin Chen and stopped. Lin Chen was taller than him, so the pioneer had to look up at him. The land of the hunting god has changed since the beginning of this round, and it has become something that the 3 of us cannot understand at all. The pioneer's eyes were like lightning, staring directly at Lin Chen, especially since you appeared. A sharp killing intent burst out from the opponent, and the strong wind wrapped in the surrounding clouds and mist hit Lin Chen's face. But Lin Chen did not retreat at all, just stood there calmly. The momentum was gradually dissipating, and the pioneer sneered. You are growing too fast, too fast. At this rate, you will threaten the 3 of us in no time. The pioneer circled around Lin Chen slowly. Normally, the designer would not allow such a thing to happen, but you are not only the top of the ladder, but also let the designer personally promote your wedding. As he said this, he showed a very puzzled expression. It really makes me very confused. Chapter 448. Lin Chen has already let it go. After all, the entire land of the hunting god is full of riddlers. As a system administrator, the pioneer will never tell him information about the designer. There is no point in him being anxious. He can only rely on himself to solve the mystery. Fortunately, there are only 3 pieces of the so-called creation fragments left. He is not in a hurry to get any useful answers from the pioneer, and even if he asks for it, the other party will not give it. Don't be puzzled. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Instead of saying these, why don't you give me a suggestion? Suggestion? The pioneer looked at him puzzled. Of course it's a suggestion. Lin Chen spread his hands. You are one of the system GMs. No matter how much you know, you at least know more than us players. So I want to know, from your perspective, should we get married or not? Lin Chen's behavior began to become casual. Although he kept saying you. But he said it with a hint of joking. The pioneer noticed this, and didn't show any emotional change. He still answered expressionlessly. My advice can't change your attitude. Didn't you just tell your woman that you would go ahead with the wedding no matter what? Well, you really have been watching me. Yes, I didn't intend to hide it from you. Well, I really don't care about the difficult problem set by the system for me. No matter how many players come to grab the wedding, let them come. Lin Chen smiled. I just want to hear your subjective opinion. After a while of silence, the pioneer finally nodded. It's not a suggestion. Since the great designer has given you some special treatment, I also want to know why the designer did so. So you also suggest that I get married? Of course it is so. Don't forget, as a witness to your yin and yang combination, I at least bless you more than those 2 people. Hearing this, Lin Chen was a little absent-minded. He was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand what witness to the yin and yang combination of 2 people meant. However, he didn't study it in detail. He just thought that it was normal for the other party, as the GM in charge of yin and yang marriage, to have such thoughts. Lin Chen was investigating something else. He suddenly chuckled, and with a cunning tone, he asked back in a low voice. Great pioneer, since you also want us to hold the wedding normally, should I express something? This time it was the pioneer who was stunned. What do you mean, should I express something? Of course. Lin Chen nodded fiercely. Think about it, there is not much time left in the land of the hunting god, right? Although I don't know what you and the other 2 administrators have been worried about, but now time is tight. Our wedding should be held as soon as possible, but I am a little troubled now. Although I also want to get married the day after tomorrow, but... He smacked his lips as he spoke, in a tone of indignation. But I still don't even have a bed. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The pioneer, who had no expression on his face from beginning to end, twitched his eyebrows slightly at this time. He calmed down slightly, and coughed speechlessly. Whether it is the first round or so far, you are the most greedy player I have ever met, no doubt about it. When saying this, the pioneer remembered what benefits Lin Chen had gained from the 3 of them. At the beginning, she was the guide. The old woman took the initiative to show her kindness. She generously gave Lin Chen the break the world pearl at the beginning. Then she opened a shop for him. This made Lin Chen the only player in the second round who could use the Guishu scroll to buy rare equipment and props in the shop. Some high-level other professional skills, such as Watchtower, Blood Desire, and the special summoning prop Howling Horn of Hell, were obtained from that time. After that, because of the guide, he also noticed him and gave him a gift that he regretted until now. Yin-Yang body that can be immune to additional attribute damage. After that, the judge who was the most clear about rewards and punishments among the 3 actually gave the other party 2 rewards. These 2 rewards allowed Lin Chen to directly use a set of equipment to activate the full attribute effects of the set, and the reward of doubling the experience after killing monsters. The 3 of them worked together to give Lin Chen the unique care in the entire god hunting land, but in the end, Lin Chen actually cheated away 6 or 7 ruins admission tickets that allowed him to break through 400,000 attack power. But this guy's appetite is so big that he is not satisfied with so many gifts, and now he is directly asking for things from me. Yes. He is just short of stretching out his hand and telling me, hey, bring the furniture. Thinking of this, the pioneer was actually amused. Master Pioneer, what interesting things have you thought of? Lin Chen looked at the androgynous administrator and asked suspiciously. Forget it, I was actually prepared for you to ask me for furniture, but I didn't expect you to use such a poor excuse. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of mist. When he took his hand back from the mist, there was a very exquisite red gift bag in his palm, tied with a very fancy bow, which was not much different from the decoration gift bag that the girl NPC gave him just now. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Although he was very excited, his body seemed a little shy. Oh, I'm so sorry. The flesh on Pioneer's face twitched. He increasingly realized that the player in front of him was a greedy person. He was really greedy. Do you want it or not? In just a dozen minutes of communication, the expression on Pioneer's face changed almost as much as the entire process of the first round. Yes, yes. Seeing that the other party's mood had changed, Lynchen stopped while he was ahead and stretched out his hands to take the gift box back from the other party's hands. At this point, the promise made to Elena just now has been fulfilled. I just don't know what's in this gift package. As a gift from the system administrator, it won't be as shabby as a bed, but it's not convenient to open it in front of the other party. Lynchen can only deliberately put the gift package back into his backpack and bow to the Pioneer. Just as he was about to say something to thank him, before he opened the first word, such a big man disappeared directly. It was quiet around, as if he had never appeared. What kind of ability is this? Lynchen muttered, then smiled and shook his head. Chapter 449. In the following time, Lynchen did not immediately go to arrange the furniture in the home. This kind of thing still makes sense if he takes Elena with him, so he could only take some time to accept the second job transfer task. Because of his own unusually exaggerated combat power, Lynchen almost encountered no obstacles. As long as the task process required killing monsters to complete, Lynchen almost crushed it all the way. In the end, as the last one to receive the task among the four, he was actually the first one to successfully transfer. When he walked out of the church, Lynchen found that there were still streams of pure white light around him. The professional light effect of the second-level Universalist had appeared around his body unconsciously. With every move, the light became more obvious. However, Lynchen did not hesitate and immediately opened the personal attribute panel to turn off this external light effect. The fancy and garish setting hurt his eyes. He just felt that this setting was very redundant. He was not really controlling the character to play the game. This kind of bright light effect would really make his eyes sore after looking at it for a long time. After completing the job change, Lynchen was standing at the door of Elena's career hall, waiting. In less than a moment, the beautiful figure walked out of the building. When she saw Lynchen waiting at the door, Elena began to speed up, and finally ran all the way to Lynchen's side. Lynchen, I have successfully changed my job. As she said that, Elena turned around in front of Lynchen. She was also a wind catcher in her previous life, and it was not the first time that she changed her job twice, but this time she was still full of joy and wanted to share it with Lynchen. Blue light lingered around Elena's body, and a wisp of wind mixed with the unique fragrance of the female elf made Lynchen sniff it deliberately. He reached out and held Elena's hand, then smiled and said, "Are you free now?" Yes, yes. What are we going to do?" Elena's eyes were full of autumn water, and she was looking up at Lynchen. "Come on, I take you to our house to arrange the furniture." Lynchen smiled. Elena opened her mouth in disbelief. You already got the furniture? Hey, just follow me." As he said that, Lynchen used the special skill Homeward Bound, and the next moment, his body and Elena disappeared at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, they were far away from the hustle and bustle of the main city. The surroundings were no longer the eternal airspace shrouded in clouds and mist, but a beautiful landscape of mountains and clear waters. The huge courtyard and the wall outside the courtyard came into view, and Elena's face also became very good, and her bright smile made her more beautiful. Lynchen no longer hesitated, and opened the gift package given by the young wedding planner in front of Elena. The girl gave him a home decoration gift package, which did not include furniture, so when the gift package was opened, various props were automatically filled in Lynchen's backpack. Lynchen looked carefully, and saw that the backpack was full of props such as flower beds, trees, rockery, small fountains or swings for decorating the garden. Especially the flower beds and trees, each of which has at least a dozen props of the same type. Lynchen hesitated for a while, then reached out, and gave half of the decorations to Elena. But the female elf was also confused. Although she followed Lynchen to decorate her home with a touch of joy, she had no idea how to place these things. Lynchen. How should these things be placed? Elena looked at the props in her hand that looked like marbles, with trees written on them, but apart from the word trees written on the top of the ball of light, there was no way to connect it with trees. I don't know either. Lynchen stretched out his hand and scratched his head, also looking confused. The two second-round players, who had never had a home, looked like a game rookie at this time. After a long moment of confusion, they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Oh, never mind, throw one on the ground and try. Lynchen found a decorative prop of phoenix tree in his backpack. Under the gaze of Elena, he walked to an open space outside the courtyard and threw it at that place. He shouted, "Go Pikachu!" The next moment, the ball of light exploded directly on the open space. What they didn't expect was that when the ball of light exploded, a lush paulownia tree actually rose from the bare ground. The couple stood there in a daze, looking up at the several-meter-high paulownia tree, with a leaf floating down from it. After that, they looked at each other again, with a touch of excitement on their faces. Soon, Elena ran over and took away all the flowers, plants and trees in Lin Chen's backpack. The girl ran out around the bare courtyard. Under Lin Chen's helpless and doting gaze, dense trees began to appear quietly around the courtyard. They grew taller and denser. The sycamore, poplar, ginkgo, and some trees that Lin Chen couldn't even name also swayed their branches and rose from the ground. Then, pink and red flowers began to appear around these trees. In less than 5 minutes, the originally empty courtyard was lush and green, looking quiet and elegant. Lin Chen walked to the gate of the courtyard with a smile, took out a prop called swing from his backpack, and threw it at the gate. A puff of green smoke passed by, and a wooden swing with a rope dangling appeared in front of Lin Chen. Elena had finally planted all the flowers, plants and trees in her hands at this time. Seeing Lin Chen sitting on the swing, she immediately walked over with long legs. "Do you want to play?" Lin Chen swung lazily and took off his mask. Back at home, it seemed that he didn't need to wear this thing anymore. Okay. Irina's eyes were curved like crescent moons. But Lin Chen had no intention of standing up. He stretched out his hand and pulled Irina onto his legs. Because of his strong strength, the swing suddenly swayed violently. "Ah!" Irina screamed subconsciously, and naturally hugged Lin Chen's neck, burying her face in his chest. Irina, who would have been stiff all over after some physical contact, seemed very relaxed at this time. However, although she was relaxed, she still didn't dare to look up at Lin Chen's face without a mask. But Lin Chen didn't indulge her. He stretched out his hand and pinched Elena's chin to turn her flushed face towards him. The two looked at each other for a while, and Elena's breathing became a little rapid. I don't know what she was thinking, but the female elf actually raised her head and leaned towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen was stunned, and when he reacted, his mouth was blocked. Elena's sweetness stayed on his lips for almost 3 or 4 seconds before he was ready to leave. But Lin Chen was not a Lu Xiaohui who could remain calm even when a woman's lap was in his arms. How could he let Elena succeed? He immediately stretched out his hand and held the back of Elena's head. Under the somewhat stunned expression of the female elf, he slightly exerted force with his hand and lowered his head at the same time. He wanted to let this female elf see the dangers of society. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened his mouth and tried to pry the other person's mouth open. Woo woo woo. In the entire courtyard, only the shy whimpering of the female elf and the creaking sound of the wooden swing could be heard. Chapter 450. Lin Chen and Elena's breathing rates became increasingly abnormal, and their bodies began to become abnormally stiff. Elena's hands, which had been holding Lin Chen for a while, gradually lost their strength, and Lin Chen's mind became a little blank after his hands were free. In this situation where his mouth was not idle, his hands always wanted to grasp something. Strangely enough, his hands went up as if they had their own thoughts, and continued to climb over the slender waist, as if he was climbing the most famous mountain of the elves. Elena's eyes suddenly opened, her face flushed, and she subconsciously reached out to grab Lin Chen's wrist. Both of them were stunned for a moment, and then stopped talking slightly. The atmosphere was very ambiguous, and the two looked at each other in silence. Lin Chen had never seen Elena like this before. A strand of hair fell from the head of the female elf, and Lin Chen felt that he could not hold it back. His Adam's apple rolled. How could a man with blood and vigor withstand such a test? No, he still had to be a man, and he had to eat the duck at his mouth no matter what. Elena. Lin Chen called out softly, and kissed the snow-white neck of the female elf. Elena wanted to push Lin Chen away, but she had no strength at all. She was just breathing rapidly, and was a little at a loss. Lin Chen. Elena's voice was like a mosquito at this moment, and even she could hardly hear it clearly. But Lin Chen pretended not to hear it. He followed the neck all the way down, and had already gone into the space between two mountains, and then got lost in it. No, don't. Elena bit her lower lip with her teeth. She felt very dangerous now. She wanted to stop Lin Chen from continuing, but she had no strength in her body. In Lin Chen's eyes, the way she pushed Lin Chen looked more like a flirting move, which made Lin Chen more unscrupulous. The female elf had never panted so violently before. She bit her lower lip harder and harder. She looked down at the top of Lin Chen's head, and subconsciously hugged the back of his head with her hands. Anyway, they were going to get married, and she was already his in that stone house, so she just let him go. Just when Elena was about to be convinced by herself, she suddenly thought of something and pushed Lin Chen away with great force. Lin Chen was bewildered, and he was also panting. Being pushed away, He felt terrible. "Aw." He even said "aw?" in a trance. Elena chuckled, and she sorted her clothes in anger. The clothes she wore on the outermost were the equipment for the hunting god land, and they were almost torn by Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, not now." Why? Lin Chen asked subconsciously. He was hooked up, but Elena braked halfway? He felt like he could go crazy. "No." Elena was a little serious. She stopped in time because she was a little worried that if she did that before the official marriage, Lin Chen might find out that she was no longer. Although the person who took the first time was Lin Chen himself. But Lin Chen was dying at the time, and didn't know what happened at all. Although he could explain it, Elena just felt that it was too shameful to say that. At least she couldn't do it at the moment. So she planned to wait until the night of the wedding to talk about everything, instead of rushing to do something muddle-headedly because of deep love. If Lin Chen misunderstood me because of this, and I was not mentally prepared to explain it clearly, it would be troublesome. In Lin Chen's eyes, he only felt that Elena might have thought of some special culture and traditions belonging to the elves, such as women's things can only be done when they get married. Thinking this way, Lin Chen really calmed down. He was not a person who controlled a big head with a small head. He could still distinguish the big and small things in this matter. Then wait until the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen stared at Elena's tender eyes and smiled. "You can't run away anyway." "Humph." The female elf hummed deliberately, then looked down. At this time, Lin Chen was crossing his legs, as if he was hiding something by crossing his legs. Lin Chen, Elena, ahem, I don't really want to talk now. It's okay. Let me sit for a few minutes. You take the furniture gift package and go to our house to arrange the furniture. As he said that, Lin Chen took out the small red gift bag from his backpack and handed it over. Although the female elf took it, she did not leave. She glanced at the seemingly pitiful Lin Chen, hesitated for a moment, and asked with a red face, Is there anything I can help you with? Except for that matter?" Lin Chen was stunned, looking at the female elf with a face that was red and almost bleeding. Cough, that, are you sure?" Elena rolled her eyes unhappily. Lin Chen immediately put down his legs and looked at Elena's legs. Following Lin Chen's gaze, Elena stared at her slender legs, as if she understood something, but she didn't know what to do, and she was embarrassed for a while. "Tell me what to do. Don't regret it." Lin Chen swallowed his saliva. "Also, you can't say I'm a pervert." Then, Lin Chen pulled Elena over and whispered a few words in her ear. After saying that, Lin Chen just felt that he was really perverted. And Elena's face was like a boiling kettle. But she didn't refuse, and let Lin Chen stand up from the swing and sit on the ground. After hesitating for a while, Elena sat on the swing and took off her boots. The crystal clear feet were exposed. Elena was a little embarrassed to look, so she could only raise her head, frowned, and looked at the sky, but she couldn't stop blinking. "Is this okay?" Yes. Lin Chen's cow-like breathing came to her ears, and Elena felt so embarrassed. She secretly lowered her head to take a look, and soon raised her head again. "How about this?" Oh. Hiss. "Don't make such noises." "Hold. Sorry." 10 minutes passed. "You are almost there." Elena looked up at the sky angrily, her neck almost breaking. "Just a little bit. It's all right. My feet are so sore." Right away. Some time passed. Elena put on her boots expressionlessly, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Chen beside her had the expression of a universal person. Oh no, it should be a sage, and everything seemed so dull. "Let's go inside the house, and put the furniture in." Chapter 451. To be honest, Lin Chen still underestimated the generosity of the system GM. He initially thought that the pioneers just gave him some furniture to get rid of him, but when he and Elena stood in the empty living room on the first floor of the main house and opened the gift bag, the sudden increase in furniture in the backpack almost filled up the backpack that Lin Chen had deliberately organized. There were even a lot of furniture that could not be used in a house of their style, which surprised Lin Chen. So many? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and then excitedly began to divide the spoils. However, Elena only asked Lin Chen for some harmless small items, and began to arrange them with great interest. As for the specific layout of the furniture in the room, Elena completely followed Lin Chen's arrangement. "I don't know much about the room layout on your Earth, so you can make the decision. I will listen to you." Lin Chen didn't say much. After asking Elena about the direction of the bedside, he went up to the bedroom on the second floor. The bedroom was very large and spacious. The floor area of the main house alone was more than 300 square meters, so one bedroom was already as big as the house he had lived in before on Earth. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, walked to a place that looked suitable, and threw a light ball of a double bed to the ground. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and a double bed named lacquer and gold inlaid with treasures, landscapes, and figures bed suddenly appeared in front of him. Fuck. Lin Chen couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously. He had several such double beds in his backpack, but this one's attribute was fire, which just matched the attribute of the Earth 2-born flame home, but he had never thought that a bed could be so luxurious, looking like the bed that ancient emperors slept on. He immediately became interested. If so, would all the furniture in his backpack be so luxurious and classical? When he thought of his house filled with so many antique and elegant furniture, Lin Chen was actually a little happy. Then, a wardrobe named Treasure Museum cabinet was placed at the other end of the bed. A round table named Ebony inlaid Mother of Pearl half-moon table was placed in the center of the bedroom, and several stools named Red Sandalwood inlaid Ivory Pine Grape Throne were neatly placed around the round table. After picking and choosing in the backpack, Lin Chen made another screen called a Painting of Treasures and Rivers and placed it in the bedroom. Then, a fire basin with cloisonné enamel and lotus flowers, a dressing table with yellow flowers and beautiful mountains, a painting of living in the mountains and Xiaoming, a calligraphy and painting mounting of heaven rewards hard work, were put out one by one. After putting them in place, Lin Chen started to move them around. After tinkering with them for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally made the originally empty bedroom pleasing to the eye. Wow! Irina's surprised voice came from behind. I turned around and saw that the female elf had come up. She looked around the room, her eyes twinkling with many little stars, as if the shyness she had just shown at the swing outside the courtyard had completely disappeared. The female elf saw furniture and decorations of this appearance and form for the first time, and immediately became a little girl who jumped for joy, constantly observing and exploring. So beautiful. The joy on the female elf's face was not against her will. She walked back and forth in the bedroom for a long time, and finally sat on the bed, with a face full of emotion. Lin Chen also smiled, and he sat beside her. Elena naturally rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen asked. Nothing. Elena's voice was soft, and she was very relaxed. Lin Chen put his hand on the delicate shoulder of the female elf, and no one spoke for a while. After a while, Elena finally spoke with some fatigue. Lin Chen, do you think, will we have the opportunity to live here in the true sense? Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her, and was silent for a while. Yes, I promise. In fact, it is not a wise choice to make a promise to Elena at this time. Now the hunting god land has not been shut down yet, and no one knows what the world will become after the hunting god land ends. He doesn't even know whether he can find Elena, who has returned to the elf world after the hunting god land is shut down, but somehow, he needs to comfort Elena and give himself a motivation. Don't worry, as long as I am here, we will live here forever sooner or later. It doesn't matter even if we all lose the power given to us by the hunting god land, as long as this courtyard can still be left. Lin Chen smiled. Then we could open up some land in the backyard, raise some chickens and ducks, grow some vegetables, and enjoy our old age. Elena smiled, and the scene seemed to appear in her mind, and she nodded happily. Okay, let's go downstairs. It's time to set up the table in the courtyard. Set up the table? Yes. Did you forget that you must set up at least 3 tables in the courtyard for the wedding banquet? Oh, that's right. Guess how many round tables I have in my backpack? Lin Chen chuckled. How many? 66. So many? How many do you want to put? All of them. Fill the whole courtyard. Ah, are there so many people coming? Of course, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Don't forget that we are the president and vice president of the same guild, not to mention the wedding invitations we have distributed these days. At this point, Lin Chen changed the subject and said jokingly, and don't forget that there will be 100 teams, a total of 600 people coming to grab the wedding. We can't let them come for nothing. If they are tired of grabbing, it would be nice for them to come and have a feast. Elena covered her mouth and smiled. You are so generous. In the following time, Lin Chen and Elena spent almost 4 hours in the home, until the home was completely new inside and out. If Feng Chen and Gardenia entered this place again at this time, they would probably be shocked. This is no longer the bare courtyard before. There are flowers, plants, and trees everywhere. At the end of the stone road, there are many decorations around the courtyard as decoration, especially the swinging swing at the door. Pushing the door to enter the courtyard, the first thing that comes into view is a huge fountain called White Marble Fish Fountain, which is constantly spraying water. Afterwards, All the site is red round tables. They are lined up in a row. There are a full 66 of them, and it is spectacular to surround the courtyard. Chapter 452. It would take more than a few hours to completely decorate the home. If he and Elena were to decorate the manor from inside to outside, they would need at least 1 or 2 days. But they didn't have that much extra time. The wedding was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and today was almost over. With the whole day tomorrow left, Lin Chen was going to take a few people to complete the main task. After placing all the furniture in the backpack that matched the home's attributes, Lin Chen and Elena breathed a sigh of relief and left the home with satisfaction. After returning to the eternal airspace, Lin Chen immediately called Feng Chen and Jizi to start the main task. During the process, he also took the time to meet with Sister Qian Xiao Tong Tong, who had taken the time to come. Unfortunately, in order to take the time to attend Lin Chen's wedding, Tang Yu had to arrange everything tomorrow so that he would not be disturbed the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen did not greet him too much, just chatted for a while, and then left with his friends. If there was enough time, he would entertain the other party to some extent. It seems that we can only talk about it after you get married. I don't know what the wedding banquet in the land of the hunting god will taste like. Tang Yu laughed. I just hope it tastes good. Don't worry, there are a lot of things to eat in the land of the hunting god. The wedding banquet I booked is the most luxurious one. If it doesn't taste good, I will destroy their reputation. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, brother, we are busy first. I will come to you the day after tomorrow morning. Okay. Waving goodbye to Tang Yu and others, Lin Chen officially started the process of the main task with the 3 of them. The main quests in the land of the hunting god are sometimes very simple, such as when the players are in the 40s and 50s, but sometimes they are very tedious and speechless, such as when the players are in the 50s and 60s. Those quests not only require players to run back and forth between different main cities, but also require them to do some puzzles. They have entered 4 main quests alone. Fortunately, they have a whole day, and now the attack power of the 4 people has reached an exaggerated level. Except for those processes that the attack power cannot handle, they have passed the rest of the quests quickly. They have been busy until the afternoon of the next day. Lin Chen and his 4 friends have completed all the main quests and plots within level 60. They even took some time to deal with a special event they encountered in the wild, but the monsters were too low level and could not add any attack power. For a whole day, the 4 people's combined attack power was only a few hundred points, which was basically negligible for them now. I really miss the days when there were reward levels to brush in the ruins. Feng Chen sighed. I now feel that since I was cheated by your brother Lin last time, the system administrator will probably deliberately do something with the probability of obtaining the ruins admission ticket. Elena turned to look at Lin Chen and continued, It may be difficult for us to get the entrance ticket to the ruins next time. Except for Lin Chen, Feng Chen and Jizi's faces froze. No way. Several people were standing in front of a functional NPC booth in the eternal sky space. They had just handed in the last main quest. To continue to accept quests, players need to reach level 63. Except for Lin Chen, who has reached level 64, no one else can continue. Lin Chen is not in a hurry. The wedding will start tomorrow, and he also needs to rest. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, you are getting married tomorrow. I am going to buy some gifts for you with Gardenia. Feng Chen and Gardenia stood in front of Lin Chen and said with a smile. Come on, what can be given in the land of the hunting god? Lin Chen shook his head. You can't buy anything good with the little money you have, and your sister-in-law and I don't like it, so forget it. Hee brother, who said I want to give you equipment and props? The land of the hunting god is not just about fighting and killing. There are many specialty stores in the main city that specialize in selling strange and weird things. Just wait and see, I will definitely give you a big gift. Gardenia nodded repeatedly. The 2 looked at each other and ran away quickly. Lin Chen and Elena looked at the 2 people disappearing from their sight with some laughter and tears, and then found a bench to sit down. The 2 raised their heads and looked at the night sky of the land of the hunting god tacitly. Tomorrow morning is the day when the wedding will start. It is estimated that he and Elena will receive news from the young wedding planner in a while. After all, there are still many procedures about the wedding that need to be confirmed with her. Lin Chen. In a trance, Lin Chen felt that Elena beside him was calling him softly. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her. The female elf was staring at the stars above her head in a daze, and at this time she seemed to mutter to herself, We are getting married tomorrow, will you regret it? Lin Chen was stunned, thinking what the hell this girl was thinking? Are you crazy? Lin Chen almost blurted out. Elena was also speechless after hearing these 3 words Lin Chen. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Chen awkwardly. I mean, Do you not want to marry me? After saying this, Elena felt that it was not right to say this. Just when she was about to say it again, she saw Lin Chen approaching and touching her forehead with his hand. It seems that you can't get a fever in the land of the hunting god. Why are you talking nonsense? Oh, that's not what I meant. Elena let Lin Chen's hand feel her forehead, because our elves have a special view on marriage. For example, once we get married, I can't leave you. I'm afraid you. Lin Chen could actually guess what this girl was thinking. Because of the cultural differences between the two races, Elena might have inquired about the views of humans on marriage in other aspects. Unlike the elves, they attach great importance to the combination of two people to form a family. Once the two parties are married, they will not be able to separate. This girl is probably afraid that Lin Chen will not be able to bear this kind of constraint in the future. What did you just say? Lin Chen asked with interest. I said, our race has a special view on marriage? Next sentence. I'm afraid I can't leave you after I marry you. Is there such a good thing? Lin Chen laughed. Good thing? Irina didn't react. Okay, don't think too much. In some ways, my views on these things may be very similar to your elves. I am actually a very traditional person. Hearing this, Irina suddenly said, traditional. Traditional people will know how to use my feet? Lin Chen paused and coughed a few times. Well, concepts are concepts, which are different from the things we hear and see in daily life. Ahem. Don't talk about these. Anyway, just rest assured. I didn't think too much, and you don't have to think too much. Irina didn't know whether she was comforted by Lin Chen's words or not, but just rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder. In the following time, neither of them spoke, but just sat quietly. Chapter 453. Early in the morning of the next day, a system prompt sounded suddenly in Lin Chen's brain. Attention, the wedding process you applied for is about to begin, and the couple will be forced to separate. As soon as the voice fell, Elena, who had been leaning on him, disappeared directly. Lin Chen was startled, and the whole person subconsciously stood up from the bench, and then the prompt sound rang again. Please go to the designated location within the specified time. Soon, Lin Chen received a coordinate set by the system. He rubbed his face, and didn't react for a while. Damn. It started so soon? I was still a psychological counselor for Elena last night, but now Lin Chen actually started to get nervous. The sky around him was not bright yet, and even some NPC stalls still had the words closed. Lin Chen didn't care too much and hurried to the designated place. During the process, he quickly opened the friend list and found Elena's avatar. At the same time, Elena also sent a message, Lin Chen. Lin Chen was relieved to see the message from the other party. He immediately replied, Where are you? I don't know. Don't panic, look around first. Since this is the process of the wedding, you should not be in danger. Irina was silent for a while, and sure enough, she sent a new message after more than 10 seconds. I should be in the Hero Pavilion, but I am now locked in a room and can't go anywhere. Hero Pavilion? Lin Chen moved quickly while thinking about what was going on. The first step of the wedding process should be to pick up the bride. The system forced him and Elena to separate in order to prepare for the bride. Elena was in the Hero Pavilion. The system probably prepared to treat the professional building as her home. He was going to pick her up? But the location set by the system was not the Hero Pavilion. Although he was a little puzzled, he comforted Elena and told her not to panic for the time being. His pace was also speeding up. During this period, he also tried to send messages to other people, but no matter whether it was Feng Chenxizi or Tang Yu, even the members of the High Qi Tiankong and Shi Taiyin Liang, all the messages he sent fell on deaf ears. No one except Elena replied to him. This is a bit strange. Is this how weddings are played in the land of the hunting god? Before he could think about it, Lin Chen arrived at the designated location set by the system more than 10 minutes later. Even though he had arrived, the sky around him was still gray and dark. Lin Chen didn't have time to see what time it was. He could only see a huge aperture not far in front of him, with a few big words written above it. The groom stands in it. Lin Chen looked around and felt something was a bit weird. There was no one around. He didn't seem to be getting married. Why did he look like he was doing a task? Damn. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, and could only walk to the front of the light circle and then step into it. After his feet completely entered the light circle, the next moment, Lin Chen's brain suddenly sounded a ding prompt sound. Then, all the equipment he was wearing disappeared. Even the mask he had been wearing on his face disappeared, and he was almost naked standing in the light circle. Lin Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover a certain place, but then he saw a variety of styles of clothes. They floated in front of him, and he could touch them as long as he stretched out his hand. He looked at the styles of these clothes. There were Chinese-style red brocade wedding gowns, Western-style suits, and even some clothes he had never seen before. Along with these clothes, there was also a line of words floating in the air. Note: you can only choose one, and you cannot change it after you have chosen it. Your choice will affect how your spouse dresses. Lin Chen subconsciously reached out to take the red gown closest to him at first. This wedding gown is only worn at Chinese weddings, but if he follows the system's prompts and chooses this dress, let alone whether the wedding process will directly become a Chinese wedding, at least. Elena can't wear a wedding dress. Lin Chen retracted his hand and grabbed the black suit without hesitation. It's not that I don't like the clothes of my ancestors, I just want to see how Elena looks in a wedding dress. You have completed your selection and are configuring clothes for your spouse. A flash of light flashed across Lin Chen's body, and then he was automatically dressed in a very fitting black suit, and the burgundy tie was automatically tied, and he was full of energy and spirit. Then, something happened that surprised Lin Chen. The light circle under his feet became larger and larger, and finally slowly extended to the surroundings. Then, a huge four-legged monster carrying a double throne appeared in the light circle. Lin Chen didn't look carefully, but he felt that this big guy who looked stronger than an elephant suddenly crawled down to him, as if he was signaling him to climb onto the throne on his back. Lin Chen was still at a loss, and 3 bright words were written on the top of the giant beast's head. Sit on it. Lin Chen smacked his lips, thinking that he finally had a shadow of the deluxe version, but whether the money was worth it or not, he had to continue to observe. Lin Chen adjusted his tie, then stepped onto the back of the beast, and sat on one of the 2 thrones very naturally. When he sat down, the beast slowly stood up and roared to the sky, like a thunderous bell. Moo! Sitting on the throne, Lin Chen could clearly see one person after another appearing beside the beast at this moment. These people should be the real NPCs set by the system. They have no emotions, and just act according to the operating mode set by the system. Each person carries a flower basket in his hand, which is full of rose petals. Looking closely, there were at least 700 or 800 of them. They stood in a huge group behind the giant beast, waiting for orders. Lin Chen was happy, because after these NPCs appeared, 2 rows of fully armed guards also appeared. According to the wedding planner, these guards should be used to prevent wedding robberies. They were in 2 rows, one on the left and one on the right, with 9 people in each row, a total of 18 people holding spears in their hands, wearing bright red helmets on their heads, and their armor was tightly fitted. They stepped in unison and made a low sound. Just looking at the health bars above the heads of these guards, they are probably not much different from those of high-level players at level 60. Good man, this money is worth spending. But this is not over yet. In front of the behemoth, a whole band suddenly appeared. The members of this band are all there. They are composed of 16 people. Each of them holds a different instrument in his hand. Not only are there some that he has never seen before, but he can even see guitars and... Wow, the Swana is here too. Lin Chen recognized the Swana in the hand of the NPC in the front at a glance. Is this the wedding procession? Although it looks weird, and I don't know what kind of wedding procession it is really quite impressive. At this time, a prompt sound appeared in my mind. Please wait for a moment. When the wedding officially starts, the wedding procession will officially start. Chapter 454. At the same time, in the entire God Hunter land, all kinds of players heard the sudden prompt sound in their brains at this moment. The prompt sound was very abrupt, and the voice of the announcer inside was different from usual, and it actually had a festive flavor. Attention, the wedding of programmer and Elena is about to begin at Eternal Airspace, and the wedding grabbing system is officially started. Please start signing up for the wedding grabbing after the countdown starts. Soon, amid people's stunned expressions, the countdown broadcast began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Registration begins. No, who are these 2 people? Why are they using the system notification sound to promote their marriage? You don't even know the programmer and Elena? Are you and I really playing the same hunting god land? Let's go sign up for the marriage, and take a look at what these 2 great gods look like. However, when many people just reacted and prepared to participate, only 5 seconds later, the system notification sound rang again. The number of people is full, the registration is over, and the bride robber is being teleported. The players were all dumbfounded. 5 seconds? The registration is full? Not even enough time to say 3 sentences, but soon, people reacted. The broadcast just now seemed to say that the place where the 2 people got married was the Eternal Airspace. Let's go and take a look. Lin Chen, who was sitting on the back of the giant beast, had a different expression on his face. I don't know if the system just sent some prompts to the players. Many players began to appear on the empty streets one after another, humans, elves, orcs. There were more and more players of various races, and they seemed to have found them based on the location information given by the system. These players saw Lynchen almost immediately. After all, his appearance was too eye-catching. The behemoth-like giant was 7 or 8 meters tall. Lynchen sat on the throne in a suit that didn't match the god of hunting, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Look, is the person sitting on the back of the bull the programmer? God damn, sitting on the back of a bull, buddy, your bull looks like this? Huh? Is the equipment this person is wearing a fashion item? Why does it look so strange? It looks like Earth's clothes. As time went by, this huge square began to be surrounded by people. In the end, onlookers had climbed onto the roofs of some buildings, but the crowd was still increasing. More and more players began to gather in the high-level main city of Eternal Sky. In the end, except for the huge aperture where Lynchen and the NPCs were standing, which was impossible to approach, this square that was supposed to accommodate more than 100,000 people was already packed with people. Some people even began to stand on the shoulders of some companions to look forward. Lynchen was a little embarrassed. He stretched out his hands to cover his face. How could he have thought that one day his wedding would attract so many people? He wondered if it was inappropriate to be so high profile, but there was no way back now, so he could only bite the bullet. Because there were so many people watching, even if they talked in low voices, these voices gathered together, it was enough to make the surroundings look like a battlefield with shouts and screams. Why don't you start yet? Yes, let's do it. I want to see how weddings are conducted in the land of the hunting god. In the noisy crowd, some people squeezed through the crowd and appeared around Lynchen's light circle. Looking closely, it was Feng Chenjizi and the senior members of the Fu-Tu Guild. The world is cold and indifferent. Hai Tian Kong and the Undertaker stood close to the light circle, and then stared at the players around them, fearing that there would be a robber who would try to make trouble. After some time, Tang Yu, Sister Tong Tong, To Go and Gu Dizi also came over. The number of people was still increasing. Sitting on the throne on the back of the giant beast, Lynchen looked around, and saw that the crowds of people were so dense that they could not see the end. In a trance, a voice that only he could hear suddenly came to Lynchen's mind. Attention, the wedding parade will start after the countdown. During this period, there will be people who will snatch the bride. Please pay attention. Lynchen sat up straight subconsciously, and soon, a countdown light flashed above his head. 10, 9, 8, 7. All the players present saw the countdown light at this time, and the noisy sound began to gradually weaken. When the countdown reached 0, the beast carrying the throne stood up straight, the halo around it disappeared, and a roar came out of the beast's mouth. Moo! The crowd at the front subconsciously retreated, but because there were so many people, the retreating players could not move at all, and were even pushed back by the players behind them. The band NPC standing at the front of the wedding procession was suddenly activated, with festive expressions set by the system on their faces, and then they walked forward and started playing. When guitar, swana and some instruments never seen before played at the same time, a music that sounded both festive and weird sounded, which sounded very brainwashing. Then, following the band were some atmosphere group NPCs responsible for scattering flowers. They put their hands in the small basket on their shoulders, took out a handful of petals, and scattered them high in the air. Then, some NPCs who looked like guards followed in unison with long spears. The giant beast also moved its steps just right and followed behind the guards, and began to move in a certain direction. It started! The crowd also moved with the wedding procession. During the process, Fengchen, Tang Yu and others immediately came to their senses. They greeted their respective guild members, and then hundreds of members of the Fu-Tu Guild and Twilight Guild immediately surrounded the two sides and the back of the wedding procession, following closely. Chapter 455. In the crowd that is not easy to detect, some players have a small dagger-like icon hidden in front of their IDs. These people are the bride robbers, who have signed up for the wedding robbery. Among them, a team of bride robbers, all of whom are above level 60 and well-equipped, is composed entirely of male elf players. At this moment, they are hiding in the crowd and staring at Lynchen on the back of the giant beast. Even with the hood on, their long ears are very conspicuous. Arugu, do you want to do it? A male elf holding a long sword was looking at his companions, and asked in a low voice. Unlike other bride robbers, the look in the eyes of this male elf wizard named Arugu was very wrong when he looked at Lynchen. There was a sharp murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to eat Lynchen alive. Don't worry, wait until you see Elena. Arugu's voice was as cold as ice. Now the crowd in the square was moving with the wedding procession, and they could only follow and walk slowly in a certain direction. Arugu, there is only Elena in the whole hunting land. Are you still not giving up? Elena is going to become someone else's wife. The elf holding the long sword had an equally cold voice, and she is going to be the wife of a human. I said, wait until you see Elena. Then we talk. Arugu suddenly stared at his companion fiercely. Okay. The long-sword male elf could only nod. I understand. Arugu looked at Lin Chen on the back of the giant beast again, and the hand holding the staff began to turn pale. The wedding procession was moving in an unknown direction, surrounded by countless players. Every player on the scene looked around curiously. With so many players, they wanted to know who the bride robbers were, and when they would make their move. At this time, the wedding procession stopped near the landmark building at the other end of the square. Before people knew what was going on, the NPCs responsible for scattering flowers suddenly scattered a large number of props at the crowd. Among them were various low-level gems and consumables of not very high quality, and even some copper coins. Oh, there are still things to pick up? The crowd was stunned, and subconsciously bent down to pick up the money, and they also became more interested in this kind of wedding ceremony. But at this moment, an arrow suddenly whistled from an unknown place and shot towards Lin Chen's eyebrows. Swish! The crowd was boiling, because at this time, the bride robber finally took action. However, just as the arrow that was heading towards Lin Chen was halfway through its flight, a ball of fire hit the arrow head-on, intercepting it in midair. The crowd exclaimed once again, and all subconsciously looked at the petite female mage near the wedding procession. The girl with the words Lonely Leaf written on her head changed her expression, and wrinkled her nose slightly. Being able to accurately intercept arrows with fireballs, this girl mage's combat power should not be simple. But it was not over yet. A berserker suddenly rushed over from another direction, holding a two-handed broadsword in his hand, and his whole body exuded a strong red blood energy as he ran over, and an extremely powerful enhancement skill was being released on his body. He pushed the crowd aside, released a jump slash, and leaped high into the air, slashing at the throne where Lin Chen was. Don't even think about it. This time, before the players could react, a guard NPC standing on both sides of the wedding procession suddenly moved. He suddenly raised the spear in his hand high, and the whole person suddenly jumped up more than 10 meters high, blocking the berserker. The berserker was startled, and his whole body was stabbed down by the guard NPC's gun. The health bar above his head immediately reduced by 1/3, and the berserker rolled over and got up, but the guard NPC did not chase him, but just retreated back to the team. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen raised his mouth, thinking that it was worthy of being a deluxe wedding, and the guard NPC configured was stronger than he thought. As the wedding planner said, ordinary wedding robbers did not pose any threat at all. The crowd of onlookers was very lively, and they cheered. After all, the main purpose of coming here was to watch the show, and being able to see the wedding robbery scene was worth the trip. If it weren't for the fact that only the bride robbers could cause damage to the wedding procession, they would have wanted to go up and test the water themselves. The wedding procession began to move again at this time, and the giant beast moved again and walked towards a specific location. With the initial test of the first wave of bride robbers, the real bride robbers began to attack one by one. Go! Soon, several streams of light appeared in the crowd again and flew towards Lin Chen on the giant beast. Just like attacking a boss, more and more long-range attacks followed one after another, dazzling the eyes. Big dog. Tang Yi frowned and shouted. I know. The social dog brother standing among the members of the Twilight Guild had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, he raised his tower shield and slammed it into the ground. Then a golden light fell from the sky and just covered Lin Chen and the body of the giant beast. The attacks hit the golden light firmly, and then splashed with flames and faint ripples, but did not break the defense. Fuck, this programmer has such a powerful knight around him. Nonsense, don't you see who the programmer is? He is the top of the ladder list in the land of hunting gods. It's unreasonable that he doesn't have a few awesome people around him. So what do you think will be the outcome of this wedding robbery? Needless to say, there are 600 people on the ladder, so his wedding cannot be held normally. Amid the discussion of the crowd, the wedding robbers started to attack one after another. The ranged professions stood in the crowd and madly released skills to Lin Chen on the behemoth, and some melee professions responsible for close combat and assassination no longer hid and drew their swords forward. However, the guard NPCs immediately rushed forward with guns, and the members of the Futu Guild and the Twilight Guild also took action at the same time. For a while, the surroundings were extremely lively, with shouts, roars, and cheers covering the sky. However, as time went on, the relatives and friends who were responsible for escorting Lin Chen began to lose their strength, because if they wanted to fight with the bride snatchers, they had to get close enough to the wedding procession, otherwise the system would treat them as onlookers, and onlookers could not cause any harm to either party. But if they were too close, the relatives and friends could not really fight freely, and if they were not careful, they would lose the qualification, so they could only fight and retreat, which was very frustrating. At this time, after knocking down the assassin who rushed over with a knife, Feng Chen shouted to Hai Tian Kong and others, "Don't worry about those long-range professions. We will stay close to this cow, and kill anyone who rushes over." Okay. Feng Chen's current attack power is terrifyingly high. Basically, no one can withstand a knife from him with a magic weapon, but he doesn't know what's going on. He just killed a wedding robber named Takoyaki, but only half a minute later, this Takoyaki came again. Hack you. Feng Chen swung his knife again, and Zai Wanzi died again. But half a minute later, he actually rushed over again with a roar. Fuck. These bride robbers can be resurrected after they die. Feng Chen finally came to his senses. Come to think of it, this is not in a dungeon, nor in the wild, this is in the main city. So if you die here, the system will determine that the player failed in the competition, and you can resurrect anytime and anywhere without consuming resurrection coins, and the resurrection point is very close to here, which caused some bride robbers to run over again not long after they died. Then what the hell is this fight? Feng Chen was dumbfounded. Chapter 456. It was not only Feng Chen, who was almost vomiting blood by these bride robbers. The members of the Twilight Guild were also stunned by some of the bride robbers, who had just died in their hands. Tang Yu used Arcane Ray to penetrate a swordsman through the heart, and the health bar above his head was emptied. He was dead, but less than a minute later, the man rushed over with sword draw. When Tang Yu saw this man, he was shocked. Tang Yu, these bride robbers are too shameless in this situation. We can't defend against them at all. Sister Tong Tong beside him killed the low-health bride robber with a sword, and then roared in a low voice. Tang Yu also nodded. It's really fucked up. There are too many of them, and they are hiding in the crowd of onlookers around and can't be seen clearly. Do you want to try to use some large-scale skills to clear the field? No, if the bride robbers don't attack first, the system will determine that they are onlookers, and onlookers are invincible, and I can't hurt them. What should I do? Is there no solution? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn, this system is like this. Isn't there a solution? What worries Tang Yu the most is that the number and level of the bride robbers so far are not high. There are 100 teams with 600 people, but only 70 to 80 have taken action so far. The real bride robbers are still waiting and watching. Don't worry about it. Kill them one by one, and let my brother Lin pick up the bride first. At this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting on the throne on the back of the giant beast, was watching the lively scene below with interest. Occasionally, some people would suddenly attack him, but when they were about to touch him, they would be blocked by Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others. Although the system said that there were 600 people participating in the wedding robbery, only 1/10 of them could not hold back so far. Lin Chen looked up and saw that every street in the main city was full of people. High-level players from the land of the hunting god gathered together. What Lin Chen didn't know was that 5 minutes ago, the high-level main city's eternal airspace was already full, and it was impossible for other players to teleport in. It was like a full server in an online game. In the idle time, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and hit Lin Chen hard. A skill from a certain mage lightning attraction. Haha, it hit! Someone in the crowd shouted. But what was shocking was that although a bolt of lightning had struck Lin Chen's health bar didn't move at all. Hey, did you hit the wrong place? No, I was very accurate. I just saw the damage value floating above his head. How much damage did it do? I didn't look closely. While the attackers were secretly communicating, a transparent arrow suddenly shot over and directly hit the mage, who released the lightning attraction. The mage lowered his head in surprise, and looked at the arrow in his shoulder. The blood bar on his head disappeared rapidly. In the stunned eyes of his teammates, the mage's face was filled with extreme pain. Ah! He knelt down with his shoulder covered with a distorted expression, rolling on the ground in pain. Then, when the blood volume completely disappeared, the mage also died with a roar. Many people watching the excitement were stunned. What's wrong with this person? He's dead. Why is he screaming like a pig being slaughtered? However, some players who reacted realized something and immediately looked at the direction where the arrow was shot from with vigilance. On the neck of the giant beast carrying Lin Chen, there stood a short-haired female elf covered in black mist, holding a bow in her hand and aiming. Someone stared at the top of the female elf's head carefully. Strange thing, why does the health bar and ID on the top of this female elf's head not look like a player, but more like a summoned beast? Qilua? Someone muttered to himself. One arrow killed a level 60 player. I've never heard of such a person on the ladder. Then, people saw the female elf draw her bow and shoot arrows at the players below one by one. Swish, swish, swish. Almost every arrow would kill one person directly, but what the crowd cared about most was all the players who were shot, like the mage at the beginning, let out a shrill scream of pain, as if they were not in the land of the hunting god, but in the real world. Something is wrong. How come these people seem to be cursed? Cursed state? Isn't that a state that only the boss can have? While talking, Qilua was like a radar, turning back and forth, and every few seconds she would find the bride robber who had just made a move to attack in the crowd, and then quickly shoot an arrow. For a while, the world kept screaming. Feng Chen raised his head and took a look at the heroic female elf standing on the neck of the giant beast, and he smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I want to see who dares to come without fear of death. Feng Chen is very familiar with Dan Shan Qilua's undead followers. Now Lin Chen wears a special title, the Giver of Pain, and the attacks caused by him and his summoned followers will cause a cursed state. People who are cursed will feel the pain as if they are in the real world. Even if they die and can be resurrected, Feng Chen does not believe that they can endure the pain again. Sure enough, some players who were shot dead by Qilua did not dare to rush forward after resurrection, especially that damn octopus balls, who did not dare to come at this time. Damn, I almost forgot that I also have this title. Feng Chen and Jizi looked at each other, and put on the special title they got from the system gift package. Because of Qilua's appearance, the surroundings became much quieter. Although many people were eager to see it, they did not dare to move forward. In this way, under the crowd of people, the giant beast continued to move forward. After a while, the wedding procession stopped again. Just like before, the NPCs in charge of scattering flowers threw out the special props in the basket this time, including gems, physical potions, team teleportation orders, and fashion exchange coupons, and even equipment enhancement coupons. The players who were not interested in these things at first became excited after seeing them. Although these things were not very valuable, the way to obtain them was really not cheap. Seeing everyone scrambling for them, Qilua looked around with her eyes as bright as torches. However, because of her deterrence, only a few fearless players launched a surprise attack this time. Qilua didn't even need to do anything. The guard NPC rushed over and stabbed the two people to death with a few shots. The team started moving again. Chapter 457. Who is this woman? In the crowd, the 6 male elves who had been hiding in the dark were a little confused. As elves, they only felt that the woman on the neck of the giant beast looked very familiar. But even though she looked familiar, they couldn't remember who she was after thinking for a long time. There are so many elf clans in the Amir continent. It's not surprising that you haven't seen them before. No. But at this time, the male elf holding the long sword had a hint of disbelief, and his voice began to tremble with excitement. Qilua. He said with great confidence, It's Qilua, it's Qilua. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Qilua? They turned their eyes back and saw that they really looked more and more alike. It's just that they didn't quite understand why Qilua's appearance was a little strange. The black mist lingering around her made her look more charming than before. I should have thought of it earlier. The male elf named Aruga's face was livid. Since Qilua is Elena's good sister, it's natural for her to appear here. As he spoke, he gasped. If Qilua appeared here, then the bride would really be the Elena in their memory. The last bit of luck in his heart finally collapsed at this moment. So that Elena was really going to marry a human player? Bang! A scarlet flame condensed into a blazing fireball from Aruga's hand. He, who had just advised others not to act rashly, was already a little restless. He wished he could throw this fireball on the face of the man in a suit on the throne. Arugu, calm down. The scene at this moment was the opposite of what happened just now. The longsword elf grabbed Aruga's wrist and said, If you start, you will be exposed. Don't worry. Wait until you see Elena, or wait until most of the bride robbers attack together before you have a chance. Aruga's back teeth were almost broken. His face turned purple and blue. Finally, he could only extinguish the fireball in his hand angrily. After walking and stopping intermittently, the long wedding procession finally arrived in front of the professional building for hunters and warriors, the Hero Pavilion. An hour later. Countless players looked into the building curiously at this time, wanting to see what Elena looked like. I almost understand the process of welcoming the bride. which means that the woman will wait for the man to pick her up in the corresponding professional building. Interesting, the system treats the professional building as the mother's home. Amid the discussion of the crowd, the giant beast carrying the throne slowly walked to the gate of the Hero Pavilion building, slowly knelt on the ground, and lowered its head, and Lin Chen, who was sitting on the throne, also stood up at this moment. He exhaled, carefully tidied up the wrinkles on his body, and walked down from the body of the giant beast. Qi Luo, who had been standing at the neck of the giant beast, put away his bow and arrow and followed Lin Chen. With the background sound of the wedding band playing and singing, Lin Chen walked step by step into the hall of the Hero Pavilion. I don't know why, at this time, Lin Chen finally began to get nervous. He had never shown such an expression when he was surrounded and attacked by so many players along the way. He just felt his throat was a little dry. When Lin Chen walked into the hall of the Hero Pavilion, he found that there were no players inside except for the professional NPCs. All the players were standing outside as spectators, which allowed Lin Chen to walk into the hall very naturally. Some onlookers were also ready to go in to find out what was going on, but the next moment, two figures suddenly blocked the door. The crowd was slightly stunned. They looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of them with curiosity. It seemed that they had fallen from Lin Chen. One of them was a sturdy man carrying a machete, and the other one was a little more symmetrical than the machete man, but he did the opposite and actually held a huge two-handed hammer in his hand. On the top of their heads were written Roaring Brother and Huang Dachui. The two stood on the left and right of the door frame, and no one could get in. No, buddy, what are you doing? Let us go in and take a look. Yes, why are you blocking here? Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother said nothing and ignored them completely. However, when the two saw Feng Chen and Gardenia coming over, they moved to the side tacitly. Feng Chen and Gardenia nodded to them gratefully, and then went in. Thanks, buddy. Feng Chen raised his head to Huang Dachui and Brother Roar. You're welcome, Master Feng Chen. Huang Dachui lowered his head. Now people understood. Damn, these two are not NPCs, they are the programmer's relatives and friends. I was saying, where are the bride snatchers? Go ahead, beat them up. Amid the noise of the people, high-level officials of Fu Tu Gong Hu, such as Shi Tai Yin Liang Hai Kui Tian Kong and the Undertaker, were also let in by Huang Dachui and the others, followed by Sister Tang Yu Tong Tong and Big Dog Ez. As long as they were the relatives and friends in the wedding procession, every one of them was respectfully welcomed in by Huang Dachui and Brother Roar. Apart from that, no one can enter. This situation made people dumbfounded. Normally, even if someone stood at the door, it would not affect the normal entry and exit of the players, but now it was different. As long as they got a little closer, Huang Dachui would push the players back with his hands. Isn't this pure cheating? If a marriage robber was ready to take action, the two-handed hammer that was more than one person tall would be swung on his head just right. Just like the arrow shot by Qi Luo, being hit by such a hammer, the player was in excruciating pain before he died, and the screams pierced the sky. Just like that, with just two people, they blocked hundreds of thousands of players who were watching outside the door, and no one could get in. In the lobby of the Hero Pavilion, Lin Chen looked at a long red carpet extending from his feet, with petals scattered on both sides. Under the gaze of his family and friends, Lin Chen walked on the red carpet step by step. The professional NPCs, who were watching the excitement, seemed to have seen the scene for the first time, and they left their posts and followed Lin Chen to a room. Lin Chen's breathing became a little disordered when he walked to a magnificent door with an 11 character on it. Brother, push the door. Feng Chen covered his mouth and said in a teasing tone. But just when he was about to push the door, a playful girl suddenly appeared between Lin Chen and the door. Lin Chen's outstretched hand stopped in midair. Looking down, the girl who was smiling at him was the wedding planner. Hee, don't be anxious for a moment. I have a few questions for you. After you answer them, I will let you push the door and go in to pick up the bride. Lin Chen was stunned. There is actually a custom of blocking the door in the land of the hunting god, but why would an NPC who is a wedding planner act as a door blocker? Lin Chen scratched his head. Okay, ask. The more formal this ceremony is, the more it resembles the customs on Earth, the more nervous Lin Chen becomes. The girl NPC smiled slightly. First question, where did you and the bride meet for the first time? Chapter 458. Lin Chen smiled. He didn't expect that the wedding in the land of the hunting god would have the same plot as on Earth. He couldn't help but smile. But he quickly answered, in the dungeon. Unexpectedly, the girl NPC pouted with dissatisfaction. Please be more specific. What dungeon? Lin Chen blinked. Because he was a little nervous, he couldn't remember the name of the dungeon for a while. Seeing Lin Chen scratching his head, Feng Chen, who was standing behind him, was so anxious that he jumped up and down. He whispered, "Zombies, zombies." Lin Chen blurted out, "The invitation from the Zombie King." The girl NPC turned her head and looked at Feng Chen behind her and rolled her eyes. "Off-site interference, this question does not count." Feng Chen immediately refused. "Why doesn't it count? Just tell me if it was my brother who answered it." The girl ignored Feng Chen at all. She raised her hand and raised her second finger. "Second question." But Lin Chen quickly interrupted her. "Wait a minute, you can't ask random questions, at least ask something that I and Elena know." "Don't worry, these are the questions that I was asked to ask by Elena just now." "Huh? Is there such a thing?" Lin Chen shrugged, "Then ask it. Listen carefully, the second question is, when you and Elena returned to Earth for the second time, what kind of clothing did she like in a women's clothing store?" Lin Chen blinked. Feng Chen was just about to continue to remind her, but he was stunned when he heard this. Return to Earth. Speaking of which, Feng Chen knew that the second round players could return to the Abyss. Lin Chen had said to him more than once that he could return to the real world a few days ago, but he did not tell Feng Chen that he was going back with Elena. Why can an elf follow Lin Chen to Earth? If this is true, it can also explain why Lin Chen sometimes disappears with Elena, and then comes back together. So they went back to Earth together? Not only Feng Chen and Shizi, but also Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong's eyes lit up. Lin Chen ignored these, and after thinking for a few seconds, he raised his eyebrows. "Hats, women's sun hats." The girl NPC looked down at the small card in her hand and curled her lips. "You pass, the third question." "How many questions are there?" Lin Chen smiled. "Don't waste too much time." "Don't worry, there's plenty of time. Seeing how anxious you are, how can I stop you from seeing your wife?" The girl NPC hummed and continued. "The third question, may I ask, when you went to Flower and Butterfly Valley, what color was the costume that Elena wore in the Flower and Butterfly Valley?" After saying that, the girl looked at Lin Chen very cunningly, as if this question was very difficult. After hearing this question, Feng Chen and Gardenia, who were standing behind Lin Chen, were also stunned. They were there when they first entered the Flower and Butterfly Valley to brush up their friendship points. Although they failed to successfully kill monsters in the Flower and Butterfly Valley, they still spent a lot of time traveling in the Flower and Butterfly Valley. At that time, everyone wore costumes to enter the valley. In the Flower and Butterfly Valley that day, Elena was breathtakingly beautiful, but if they were asked to recall the color of Elena's clothes at that time, it would be too difficult. However, Lin Chen, who was no longer nervous, answered faster than the previous one. "It's a gauze skirt. The upper body is blue, the skirt is pink, and the skirt edge is lace." The girl was a little absent-minded. She hurriedly lowered her head to check the answer, but the answer only wrote 4 words, pink and blue alternating. And Lin Chen not only said it, but also told her the difference between the upper and lower body, and the lace on the skirt? This? The girl was a little unbelievable. You know, this question is used as a killer. After all, it has only been a month or 2 since the second round of the Hunting God Land was opened. According to Elena, they didn't know each other in the first round. In such a short period of time, they couldn't do much together, so Lin Chen shouldn't remember this kind of thing. But how could the girl NPC know that in Lin Chen's place, that picture was almost imprinted in his mind? The sea of flowers, butterflies, and the beautiful female elves in the Flower and Butterfly Valley, that beautiful picture made him never forget. "How about it? Can I go in?" Lin Chen showed a winner's smile on his face, staring at the girl provocatively. The girl snorted in dissatisfaction, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only move to the side. "You passed the test, go in." Lin Chen took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. But when he pushed the door open and walked in under the gaze of many relatives and friends behind him, Lin Chen was stunned again. There was another door behind the door. And in front of this second door stood an old woman from the Three-Eyed Tribe, leaning on a cane and staring at Lin Chen with a smile. Before Lin Chen could speak, the old woman blinked her 3 eyes and said first, "If you want to enter the door, you need to complete a task here." Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had no choice but to cooperate. This set of procedures must be followed. After all, it was not a copy, so he could only follow the procedures. The old woman pointed to the other side of the door, with a kind smile on her face. There was a special pattern painted on the ground there, which was glowing slightly. "You just need to walk into the negative status rune disc and do 50 push-ups, and I will let you in." "Is it that simple?" Lin Chen was stunned, and kept looking at the old woman and the totem 2 meters away. "It's that simple." Lin Chen did not hesitate and stepped into it immediately. But as soon as he entered the aperture, Lin Chen regretted it a little. He found that he was covered with more than a dozen negative states of different attributes and methods at this moment, the most serious of which were curse state, crippling state, forbidden magic state, and gravity state. These dozens of negative states overlapped at the same time, making Lin Chen feel like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders, and the pain made him bend over. Good guy, let the curse state make his body feel pain, and then use the crippling state to make him feel pain continuously, and the forbidden magic state prohibited him from using any of the gain abilities on the hunting god land to resist, and finally the gravity pressure followed, which made Lin Chen's face sweat instantly. Seeing Lin Chen like this, Feng Chen and others stepped forward with some worry. However, Lin Chen did not speak, but just supported himself on the ground with his hands, straightened his body, and started to do push-ups. After these 4 states fell on him, doing push-ups again, even Lin Chen now felt very painful. He only felt that a mountain was pressing on him, and his body seemed to be torn from the inside out. Huh? He exhaled and started to do it very standardly. When he was halfway through, the old woman's voice came. This chosen one, this rune disc will automatically adjust the intensity of negative status according to the combat power of the player who enters it. To be honest, I have never seen a rune disc that is now almost on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen did not respond and continued to do push-ups. When he felt his arms aching as if they were filled with lead, he slowed down his push-ups. Come on, brother! Feng Chen and Tang Yu cheered him on almost at the same time. The mourner standing on the side was looking at the old woman fiercely. If it wasn't a big day today, he would have almost yelled at her. Old man, what do you mean? It's not appropriate to do this on such a happy day like a wedding. The old woman smiled slightly and explained, there's nothing we can do. This part is originally included in the deluxe wedding, and we are also doing things according to the part. After hearing this, people shut up, but Lin Chen, who was doing push-ups, was very upset. Well, in the end, I had to swallow my anger. After more than 2 minutes, Lin Chen finally finished the last push-up. He almost sat on the ground, even forgetting that he should get out of the rune disc as soon as possible. He just felt sore all over, and his arms were not his own. Your perseverance, courage, and affection are commendable. The chosen one, please go. The old woman stepped back and said to Lin Chen. Chapter 459. After trembling and walking out of the rune disc, the negative effects on Lin Chen were disappearing one by one, but when he stood at the door, only the forbidden magic state and curse state remained. This made Lin Chen feel that his hands were still very sore. Seeing Lin Chen staring at his hands, the old woman smiled just right. Chosen one, pushed the door. Lin Chen raised his arms, and they were still trembling slightly in the process. A group of alpacas ran through his mind. Good fellow, you are deliberately messing with me, but he didn't care about the pain in his hands and pushed the door open. Lin Chen was ready for another door after pushing the door, but when the door was pushed open, Lin Chen saw the female elf sitting on the white bed in the room in a white wedding dress. At this time, Elena was smiling at Lin Chen with a light blush on her cheeks. Like the friends and relatives watching the excitement at the door, Lin Chen was also stunned. In all his life, he had never seen such a perfect bride. She even put on a light makeup. Lin Chen's eyes could not help but slowly scan every detail of the female elf, as if time had frozen at this moment. Lin Chen had never seen the wedding dress that gently wrapped around her body. It seemed to be woven from the first wisp of mist in the morning light, outlining the softness of her graceful curves while retaining a sense of ethereal elegance. At this time, the tiny pearls and silver threads inlaid on the wedding dress flickered slightly under the soft light in the room, like the stars in the night sky. Elena's long hair spread out like a waterfall and flowed to her waist. There was a faint luster in her hair. A few strands of hair brushed across her cheeks and contrasted with her blush, making her skin look like jade, warm and transparent. The delicate makeup was just right on her face, and the light blush made her look shy and expectant. Her rosy lips were slightly raised, as if the whole world was infected. Wow! The onlookers outside the door were stunned, and many of them drooled all over the floor. Oh my god, wipe your mouth, it's all over my head. Feng Chen pushed the Undertaker in disdain. At this time, the girl NPC finally squeezed in from the outside with great effort, and then smiled very happily. What are you standing there for? Carry the bride and go. Her voice was very excited. You still expect to find wedding shoes here? The land of the hunting god can't follow all the customs of Earth. Hurry up. Under the urging of the wedding planner, Lin Chen finally came back to his senses. He wiped the wet corners of his mouth imperceptibly, and then hurriedly walked to Elena. At this time, he didn't feel the pain in his arms at all, and immediately opened his arms, bent down, and picked up Elena. After feeling each other's breath, the two smiled and looked at each other. There was no need for the friends and family to shout kiss. Lynchen had already lowered his head and kissed her. Oh, there's plenty of time to kiss. Let's go! The girl NPC pushed Lynchen's back from behind and pushed him out of the house. However, after leaving the door, Lynchen finally felt the pain in his arms. He used his remaining strength to feel the sweet burden given by Elena, and walked step by step along the red carpet to the outside of the Hero Pavilion Hall. At the same time, Lynchen whispered in her ear. Finally I got you. You can't run away. Elena's face flushed. She buried her head in Lynchen's arms and whispered, You are the one who can't run away. Lynchen grinned, lifted Elena's delicate body up, and strode to the door. Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lynchen and Elena coming, they immediately made way and knelt on one knee. When Lynchen walked out of the door of the Hero Pavilion with Elena in his arms, countless players outside finally saw Elena in her wedding dress. Everyone was shocked by the bride, and many people even exclaimed, Fuck. Damn, there are only 600 people who can grab the wedding spot. Can you add me in now? Oh my god, I can't stand it. Is she so beautiful? I want to ask how we who are not the bride grabbers can grab the wedding spot. Urgent. Oh my god, there are wedding dresses from Earth in the land of the hunting god? Wow. Can the elves look so good in wedding dresses? Not good enough. The wedding dress doesn't match her face at all. It's too exaggerated. In the crowd, a male elf tore off the hood on his head. His face turned pale, and he couldn't stop shaking. Arugu, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. The system said that the programmer is at the top of the ladder. We are weak and cannot be his opponent. Wait a little longer, until the bride snatchers attack at the same time. Arugu's eyes were already bloodshot. He never thought that Elena, whom he admired for so long, was actually deceived by a human player in the land of the hunting god in just 1 or 2 months, and she was wearing a fucking human wedding dress. I must kill this programmer. He growled, endless murderous intent surged in his heart, and stared fiercely at Lynchen, who was smiling. At the same time, in the void in the eternal sky, 3 people were looking down at Lynchen, who was holding the bride and stepping on the neck of the giant beast. Although the 3 of them had no expression on their faces, their eyes never left Lynchen. So far, everything is normal, right? Suddenly, the judge turned his head and looked at the pioneer and asked, It has been abnormal for a long time. The pioneer shook his head. From the moment the bride snatcher signed up, his wedding had nothing to do with me. This was completely hosted by the system. Before the judge could answer, the guide smiled and said, Don't worry about it, just observe first. It's such a festive thing for 2 newlyweds to get married. It's good to share in the joy. At the other end, many NPCs also stood on the high platform and tiptoed to look at the entrance of the Hero Pavilion. At the front of the platform, a grocery store owner had a very puzzled expression on his face. While eating melon seeds, he said, Damn, it's amazing. This is the first time I've seen 2 people get married and make such a big fuss. As he spoke, he spat the shells of melon seeds on the ground, and then said, It actually affected the work of us NPCs. In the entire Eternal Sky region, such a large high-level main city, there is no one coming to buy things. It's really amazing. After speaking, he found that the melon seeds in his hand were all eaten, and immediately turned his head to look at a girl next to him, and stretched out his hand to continue asking. Xiaoyun, give me some more. No more. It's really boring. It's more exciting to eat melon seeds in this kind of scene. The grocery store owner was a little unhappy. Just when he was about to continue complaining, he found something, and then curiously took a closer look at the girl next to him. Xiaoyun, why are you crying? The girl turned her head. I don't want to watch it anymore. It's boring. Huh? The grocery store owner was a little confused. Didn't you just suggest coming over to watch it? Why don't you watch it so soon? Chapter 460. When Elena was carried by Lynchen onto the back of the giant beast and sat on the throne, the band, which had been silent, started beating the gongs and drums again. The giant beast slowly stood up from the ground, and many salutes shot up into the sky and exploded in midair. Bang! Bang! Everyone was stunned. They looked up at the fireworks in the sky with extreme surprise and envy on their faces. Oh my god, it's so romantic. It's over. It makes me want to find someone to marry. Are you rich? This is the most high-end and luxurious wedding. If it were an ordinary one, let alone firing salutes, the bride would probably take bus number 11 to go there. Bus number 11, what? Walk. Amid people's discussions, the wedding procession that picked up the bride began to move again. The crowd of onlookers followed subconsciously. They wanted to know where they were going. There was no so-called hotel in the land of the hunting god. Normally, the oath-taking part of the marriage should be in the church. However, as time went on, many players found that the direction of the team's movement was not the church, but an unknown place in the eternal sky. Strange, shouldn't the church be on the right? Where are we going? Why bother? Just follow. People couldn't care less now. When the wedding procession led the way, they followed closely behind, almost forgetting that there were bride snatchers who could attack at any time. At this time, on the back of the giant beast, Lin Chen and Elena both sat on the throne, holding hands and looking at each other, with a smile on their faces. At this time, it suddenly rained in the sky, and the weather system of the land of the hunting god just cooled down the high emotions in the eternal airspace. The reason why it was a luxurious wedding was that even the weather for the wedding had been calculated. When the rain fell, a light blue umbrella-shaped light cover suddenly rose behind the throne and protected Lin Chen and Elena's heads. Feeling the sound of the rain dripping overhead, the two held each other's hands tightly. It was strange to say, at this moment, whether it was Elena or Lin Chen, they no longer cared about the bride snatcher. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and they didn't care about anything else at all. Lin Chen, where are we going? Elena asked softly. I don't know, but don't worry, just follow the process. Yeah. Are you nervous? Lin Chen looked at the soft little hand in his hand and asked with a smile. Yeah. After about half an hour, the wedding procession came to a huge open-air building and stopped. This is a classical Western-style venue that looks like a football field or a gladiatorial arena. There is a large field in the middle, and the stone steps spreading out to the surroundings serve as the audience seats. The densely packed audience seats can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. Many players understood immediately after seeing this place. Wow, they are not going to hold the wedding oath session here. Wow. So high-end. Let's go. Let's occupy the advantageous terrain first. With so many people, we won't be able to grab a seat later. Sure enough, when most people didn't know what to do next, a few big words suddenly appeared above the venue, and everyone looked up. It said, please take a seat. Wait for the newlyweds to enter. People looked at each other and subconsciously looked at the wedding procession to find Lin Chen and Elena, but they suddenly found that they had disappeared without knowing when, and in a trance, the line of words appeared again. Please take your seats as soon as possible and wait for the newlyweds to enter. Let's go! People no longer hesitated. At this time, the sun was hanging in the sky, and the main part of the wedding was about to officially begin. At this time, countless players stood up and rushed to the stone steps on the square. After sitting down, they looked at the central area with great curiosity and expectation. People were talking at once, and players from all directions were flying in like locusts. On the huge square, there was still some time before the wedding was actually held, and all kinds of players and races came out together. There was a large and surging crowd, and they wanted to rush into the venue to find a seat, which immediately made the streets and areas around the square become crowded, really crowded. But there were too many players, and it took more than 10 minutes in the end, so that the whole square was full of people, and there was almost a crowd of people outside who wanted to squeeze in. The only newlyweds in the land of the hunting god, and the top of the ladder rankings, would not be missed by anyone. The players were noisy and chaotic as they sat in their seats, anxiously waiting for the ceremony to begin, and complaining about the horrible weather in the land of the hunting god. Why did it suddenly become cloudy and rainy? How long has it been since it rained in the land of the hunting god? The bride and groom had gone somewhere, and now people could only look at the center of the square in boredom. Just when the crowd's impatience reached a climax, a dull and loud bell suddenly rang. Everyone subconsciously shut their mouths and looked at the center of the square excitedly. In the center of the square, a huge, magnificent staircase rose from the ground. It was more than 100 meters high, breaking through the ground and rising higher and higher. When it completely drilled out of the ground, people were a little confused. What does this mean? At this time, looking closely again, this platform has a total of 99 steps from low to high, and the highest point is a flat surface of almost 100 meters, which is the venue for wedding vows. People suddenly realized that the bride and groom had to climb all the way up the 99 steps and walk to the top before taking their wedding vows. Damn! Why is it so fancy? Don't say it, don't say it. I think the ceremony is quite interesting. Why are you talking so much? Just start. Chapter 461. The weak sunlight above finally moved to the top reluctantly under the urging of countless people, But the sky was covered with dark clouds and drizzling, and not many people noticed that the time had come. They just saw that the line of system fonts above the square suddenly disappeared. When the fonts appeared again, they read, "Newcomers, please enter." "Here they come." Everyone looked at the square below. Right in front of the high platform that had just emerged from the ground was the palace in the shape of a gymnasium. At this time, in the huge palace, a gorgeous door was slowly opening. Creaky. The door was suddenly pushed open as streams of light flowed. Lin Chen, the programmer and groom dressed in a black suit and with extraordinary demeanor, finally appeared outside the palace amid the gazes of the players and the cheers of his family and friends. Beside him stood a woman in a snow-white wedding dress. Elena was like the most dazzling light source. When she appeared, the gray world around her became brighter. At this moment, the words above his head changed again. From now until the end of the oath ceremony, the bride robbers will receive additional basic attribute bonuses, and their attacks will have additional true damage, with 50% increased attack speed, 50% increased movement speed, 50% reduced mana consumption, and 50% reduced skill cooldown time. People's eyes widened immediately. Damn! Good man. It turns out that this is the best time for the bride robbers to take action. In the crowd, many players with small daggers engraved on their head IDs raised their mouths at this moment, and they took out their weapons, and were ready to go. But it wasn't over yet. The system text flashed again, and when the following two lines of text appeared, the players in the entire square were boiling. Because the combat power of the two parties to the wedding was detected to be too high, the rules of the bride grabbing system are being debugged. The test is completed. From now on, any player present can grab the newlyweds for marriage, and grabbing the wedding package will get an extra reward x30. The players who were originally sitting there watching the show, and were upset that they didn't register successfully went crazy. There is such a good thing. Without any hesitation, they immediately lit up their weapons, and then frantically added buffs to themselves and their teammates, ready to take action at any time after the system prompts. Lin Chen's relatives and friends were pale. They were standing behind Lin Chen and Elena at this time, ready to guard against the wedding robber at any time, but now seeing this prompt text, everyone's face changed drastically. Let's not talk about the exaggerated bonus given to the wedding robber. This so-called all players present can steal the wedding. Is this still allowed to get married? Damn, did my brother offend the system? How come? Before Feng Chen could say anything, Tang Yu, Lin Chen's junior on Earth, immediately refused to listen and yelled, "You are just bullying me." Sister Tong Tong, who usually seemed to be quite decent, did not stop him, but even she felt that it was a bit too much at this time. Originally, the number of people who wanted to steal the marriage was 600, which was enough to make people want to curse. But what about now? There were tens of thousands of people watching. With this amount of people, they can defeat a world boss. This is a wedding. I finally understand. You guys treat me, Brother Lin, as the boss and let the players defeat me? Ah. Feng Chen turned around and pointed at the young NPC girl. At this moment, the wedding planner's face turned pale. She shook her head in confusion, with an expression that said, "It's none of my business, I don't know anything." She really didn't know. In fact, she had felt something was wrong since Lin Chen and Elena sat on the throne. The normal wedding process is that after the groom takes the bride away from the room, the wedding procession will take them to the church to preside over the wedding. At that time, the great system administrator, the master of yin and yang, the pioneer, will transform into a wedding MC and simply preside over the oath ceremony for the wedding couple. But what about now? The wedding procession brought Lin Chen and the onlookers all the way to this place. She had no idea what the next process would be, and could only be forced to follow the system. What went wrong? The little girl was almost scared to tears when she saw Feng Chen pointing his broadsword at her. If Gardenia hadn't come over and protected her, she would have cried. "Hey, Brother Feng, why are you so angry with her?" Gardenia patted Feng Chen, who was furious, to signal him not to be angry. Feng Chen stamped his feet fiercely, looking annoyed. No matter how much they scolded, they really didn't have a good solution. They could only be ready to take action at any time. Damn it, I see who catches up, and kill them all. Just as the crowd was about to give it a try, the prompt text appeared again. It's endless, isn't it? Feng Chen yelled at the sky. F*******. Then, the text described it like this. Note, if the bride robber dies during the wedding robbery, the bride robber will not be resurrected, and the wedding family and friends will not be affected. Feng Chen was yelling and cursing loudly, but he calmed down a little after seeing this line of text. Damn, this is more like it. The players who were ready to rush to the square to attack Lin Chen and Elena at any time cheered a little weaker at this time. The bride snatcher can't be resurrected after death? TSK, that's a bit difficult to deal with. Although they have very exaggerated numerical enhancements, not being able to be resurrected is not a small matter. They have to think about it carefully. Lin Chen and Elena didn't change their expressions too much from beginning to end. They held hands and looked up at the flashing words above their heads. Both of them were a little helpless. Lin Chen held Elena's little hand slightly, and the female elf turned her head to look at him. He smiled. How is it? Are you afraid? Who would have thought that Elena would be very cunning and move closer to Lin Chen and whisper in his ear, I am so scared. Her voice was very soft, and there was a hint of deliberate coquetry, which made Lin Chen shudder. Seeing this, Elena covered her mouth and smiled. What do you think I am afraid of? Are you afraid that these people will pose a threat to you? Yes, there are so many people. Look at them. They want to rush over and skin me alive. Skin alive a man who can kill the world boss, the god of fierce wind, with 3 sword strikes? Lin Chen suddenly felt embarrassed. What you said seems to make some sense. As the two chatted, the font above their heads changed again. Please invite the newlyweds to the stage. The wedding robbery will begin the moment the newlyweds take the stage. At this moment, the whole world was strangely quiet. Everyone was eager to try. As long as Lin Chen and Elena raised their feet and stepped onto the stairs, they would face the collective attack of tens of thousands of players. Robbing a wedding? It's so funny, isn't it just treating the two people who are getting married as the boss? That would be much easier. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out something that looked like a bull's horn from his backpack. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he put it to his mouth and let out a breath. Woo! A dull horn sounded, and the special prop howling horn of hell was activated by Lin Chen. The next moment, the sound of space breaking suddenly filled people's ears. The players looked in astonishment. A large number of evil spirits came out of the space cracks that suddenly appeared. They were wearing the same killing aura and covered the sky. Some undead knights riding on skeleton horses were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the place where their supreme emperor and queen were. Their number increased until they filled the square. Instantly, the players were dumbfounded. What is going on? Chapter 462. When these undead core appeared, many people's expressions began to change. They didn't know where these things came from, but looking at the posture, these skeleton soldiers and evil spirit riders should be specially protecting Lin Chen and Elena. They surrounded the newlyweds, and the flames flickering in their empty eye sockets seemed to be beating slightly. Unlike the spectators in the surrounding seats, when they saw more and more evil spirit riders appear, the members of the Fu Tu Guild headed by Feng Chen immediately cheered. They had seen the power of these evil spirits. Lin Chen had summoned them in front of them in the first guild dungeon. They didn't expect that the number of the army that appeared this time would be much larger than the last time. There were nearly 1,000 people. Even the big dog and Yi Zi in the Twilight Guild changed their expressions. Seeing Qian Shao looking over, lonely Yi Zi immediately explained, President, do you still remember the summoned beast I told you about? Lin Chen summoned these evil spirits to deal with other guild members, including the Twilight Guild. They had seen the strength of these summoned beasts. Each evil spirit soldier was as strong as a level 50 player, and they were immortal. It seemed that as long as Lin Chen's health and mana bars could hold up, they would be endless. But compared to the last time, the evil spirits that appeared this time seemed to be more oppressive. My brother Lin has so many tricks. Tang Yu looked at these evil spirits with some surprise. They were still coming out of the space cracks continuously, and each individual was extremely dangerous. He looked up at Lin Chen, who was beginning to take Elena up the first step, and was somewhat dazed. It seemed that compared to him, who was forced to work overtime in the real-world game company, and was often used as an ATM by his fiancée, this him standing in the land of the hunting god was the real Lin Chen. He was so proud, so arrogant. At this time, some NPCs arranged by the system to create an atmosphere cheered and rushed into the square from unknown places. They threw the flowers and ribbons in their hands into the air, and then fell one by one. These petals and ribbons paved a fragrant flower road. Seeing that Lin Chen and Elena had officially stepped onto the steps, the system words above the square finally changed to the following words. The wedding robbery begins. Some people hesitated, but most of them had already stood up and stepped out. But the next moment, swish, swish, swish. 6 figures appeared under the high platform in the square at an astonishing speed, and thick black mist spread around each person's body. 6 people appeared out of nowhere, forming a hexagram and surrounding the platform tightly. Everyone looked closely, and found that these 6 people had different appearances, but their aura and sense of oppression were very strong. Among them was the short-haired female elf holding a bow and arrow. Looking at this appearance, could it be that the other 5 people were also at the same level as this female elf? Just now, many people witnessed the terrifying attack power of that woman with their own eyes. She almost never missed with one arrow, and that was the result of using only basic attacks without using any skills. The names of the 6 people were also written on their heads, but the format was different from the IDs on the heads of ordinary players. Huang Dachui. Roaring Brother, the names are so random. Dun Shan Chilu. Altair. Who are these people? Speaking of that Chiyu. Oh my goodness, is he a player? Why does he look a bit like the level 20 dungeon monster Star Prayer? As the 6 undead followers appeared, the onlookers who were eager to rush off the stage did not react for a while. Although it felt strange, could those 2 think that they could defend against so many bride snatchers with just a group of skeleton soldiers, and these 6 people? It is no exaggeration to say that so many people could drown them with a single spit. Lin Chen's place. Lin Chen and Elena held each other's hands tightly, and slowly stepped onto the stairs. The 99 steps stretched up one after another. Their speed was not fast. In order to prevent Elena from tripping over her wedding dress, Lin Chen even had to bend down to help her hold up the hem of her skirt. At this time, the closer you are to the top of the platform, the more you can feel the murderous aura flowing from all over the world, and everyone around you has inexplicable hostility in their eyes. This hostility is a bit complicated. To be honest, many of them came here to watch the fun. Although they kept saying that they also wanted to rob the bride, there were not many people who really wanted to do it. But now it is different. The system has changed the rules of robbing the bride. If they can succeed, although they don't know what the gift package rewarded by the system is, the temptation of the gift package X30 still makes many people feel that the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Everyone's eyes are staring at the enemy. If it weren't for the deterrence of the evil spirit army and Shield Mountain Chilua and others, the whole square would probably be in chaos now. But Lin Chen and Elena remained calm, letting these auras and eyes cut them like knives. They remained calm, even with a hint of happiness as they slowly climbed up, strolling leisurely as if they were deaf to everything around them. However, compared to Lin Chen, Elena was actually a little panicked, but he was about to say something, but seeing Lin Chen's confident face, Elena smiled. Thinking that Lin Chen could kill the god of fierce wind with 3 or 4 swords. With his current value and the current situation, Elena didn't need to worry at all. In this case, she would hold this man's hand and climb all the way to the top. At this point, Elena could feel the warmth coming from the other person's palm, as if a force was transmitted to her, making Elena feel extremely peaceful. It's so good. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Elena smiled. Nothing, just want to laugh. Huh? Why? I won't tell you. And when they stepped onto the 5th step, boom! Like a huge bell ringing, and like a bomb exploding, the bride robbers finally couldn't sit still, and at this moment, the situation changed. Chapter 463. Lin Chen held Elena's hand tightly, and walked up slowly. When he was about to step onto the next step, the sky suddenly became darker. It was raining overhead. The dark clouds seemed to have turned blood red, and were rippling over the square. As the newcomers landed on the 6th step, a disgusting stench gradually filled the surroundings. Lin Chen choked slightly. He and Elena almost noticed this situation. They looked at each other with a solemn look in their eyes. This smell comes from Su. Why can this smell be smelled so directly in the land of the hunting god, and it is in the high-level main city? But at this moment, before Lin Chen and Elena can think carefully about the rationality of the smell of Su, a furious roar suddenly came out. Wait! The roar like thunder came, and under the special enhancement skill, everyone subconsciously looked over. I saw a martial god, fighter's second transformation, actually jump down from the stands, and a surge of energy rushed into the sky. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the god of war actually began to float slightly the moment he landed. He stood in the air, and could even walk in the air, which looked extremely mysterious. Many players who were preparing to grab the bride were just about to jump down, but they were stunned when they saw such a scene. Dancing in the air. Someone exclaimed and quickly recognized what this ability was. The so-called dancing in the air is a special skill that all players can learn after entering the Advanced Main City. It can be learned by the special NPC, Advanced Main City Guide. As long as the player's combat power meets the requirements and has enough gold coins, he can learn this skill. With the air dance, players can fly in the air. After all, the high-level main cities such as the Eternal Skyland float in the air. Players can also use the air dance to enter them, when they do not use the teleportation NPC. But the learning threshold of this skill is really not low. First, the player level must reach level 60, and then the combat power requirement must be above 40,000 to be eligible to learn. But even if ordinary players reach level 60, their combat power is usually only around 30,000. If they want to learn this ability, they are still far away. In other words, this martial god standing in the air is a real big shot. Lin Chen and Elena, who were walking up the stairs, looked at the extremely cool martial god slowly approaching in the air, and both of them were a little helpless. You know, we should take some time to learn the air dance technique first. Yeah, that's true. However, as they were talking, the two actually went up one step. The martial god's eyelids jumped. It was obvious that Lin Chen and Elena did not take him seriously, but this was understandable. After all, even the system had already verified that one of the two was the top of the ladder list, and he did have the capital. However, the martial god knew that the tens of thousands of people watching around were waiting for someone to fire the first shot. As long as he was the first to do so, everything would be easy. Sure enough, at this moment, in the huge audience, several figures rose from their seats and floated in the air. Damn, so many big guys. People looked up at the players floating in the air from their seats, and the atmosphere was heated to the extreme. The god of war smiled slightly at this moment. Very good. It seems that many people are unable to sit still like him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. So what if you are at the top of the list, since the system is on the side of the bride robbers? Such a huge army of bride robbers is afraid of you, the relatives and friends who are just a few melons and 2 dates? Under the expectant gaze of the players, the god of war standing in the air showed a hint of ferocity in his eyes. His eyes gleamed, he stamped his feet, then clenched his right fist, and punched the platform below him fiercely in the air. The next moment, a purple light appeared out of thin air under his unhurried movement, and then formed a huge fist shadow, which came from the level 60 skill bloody fist intention of the god of war. Release. The terrifying power that made people palpitate spread in the square in an instant. The blood-red fist shadow was as big as the platform below. It set off a hurricane-like hot temperature and smashed towards Lin Chen and Elena on the platform. He knew that this skill could not kill the opponent. After all, he was the top of the ladder. He only needed to knock them down from the platform. When countless players rushed up, the two would have only one fate. Don't hurt my master. But just when the blood-red fist shadow was about to hit the platform, a glazed light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the platform. This more powerful force pierced straight up without any fancy moves, and actually pierced the falling fist shadow directly in half a breath. Not only that, this force was still there, and it shot towards the martial god standing in the air. The martial god was startled, and immediately prepared to use the sky dance technique to retreat, but the glazed light suddenly turned, and it turned in the air like a living thing, and then continued to grab the martial god. The huge sound of breaking through the air pierced the eardrums. Even if the martial god was fast, under this sound mixed with the space being torn apart, the glazed big hand still strangled his body. The sharp-eyed people in the audience immediately recognized this skill. Crusader level 55 skill hand of judgment. Crack. The players didn't react for a while, and only heard the god of war scream. When they looked up at the sky again, they found that the god of war, who had just stood in the air, was gone. Yes, there was nothing in the air where the god of war should have been standing, as if the god of war had never existed. This scene also made other high-powered players standing in the air around them pause slightly, and some of the skills in their hands were not released. Many people subconsciously lowered their eyes, and looked at the bottom of the platform. There, at one corner of the hexagram, stood a knight holding a shield, with the word Shield Mountain written on his head. In Shield Mountain's hand, he was holding the martial god who had just stood in the air, just like holding a garbage bag. At this time, the martial god's breath was weak, because he was in the cursed state, and his face was ashen, as if he had just experienced some very painful injuries. The whole person was motionless, and more like a dead chicken that had just been killed and bled than a garbage bag. Everyone held their breath. In other words, the hand of judgment just now was released by this Dan Shan, but how did he use a skill to almost instantly kill a player with at least 40,000 combat power? In the astonished eyes of the people, Dan Shan stood in place, and threw the martial god in his hand casually, and then the health bar above the martial god's head was completely cleared, and the whole person turned into a ray of light and disappeared. People knew that combined with the system's prompt rules just now, the bride snatcher who could not be resurrected was directly dead at this moment. Then, Dan Shan took a step forward, His eyes swept coldly over the players sitting in the audience, and spoke loudly. The voice was deafening and piercing the soul. My lord's wedding, such a festive day. If anyone dares to continue pretending to be a bird flying in the air, this bird will end up like this. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and shouted to Chilua on the other side. Sister Chilua. Swish. Without waiting for anyone to react, the silent Chilua had already drawn the bow and shot an arrow. Originally, there were many people around imitating the god of war floating in the air. At this moment, a high-powered player, who was closest to him, had not had time to land, and his body was hit hard by a dark green arrow. The huge force made his body fly backwards, and then he was nailed to the wreckage of the building behind him. Under the excruciating pain, the health bar above his head was cleared. Another player who could use the air dance technique died. At this moment, the players who were originally ready to attack were very quiet. The whole venue was silent. Chapter 464. Who are these people? Let's not talk about the short-haired female elf. Where did this man holding a shield named Shield Mountain come from? According to this rule, do the 6 people standing on the hexagram have such exaggerated strength? But how did they kill a 40,000 combat power player in seconds? That's not an ordinary rookie. Those who can learn the air dance are not small characters. But he died just like that, but there was no chance for people to think too much. At this time, Lin Chen, who was climbing the platform, and his gorgeous bride had unknowingly climbed half of the platform. From beginning to end, Lin Chen and Elena did not look around much. People began to get restless. According to the system rules, if Lin Chen and Elena climbed to the highest platform, the marriage robbery would end automatically. Go! This time, the number of players who flew up from the surrounding seats could no longer be counted on one hand. More than 100 high-powered players flew up together, and some of them held weapons that flashed star-like lights only after reaching level 10. Even, there were a few people holding weapons that radiated the unique brilliance of divine weapons. The real big guys couldn't sit still. One after another, ordinary players stood up from their seats and jumped down suddenly, followed by a huge crowd like dumplings. These players, who couldn't learn the air dance technique, could only rush to the platform in the most basic way. In the crowd, the male elf named Arugu also took off his hood at this moment, and the whole person flew into the air, and the other 6 people around him also rose up one after another. Arugu, we can start now. The teammate beside him finally said in a deep voice. Arugu nodded coldly, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who was slowly climbing the stairs with Elena on the platform. He was ready to kill Lin Chen in the chaos. Only in this way could he solve the fundamental problem and end the knot in his heart. Elena was Arugu's. Watching so many high-powered players rise from their seats one after another into the air, the young couple, who were slowly climbing up the platform, finally made some movements. Elena's eyes moved, and she looked around in surprise. Lin Chen, when did we offend so many people? Although there are countless players in the land of the hunting god, these players who have learned the air dance technique are not like leeks that can be grabbed in large quantities. In the first round, Elena vaguely remembered that most players reached the basic qualification of learning the air dance technique at around level 75. But now the level of players flying in the air is basically around level 62, and the number of players around here is only a few 100,000, and there are only tens of thousands of people sitting in the square. There are so many players who can fly among such a small number. The players in this round are indeed quite capable. Hearing what Elena said, Lin Chen shrugged. Maybe you are too charming, and they are jealous. Lin Chen smiled. Elena suddenly smiled and blushed. It's okay, don't worry. No matter how many people there are, just be careful not to trip over the wedding dress. Okay. Although this wedding dress is beautiful, it's very troublesome to walk in. I think so too. You know, you chose the Chinese Dahongpo at that time. The two of them chatted as if no one was around, and continued to climb up while talking and laughing. Off the field, the army of players who were trying to steal the bride charged forward as if they had made an appointment. In their opinion, even if the 6 people in the hexagram look scary, if so many people attacked together, they could kill them with just their skills. Go! All of a sudden, the players rushed towards the platform. Even though there were thousands of evil spirits guarding the platform, they ignored them and cooperated with the high-powered players whizzing past their heads. Some melee professions such as knights and warriors were the first to bear the brunt. Most of the players who appeared here had completed the second job transfer. Their equipment and buffs were colorful and gorgeous. In an instant, the shouts of killing covered the sky. The ghost riders and skeleton soldiers also moved at this time. They were activated by some power at this moment, and the bodies of the entire legion made strange crackling sounds at the same time. A high-level ghost rider, who looked like a ghost legion, drew out the sword at his waist and shouted. Then, all the ghosts and skeleton soldiers present instantly burned slightly beating flames in their empty eye sockets. They imitated the ghost riders to draw their weapons, and rushed towards the tens of thousands of people who were rushing towards them. We go too! The members of the Futu Guild and the Twilight Guild were relatives and friends, so they could be resurrected after death. So even when they faced the number of bride snatchers that was hundreds of times theirs, they did not retreat but advanced instead. They roared to give themselves courage and rushed into the battlefield with their weapons. For a moment, all kinds of magnificent skills flashed on the square. At the hexagram, Dunshan, Chilua, and others were not paying attention to the ground. With the resistance of the relatives and friends and the evil spirit army, these mediocre players could not make much waves. Their attention was all on the sky. Hundreds of high-powered players, who had come from the sky, also swooped down towards the platform at this time. When Chilua was about to draw her bow and arrow, two players suddenly turned their eyes, and used two skills with a huge range on Chilua. They were going to kill these 6 people first. But Chilua did not move. She actually used her body to withstand the skills of the 2 people, and then 2 arrows suddenly shot out. Swish! It was still 2 flat attacks, hitting the 2 people who released the skills without any fancy moves. The 2 were hit by arrows in the chest very symmetrically. They looked at each other with a touch of astonishment and pain in their eyes. They didn't have time to wail at all, and their bodies fell down like kites with broken strings. But this is not over yet. One after another, high-level players took this opportunity to rush towards Lin Chen and Elena. Now, the only one who can really threaten the sky players in the entire hexagram position is Chilua. As melee professions, Shield Mountain and Altair only have a few long-range skills, but they are still in the cooldown CD. Seeing those high-powered players rushing over, these people can only worry. Sister Chilua, why don't you use some skills? Dunshan couldn't stand it anymore. No! Chilua shot another arrow and hit a player who was about to attack Lin Chen. Our attack power is too high, and we are too close to the platform. If we release skills, it will easily affect the platform. Yes, the platform does not belong to any party. It is strictly a neutral unit. Whether it is the wedding robber or the relatives and friends, any party may destroy the platform in an indiscriminate attack. They can only defend now. If they release skills and affect the platform, they may be self-defeating. It shouldn't be, it's all your guess. Dunshan looked at the players swarming like locusts, and felt annoyed. Even if it's a guess, I can't take the risk. As he said, Chilua shot another arrow. Chapter 465. However, what surprised Dunshan and Chilua was that just when they were a little worried about the safety of the platform, a red light suddenly shot out from the air in the distance, and its ferocity was even more fierce than any player just now. Looking closely, it was a huge shadow with the whole body shrouded in flames. From the level 60 skill Holy Flame of the 2nd level mage profession Elemental Holy Spirit, the figure wrapped in flames suddenly rushed out from a distance, trying to pass through the battlefield and other players in the air, and flew straight to the highest platform where Lin Chen and Elena were. Swoosh! The fire stream that cut through the dark clouds burned the space with a special kind of colorful clouds. Aruga's body, which was faintly visible in the flames, once again gradually raised an unusually bright energy wave, which was different from the color of the holy flame just now. This time, he activated a special skill, causing a pair of flaming wings that covered the sky and the sun to suddenly spread out from his back. The hot fire stream raised the temperature of the entire battlefield, and the huge flaming wings stretched out from his back completely, like a fire phoenix. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? Is it so high-end? Everyone looked up at the huge fiery red wings in the sky, with a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Lin Chen and Elena also discovered the eye-catching fire wings in Arugu. The surface of the wings formed by the flames was flowing with a special fiery glow, which made its body particularly conspicuous in the gray world. Elena! Arugu in the flame said hoarsely and excitedly, as an elf, how can you marry a human? Lin Chen was stunned, and immediately glanced at the female elf beside him subconsciously. And Elena was also a little absent-minded. She carefully looked at the name of the man in the flame. When she saw the 3 words Aruga written on the ID above the man's head, Elena's expression was first a little surprised, and then it was not easy to detect disgust. Although it was a flash, it was still captured by Lin Chen. Do you know him? Lin Chen asked. Well, Arugu is the son of the 2nd patriarch of our clan, and he was my childhood playmate. Elena looked at Lin Chen very seriously. When I was little, I always called him brother. Lynchen nodded immediately. Then he smiled at Arugu, who was burning with anger. It turns out to be my brother-in-law. I and Elena are very happy to have her family come to bless us. Arugu was suddenly stunned. Lynchen said again, after the oath ceremony, my brother-in-law will come to our home to sit and have a meal. We can drink some wine then. Arugu's expression began to gradually twist, and his body was shaking, but he ignored Lynchen after glaring at him, and continued to stare at Elena. Elena, answer me, I'm sincere to you, how can I be inferior to this humble human? Even if you hate me and reject me, you can't degenerate and marry him. As the flames flowed, with the gathering of its power, Arugu alone seemed to be able to resist thousands of troops. Even Chilua below shot an arrow at him, but he caught it in his hand. After a slight effort, accompanied by a sound of Click's voice, Chilua's basic attack was crushed by him. Chilua. Arugu suddenly lowered his head, pointed at Chilua and cursed. Don't get in the way. As Elena's best friend, you not only didn't stop Elena, but also acted as their relatives and friends. You really disappoint our elves. Lynchen raised his eyebrows. Good guy, his own attack power is as high as 400,000, and Chilua and others who inherited 50% of his attack power can deal 200,000 damage with a basic attack. But it was so easily resolved by this Arugu? Could it be that this male elf also has some special bug? No. Lynchen quickly figured out the opponent's trump card. Apart from the holy flame that Arugu had just released, this pair of huge flame wings that covered the sky and the sun had never been seen before by Lynchen. At least, it was not a magician's skill. That is to say, this brother-in-law had a special item on him. Judging from the appearance, the item was at least equivalent to the howling horn of hell or burning embers in his hand. And the fact that he just easily resolved Chilua's arrow should also be related to that item. However, just when Lynchen was curious about what special item this person had, he suddenly came to his senses and looked at Arugu with a strange expression. Brother-in-law, what did you just say? Without waiting for the other party to speak, Elena's voice became very cold. Brother Arugu, I have told you more than once that I only regard you as my brother, and today is my wedding day. If you are not here to bless me, please go back. Seeing Elena, who had become his wife, giving other men a nice guy card, Lynchen subconsciously looked at Arugu's expression. Sure enough, after hearing Elena say this, Arugu felt unwell. He was floating in the air and staggering as if he was about to fall at any time. Elena, how can you do this to me? I am sincere to you. You can just look at me for a second, just 1 second. Arugu, if you continue to say something that makes my man misunderstand, I will be rude to you. Elena was obviously a little angry. In order to prove that she had nothing to do with Arugu, her tone became even colder. In fact, Lynchen did not misunderstand anything. It was the first time he saw Elena so angry. Since knowing this female elf, except for the face she had when facing him and the face she had when facing other people, it was the first time that Lynchen saw Elena showing a look of disgust towards someone. Thinking of this, Lynchen held Elena's hand slightly harder. Elena sensed something and immediately looked at Lynchen. Don't be too angry on a happy day. Lynchen smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch Elena's face. This action became the last match to ignite Arugu's inner defense line. Endless anger almost burst out from his eyes. The huge flaming wings behind him, which seemed to be comparable to mountains and rivers, finally opened completely above the platform. I won't watch you marry a human. Even if you blame me or resent me, I will stop you. A huge roar came out of his mouth, his body rose slightly, and the pair of wings flapped violently, really like a fire phoenix appeared here. But at this time, Feng Chen, who had chopped off 7 or 8 players on the field, noticed everything that happened above his head. The corners of his mouth twitched, and then he spat on the ground. Damn it, after saying so much, isn't it just a licking dog? Licking dogs don't have houses. Chapter 466. Arugu, wrapped in flames, was now soaring above Lynchen head. His wings spread out, making the entire sky glow with dazzling light. Many players who were fighting against the evil spirit army also stopped at this moment, and their eyes were focused on the sky. The huge fiery red phoenix image was vivid in their eyes. The huge phoenix beak could even make a human voice. Every time it flapped its wings, it would stir up yellow sand all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, Arugu roared, his voice was loud and deafening. Elena, get out of the way. I'm going to kill this man here today. Then, Arugu's wings suddenly pulled back. In a flash, the huge wings that were enough to block everyone's sight attacked again, carrying endless storms, and the unique power of some mysterious special props. If such an exaggerated attack were placed in the real world, It is estimated that the towering mountains would be destroyed in an instant, not to mention the small platform in front of them. Elena's beautiful eyes condensed, and then a bow and arrow appeared in her hand. She could see that Arugu should be holding some very rare props in his hand, otherwise he would not be able to create such a big momentum by himself. This scene is more exaggerated than the general second awakening scene. However, when this powerful offensive surged, Lin Chen suddenly smiled at Elena. The female elf paused, and she saw a touch of emotion in Lin Chen's eyes that made her feel very relieved. Elena then took back the artifact in her hand. Featherfall. Afterwards, Lin Chen finally turned his head. He stared at the huge figure that had turned into a phoenix, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing that you and Elena are from the same hometown, and you are childhood playmates, so I call you brother-in-law. Lin Chen paused for a moment and continued, but since you don't want to be polite, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming momentum that was caused by Arugu just a moment ago disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was as if there was a mysterious power in this world that tightly grasped the source of that fiery power, making the surging waves and impacts completely calm at this moment. Not only that, even the originally chaotic world around him became as quiet as a vacuum at this moment. Arugu was stunned. What kind of ability is this? Purification? He muttered to himself subconsciously. Impossible. Even purification can't interrupt his skill. This skill is released by activating special props, and it can't be interrupted casually. Arugu was stunned. Although the dance in the air was not interrupted, he had shed the appearance of a phoenix and returned to a human. He was hovering alone in the air not far from Lin Chen. His face looked dull and ridiculous, and his body was shaking slightly involuntarily because of great fear. It's not some bullshit purification. What interrupted his skill was a hint of killing intent. The deep mystery and heart-pounding murderous aura contained in Lin Chen's glance just now made him feel strongly nauseous. If it weren't for the public, he would have vomited long ago. Fearful killing intent. He never thought that Lin Chen could scare him so much with just a look. Not to mention that he automatically cancelled his special skills. Even the flying technique at this moment was a little difficult to maintain. His legs began to shake violently, and he couldn't stop swallowing the saliva in his throat. At this time, because they were not too far from Lin Chen and Irina, the two of them also stepped onto the 2/3 of the platform hand in hand, just at the same level as Arugu floating near the platform, and Lin Chen could even touch him just by stretching out his hand. Lin Chen supported Irina and stopped in front of her. At this moment, when Arugu was at a loss, Lin Chen suddenly asked him, "Arugu, right? You look like you hate me very much." Because Lin Chen was so close at this moment, the fear and murderous intent spreading from his body became more intense. Arugu trembled all over, and countless goosebumps appeared all over his body. It was even difficult to continue to maintain the dance technique. He swayed back and forth, and was about to fall at any time. But even so, Arugu still gritted his teeth and answered fiercely, "Of course I hate you." "Then what do you hate me for?" "Hate me for stealing your love." Arugu suddenly glanced at Elena, and didn't know whether to nod or not. But what does stealing your love mean? Elena didn't like him from the beginning, and it was just his wishful thinking from beginning to end. He knew very well in his heart that he had been paying unilateral attention to Elena since he was a child. Because he was the second young master of the clan, he often took advantage of his status to pursue Elena. But whether it was when he was a child or in recent years, Elena still had the same attitude towards him. It was neither hot nor cold, and even the name had not changed. Even the so-called Brother Arugu was called very politely. If it weren't for his identity as the second young master of the clan, Elena probably wouldn't even bother to look at him. Seeing that Arugu couldn't answer, Lin Chen asked again, "Do you hate Elena?" Arugu hadn't recovered from the previous question, and didn't know how to answer at this time. "If Elena betrayed you, and I was the one who stole your love, I would support your actions today with both hands." Lin Chen suddenly showed an expression of an experienced person. He reached out and patted Arugu's shoulder with a serious face. "But your starting point is wrong. You are not a betrayer. Elena has never had any feelings for you, so you are just a self-centered clown." Arugu's face turned purple and white. He didn't know where he got the courage from. He actually raised his hand suddenly despite the debuff of fear and murderous intent, preparing to release the elementalist's awakening skill. The surrounding elemental fluctuations were gathering in his hands. Arugu, who was angry and embarrassed, had already decided to kill the damn guy in front of him even if he risked his life. But Lin Chen's hand on his shoulder exerted a little force. The elemental fluctuations in Arugu's hand disappeared again. He just came back to his senses from his daze, and was about to speak, but Lin Chen gently pressed his shoulder. A huge force suddenly emerged, and Aruga's vision instantly spun around. He had no time to react. The huge pain squeezed from the outside of his body to the inside, and he felt that his internal organs were about to shift. A fishy and sweet taste surged from his throat, and then his body fell to the ground like a sack being thrown out. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining his clothes red. Several elven teammates fell to the ground and hurried to support him. Arugu, are you okay? A male elf holding a long sword shouted hurriedly. At this moment, Aruga's face was pale and bloodless. He was not only hit by the fear and killing intent, but also cursed. At this time, Aruga's body was in extreme pain under the fear, and the blood bar on his head was... Only one drop of blood was left. It was as if Lin Chen had deliberately spared his life. If it weren't for the last drop of blood in the entire blood tank, Arugu would have died at this moment, and could not be resurrected. Arugu, who was still full of energy, and wanted to kill Lin Chen a moment ago, was now extremely depressed. He half lying in the arms of his teammates, staring at Lin Chen and Elena. No. Not at the same level. The gap is too big. Too big. Chapter 467. At the same time, in the void higher up, the three system GMs standing here had a full view of everything that happened below, especially the pioneer in a long robe, who was staring at Lin Chen and Elena almost from beginning to end, as if he was thinking about something. The judge took off his hood and turned to look at the pioneer. According to the original setting rules, when these two people stand on the high platform, you will appear as the master of ceremonies to preside over the wedding, right? The pioneer paused, but did not reject it. In the land of the hunting god, the luxury wedding is extremely important. The luxury wedding not only has links that other versions of the wedding do not have, but even at the beginning of the wedding oath, the pioneer, who is one of the system administrators, will personally appear as a wedding witness. However, since the operation of the land of the hunting god, no one has ever held a luxury wedding in the true sense, and the pioneer, who is in charge of yin and yang in marriage, has never been a master of ceremonies. But now it's different. If Lin Chen and Elena go on stage, according to the rules, I have to appear in front of them and preside over their oath ceremony. But, according to the original rules, it is indeed the case. The pioneer's brows gradually frowned, but I just said that from the time the marriage robber signed up, it was beyond the scope of my rules. If it's not you who will be the MC, then who will be? After saying this, the three of them almost thought of something, and then their faces changed. Could it be? Impossible. The judge almost blurted out. How could the great designer show up for such a small matter? At the beginning, he didn't even show up during the first round of reincarnation. We even doubted whether the designer was a will or didn't exist at all. The old woman beside him wanted to speak to take over the judge's words, but she really wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start. At this time, the three of them were staring at Lin Chen and Elena, who were about to reach the highest point below. At this time, something unexpected happened again. Above the square, a new round of system prompts appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Note, from now on, if the wedding robbery is successful, all the bride robbers will receive special rewards. Experience Capsule Large X6, Ruins Admission Ticket X1, Artifact of your choice X1, Equipment plus 10 Enhancement Ticket X1, Flawless Ruby X1. When this line of text appeared, the whole area was silent. The facial muscles of Feng Chen and Tang Yu's friends and relatives were shaking uncontrollably. They all subconsciously glanced at their guild members around them. They were very worried that, after seeing such an exaggerated reward, the guild members, who were originally friends and relatives, would directly turn against each other. The surrounding wedding robbers were completely boiling. Fuck, artifact selection? You only saw the artifact selection? Didn't you notice that the equipment was given 10 enhancement coupons? This is the most awesome reward. Oh my god, if I use the enhancement coupon on the artifact, I can get a 10 plus artifact for free? And a flawless gem. When the time comes, I will insert a flawless gem into the hull of the artifact. Damn, I can't even imagine how comfortable it will be. Then what are you waiting for? Kill them! Not to mention the chaotic crowd. Even Lin Chen and Elena were confused. The two looked at each other, and saw a hint of anger in each other's eyes. If the initial rule about the marriage robbery was because Lin Chen was the top of the ladder list, the second expansion of the number of marriage robbers, and the enhancement of the attributes of the marriage robbers were obviously targeted. 3 times is the limit. The 3 consecutive changes to the rules clearly showed that they didn't want Lin Chen to get married. Lin Chen. Elena could feel that Lin Chen, who was holding her hand, was obviously not in a good mood. Lin Chen's eyes were extremely dangerous at this moment. He looked at the crazy players under the platform and whispered, "If they dare to come, I don't mind letting them add some color to our wedding. This? The judge opened his mouth wide, and he looked at the two people around him in disbelief. Is this also the designer's intention? At this moment, even they felt that this was obviously a deliberate bullying. Who would have such a scene at a wedding? How many participants were there? Not to mention the 70,000 or 80,000 people in the square stands, there were more than 300,000 onlookers outside the venue. If they rushed in from this moment, 400,000 players would each receive artifacts and equipment plus 10 enhancement coupons. Even the three of them would not dare to give out such rewards. With the system running like this, aren't they afraid that the land of the hunting god will collapse? But even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. The three of them could only stand there and watch how it would develop next. You too. At this time, the guide who looked like an old woman suddenly spoke. The two looked at her. I wonder if the great designer did not want these two people to go on stage on purpose? Isn't it obvious, if you want them to go on stage, why do you do this? The judge just thought the other party was talking nonsense. I mean, did the designer do this on purpose because he didn't want to appear? The judge and the pioneer were both startled. Think about it. The guide said, since this wedding has long been out of the pioneer's control, then the MC for the oath ceremony will not be him. Just as we guessed, the great designer will probably appear at that time. But is there a possibility that the designer did not want to show up and deliberately designed it this way? The guide slowed down his tone and said indifferently. Looking at the chaotic and crazy scene below, the three of them were silent. Very likely. No, this is probably the possibility. But isn't this a waste of time? Wouldn't it be better to just let the pioneer come on stage as the MC? The judge was puzzled. That's not the problem now. The guide coughed. The most important thing now is the position of the three of us. The judge and the pioneer looked at him almost at the same time. What do you want to do? If we help these two players to successfully go on stage, will the designer really show up? The guide's expression was very interesting. Aren't you curious? Chapter 468. At this moment, the players who were watching and looking around also joined the battle. Countless players rushed into the square and rushed towards the platform frantically. With the system text just now, the bride robbers at this time were more crazy than ever before. The evil spirit army that was able to resist the army of bride robbers was gradually defeated. Many evil spirit skeleton soldiers were killed and could not be resurrected. The black mass of bride robbers rushed forward, like a tide flooding the sand. Then, many people used their skills to attack the platform, some small, some large, and some small, covering the sky and the sun. However, it was different from what Chilua Dunshan expected. When countless skills attacked the platform that Lin Chen and Liliana were climbing together was not damaged. It stood still, and it should be in an invincible state. With this discovery, the undead followers in the hexagram showed a hint of ferocity. Since the platform is invincible, it is really great. Lin Chen's low shout came from above, just in time for Dunshan Chilua and the others to hear. Dunshan Chilua Altair, use all your skills, don't hold back, kill them all. Unlike the past, Lin Chen's tone at this moment was filled with anger, and Dunshan and the others had been holding their breath for a long time. When they heard the monarch's words, the six of them almost smiled evilly at the same time. Chilua, are you interested in comparing who has more heads? Dunshan looked at the bride snatchers, who were blocked in front of the evil spirit army. He held a one-handed hammer in his hand and looked eager to try. Chilua also smiled. Since the platform was invincible and the monarch had given the order, they would no longer have any restrictions. Except for Huang Dachui, Roaring Brother and Chiyu, Shield Mountain Chilua and Altair had learned all the skills that could be learned in their professions. In addition to the awakening skills, everyone had mastered the skills of 2 professions within level 50. With their exaggerated and terrifying attack power, the next thing would be exciting. Chilua began to add buffs to herself, releasing the buff skills from Wind Catcher and Ranger one by one. Okay, but my skill range is larger than yours. Don't think I'm bullying you. Don't worry, my Crusader's skills also have a large range. After the two finished speaking, they subconsciously glanced at Altair, who was standing on the other side, without saying a word. The assassin shrugged and said, "You two play, I won't join." During the conversation, the defense line of the evil spirit army was torn apart. Some players, who rushed to the front, used their own skills to smash these resurrected skeleton soldiers. They stepped on the broken bones of the skeletons and rushed forward with extreme madness. Shield Mountain grinned, "Do it." The next moment, the Crusader's skill Heavenly Warrior was activated. A strong light flashed, and then a body made entirely of light appeared around the platform. It grew larger and larger, and in just a few seconds it became a humanoid silhouette. Its body was like the phoenix that Arugu had just cast, covering the sky and the sun, and even taller, like a mountain. Lin-Chen and Elena, who were climbing on the platform behind them, looked like two small insects under the symmetry of Shield Mountain's heavenly warrior. The pressure brought by this skill change is unprecedented. Even if the players use dazzling skills, they are firmly blocked by its huge body. What is this? Heaven Warrior. This is a Heaven Warrior. Bullshit, I am a Crusader. How can there be such a big Heaven Warrior? I have a bad feeling. When everyone's eyes were all on the Giant of Light, a gust of wind suddenly appeared from the other side. At first, it was just a breeze, but as time went on, this wind that could even be captured by the naked eye seemed to escape from the cracks of the abyss, carrying with it the stinging pain of scraping bones, and each wisp was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, enough to tear apart mountains and rivers and shake the world. Everyone focused their attention on the other end of the hexagram. The short-haired female elf named Chilua was pulling the bow, an arrow in her hand, into a full circle. At the bowstring, the whistling wind gathered and sucked the moisture in the surrounding air. The drizzle that fell was like millions of resentful souls wailing under the night sky, with sharp and shrill sounds. Everyone who rushed forward was stunned. What on earth was this? The towering Giant of Light and these strange phenomena in the world were created by the two Tower Guards? The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. A Giant of Light that stood tall and looked down upon the world stood in the doomsday scene interwoven by the strong wind. Some lightning flashed through the storm, and finally turned into a tattoo on the surface of the Giant of Light's skin. It looked like an angry god against the background of the strong wind. The players looked up in disbelief, their faces pale. Many people were excited to rush forward just a moment ago, but now they have already retreated. Let alone fighting this thing. They just feel their legs go weak just thinking about the scene that may appear later. Retreat. Retreat. Arugu, who was originally half lying on the ground, was helped up by his companions. They looked at the players around them, who rushed to the high platform like crazy, and at this moment, their pupils were filled with extreme fear. Leave here. Arugu's lips were trembling. Quick, help me get out. The Giant of Light held high the blade made of lightning and hurricane in his hand. Every time it swung the sword down, it was accompanied by a deafening roar and new cracks and gullies on the ground. At this moment, the wind and rain were raging. In the eternal airspace of the high-level main city in the land of the hunting god, a terrifying natural force rarely seen in the dungeon was formed. The whole world seemed to be torn apart by some force and thrown into endless chaos. Countless players could not hold on for the first round under this exaggerated skill offensive. As soon as the gullies were formed, hundreds of players' health bars were directly emptied. But it was too late for them to retreat. The players behind them pushed the players in front of them forward. Not to mention leaving this place, those enthusiastic players simply couldn't let the people in front move back a step. In such a scene, the Giant of Light wrapped in a hurricane was like a killing machine, and the whole square was suddenly filled with grief. Chapter 469. However, there were too many players, and they were not afraid of death under the encouragement of the reward for the Bride Snatcher. In the process of charging forward, people also fought back, and used various skills on the Giant of Light. Even though Shield Mountain's Heavenly Warrior was very effective, it was quickly dismantled by so many players. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and fragments of light fell to the ground. As soon as the Giant of Light disappeared, the players split up in tacit understanding, and hundreds of thousands of people rushed to the platform from all directions. The system said that all players who participated in the wedding robbery would receive a reward package. They didn't have to be the one who succeeded in the wedding robbery, they just had to get assists. Touch it, let me touch it. Someone even took the opportunity to step onto the first step of the platform. Squeak. But before the excited orc could continue to climb up, a black shadow flashed by. He quickly covered his neck, and the blood bar on his head quickly passed in 2 seconds. Until the moment before death, the orc saw an assassin named Altair looking at him coldly. There was an assassin guarding near the platform. In the following time, the whole square was in chaos. From time to time, you can see huge energy bursts from high-level skills, and you can also see a large number of players falling like wheat. The health bars disappear one after another, but new players rush in. Shield Mountain, Huang Dachui, and other undead followers are at full firepower. They completely rush into the crowd of players, releasing a dazzling variety of skills, and there are countless skills attacking them, but their health recovery speed is too fast, and a dark green mist gradually spreads in the square, and the players find something wrong. The attack power of these 6 people is too outrageous. It is no exaggeration to say that even some world-class bosses cannot kill a group of players with one skill. But these 6 people can do it. Especially Shield Mountain and Chiluo. The two of them even competed in harvesting heads. With one skill, a large area in front of them was instantly cleared. And this is still secondary. When an unknown mist spread, the movement speed and attack speed of these 6 people suddenly went up a level. Not only that, their skill release speed is also ridiculously fast, not to mention the skill CD. Usually, a skill with a cooling time of 10 minutes can be released in half a minute in the hands of these people. Especially the female elf named Chiluo. She could even use one skill to clear the area where hundreds of people were standing in the fan-shaped area in front of her, and her movement speed was so fast that the player's skills could not catch up with her. Where did the fog come from? People soon discovered that, after being shrouded in fog, the health bars above their heads were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. This fog has damage. Looking at the real damage of 1,000 points per second above their heads, some fragile professions were directly stunned. Healing. What the hell is going on? Healing, purifying. The players who were originally fighting with Shield Mountain and his team were in chaos at this moment. They began to scream wildly with extreme fear on their faces, because as long as they stood in the fog, their health bars would lose 1,000 points per second. 1,000 points of blood, 1,000 points per second. Except for some professions with a relatively good health recovery speed, or knights and healers, the rest of the professions would bleed to death quickly if they did nothing but stood here. But they were panicking, but Shield Mountain and his men were not affected at all. Instead, they were like fish in water and tigers with wings. Ha ha! Shield Mountain, who had lost a lot of skill interference, laughed loudly. Charge! The Crusader's skill Holy Horse Coming was released, and a horse made entirely of strong light appeared beside Shield Mountain. It raised its head to the sky and neighed, and directly carried Shield Mountain on its back. The pitch-black Shield Mountain rode on the snow-white warhorse, looking radiant and majestic. The moment he rode on the horse, the one-handed hammer in his hand instantly turned into a knight's charging lance. The next moment, the warhorse charged forward, and the lance in Shield Mountain's hand pierced a straight line of vacuum area. 100 players were pierced through. But just as he turned around to show off to Chiluo, a dark green arrow wrapped in strong wind whizzed past, lifting the bodies of at least 300 or 400 players. Windcatcher's skill Flowing Wind Ray. TSK. Shield Mountain snorted in defiance and charged again. With the blessing of King's Domain, the players in the entire square were completely confused, and many people had already started to run out of the square. When they ran out of the fog, the blood bar above their heads finally stopped losing. There's something wrong with this fog. Fuck, 1000 HP in 1 second. Is this a skill? Still going? Fuck, life is more important. Don't go, just watch the show. Although the shouting and killing on the field is still deafening, it is obviously restrained compared to the beginning. Some players left the fog-covered area, but most of them still took the opportunity to rush to the platform. They are just one step away. As long as they can get on the platform, or use the air dance to contact Lin Chen and Elena, they will have a chance. But the next moment, everyone heard a particularly strange noise. Hua la la. It sounded like the sound of some kind of device running, like the sound of chains and gears biting. People looked closely, and saw that around the platform, there was a huge tower, slowly emerging from the ground. Gotcha! When the tower appeared, everyone was stunned. Some second-round players in the crowd took a breath of cold air. They recognized what it was. Arrow Tower? Isn't that a level 70 skill? Yes, the tower that appeared was called Alert Tower, which was the level 70 skill of the Ranger's second job change Demon Hunter. Chapter 470. People stared at the towering tower in a daze. There were hundreds of tiny holes on the surface of the Arrow Tower. It was pitch black inside, but many people knew what would be shot out from it. Originally, the deterrent power of this Arrow Tower was not so great, but with the attack power of the 6 people of Shield Mountain, no one dared to underestimate it. In the fog, the group of players had to resist the continuous loss of health points while staring at the huge Arrow Tower in front of the platform with concern. Crack. Clatter. The sound of chains and gears running came, and people felt like they were on edge. As something was loaded, the air around them instantly heated up, and in the fog, the light around the Arrow Tower flashed like sunrise. Some people began to retreat one after another when they saw the situation was not good. Soon, the second wave of people leaving the square also retreated from the fog. It's too fucking exaggerated. There's no way to rob. A warrior-type profession spat on the ground, stared at his remaining health bar, and then looked at the dark green fog in front of him with lingering fear. The companion beside him was not much better. He drank a bottle of blood bottle and then sighed. As expected of the top of the ladder list, the gap between us and him is too big. It feels that stopping their wedding is even more difficult than defeating the world boss. Let's go. Let's leave the next thing to those who are not afraid of death. The two sighed and turned away. Such scenes continued to play out outside the square. Although many people were dejected, they knew that their lives were important. Even if they were enhanced by the attributes of the wedding robbers, they were blocked by their relatives and friends and 6 mysterious people. Let alone killing Lynchen and Elena, they couldn't even get close to the platform. But some people retreated, while others became even crazier. Even though the Tower of Guards was already loaded, many people still rushed forward with red eyes and roars. Soon, the huge crowd had climbed to the bottom of the platform under the cover of skills. Although there was a shadow-like assassin guarding the platform, there were too many players. If the platform was not invincible, it would have been pushed down by the crowd. The sound of the machine stopped suddenly, and an extreme sense of danger made everyone hold their breath. Many people subconsciously looked at the guard tower, and many people had already started to use skills to destroy the tower. But the arrow tower was faster. Swish, 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 swish. Before people could fully recover, the entire square was instantly cut into countless pieces by the dense and rapid sound. On the surface of the arrow tower, those tiny holes were like the opening of the entrance to hell. Thousands of arrows were like evil spirits rushing out, cutting through the sky at an incredible speed, covering the entire battlefield with the roar of death. Fuck. Someone hadn't had time to speak. Just after saying 2 dirty words, his forehead was hit directly by an arrow flashing red light. Then, the blood bar was instantly emptied, and he fell to the ground like a soulless body. The sky seemed to be torn by countless red, silver, and green lights at this moment. Each arrow flashed a cold light of different colors. They intertwined in the air into a net of death, airtight, and nowhere to escape. Run! People shouted, but with the chaos, they were horrified to find that these arrows were not only fast, but also extremely accurate. Even the smallest movement could not escape their lock. The players seemed so vulnerable in this overwhelming rain of arrows. The players who were excitedly rushing to the high platform just a moment ago were the first to fall like wheat ears. They fell to the ground one after another like falling dumplings. The arrows penetrated the players' equipment and pierced their flesh and blood. Because of the cursed state, the arrows that hit the bride robbers brought blood flowers, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and despair. Ah! Screams and shouts came one after another, but were soon drowned out by the sound of more arrows. The knights tried to block with their shields, but the number of arrows was too large, and the attack power was too exaggerated. The shields were soon riddled with holes, and could not form any defense at all. Some people tried to find shelter, but they had nowhere to hide in this open battlefield. The center of the square was soon covered with layers of corpses, and then as time went by, these corpses gradually turned into stars, and disappeared in the land of the hunting god. They could not be resurrected, and would soon be abandoned by the land of the hunting god, and finally return to their original real world. The players who were still alive had no idea that they would return after death. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. They had never seen such a terrifying attack method. After all, the average level of the people present was less than level 65. The appearance of the level 70 Ranger Arrow Tower was actually a dimensionality reduction attack for them. The entire area of this world was trembling in the endless arrows. Under the Arrow Tower, even though the corpses gradually turned into starlight, there were still piles of corpses like small mountains. The disappearing corpses could not catch up with the corpses killed by arrows, but the arrows never stopped. Every second, more players lost their lives on this land. As the blood bar disappeared, the shouts and roars became less and less, and weaker. Click, click. Finally, when the mechanical sound of the Arrow Tower stopped again, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Only a few players with relatively high combat power were left. Each of them was at low health, and they were trembling among the corpses. They looked at the towering Arrow Tower, and there was only endless fear in their eyes. And the Arrow Tower stood there quietly like an indifferent bystander. Dunshan smacked his lips and smiled helplessly. Good boy, this thing is still powerful, we have nothing to do with it. Shilua beside him also put away her bow and arrow. She looked up at the Arrow Tower with a hint of excitement in her eyes. If Lynchen reaches level 70, can she also learn this skill? At this time, Altar came over and said, do you think that after killing so many people, the monarch's attack power will increase? Dunshan and Shilua looked at each other, and then looked up at Lynchen and Elena. That shouldn't be the case. It seems like killing players doesn't add attack power? Yes. Huang Dachui suddenly moved over and answered with a smile. When the monarch was only about level 20, he killed a group of red-named players in the wild. At that time, the monarch mentioned that killing players can also add attack power. Oh my god, killing so many people, doesn't it mean? It's different. So many people are not in the wild but in the main city, and the monarch doesn't have an iron sword in his hand now, and these people are not red-named players. TSK, what a pity. Chapter 471. Lin Chen's attack power did not stack. When he released the alert tower just now, he took out the rusty iron sword from his backpack to test whether the attack power could be stacked. But whether it was Shield Mountain Chilua and the others, or the Arrow Tower, his attack power was still around 400,000, and there was no stacking at all. This also made him feel a little regretful. If so many players could also stack, it would be really cool. However, Lin Chen did not get entangled in this matter. At this moment, he had already supported Elena to the highest point, and there was only one last step in front of him. As long as they step on it, this wedding robbery will be over. Lin Chen and Elena's clenched hands tightened slightly, and then no one hesitated and stepped up immediately. At this moment, the three system administrators in the void almost held their breath and watched the actions of Lin Chen and the others. As long as they stepped on the last step, everything would be clear. How will the system run at that time? And how will the MC who presides over the wedding appear? Is it the pioneer who is entrusted with the task, or is it the first appearance of the great designer? Damn, I'm actually a little nervous. The guide, who looked like an old woman, tightly grasped the cane in her hand. The other two also said nothing, all looking at the top of the platform. At this moment, not only the three of them, but also some onlookers, who gave up the wedding robbery, also raised their heads and looked at the platform. As the protagonists of this wedding, the two finally stepped on the top platform. At this moment, the words on the square disappeared instantly. The Arrow Tower and the ubiquitous dark green fog also disappeared without a trace. On the platform of the entire square, only Lin Chen and Elena stood hand in hand in front of a swearing platform. There was silence all around, and the people watching below only felt that their buffs were completely lost at this moment, which indicated that the marriage robbery had failed, and the wedding was about to enter the next round. But the MC did not appear. The face of the pioneer in the void began to change gradually. He first looked at his hands. There was no system rule driving him, and there was no new MC on the stage, as if there was a bug in the system. What's going on? Below the stage, Feng Chen and Tang Yu's wounded relatives and friends looked up blankly at this time, with a bewildered look on their faces. Now that the marriage robbery system is over, isn't the next part the wedding oath? That's right. Where is the NPC who is going to take the oath? Then Feng Chen looked at the bewildered wedding planner in the distance. The girl NPC waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she was completely unaware. I really don't know. Please don't look at me. I am also a victim. I can't control anything. Listening to the girl's crying voice, everyone in the square started talking. Even though Lin Chen and Elena frowned and looked around, they had already stepped onto the highest point, but 2 minutes had passed and nothing happened. Lin Chen, what should we do next? Elena blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen was also confused. I'm a little confused too. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe something went wrong. Yes, something did go wrong. Another half a minute later, endless darkness spread, the elemental fluctuations in the world, and the feeling that belonged only to the land of the hunting god. At the same time, it became extremely obscure, and people's capillaries stretched out. They could clearly feel the icy cold temperature entering their bodies from the outside. In a short moment, not only this square, but also the entire eternal sky space, the high-level main city, seemed to be the real world. The rain falling from the top of the head hit the body, making people shiver. Oh no! In the void, the pioneer seemed to have noticed something. He shouted immediately, and then his whole body disappeared instantly. The remaining judges and guides also looked very serious. They recognized this state, and the familiar stench was already overwhelming. What was going on? Why would such a thing descend on the main city of the land of the hunting god at this time? The two administrators looked at each other. They knew where the pioneer had gone. He should have gone to the boundary area to see the towering code door. If that door fell, the ruins in the boundary area would break through the seal and enter the land of the hunting god. But it's impossible. They just observed it a few days ago. Although the code gate has some signs of cracking, it will never collapse so quickly. Young man, let's go and take a look. Then here. The judge was stunned. If there is a problem with the code gate, level 9 ruins may even appear in the boundary area. The pioneer can't handle it alone. As he said, the guide glanced at Linchin on the high platform below. Leave this to him. After speaking, the two administrators in this void also disappeared. Linchin and Elena frowned and looked at the top of their heads. The two second-round players are too familiar with this smell. So here it comes. A huge sense of oppression appeared above the square, and with the black power covering the entire sky, the high-level main city of the God Hunter land began to slowly transform into a different appearance. The sparse rain is getting heavier. No wonder it suddenly rained in the God Hunter land. It turned out that there was a sign. When the heavy rain fell, the players watching subconsciously wrapped themselves tightly. I don't know since when these high-level players found that they could not resist the severe cold around them. The blood bar on their heads did not decrease, but the biting coldness could be seen with the naked eye, covering people's bodies with layers of ice. It's so cold. Strange, what's going on now? Why do I feel like this is not the land of the God Hunters? Why does it feel more like Earth? Earth? Is that your real world? Yeah. Look, what are those things? Someone yelled, and then a large number of players began to retreat in fear. Under the strange black sky, accompanied by the rain, black figures that appeared in every corner suddenly appeared. Not only this square, but countless streets, countless areas, and even the entire eternal airspace were completely occupied by these dark things. These Sioux are a mass of black, like locusts passing through, or like marching ants, as if they have existed for a long time. This, Sister Tong Tong, who was standing next to Tang Yu, turned pale. What's wrong, Tong Tong? Tang Yu looked at her. These are our Sioux. As a second-round player, she recognized them at a glance. Aren't they supposed to be what second-round players encounter in the real world after passing Guishu? Why are there these things in the land of the hunting god? Chapter 472. The players outside the field had just come to their senses from the arrow tower shooting at 100,000 people, and now they subconsciously focused their eyes on the sky in the center of the square. There, a completely different dark cloud was getting bigger and bigger, and a huge black vortex gradually formed and spread outward. As bean-sized raindrops fell, dark figures composed of liquid and gas fell from the vortex. The most eye-catching thing was a humanoid monster with a body that was 3 or 4 times larger than the players' bodies, but it had 4 arms. At this moment, the arms were fully stretched out, and a visible black energy burst out from the body, looking like the devil seen on Earth TV. The disgusting smell, that was so thick that it made people shiver, was flowing around its body in all directions. For a moment, the entire eternal sky space, whether players or NPCs, noticed this change. What happened? What are these black figures that fell from the sky? Monsters? Why did monsters appear in the main city? Could it be that the land of the hunting god also has special activities, like monster attack like some online games? However, many second-round players changed their faces when they saw these things coming with the rain. The fear in their eyes was no less than that of other players, and even more intense, ruins. There are so many of them that they almost cover the sky. Linchin frowned as he climbed onto the platform. He looked at his hand and found that he had a ring on his ring finger. Looking at Elena again, there was also a ring on the slender jade finger of the female elf. What does it mean? The oath was skipped, the wedding was assumed to be successful. The two looked at each other and looked at their skill bars in tacit understanding. Compared with the suddenly appeared ruins, they now wanted to know whether the oath of the wedding was completed. As expected, both of them saw new skills in their skill columns. 2 in total. One is 1,000 Miles of Beauty, which is a teleportation skill that allows the couple to teleport to each other at will, and the cooldown time is extremely low. No matter where the other person is, even in a dungeon, using this skill will teleport you to your side. It can be said to be the strongest and most convenient means of teleportation in the entire hunting god land. The second is mutual support, which is even more perverted, equivalent to the healing heaven corridor. As long as one of the couple dies first, the other can revive the other at any time when the other is dying. Since they have these 2 couple skills, it means that their wedding has not gone wrong. Not only that, they seem to be all right. After that, the couple looked at the sky in tacit understanding. After the 4-armed high-level Sioux appeared, it looked around for a while, feeling the special energy fluctuations between the surrounding heaven and earth, and then grinned. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting, we actually squeezed in. It looked at its arms, with a hint of surprise in its tone, but more of excitement. They actually entered the so-called god hunting land, which was used to train strong men. No matter how hard they tried before, they would be blocked by the giant code gate at the other end of the boundary area. But now, it seemed that the god hunting land had a hole. Broken, and their vanguard somehow squeezed in through that hole. Soon, Gao Jishu looked at the high platform not far in front of him, where two people stood at the top, one man and one woman, dressed gorgeously, and seemed to be completing some special ceremony. Could it be? The pupils of the high-level ruin shrank slightly. Could it be that you triggered the loophole in this world, so we can enter? Although it was not clear what happened, but it was very happy that they could enter the land of the hunting god by accident. Then it waved its arms, and its momentum suddenly rose from the ground. A special force turned into a huge wave that could be seen expanding in the distance. Every time it passed a player in the land of the hunting god, it passed through his body without any hindrance. Then, the whole sky was completely dark, and every area within sight was completely covered by locust-like Su. These ghost things made a black fog and liquid roared, and with a huge roar, every place in the square was rooted by Su. Soon, as time passed, the Su that fell from the sky almost occupied the entire eternal airspace. Such a spectacular and frightening scene lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the sky and earth of the eternal airspace of the advanced main city were all shrouded by black figures, the players seemed to realize that the sky is falling down. The sky, the ground, the streets, and the buildings were all occupied by the ruins. Since you are here, you so-called players, all of you should die. The high-level ruins looked down from above, with a voice like thunder and a sound like a bell. Lin Chun, what level do you think this ruin is? On the high platform, Elena had already changed her white wedding dress into her previous equipment, and suddenly she looked unusually capable and dashing. Lin Chun also wore a piece of incongruous equipment. He shook his head. I'm not sure, but it can speak so fluently, it should be a level 6. Level 6 Su? Yes, it's possible. During the conversation, one or two ordinary Su suddenly rushed over from a certain direction. But Lin Chun didn't move at all, and a blue wind blade appeared around Elena's body and split her in two. I was actually thinking about something else. Lin Chun turned his head and looked at the female elf beside him. What do you think I should call you now? Elena blushed. I can call anything. Lin Chun smiled. Then I will call you wife. It seemed that Elena had heard the word wife for the first time. After standing there in a daze for a few seconds, she asked curiously, what should I call you then? Husband. Old husband? Elena tried to call out. Lin Chun only felt his whole body shiver, as if there were many small insects crawling on his body. He pretended to be calm. Yes, call it more naturally. Although Elena knew that it was just a title, she felt her face getting hot when she called out. This feeling was very strange. Old husband. Ahem, call me again. Lin Chun reached out and touched his nose. Chapter 473. When Lin Chun and Elena were showing off their affection and feeding dog food without paying attention to others, the entire eternal airspace was already filled with the ruins. A large number of players began to fight these weird ghosts, but as time went on, the players found something different. The eternal airspace seemed to be isolated by some special magnetic field. They only felt that they were no longer in the high-level main city of the land of the hunting god, but in the real world. Both the five senses and the atmosphere gradually became real. When a player's arm was broken by a level 4 ruin, blood spurted out. He wanted to see how much blood was left on his health bar, but when he looked up, there was no health bar on his head. What's going on? Before he could be shocked, he felt a heart-wrenching pain from the wound on his severed arm. He covered the wound with his hands, and a large amount of blood flowed out. His shrill screams echoed in the sky of the eternal sky. Soon, this situation made all the players realize that things were out of control. Some people began to rush to the NPC of the teleportation guide. They wanted to leave here through the teleportation guide. It didn't matter where they were going, as long as they could leave the eternal sky. But when they came to the booth of the teleportation guide, something happened that they would never forget. That NPC died. Two Su were stepping on the teleportation guide's body, blood was flowing all over the ground, and one of them was forcibly breaking one of the guide's limbs. The players stared at the dead NPC in a daze, their faces pale for a moment. Why can even NPCs be killed? Aren't they invincible? But if the guide was killed, they, who had not yet had time to learn. Dancing in the air. How can the mediocre players leave? Thinking of this, the ubiquitous ruins rushed over with their fangs and claws. Damn it, let's fight these things. People finally realized that they couldn't escape anymore. These ghost things were everywhere, almost covering every corner of the eternal airspace, and seeing that they continued to appear in the black vortex above their heads, their number would only increase. If you don't resist, it's no different from waiting to die. If you know, you won't come to this ghost place to join in the fun. A player was confronting a dozen of the Sioux while staring fiercely at Lin Chen and Elena on the high platform in the center of the square in the distance. If it weren't for the huge fanfare they made when they got married, they wouldn't have come all the way from other main cities to join in the fun. If they hadn't come, they wouldn't have seen this scene. They wouldn't have died. As he thought about it, a pitch-black claw pierced into the player's chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then his eyes lost their luster, and he fell straight to the ground. Tang Yu! Sister Tong Tong, the female berserker holding a broadsword, shouted at Qian Shao, who was in a daze beside her. Why are you in a daze? Get started. As the relatives and friends of Lin Chen and Elena, Tang Yu and the members of the Twilight Guild were almost stuck under the platform. There were not many attacks from Sioux at this time, but Tang Yu, as a mage, could take the initiative. After Tang Yu came to his senses, he grabbed Sister Tong Tong's wrist and stopped her impulse to fight with Sioux. Tong Tong, what happened here? Sister Tong Tong is a second-round player. She once told Tang Yu about the ruins. Although Tang Yu also wanted to know how those ghost things that only second-round players had the opportunity to encounter came to the land of the hunting god, what he cared about most was the current real feeling. They even lost the health bar above their heads. Except for being able to open the attribute bar and backpack, they even thought they were on Earth now. I can't explain it. This kind of thing is too unbelievable. Sister Tong Tong suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Chen on the platform. She paused and said, maybe your senior can answer this question. Lin, husband. Yelena quickly changed her words. Then do we still need to have a banquet? On the platform where Lin Chen and Elena were, Sioux kept rushing in from all directions, but before they could touch the two of them, special wind blades automatically flashed out from Elena's side, and the dark corpse of Sioux fell like dumplings. It should be. Lin Chen thought for a while. After all, we haven't consummated our marriage yet. Strictly speaking, the wedding is not over yet. Hearing the word consummation, Elena's face instantly turned red. However, it was difficult for them to continue communicating. More and more Sioux were rushing to the high platform. Among them, the high-level Sioux standing in the air was still talking to himself and laughing loudly. The sound was getting louder and louder, as if he was using a loudspeaker to emit noise. It was like a band conductor, or some special speaker, with four hands dancing non-stop, as if it had the world under its control. Lin Chen looked at the chatterbox Gao Ji Sioux, and then stretched out his hand to him. So noisy. Before they could react, someone suddenly noticed that Gao Ji Sioux, who was still full of vigor a moment ago, was attracted by some force, and was like a sandbag flying backwards, and was strangled by Lin Chen. Ugh! Gao Ji Sioux looked at Lin Chen and his wrist in horror. The power emanating from the other party's palm was like a natural chasm, and it was completely unable to resist. Not only that, the residual heat of Lin Chen's palm alone made its black body feel burning. Swish! The liquid and gas on its dark neck were slowly burned away at a speed visible to the naked eye. This high-level ruin finally realized that something was wrong. He struggled hard, but could not break free from Lin Chen's palm. It was terrified. You? Who are you? What are you going to do? Who can I be? Of course I'm a player. Player. Impossible. Are you one of those three system administrators? Hearing Gao Jishu actually say the word system administrator, Lin Chen and Elena raised their eyebrows at the same time. Oh! You also know the system administrator? After hesitating for a while, Gao Jishu seemed to realize that Lin Chen was not one of the pioneers, and then began to struggle frantically, and all kinds of energy fluctuations turned into extreme attack methods and rushed towards Lin Chen's body. You are so dishonest. Lin Chen's eyes condensed, and the high-level Sioux suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar. You? The high-level Sioux felt the murderous intent gradually spreading around Lin Chen, and was immediately frightened. But just as Lin Chen was about to ask something, he noticed something and looked up at the top of his head in confusion. It seemed that there was an energy and stench that he had never seen before gathering from above. Ha, ha ha ha. The high-level Sioux also noticed something, and it seemed extremely excited. The great 7-level Sioux is also here. You all have to die, all have to die. Lin Chen did not listen to the other party's noise. He gently exerted force on his wrist, and with a crack, the stench of Sioux instantly dissipated, and the dark body turned into a pool of black water in less than half a breath and fell from the air. Chapter 474. Instantly killing a high-level ruin, this method has attracted the attention of something that has not yet appeared. The black vortex in the sky has covered the sky and sun, and it has been spreading, and finally it is so large that the end cannot be seen. Under the gaze of the players and NPCs in the eternal airspace, 7 strong stench soon flowed out from the void. This breath is stronger than the previous high-level ruin that was killed by Lin Chen in an instant. Is there a new high-level ruin about to appear? Buzz buzz buzz. As the space broke apart, a new round of high-level ruins appeared in the player's field of vision. 7 more high-level ruins, and judging from the energy fluctuations lingering around these 7 high-level ruins, they are much stronger than the high-level ruin with 4 arms. If the level of the previous ruin is a medium level 6, then the 7 in front of them are probably the best among the level 6 ruins. The players below were pale at this time. Not only did they have to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the ruins everywhere around them, but their sight was always attracted by everything happening above their heads. Some of these players, who were in the second round, frowned even more. Although they had seen these so-called ruins, and some people even dealt with them frequently, the origin and strength of these things were always a mystery to them. But they can be sure that all the Su they met in the real world after returning to the Su are not as strong as the 7 standing in the sky. Have you heard? Now there is only one way to leave the eternal sky. What do you mean? Damn, someone said that the teleportation guide is dead, and the only way to leave this main city is to use the sky dance technique. The players who were fighting with ordinary Su soon heard this fatal news about NPC was killed by Su. The rumor gradually spread from 1 person to 10, and soon it reached the ears of Lin Chen and Elena on the high platform. The two were still discussing the levels of the 7 high-level beasts above their heads. After hearing Altair's report, their faces changed slightly. NPC was killed? Lin Chen frowned and subconsciously glanced into the distance. How could the NPC be killed? Shouldn't they be invincible in the main city? Could it be that from this moment on, the land of the hunting god has become the real world? No. It shouldn't be the entire land of the hunting god, but the eternal sky. Thinking of this, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the endless black vortex above his head. If he understood correctly, in this area covered by the sky, the land of the hunting god will lose the protection of the system and become like the rules of the real world. That's why players lose health bars, and even without the cursed state, they can create pain, so NPCs can be killed. Husband. Elena looked at him very seriously at this time, with a little nervousness in her tone. If the NPC will die, then what about Xiaoyun? Lin Chen was stunned. Elena said again, we have to find her. You don't know many NPCs well, that girl is one of them, and she likes you. According to her character, she must be very sad to see us getting married today. I'm afraid something will happen to her. Seeing that Lin Chen was looking at her all the time, Elena squeezed Lin Chen's hand hard. Don't think too much, I like that girl too, and she risked her life to save us from the border area at that time. I don't want her to die. Lin Chen laughed, pulled Elena to him, and kissed the fair forehead of the female elf. Then, Lin Chen once again stretched out his hand to the 7 high-level Su in the sky. As Lin Chen raised his hand, the 7 high-level Su had no time to introduce themselves. The special suction force spread from Lin Chen's palm to the surroundings. He shook his wrist slightly, and 7 beams of light flew away from his fingertips. In an instant, the bodies of the 7 high-level Su were instantly imprisoned. They looked at the platform below in disbelief, and then looked at their own bodies blankly. Who are you? Before they could continue to say anything, the 7 high-level Su that had just appeared and hadn't even warmed up yet, just like the first high-level Su, all turned into black water, and then scattered all over the ground. Wow! The players who noticed this scene were immediately shocked. They only knew that Lin Chen was the top of the ladder list, and they had also seen that his wedding scene was comparable to the world boss battlefield, but no one expected that the 7 or 8 high-level Su that had just appeared one after another, like the final boss, were all killed by him, and it was killed instantly, off stage. Several second-round players were shocked beyond words. They had no idea how to describe what was happening. One of them was trembling and couldn't speak clearly. Hey, those 7 just now, are they at least level 6? They should be. They can talk, and their momentum and oppression are much stronger than the level 5 we have seen. But in the real world, we have to survive when we encounter level 5. Why were these 7 or 8 level 6 killed instantly? At first, they thought that the attack power of Lin Chen and his people had just reached a certain critical point, and they could just kill the players. But what about now? How much should the health of a level 6 ruins be converted? It is no exaggeration to say that their health is comparable to that of the level 40 world boss, the Blazing God. One hit kill. Then how much attack power does Lin Chen have? 200,000 or 300,000. But Lin Chen didn't care what these second-round players thought. He always raised his head and looked at the sky that seemed to be empty above his head, with a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. Soon, as time went by, as long as some of the existences comparable to level 6 ruins in the Black Vortex showed their heads, they would be killed instantly by Lin Chen, and then turned into black liquid mixed with rain and fell to the ground. The powerful attack force was almost unstoppable in the eternal airspace, and it was easy to take their lives. After a while, some more powerful existence finally couldn't sit still. Boom! The sound of a huge bell resounded through the sky after Lin Chen killed the 11th level 6 ruins in succession. Whether it was players or NPCs, this high-level main city subconsciously raised their heads to look at the vortex in the sky. The black fog fell, and the entire eternal airspace was completely filled with this black hue. A roar appeared immediately. "How dare you, going too far." This sound seemed to be mixed with a huge force, and then it resounded through the black fog and the black vortex. The faces of the people present were pale, and many people even spit out blood. 7. Level 7 Ruins. A second-round player shouted immediately. Chapter 475. A terrifying force accompanied by black fog fell from the vortex of the sky. A roar came, and the whole world trembled slightly. A figure slammed into the square on the ground, and a gray light column lit up from behind it, like the stage lights of a star. "A mere ant killed 8 of my warriors, get down." Level 7 pointed at Lin Chen on the high platform and shouted. Level 7's mouth opened and closed, and the sound rang in the ears of the players. They could only hear the buzzing sound waves trembling. Even some high-level players with high combat power, who used the air dance technique to float, had to cover their ears at this moment. But Lin Chen and Elena stared at the bottom with expressionless faces. They clearly saw that a humanoid figure, who looked like an ordinary person, was holding a scepter and slowly walked out of the gray light column, with endless murderous intent in his eyes, like the night. Is this the level 7 Su? At the same time, along with this level 7 Su, there were 9 other level 6 Su that appeared in the vortex of the sky. The oppressive feeling caused by the appearance of a total of 10 figures in the sky and on the ground even made the space of the entire eternal airspace sticky. Gaw! Squeak! Seeing that Lin Chen and Elena did not come down from the platform, the scepter in the hand of the level 7 Su slightly knocked on the ground, making a crisp sound, and then it slowly rose into the air, and then floated in front of Lin Chen and was level with him. Surrounded by 9 level 6 Su, the level 7 Su and Lin Chen on the platform looked at each other. The level 7 Su spewed sulfur like gas from his nostrils, and the black flames were as fleeting as a burst of fire. Lin Chen also took the opportunity to see the other party's appearance clearly. A strange creature with a rhino horn on its forehead. Although it has a human body, it has more than a dozen arms wrapped around its waist, one of which holds another, like a belt wrapped together. This rhino-like level 7 Su stared at Lin Chen intently, with fierce eyes. Level 7 Su? This is really a rare guest. I didn't expect to meet a being like you in the land of hunting gods. Before level 7 Su could speak, Lin Chen continued with a joking look on his face. Why, are you here to attend my wedding? According to the process, we should have completed the wedding vows. Next, you can go to our house to attend the banquet. If you don't mind, I welcome you to the wedding. Lin Chen deliberately raised his voice, so that everyone present could hear clearly. People were stunned. Although they didn't know what these ghost things were, since they could enter the eternal airspace and kill NPCs, these things were definitely not the products of ordinary games. Maybe they were some kind of virus. The same system bug appeared. But even so, Lin Chen actually took the initiative to invite the other party to attend his wedding banquet. Some low-level players, who were running away, looked up at Lin Chen at this moment. They swallowed their saliva, and the despair in their eyes faded slightly, as if they were saved. Yes, just now, these wedding robbers sacrificed the lives of 200,000 or 300,000 players and failed to stop Lin Chen's wedding. How could they forget the existence of such a level, the top of the ladder list, the first in combat power in the whole server? If such a ruthless person takes action, maybe everything can turn around. The weird-looking level 7 Su lowered his head at this time, as if thinking about something, and said nothing. This scene made the players, who were still celebrating a moment ago, jump in their hearts. Oops. They suddenly thought of another outcome. What if Lin Chen really wanted to invite the other party to the wedding? After all, these players are desperate to become the wedding robbers to prevent Lin Chen from getting married. Try to think from their perspective. If they were treated like this by so many players and the system, they would have risen up long ago. Not to mention inviting them to attend their wedding, it would be no exaggeration to surrender directly to the enemy. Could it be that Lin Chen was going to form a united front with these ruins and attack the players? But they were in the wrong. If Lin Chen treated them like this because of the wedding robbery incident just now, the players of the land of the hunting gods could only swallow their anger. Lin Chen. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Lin Chen continued to raise his voice. My friend, we can make peace with each other. If you honor me by attending my wedding, everything just now can be written off. While Lin Chen was talking to level 7 ruins, Elena suddenly took a step back silently. She came to the side of a shadow behind Lin Chen and carefully tapped the ground with her toes. Then, a black shadow appeared beside Elena. Lady Elena. Oh no, Lady Madam. The person who spoke was none other than Altair, one of Lin Chen's 3-player level undead followers. They called Lin Chen the Monarch, and Elena, who was now Lin Chen's wife, was the Madam. Elena didn't care about the so-called mistress title, but whispered, Go find Xiaoyun, and protect her after you see her. Elena paused. If possible, it's best to bring her here. Yes. Altair immediately agreed, and then disappeared without making any sound. Level 7 ruins seemed to react at this time. It looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Human, what did you just say? Lin Chen smiled very gently. I said that if you do me the honor of coming to my wedding banquet, everything that happened just now will be forgiven. 7 continued to hold the scepter with a gradually angry hand, and then trembled slightly. A level 6 Su standing behind the level 7 Su was so angry that he wanted to rush over and twist off Lin Chen's head. Just now, they had lost 8 level 6 Su one after another, and all of them died at the hands of Lin Chen. Now he was shamelessly. Let bygones be bygones? How could he have the face to say such an insane thing? Seeing that the level 6 Su behind him were about to go berserk, the level 7 Su stretched out a hand and made a stop gesture, and the high-level Su behind him did not rush forward in a frenzy. Lin Chen suddenly took a step forward and moved closer to level 7 Su. Then, Lin Chen seemed to whisper in level 7 Su's ear. I know why you appeared in the land of hunting gods. It's because you were summoned, right? After saying this, level 7 Su finally raised his head, and his black eyes were staring at Lin Chen curiously. If I'm not mistaken, the 3 system administrators have gone to the border area to check the status of the code gate, and after luring them away from the mountain, you were summoned to the eternal airspace. Lin Chen continued, but I think you didn't think about why you appeared here, because the code gate didn't collapse at all. Chapter 476. While speaking, Lin Chen deliberately raised his eyebrows at the level 7 ruins in front of him. The level 7 ruins with rhino horns looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. Although it did not answer, the level 6 ruins behind it were not so calm. These level 6 ruins, who looked like followers, began to discuss. Strictly speaking, they didn't know whether what Lin Chen said was right or not. They had been looking forward to entering the land of the hunting god for a long time, but the giant code gate that sealed them in the border area was still there. As long as that thing existed, they would not be able to enter the land of the hunting god. But now, it seems that a very small loophole appeared out of nowhere. They were able to enter the land of the hunting god thanks to that loophole, but they didn't know what the hell was going on. They originally thought that they could kill as much as they wanted after entering the land of the hunting god, but they didn't expect that 8 level 6 Su were killed as soon as they appeared. If it weren't for the level 7 Su that looked like a rhino horn, the number of deaths would have continued to rise. Level 7 Su was silent for a while, then looked at Lin Chen. Even if you were right, what does it have to do with us? The black vortex above his head was still expanding far away. Compared with just now, the sky at this time had covered the entire eternal sky. As time went by, it would not be long before it began to expand to the outer areas, and then it would not be just the eternal sky. It seemed that if they were given enough time, they seemed to be ready to get involved in the entire god-hunting land. It's okay, I just made a guess, but judging from the expressions you showed, you may not know much. Lin Chen was a little disappointed. It seemed that the special changes in his wedding were not caused by these ruins. It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to continue to ask the pioneer or the other 2 administrators. In this case, Lin Chen had nothing to say to the other party. On the contrary, all his attention was now focused on the growing black vortex above his head. If the sky curtain expanded, more than level 7 ruins would appear. I'm sorry, since you don't plan to come to my wedding banquet, I won't keep you for dinner. Lin Chen suddenly glanced at the level 7 ruins, then turned his head to look at Elena. The female elf understood, and she took a step forward slightly. Not only her, a female elf with short hair also appeared beside Elena with a burst of black mist. Chilua, catch it. Before Chilua's body was completely solidified, Lin Chen threw a book to her. Chilua took it with both hands respectfully, and when she looked closely, it turned out to be the Windcatcher Awakening Skill book. The awakening skills of ordinary professions can only be learned after completing the awakening ceremony at the professional mentor NPC, but there are too many special props gift packs in Lin Chen's backpack, such as this. Not for sale. There are also skill books, not to mention the awakening skill book of the Wind Catcher. Lin Chen has 7 or 8 awakening skill books of different professions in his backpack. Learn now, you will need it later, Lin Chen said. Yes. Qilu agreed and looked at Elena. The two sisters smiled at the same time. Then, 2 strong winds suddenly blew out from the high platform, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. As the 2 women drew their bows and arrows, the expression of level 7 Su began to change. What are you going to do? Not only Lin Chen, but the performance of these 2 women also made this level 7 ruin feel deeply uneasy. It raised the scepter in its hand high, and a thick black wave like water was running on the top. Some kind of black fog fell from the sky, as if responding to the actions of the level 7 ruin. However, Lin Chen just waved his hand lightly, and the violent fluctuations dissipated instantly. You? The level 7 ruin was facing a great enemy. It finally realized that something was wrong. The ability of the man in front of it was very unreasonable. According to their speculation on the operation time of the Hunting God Land, the average level of the Hunting God Land is about 60. Even for extremely strong players, their average combat power can only be slightly tied with the level 5 ruin, and basically no one can face the level 6 ruin. But now, this Lin Chen seems to be more than enough to deal with it. Don't worry, don't worry. Lin Chen whispered. You are too early to appear, I will see if I can send you back. What did you say? But this time Lin Chen did not answer the other party, but exchanged a look with Elena. After that, Lin Chen switched to the skill panel of Universal, raised his head, and threw a level 60 skill called Holy Will flowing light to the sky. A meteor flying in the opposite direction rushed into the sky, and the strong light, like a fierce incandescent lamp, completely exploded above the square. It flew higher and higher, as if it was about to plunge into the black vortex. It should have been in late night. The dark sky suddenly lit up at this moment, and all players could see everything in sight. Not only that, in this extremely hot temperature, the players and the ruins felt a little suffocated. The eternal sky lost the digitalization unique to the land of the hunting god, and it became more like the real world, so the skills that should have been ordinary seemed very sacred in the world today. Soon, the endless eternal sky, which was as big as an empire, was shrouded in this white light that pierced the sky. Bang! The white light exploded after reaching the critical point. Just like fireworks, the scattered white light flickered like lenses. Ding! 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 Under the crisp sound, it was as if the space of heaven and earth collapsed. Lin Chen, the caster, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this scene. Good guy, let's not talk about practicality, this effect is really not to be underestimated. Wife, it's your turn. Lin Chen looked at Elena. The 2 female elves understood, and they shot out the fully drawn bows and arrows. Wind Catcher awakening skill Skybreaker. Swoosh. One wave after another, when everyone's eyes were all fixed on the white light in the sky, 2 hard-shaking bell sounds rang in people's ears. A moment later, accompanied by 2 increasingly large energy arrows shot into the air, the clouds and air in the eternal sky were sucked and surged wildly. For a moment, the sky was spinning, and endless elemental factors gathered and broke, and then broke and reorganized. They followed the 2 arrows tightly, like 2 blue dragons rising into the sky. On a street in the eternal sky, a mage player had just killed a level 3 ruin with the skill Fingertip Fire. He was opening a blood bottle and pouring it into his mouth, but the next moment, he quickly covered the mouth of the blood bottle in his hand tightly, because he could feel that the potion in his blood bottle was about to flow out. It was as if it was being attracted and pulled by something. What the hell? The player looked up suddenly, and suddenly saw 2 tornado-like things flying into the sky. Looking closely, he saw that the top of the tornado was actually 2 arrows. Elsewhere, Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong were so surprised at the scene above that they were speechless. Is this something that a player could do? They looked at the 2 female elves on the high platform with pale faces. They still remembered that they had seen a similar tornado in the challenge field of the level 50 world boss, the god of fierce wind. But that was the ultimate skill of the world boss. Even so, the momentum of the tornado could not catch up with the power of the 2 tornadoes that were rising into the sky now. What did Lin Chen and Irina do before and after the challenge field of the god of fierce wind? Why does it feel like not only Lin Chen, but even Irina has hidden her strength? Chapter 477. Lin Chen's hair and clothes began to rustle in the strong wind. As expected, the sense of reality was getting stronger and stronger. The platform was sandwiched in the middle of two tornadoes, like a loach teetering between two mad dragons. The level 7 ruin stumbled at this moment. It was forced to fall to the ground by the two strong winds, and then stabbed the ground with a scepter in its hand to stabilize its body. He was better, but the level 6 ruins behind him were not so lucky. Many of the level 6 ruins had no way to remain stable. If they were not careful, they would be sucked in by the reverse flow of the two tornadoes, and then their whole bodies would be cut by the wind flow that turned clockwise at different times, and there was no movement anymore. Because the holy light that Lynchen had just used exploded under the sky, blocking part of the vortex from spreading, the space above his head had begun to become chaotic, and the loophole that allowed the Sioux to enter from another world was no longer stable. So at this time, after two tornadoes named Smashing Skies soared into the sky, the loophole became even smaller. Level 7 Sioux already knew what Lynchen was going to do. Whether it was Holy Light or Smashing Sky, these two skills had the ability to stir up space, and he was going to use space skills to fill the loophole. Don't even think about it. Level 7 Ruins gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up straight, but just as he was about to do something, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him from a distance. A dagger was placed across his neck without anyone noticing. His breath was choked, and Level 7 Ruins looked at the black figure behind him with his peripheral vision in disbelief. Altair stood behind Level 7 Ruins with an expressionless face. Strangely enough, both of their bodies were emitting black mist unnoticeably. One was the undead follower, and the other was Ruins. Neither of them moved, forming a special stalemate. Lynchen raised his head and looked at the huge sticky black vortex above his head. At this time, two tornadoes had already inserted into it. The entire sky trembled at this moment, and the rumbling sound was like thunder. Although it can be seen that the vortex and holes are smaller, there are still a lot of Sioux rushing out from the inside. Not enough. Some more explosive stuff is needed. Lynchen shouted in a low voice, "Shield Mountain." Before the voice fell, Shield Mountain, holding a shield, walked out of the fog and knelt on one knee. "Lord, based on your impression of the two branches of the Knight's job transfer, are there any skills that can cause spatial disorder?" Shield Mountain frowned and thought. In less than 5 seconds, he immediately raised his head. "Lord, level 58 skill Holy Echo and level 62 skill Heavenly Storm." Lynchen immediately searched in his backpack. Unfortunately, he did have the so-called Holy Echo, but the more advanced Heavenly Storm was a little hard to find. "Take it, and after you learn it, shoot it towards the sky." "Yes." After that, Lynchen used private chat with friends to briefly express his thoughts to Feng Chenjizi and Tang Yutong. To be on the safe side, he also sent a call from the president in the guild channel. Soon, 20 or 30 players ran to the bottom of the platform in the strong wind. These people were Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others who received Lin Chen's message. "Brother." Feng Chen raised his head and shouted to the top of the platform. "What do you say? Use skills at the sky." Lin Chen bowed his head and responded, "Yes, but only space skills are needed, the rest is not necessary." "Understood." Then, various forces with different momentum began to gather spontaneously in a regular manner. In this world, with the square of the eternal airspace as the center, waves of heat and cold currents appeared alternately, waves and strong lights came one after another, ice crystals in the air continued to form upwards, flames climbed up along the two huge tornadoes, electric currents went straight up and down, and there were countless blades. On the visible sky, endless forces began to gather and converge. They formed a huge irregular pillar, with two tornadoes as the center. Buzz, buzz! The sound of energy fluctuations covered the sky, and the endless storms carried various elements and spread from the inside out one after another. The space was visible to the naked eye and turned into ripples. Many players subconsciously looked down at their hands. Not only their arms, but their entire bodies were shaken like twisted paper under the influence of these energies. Just the gathering of these energies of different attributes and elements, the sky of the eternal sky has made a strange sound of collapse. What should we do? Should we join them? Looking at the top of their heads, some players who were farther away also came to their senses, but they didn't know what was going on, so they didn't follow up immediately. "I see that these skills can affect space. Can you, an assassin, join in the fun? Then you should be able to. Doesn't the god of war have a move sky-splitting fist? How about we wait and see for a while?" "Wait and see, sister. If you don't go, I will. If I can patch up the sky, I will have saved the world." Soon, more and more players took action in every corner of the eternal airspace. All kinds of beams shot up into the sky, and joined in with skills that could affect space. As time went by, the entire eternal airspace lit up. The violent fluctuations were accompanied by the flashing of light sources that made it impossible to look directly at them. Lin Chen's eyes could not stop blinking wildly. The equipment he was wearing was blown to pieces by the gathering of such manic energy. The capillaries on his skin were constantly dilated. The energy flowing out of the body was affected by it, and Lin Chen's breathing became much more difficult. Good fellow. It was also the first time he had seen such a scene. Whether it would succeed or not depended on what would happen next. Chapter 478. The skills that covered the sky and the sun finally gathered in the sky, and more players began to imitate them, throwing skills randomly above their heads. Most of the skills at the beginning could stir the space, but as time went on, the players who didn't know what was going on didn't care about anything else, and all kinds of skills emerged one after another. A large number of elemental fluctuations were like water flowing towards a certain point in the sky. If the energy just now was enough to move Lin Chen, at this moment, the high platform where Lin Chen stood began to gradually crack, and more energy burst out, and finally shattered the high platform. Boom! After the platform was shattered in an instant, Lin Chen and Elena had no choice but to fall to the ground. The feeling of falling from a high altitude was the same as on Earth, which made both of them a little uncomfortable, so that the couple involuntarily stepped back several steps. Good boy. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, ignoring his feet, and raised his head with some difficulty to see the extremely huge energy-gathering body in the sky. As time went on, the irregular energy body was undergoing some changes. The energy body finally turned into a spear-like posture, with a pattern like a strange totem forming a special spear body. The top of the energy-filled spearhead was the spearhead flashing with strong light. Boom! As the player's skills were poured into the energy spear, a strange energy sonic boom would be emitted. The huge energy spreading in the spear body was enough to make Lin Chen and Elena feel palpitations. Husband, are you sure you can do this? Elena was looking at Lin Chen with some concern. Now, because of the vortex of the sky, the entire eternal airspace has become like the real world. The high platform that was originally invincible has even been destroyed. If something goes wrong, they are not the system administrators of the judges and pioneers, and they don't know how to repair it. Now, this is the only way. Muttering to himself as he looked at the increasingly solid spear above his head, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at the level 7 ruins held hostage by Brother Roar. Seeing its nervous and angry expression, Lin Chen's guess should be correct. He would not doubt how terrifying the energy contained in this spear would be if it pierced into the sky. Not to mention the consequences, as long as he could close the vortex above his head, it would be fine. Lin Chen once again glanced at level 7 Su, who was standing with Roaring Brother. Unlike just now, the emotions in level 7 Su's eyes at this moment were a bit complicated, with a hint of worry and fear. This emotion was a bit strange, as if he was praying for something. Could it be? Lin Chen raised his head, and at this time he noticed that on the huge black sky above his head, countless black lines were floating around the vortex, and a pungent stench could be smelled. This smell is usually emitted when a high-level ruin appears. Is there a new high-level ruin coming out? And combined with the worried look of the 7th level ruin, the one who is about to come out should be a big boss. Lin Chen guessed correctly. The vortex above his head is not so much a door as a container. An extremely terrifying thing is hidden at the other end of the vortex. If it were before, the thing that was about to appear would definitely descend from the vortex with ecstasy, but now, it sensed the unusualness of the outside world, and was reluctant to appear. Hey! After thinking of this, Lin Chen was immediately happy. It turned out that there was a big die hidden in the vortex of the sky. What a coincidence! When it was about to appear and blind the players, this spear condensed by countless high-level players was hanging at its door. As long as it appeared, it would be pierced by the spear. Lin Chen immediately looked at the 7th level ruins in the distance, and he smiled. What level is this turtle? 8th level? The 7th level ruins immediately glared at Lin Chen. How can such a small loophole withstand the advent of the great 8th level ruins? Oh! Lin Chen was a little disappointed. In other words, the one who is about to appear is the best of your 7th level ruins, similar to the half-step 8th level in the novel? Or is it 7th level ruins great perfection? This time the other party did not answer, and it seemed that there was no nature of answer. But what Lin Chen wanted to know was clear. He raised his head and immediately thought of a plan. If this coward does not come out, then he will go to help. Thinking of this, Lin Chen waved to Tang Yu, who was not far away. Feng Chen, who was standing next to Tang Yu, was the first to react. He immediately ran to where Lin Chen was, but he was pulled back by Tang Yu after just 2 steps. Looking for me. After Tang Yu pulled Feng Chen back, he walked to Lin Chen's side in the raging energy storm. Brother Lin. Xiao Tang, have you learned the air dance technique? Yes, what do you want me to do? Send me up. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the vortex. Just throw me into the vortex. After this, not only Tang Yu, but also Elena was stunned. What are you going to do? Elena grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve, with a very serious expression on her face. Lin Chen put his hand on the back of the female elf's white hand and patted it gently. It's okay, I just want to go up and take a look. If possible, I want to pull that dog out. How dangerous it would be. Elena shook her head immediately. I don't agree unless you take me with you. It was the first time that Lin Chen saw Elena showing such a resolute expression. She stared at him with angry eyes, which was actually a little cute. I won't hold you back. Maybe I can even help you. Elena didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refute, and continued, even if you don't take me with you, I will use 1,000 miles of beauty to fly over. Lin Chen was speechless. This skill is not for you to use like this. But the female elf seemed very tough. She stopped talking, just looked at Lin Chen. Okay. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, and looked at Tang Yu. Xiao Tang, take your sister-in-law up with you. Hearing this, Elena smiled again, with a hint of cunning as if she had succeeded. Tang Yu didn't care, but he hadn't tried to use the flying technique to fly 2 people. While he was hesitating, a woman came up from behind Tang Yu. I take my sister-in-law over. Looking closely, it was the female berserker named Sister Tong Tong. Thank you. Chapter 479. Let's go! Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong looked at each other, and then each took Lin Chen and Elena into the air. The spear that gathered energy was like a pillar supporting the heaven and earth, and it was hard to say when it would go upstream and pierce into the sky. In this scene, 4 figures soared into the sky around the spear like small flying insects, and their speed became faster and faster. In the end, they were almost swept onto the spear body by the dense space turbulence in the sky. However, Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong were both good at using the air dance technique. They dodged and grabbed Lin Chen and Elena to get out of the space. Their skin was pierced by the countless energies and it hurt. Finally, when they were about to touch the vortex of the sky, Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong's skin began to show signs of burning. Hiss. The huge pain climbed up the faces of the 2 people. Lin Chen could clearly feel that Tang Yu, who was pulling him, was shaking. Xiao Tang, don't be brave. If you can't do it, throw me up now. I have a way to get up. Lin Chen was ready to break free from Tang Yu's hand. But Tang Yu yelled, it's okay, I can do it. Then, he and Sister Tong Tong looked at each other, nodded, and then suddenly accelerated. A huge sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the 2 of them, with their bodies riddled with holes from the energy attack, almost at the same time, used all their strength to throw Lin Chen and Elena into the void. Go! Lin Chen and Elena's bodies continued to rush upwards, with the help of huge inertia, and then sank into the black cloud under their gaze, disappearing into the black vortex. Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong, who had lost their strength, finally couldn't maintain the air dance at this moment, and began to fall rapidly. Buzz! In the dark space, 2 dark green and blue lights lit up one by one. The 2 lights gently spread out in this strange dark land, which dispelled the ubiquitous darkness. Afterwards, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the darkness. Lin Chen subconsciously turned his head, and saw Irina's eyes flashing with bright light beside him. The 2 were really thrown in alive, but the other side of the sky vortex was not what he thought. It was completely another space, and it was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. When Elena, who was a 2nd-level Windcatcher Arrow God, was here, a bright blue light flowed around her. Combined with her otherworldly appearance, it seemed to illuminate the many filth in this land. Lin Chen smiled at her, and the next moment, he also turned on the 2nd-level professional light effect of Universal. Suddenly, after the dark green light, a more holy white light rippled from his feet, sweeping out like ripples. Boom! A crisp sound fell, followed by a series of shrill screams. The light shone like an incandescent lamp, forming a gradually spreading light spot around. Lin Chen and Elena glanced, and saw countless shadowy black shadows crawling and hiding in the darkness, with blood-red light flashing in their eyes. Su is everywhere. The black mist and liquid flowing inside and outside their bodies made Lin Chen very familiar. When they saw these things, a murderous intent swept from head to toe, and a sense of crisis sounded from Lin Chen and Elena's body like a siren. Elena subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lin Chen. Roar! Countless dark limbs turned into the most ferocious weapons and attacked Lin Chen and Elena. In this strange space, There were no high-level beings like level 6 and 7, but these low-level beings without minds had combat power no less than level 50 players. At this moment, they were stimulated by the light flowing from Lin Chen and Elena, and launched an attack regardless of everything. Get out! Lin Chen glanced at the locusts swarming around him, and shouted coldly, and then white flames rose from the ground under his feet. The riots around him disappeared, and the bodies of the Sioux who rushed over fell to the ground like wheat ears, and finally turned into pools of black blood under the burning of white flames. Sage level 45 skill redemption mantra. After releasing the skill, before Lin Chen could speak, Elena on the side immediately noticed something, and she shook her wrist, and a gorgeous bow and arrow appeared in her hand. She pulled her hand back from Lin Chen's palm, and the female elf shot an arrow into the darkness in front of her right. Swish! The arrow shot out with a loud sound of breaking through the air. Its power was so great that everything around it, even the space, collapsed wherever it passed. There was also a light blue tail flame at the end of the arrow, which looked like an intercontinental missile whizzing out. But when the arrow disappeared into the darkness, like a silver needle falling into the abyss, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Should we say that the size of this space is really amazing, or is there some very powerful existence that took Elena's arrow? Without giving the two a chance to think, a strange noise came from the right front. In an instant, a huge black energy body swept out from the darkness, bringing endless cold air to rush towards Lin Chen and Elena. The black energy body surrounded by black mist was like a huge fist. In a short period of time, the things hidden in this area and Elena fought back and forth, and they actually started fighting. Lin Chen raised his mouth, pulled Elena behind him, and then took a step forward. He clenched his fist and punched forward. A flat attack with 400,000 attack power is sometimes more useful than the fancy universalist ultimate move. With a fiery breath that could burn the space, Lin Chen actually completely defeated the cold current and black mist with one punch. Puff! The energy body that turned into black mist and dissipated in front of him made a sound of deflation, and then completely turned into nothingness. The ubiquitous darkness that enveloped the two people also gradually faded at this moment. Shaking his hands, Lin Chen nodded with some satisfaction. Without the cold mechanical data of the hunting god land, whether in this place or on Earth, according to the conversion of his 400,000 attack power panel, Lin Chen is now almost the same as the powerful beings in those fantasy cultivation novels. It's a pity that he hasn't learned the air dance technique and can't fly yet. It seems that he has to learn the air dance technique even if he doesn't do anything this time. At this moment, it seems that the ground composed of black fog is spreading far away from them. In the center of the black land, a figure wearing black armor, and even a huge cloak behind him walked over step by step, with a step that doesn't recognize relatives. Huala, huala, huala. When walking, there is even the sound of armor clashing. Seeing this huge figure getting closer and closer, Lin Chen even needs to raise his head to see the other party clearly. Hey, the turtle is finally going to show up? Chapter 480. Don't try to anger me, players from the land of the hunting god. This level 7 great perfection Sioux stood in front of Lin Chen and Elena like a killing god. Although his body also flowed with strange black mist and liquid, compared with all the Sioux that Lin Chen had seen before, this guy's body was the most human. His body was tall, and standing in front of this guy, Lin Chen and Elena were like newborn babies. I know what you want to do. Sioux's voice sounded dully. Are you going to lure me out and let that spear kill me? There was a hint of teasing in his tone, as if he was watching a child playing house tricks. And Lin Chen nodded very sincerely. Since you have guessed it, I won't hide it from you. How about it? Please do me a favor and go out to breathe some fresh air. Sioux stopped talking, just looked at Lin Chen coldly. And Lin Chen continued to shrug and said, in fact, luring you out is just a side job. My main purpose is to close this portal, otherwise it will get bigger and bigger, and the whole hunting god land will be in chaos. Lin Chen was actually still thinking about another possibility. Should he try to communicate with Sioux and get some useful information from these ghosts? But Lin Chen quickly gave up the idea. The Sioux in front of him obviously did not regard him as someone he could confide in. On the contrary, he kept looking him up and down, as if he was very curious about Lin Chen. After a while, he suddenly asked, "It's strange, why are you so powerful?" It seemed that he felt that the power fluctuations flowing around Lin Chen were a little unusual. It is impossible for players of this period to have such exaggerated strength in a game world like the land of the hunting god, where monsters are killed step by step and level up. Could it be that those level 6 ruins that just left were killed by him? No wonder something is wrong with the land of the hunting god. They are still wondering why a loophole appeared so quickly. Could it have something to do with the player in front of him? But there is no need to think so much. Since something went wrong in the land of the hunting god, and he happened to pick up the advantage, and encountered a loophole that could enter it, such a great achievement, he would never give up. However, I don't know what this group of players did. They actually used their skills to gather a huge energy spear. If they were really stabbed by the spear, not to mention whether they would die, this loophole might really be repaired under the disorder of space. In this case, he needed to strike first and kill the two people in front of him first, and then find a way to deal with the spear. Su suddenly attacked violently, and the shadowy black power gathered from the surroundings to his wrist, and fiercely bombarded Lin and the other two in front of him. But he didn't expect that when he raised his hand, Lin Chen in front of him also moved. Lin Chen's idea was very simple. He was going to forcibly blast a gap in this space from the inside out, so that the spears from the outside could pour in. After all, this vortex is like a portal, and people can enter things like portals, but skills can't. Stop! Su's body was nearly 100 meters tall at this time, and his huge body stretched out in the black space. The heavy power also turned into a sharp spear and stabbed Lin Chen frantically. However, just as Lin Chen was about to distract himself to deal with it, Elena stood in front of him. Don't be distracted, husband, I do it. Without waiting for Lin Chen to react, Elena rushed out, facing the monstrous cold air in front of the ruins, and an endless light blue wind swept up. The storm space around Elena was like a huge magnetic field, which made the black fog around the ruins unable to get close. The female elf flashed in front of the ruins and kicked at the ruins. With a delicate cry, a stream of energy transformed into a wind blade hit the stabbing black spear. The two collided, and the surging energy factor scattered. With a slight tremor of her wrist, Elena had an extremely gorgeous white longbow in her hand, the artifact Featherfall. The longbow was as flexible as an arm, and the bowstring was unrestrained. In an instant, all the skills of Arrow God were released, bringing with them a blanket of arrow shadows that swept toward Shuiying. Huh? This Su was a little surprised to see Elena's fierce attack. In fact, his attention had always been on Lin Chen, and he didn't notice that this beautiful female elf was not a pushover, but he had no time to hesitate. If he wanted to kill Lin Chen, he had to get rid of the woman in front of him. After a cold snort, a black hand whose appearance could not be seen clearly grabbed the void. In this black space, black mist condensed instantly, and then condensed into a black broad blade in his hand. The knife chopped down, and the arrows shot over were broken into pieces, and the remaining force of the blade slashed towards Elena fiercely. Ding! Elena did not retreat but advanced. After her delicate body dodged the blade light, the longbow in her hand vibrated again. Swish! After drawing the bow and putting the arrow on it, a beam of light pierced through the void and hit the black knife in Su's hand. The two different auras collided with each other, causing a visible shock wave in the surrounding area. Some low-level Su who were closer were instantly killed by the shock wave. When the impact force backfired, Elena's body lightly retreated, but before she could stand firm, Su's body rushed over again. As expected of a top 7th level Su, such an exaggerated momentum is not comparable to that of a low-level Su. Elena's beautiful eyes condensed, she tapped the ground with her foot, and soared into the sky, lightly tapping the opponent's slashing blade, and the next moment, with the help of this force, she jumped directly above Su's head, holding the bow and bowstring in her two small hands. She pulled the bow into a full circle in midair, and the light beams gathered again in another way, instantly turning into a huge offensive with a hurricane. And then she loosened her fingers, and the beam of arrows heavily blasted towards Su below. Ha ha ha! Su laughed up to the sky, and after a roar, his huge body of nearly 100 meters faced the arrows falling in front of him. He threw away the black knife, and punched the top of his head. The surging black mist was like countless demonic energy rushing away. Just one punch completely blasted the arrow god's skills that fell down. As the light blue fragments flew all over the sky, Elena retreated in front of Lin Chen, with a strong murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. Interesting. Su grinned. Now the average level of the hunting god is only more than 60, and so many strong people have emerged. It's really interesting. As he said, he took a step forward. Is it interesting? Lin Chen's voice suddenly came. More interesting is still to come. Chapter 481. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the numerical feeling of this world that was different from the hunting god land, and he began to release the healing skills. Starting from the healer, all the way to the sage, universal, one after another, the enhanced skills lit up one after another. Not only that, some means of attack also began to gradually form. Buzz! When Lin Chen threw out the awakening skill universal holy light law, His body was completely covered by a dazzling white light, and then, the huge energy emitted by these lights made all places within a kilometer around him fall into a vacuum state. The black fog covered by the light circle was involuntarily retreating. The low-level ruins that had not escaped along the way were instantly turned into ashes, as soon as they touched this layer of light shield, and they could not even make a roar. Lin Chen planned to use his purification ability, as a universal one, as a means of clearing the way, and then break all laws with force. With his 400,000 attack power, under the guidance of the Universal One's skills, he could break the vortex connecting the land of the hunting god and this space. Even if he couldn't completely defeat it, he only needed to dig a hole, a small hole. Huh? Lin Chen closed his eyes first, and then opened them suddenly after exhaling. The next moment, as the dark green mist spread, Lin Chen's entire body was not only wrapped in white light, but also shrouded in the mist of King's domain. A certain dazzling domain was quietly opening up, and the momentum he created was several times more exaggerated than that of Elena just now. With a flip of his palm, the red broadsword rainbow light emerged from his palm. After losing the value of the hunting god land, the rainbow light became more lifelike, and countless rune-like patterns intertwined and flickered on the surface of the sword. The appearance of the artifact after adding 12 made the surrounding space obscure and profound. Swish! The long sword rang out like a knife, and the rainbow light was grasped by Lin Chen with his backhand. Then a shadow rose from behind him. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen's body seemed to have become thousands of feet in size. Compared with that Su, Lin Chen was a real giant. He held the sword with both hands, and his shadow enveloped the dark space. I don't know if it was because the momentum created by my skills was too exaggerated, or because the skill spear outside the space was so close, this space began to distort irregularly at this time. Tear. Su looked up, and was stunned by the terrifying fluctuation. Is this a 60-plus level player? It's not like this. Su has never seen a player before. In the first round of the hunting god land, he even fought with a 90-level player. But now, he said without exaggeration that a 90-level player in the first round could not make such a scene. A gleam of light flashed across his demon pupils. This Su didn't hesitate at all, and rushed straight towards Lin Chen. If he didn't stop him now, there would be no chance later. But before he rushed out a few steps, a huge tornado formed out of thin air in front of him. As the hurricane spun, it blocked all the magic light. He was moving forward. Don't even think about getting through. Elena stood behind the hurricane with a slender figure, her indifferent tone filled with coldness. Damn it, damn woman, get out of my way. Su looked at the female elf blocking the way ahead, his eyes full of ferocity. He shouted anxiously, and at the same time, the monstrous magic energy gathered crazily again. Elena did not move. Endless demonic energy spun rapidly, and finally turned into a huge black ball of light in front of the ruins. Screams came from the ball of light, like the howling of thousands of ghosts, and the night march of hundreds of ghosts. Facing the huge black ball that covered the sky, Elena's body was so small that it could be ignored, but the target of this huge black ball was still Lin Chen. Boom! Facing such an attack, Elena still did not retreat. Her figure moved wildly, and she saw the cold light around her body surge. In just a few breaths, she drew her bow and arrow, and a blue petal that was completely gathered by energy appeared at the junction of the bowstring and the bow. The petals were azure blue, with a hint of sticky luster that was barely noticeable. Arrow God level 62 skill wither. Go! With a cry, after Elena loosened her fingers, the blue petals that had been blooming suddenly withered away, leaving only the sticky luster arrow rushing out. Finally, the luster and the huge ball of light collided heavily. Boom! The explosion sounded earth-shaking. The space that was already distorted by Lin Chen's interference was even more shaky at this time. The two opposite forces tore some imperceptible cracks in the surrounding black world. Then, Elena's breath was choked, and a mouthful of blood was clearly spit out from the corner of her mouth. Fighting against this level of high-level ruins, Elena's strength was still a little insufficient. However, the purpose of buying time for Lin Chen had been achieved. The rainbow sword held by Lin Chen's hands was finally fully charged, and he immediately stabbed it down. Puff! Outside, above the eternal airspace, the spear has been completely formed. The energy aggregate under so many skills has stirred up chaos around the world. More and more players began to move away from the square. The surrounding buildings collapsed, the grass and trees withered, and the endless thunder and firestorms flowed like crazy around the sky. The spear was also moving towards the sky imperceptibly. Every time it moved, indescribable energy fluctuations would spread out. Such ripples and vibrations would make people's hearts tremble, and many players vomited out of disgust. In the land of the hunting god, They would never come up with such a thing. What happened? What happened? People stared at the vortex in the sky with their eyes wide open, tacitly staring at it. Do you think this thing can really close the black portal above? I don't think it's a sure thing. After all, we don't know if this thing is a portal or not. I've never heard of a skill that can penetrate a portal. Just as people were discussing this, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. A sharp-eyed player suddenly widened his eyes, and pointed excitedly at the top of his head. Hole. There's a hole. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, the black vortex sky suddenly cracked a small hole at this time. The light beam shot down from the crack, which seemed so discordant. The pupils of the level 7 ruin with rhino horns on his head shrank, and his whole body trembled violently. This is bad? After saying that, he ignored the machete that Roaring Brother held in front of his neck, and his whole body suddenly soared into the sky, rushing towards the vortex of the sky curtain regardless of everything. How could it have thought that those two people could actually open a gap from the inside of the loophole? Chapter 482. The gap that appeared on the surface of the black vortex grew larger from the inside out. Looking up from the outside, one could see a beam of strong light shooting down from the inside, as if a huge door was forcibly broken open from the inside. As the energy spear continued to move upward, it was about to pierce into the gap. At this critical moment, a dark body was wrapped in endless black air, as fast as a missile flying in the opposite direction, rushing towards the direction of the space gap and the tip of the spear. Damn it! How could such a great opportunity be wasted like this? The level 7 ruins with a rhino horn on its head kept muttering. Although it didn't know who Lin Chen was, it could guess that this person was not simple. This loophole that allowed them to enter the land of the hunting god was probably related to that person. But they never thought that this person could actually close the loophole. If this spear pierces the gap and the energy explodes, they will not be able to find such a good opportunity to enter the land of the hunting god in a short time. Damn it! Damn it! Although the 7-level Niu Jiao's body was extremely fast, it could not move forward in the face of the space so close. The power contained in the spear was too terrifying, and there were also a lot of space means in it. Every time it got closer, its body would strangely move away. No! 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 It roared, but it could not move any closer. It could only look up and watch the huge spear that pierced the sky getting closer and closer to the gap. At the same time, at the junction of the gap and the outside world, a figure appeared in the sight of the Niu Jiao level 7 ruins. Its anxious look had not disappeared yet, and it saw Lin Chen directly. Lin Chen appeared at the edge of the open space gap and looked down at everything in the eternal airspace from the inside out, staring at the huge spear that was so huge that it was impossible to look directly at it with a serious face. Crack! The huge sound made by the energy spear, when it moved, stimulated the eardrums of every player. The space between heaven and earth began to slowly collapse under the influence of the spear, and the rioting elemental factors and space fluctuations had the momentum of crushing under its mighty force. Then, the energy spear that was close at hand began to undergo some strange changes. Lin Chen's face could even feel the hot contact of some energy on his skin, and the tearing pain became more and more real as the spear approached. Good guy, just its sharpness made Lin Chen unable to stop it. The next moment, the huge spear in front suddenly became smaller. It seemed that in order to adapt to the size of the gap, the volume of this spear was shrinking. The huge spear that covered the sky and the sun a moment ago, like a pillar of heaven, now shrunk like a tree, but the pressure and energy brought by its power increased exponentially as its volume shrank. When its size was as small as a real spear, Lin Chen was even forced to spit out blood from his mouth by the energy contained in the spear. Such a terrifying power was unheard of by Lin Chen. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Lin Chen stared at the energy spear in front of him that was about to touch him. It was so round and beautiful, and it flashed with colorful rays of light. The spear drilled smoothly from the gap. It came in and floated to Lin Chen's side. When Lin Chen saw the spear was so close to him, he was torn to pieces by the force and suddenly yelled, "Wife!" The next moment, Elena, who was fighting with the mountain-sized Su, suddenly used the couple's skill 1,000 miles of beauty. The next moment, her figure suddenly disappeared in front of Su, and the opponent's black fog just hid it. Elena, who was fighting with Su, was already at the end of her strength. Even if she used many tricks, Elena was not as strong as Lin Chen. She could not break the opponent's defense at all. If she was not careful, she would be killed or injured if she was hit by Su. Therefore, the female elf was dodging during the entanglement. With the blessing of King's domain, Elena's movement speed increased greatly, which prevented the opponent from attacking her in the true sense. Now, She used the couple teleportation skill to instantly come to Lin Chen's side, and Su was the only one left in the empty area around. "Where are you running?" Su yelled, and just as he was about to chase after him, he froze in his tracks. Something was wrong. When he looked again, he trembled all over. Lin Chen suddenly smiled at him, and then grabbed the spear in front of him. Paw! The power flowing through the spear instantly blasted Lin Chen's palm into powder. Shoo! Lin Chen frowned, and the next moment, with his powerful health recovery and the skill blessing from Universal, Lin Chen's palm also grew in an instant, but it collapsed again before it was completely formed. This cycle repeated, and Lin Chen was sweating profusely. Seeing this, Elena tightly grasped Lin Chen's other hand, with extreme worry on her face, but she didn't dare to say anything to disturb him, and could only look at her man carefully. Undergoing such terrible pain, Lin Chen reluctantly changed the direction of the spear, and the spearhead pointed directly at the direction of the ruins. This level 7 great perfection. Su felt a chill down his spine at this moment. You are planning this." But Lin Chen ignored him, and just looked at him coldly. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised the spear from his hand, and made an aiming gesture. Then he threw it over. Swish. Chapter 483. Su stared blankly at the spear whistling towards him not far from his chest. The energy fluctuations on its surface were more exaggerated than what he had just felt. In the flashing light, the interior was filled with a huge power that he had never seen before. Su felt that all his senses at this moment were magnified countless times. As strong as the 7th level of great perfection, his body, which was only one step away from reaching the 8th level, became a little light at this time, and a strange tearing feeling made him a little dazed. Escape! This thought flashed through his mind, and the next moment he didn't think any more, and he suddenly rose into the air, ready to escape as much as possible. But he suddenly found that he couldn't move. The murderous aura from Lin Chen's eyes made him tremble. It was this short moment that made Su lose the best time to escape. Killing intent. Where did the killing intent come from? He raised his head and looked at Lin Chen dully, but found that Lin Chen was looking at him indifferently. Is it you? Even when facing an existence that has stepped half a foot into the 8th level of Su, Lin Chen's fearful killing intention is still useful. No. Su only had time to say this one word. The next moment, he suddenly looked down at the spear that had already stabbed at him. Huh? Puff! The inside of the spear made an extremely loud noise. All the strength in Su's body was instantly drained. The next moment, his huge body was easily pierced by the spear that had turned into a tiny silver needle. The spear sank into him from the front, and then jumped out from the back. The black eyes, like copper bells, were staring at the front without a life. There, the bodies of Lin Chen and Elena were becoming blurry. Then a huge tearing sensation erupted from his body, and the spear pierced through his body without losing its strength, whistling towards the deeper darkness behind Su, while Su was still standing there in a daze. Zzz. Accompanied by bursts of electric current sounds, Su's body began to light up with flickering light, and countless cracks suddenly appeared on his chest, like a broken eggshell. The next moment, a huge amount of energy made his body suddenly surge, and a large number of white lines crawled all over his body. A burning smell came, and Lin Chen and Elena subconsciously covered their noses. Crackle. The sound of electricity gradually turned into a crisp explosion. The murmurs from Su's throat were like the low moans of a demon, and eventually became smaller and smaller. Half a breath later, this existence comparable to level 8 Su shook all over, and then, his body suddenly exploded. The surging black demonic energy was disappearing madly, and a shrill scream followed. No! Boom! A huge shock wave swept through this black space, and the fragments of Su's body shot back and forth in this dark space, and the broken fragments scattered all over the ground, and the diffuse black gas and liquid flowed on the ground, sticky and disgusting. But Lin Chen didn't care how the Su died. His eyes were fixed on the distance, where the spear disappeared. The main purpose of killing Su was to get this vortex portal. The outside world. When the spear shrank and pierced into the gap, the surroundings became very quiet. The players in the eternal sky space subconsciously looked at the sky and the rain, and no one knew what would happen next. As time went by, after about 5 minutes, the players' vision began to be disturbed by a very strong light, and then their hearing and vision were blocked by some kind of energy. Except for the tingling of the skin, they could not perceive or see any images of the energy spear and the sky vortex. However, a huge tremor soon came to them. It was the first time for the players to feel such a strong vibration under their feet, just like the highest level of earthquake disaster. Some players, who were closer, even stumbled, and were illuminated by some scattered strong light. The next moment, their bodies were instantly affected by the heat wave and turned into ashes. Boom! Energy turned into endless waves and fell from the sky. From a distance, it was as if a huge sun was formed out of thin air above the sky, and the shock wave like a terrible solar flare hit them without any cover. These unbridled energies were extremely hot, and they also contained extreme cold power. Various elemental factors were mixed at this time, and then detonated one after another in the explosion. People finally realized something. The energy sphere condensed by their skills should have exploded inside the gap. But I never thought that the power would be so great. This explosion was so spectacular that the rain curtain above was swept away, and the violent light quickly replaced the black vortex of the sky. The players looked up at the sky in a daze, but ignored that they should escape. Many people stretched their arms. They had given up running away, because they had tried it before. After the teleportation guide was killed, they tried to use the guild teleportation skills or enter the dungeon to leave this place, but they couldn't do it. It seemed that this eternal airspace covered by the vortex had lost the way to leave. They could only wait for death to come, waiting for the power that was originally released by themselves to tear their bodies apart in turn. Plop! Plop! As the sound and heat wave gradually got closer, the players could already hear their own heartbeats, and everything else was silent. In the void, a figure covered in a robe appeared at one end of the sky. He stared at the chaotic sky, with a complex emotion on his expressionless face. Then, space fluctuations began to appear around the man with long hair like a waterfall. Soon, a man with strange tattoos on his face appeared. Is this the reason for luring the tiger away from the mountain? As soon as the man appeared, he stared at the shaking world in front of him like the former. The long-haired man replied coldly, "Yes, because the tiger was lured away from the mountain, we missed the good show. Yes, it seems someone has solved the loophole for us." After saying that, the long-haired man suddenly waved his hand downwards. It seemed as if a petal floated out of his hand. So beautiful. Suddenly, some players heard someone mumbling to themselves. They subconsciously opened their eyes and looked up. Sure enough, they saw transparent objects that looked like petals appearing in the world that was originally covered by the thousands of feet of light. Pop! These petals emerged from the space like water ripples. As the ripples spread, these petals became more and more, and then floated to every player in the eternal airspace. What is this? Where did the petals come from? The players didn't have time to react at all. The petals instantly turned into transparent shields, and then directly wrapped up every player present. This discovery shocked these players, and then they found that when they were in the shield, the burning sensation disappeared, and the powerful and gentle power contained inside made them very comfortable and irresistible. This petal-shaped shield is used to protect them. Thinking in this way, the players no longer resisted, but subconsciously canceled their defenses against this strange petal shield, allowing it to wrap around their bodies. When all the players were covered by the shield, the huge explosion finally came as expected. The light spread out with a rumbling sound that resounded through the sky. In just a few seconds, half of the eternal airspace of the advanced main city was completely destroyed. After a few minutes, an area comparable to a country was completely turned into dust. Chapter 484. After a while, under the deep black, the endless ruins spread out, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder left after the explosion, which was suffocating. The broken walls and broken eaves continued to turn into debris and fluttered in the wind, stirring up gusts of dust. At the same time, a few wisps of smoke from burnt objects rose from the depths of the ruins, adding a bit of weirdness to the scene. The surroundings were so quiet that there was no wind, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of death. Only the black sea of ruins in front of us occupied all sights, and there was no sign of any other life. In this heart-pounding world, a team of several hundred people, with extremely cautious looks on their faces, slowly stepped into this area. This is the center of the explosion, far away from the hustle and bustle of the border. The dimension is obviously low, and it seems to have fallen into another abyss compared to the surroundings. The ground has even dropped by dozens of meters. What is even more shocking is that the degree of chaos of space fluctuations and elemental factors here has reached an indescribable level. Just approaching makes these people's scalps numb, as if they may be dragged into an unknown abyss by this invisible force at any time. "Brother Feng," you said. The captain wouldn't. A girl asked with a pale face while searching for something. A man walking in the front of the team stopped and looked at the center of the explosion in front of him, shaking his head with lingering fear. It shouldn't be. I believe he shouldn't. Although he said so, the people who were looking around all stopped with frowns, and their eyes were full of emotions of being moved by this tragic scene. How can they survive? Even people like Lin Chen and Elena can't do it. Don't think too much, keep looking. Because of the influence of the black vortex sky, the eternal airspace has not been able to restore the data module of the hunting god land until now. They walked in the ruins after the explosion, and their skin could still feel a tingling sensation. There are still some energy fluctuations in the ruins that have not completely dissipated, piercing the skin like needles. No. I have to go back first. Some people could no longer bear the pressure from the surroundings and began to retreat. I can't bear it anymore. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth people left one after another. After 10 minutes, only Feng Chenjizi, Shirtai Yin Liang Hai Kui Tian Kong, and the Undertaker, the elders of the guild, were left in the search team of hundreds of people. However, Feng Chen looked up at the distance with difficulty, and found that the Twilight Guild headed by Tang Yu was still searching. But so far, nothing has been found. None of them had health bars above their heads, and they didn't know when the main city would be able to return to its normal state as the land of the hunting god. How about? At this time, a vice-chairman of the Buddha Guild said, "How about we also?" But before he finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly came from a corner. Plop! The vice-chairman who spoke was startled, and then all the people present set their sights on a ruin a few dozen meters away. At this moment, a deafening drumbeat suddenly sounded in front of them, and the sudden movement made everyone shudder. But soon when the second sound sounded, someone reacted. It didn't seem to be a drumbeat. It sounded like a heartbeat. But what kind of heartbeat is so exaggerated? Thump, thump, thump. It seemed that some kind of terrifying thing was returning from the depths of the earth. No, it was more like returning from the abyss of hell. A powerful and terrifying roar sounded, and the sound was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Then, a dark hand suddenly pierced the ground from a corner in the center of the explosion, and finally slammed back to the ground with a deafening roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This powerful force fluctuation undoubtedly exacerbated the chaos of this already shaky space. An invisible flame blazed around the black hand, and the momentum of the flame sometimes contracted, sometimes expanded, and became hotter. After that, the black hand was shedding, and those black scale-like things still fell from its surface. People only then realized that it was burnt skin. When the black burnt skin fell off, smooth skin like new appeared inside. The flame that appeared with this hand was very strange, and its burning rhythm seemed to be controlled by the breathing of some giant creature. Every time this creature inhaled, a large amount of air was sucked into the flame, and when it exhaled, flames gushed out from countless cracks around it. Feng Chen and others stumbled, and many of them were terrified. Could it be the high-level ruin hidden in the vortex of the sky? Could it be that it is not dead? Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously drew their weapons, and all kinds of buffs were added to their bodies in an instant, and they entered a combat state. The pressure from the hand, and its owner, was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, the breathing sound coming from the raging flames made their hearts feel as if they were being pressed down by a heavy object, making it difficult to breathe. Damn, such a strong fear and killing intent. This monster is really hard to kill. People looked ahead nervously. Countless broken walls and ruins around them collapsed completely at this moment. The black scorched earth and debris were also torn into pieces by the powerful force, and flames and debris flew everywhere. In the blazing fire, a dazzling white figure slowly walked out of the thick smoke, and his shadow in the outline became clearer and clearer. When he appeared in everyone's sight after pushing through the thick fog, everyone was stunned. This man's muscles were knotted, and his tendons were protruding. The black scale-like fragments on his skin fell one by one, shining brightly under the light of the fire. He breathed deeply, and every breath seemed to take in all the elemental laws of the surrounding heaven and earth. Then, he suddenly let out a breath, and the flames that covered the sky and the sun were swept away by him in an instant, as if they were cleared by an invisible force. Huh? After doing all this, the fair and strong man waved his hand lightly, fanning away the pungent smell in front of his nose, as if nothing had happened. After everything was silent, Lin Chen finally saw Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others in front of him with wonderful expressions. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Chen asked subconsciously. Then he lowered his head, and his pupils shrank. "Damn, where are my clothes?" Chapter 485. Among the people searching on the scene were not only Gardenia, but also Sister Tong Tong and Lonely Leaf. At this time, except Sister Tong Tong, the other two girls screamed and turned their heads away. And Tang Yu was quick to cover Sister Tong Tong's eyes. "Hey, hey, hey, you can't look, you can't look." Sister Tong Tong. TSK. "We are all adults. What's wrong with you letting me take a look? Go back and look at mine, look at mine." Tang Yu was anxious, and quickly stretched out his hand to push Sister Tong Tong away. While pushing, Tang Yu did not forget to turn around and make a gesture to Lin Chen to put on his pants quickly. Lin Chen was also very embarrassed. Just as he was about to take out his equipment from his backpack and put it on, a slender figure came over from the side and stood in front of Lin Chen, blocking everyone's view. Lin Chen smelled the scent of a woman floating in front of him and smiled slightly. It was Elena. This woman was unharmed. Even her equipment was not damaged. When the explosion began, Lin Chen threw out all the body protection skills of Universal. Even some life-saving props were released continuously. After doing all this, his first reaction was to protect Elena in his arms. He underestimated the explosive damage of the spear. Even though he was fully prepared, he was almost blown to ashes. If he hadn't had an item in his backpack at the last moment, he might have been killed. Lin Chen looked at the item called Heart of God in his backpack with lingering fear. At the end of the World Boss Challenge of the Blazing God's self-explosion killed all the participating players except himself. He relied on this item called Heart of God. For some reason, this item without any special description can make Lin Chen immune to death. In fact, Lin Chen's trump card is not only this special item. Although he has no way to release Heaven Corridor for himself, now he and Elena have learned the couple's skill mutual support. As long as he dies, Elena should be able to revive him. I just don't know if it will work in the eternal airspace with such a strong reality. Opening the backpack, Lin Chen looked at it carefully. He found that there seemed to be a visible crack on the surface of the Heart of God. This crack did not exist before, but now it spanned half of the item. Could it be that every time it blocked death for Lin Chen, it would be damaged? Just when Lin Chen's thoughts were flying, Elena, who was standing in front of him and close to his body, suddenly patted Lin Chen's thigh with her hands behind her back. Why haven't you recovered yet? There are girls watching you. Lin Chen hadn't fully recovered yet. He was a little confused. It seemed that he had forgotten something. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little chill in his crotch. Looking down, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Damn it! He cried out. But at this time, Elena put her hands behind her back and slapped him again, but this time her aim was a little off, and the little hand that was originally slapping at the thigh slapped on the body of little Lin Chen without any fancy moves. Lin Chen shuddered, and his eyelids twitched at the same time. Fortunately, the force was not strong, otherwise it would be terrible. Elena was also stunned. This feeling, why is it a little wrong? Soon the female elf reacted and her face flushed. Lin Chen dared not neglect it, and hurriedly found the unmatched suit pieces from his backpack and put them on. After putting on the clothes, Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled at the people around him. Are you all here? Is everyone okay? Gardenia and Lonely Leaf raised their eyes carefully at this time, and when they saw that Lin Chen had finished dressing, they breathed a sigh of relief. But their faces were a little hot, and their minds were full of the scene just now. The two women looked at Elena in tacit understanding. Their eyes were actually somewhat envious. However, Feng Chun and Tang Yu, who were both men, put away their weapons. The big stone in their hearts finally fell at this time. The two walked forward and prepared to greet Lin Chen. But the next moment, the sound of Swana suddenly rang out from all around. Not to mention Feng Chun and the others, even Lin Chen was startled. When they looked around, they suddenly found that the NPC team that was responsible for the wedding parade before had appeared again. The cheerful Swana, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, resounded through the sky, and NPCs carrying flower baskets jumped out from the surrounding space. They came to the side of Lin Chen and Elena, and then took out the petals from the flower baskets and sprinkled them on their heads. This scene stunned everyone present, even the onlookers outside the explosion center. What is going on? The wedding continues. No way. Feng Chun and Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen in unison. Do you want to continue? Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and suddenly smiled. If the interrupted wedding continued, it should indicate that this world has returned to the mode of the land of the hunting god. Sure enough, with the high enthusiasm of the NPCs playing music and singing around, many players only felt that the tingling sensation on their bodies disappeared, and then the senses began to become vague, and the health bar, ID and attributes above their heads were all returned. The place where they were turned into the game world of the land of the hunting god again, but the surrounding explosion ruins were not restored, and the dead functional NPCs were not resurrected. Huh, that's great. Some players breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like we are safe. The players who were fighting with the ruins a moment ago now looked at the sky above their heads with lingering fear. The ruins around them no longer increased. With the concerted efforts of the players, the low-level ruins without the blessing of high-level ruins were quickly killed. The eternal airspace returned to peace, and soon some clouds and mists covered the high-level main city, floating in the clouds again. But Elena, standing in the ruins, looked at her body curiously. The wedding dress appeared by itself. Turning his head, Lin Chen was wearing the handsome black suit again. Since the land of the hunting god has returned, the wedding should be after the swearing-in session, and the family and friends should enter Lin Chen's homestead for a feast. Sure enough, a huge portal suddenly opened slowly in front of Lin Chen and Elena. This portal looked very festive, all red, and in the shape of a big heart suit. Above the heart portal, it was written, "Entry only with an invitation." After that, everyone saw that the NPCs who were beating gongs and drums had already swaggered into the portal. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and the two of them walked in hand. Chapter 486. In fact, Lin Chen and Elena, who had just experienced all that, didn't care much about the following steps. Just as Lin Chen guessed, after entering the portal, his home appeared in front of him. However, when he returned to his home, Lin Chen saw the wedding planner, who had been waiting for a long time at first sight. The young NPC had a nervous look on her face. When she saw Lin Chen and Elena coming in from the portal, with the NPCs playing gongs and drums to welcome the bride, the young girl finally smiled. "I was so scared. Luckily you were fine." Lin Chen deliberately glared at her fiercely. "How dare you say that? I just got married here, but I almost destroyed the high-level main city of Eternal Sky." The girl NPC obviously didn't know how to answer, so she could only smile bitterly and rub her fingers nervously. Elena quickly comforted her. "Sister, my husband didn't mean that, you were joking." The girl secretly glanced at Lin Chen, and Lin Chen shrugged. "Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you, so I won't bother with you." The little girl smiled brightly. "Then let's move on to the next part." "What is the next part?" "Let's start the feast." The relatives and friends who received the invitations began to enter the portal one after another. When their eyes fell on the huge mansion and the beautiful scenery behind the mansion, everyone exclaimed. Afterwards, more and more people came in. Most of them were members of the two guilds, who helped to guard the wedding during the wedding robbery. There were also some people who came here because of their reputation. Some of the invitations in their hands were sent by Lin Chen and Elena, and some were obtained by themselves after being notified by the system and spending certain props. Afterwards, everyone pushed open the gate of the house, and what came into view were dozens of huge red round tables, which were filled with dishes. Oh my god! People looked at the dazzling array of dishes in amazement. There were at least 30 dishes on each table, which were delicious and appetizing. One of them, named Spicy Crayfish, walked in this courtyard with mountains and water with some Indie, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was about to express some opinions, and the next moment, a prompt sound came from the brains of those who attended the wedding banquet. The wedding banquet begins. Please take your seats in order. Then, everyone sat down in twos and threes, and looked at the dishes in front of them. For a moment, they didn't know how to pick up their chopsticks. Because everyone didn't know whether this place was the real world or the hunting god land. So they didn't know whether all these dishes tasted good. Why bother so much? The system told us to eat, so let's eat. Feng Chen took the lead in picking up the chopsticks, and picked up a braised lion head with soup dripping from it. He blew on it, opened his mouth, and took a bite. Everyone stared at him. Feng Chen chewed, and then his eyes became brighter and brighter. Oh, it's delicious. After he finished speaking, everyone picked up the chopsticks. Come on, eat. Oh, it's been so long since I entered the land of the hunting god, but this is the first time I've eaten something so delicious. The system dishes I ate before all tasted the same. Damn, there's still wine. Big brother, I toast you. I drink it, you can do whatever you want. Soon, whether it was the Buddha Guild or the Twilight Guild, or the relatives and friends of the third party, they slowly became one, and as the alcohol began to slowly rise, many people were already arm in arm with each other and calling each other brothers. The most lively table was the one where Feng Chen and Tang Yu sat. The people at this table were all the closest to Lin Chen, including Feng Chen, Tang Yu, Shizi, Shi Tai Yin Liang, Hai Kui Tian Kong, and the Undertaker, as well as Lonely Leaf, Big Dog, and Sister Tong Tong. After 3 rounds of drinking, Feng Chen and Tang Yu had already drunk to the point of vomiting. The two held hands and cried, and called each other's names. Old Feng. Tell me. Hiccup. Tell me why we are so compatible. Tang Yu was already drunk. There was such a strong liquor in this damn hunting land. Who said? Who said it wasn't? Feng Chen also burped repeatedly, at first. I didn't like you. I thought. Where did my brother Lin's Jr. come from? What did you say? Tang Yu patted his chest. Now. How do you see? Me? You are this. Feng gave Tang Yu a thumbs up. Brother, enough manliness, just for you, you and Sister Tong Tong. As he said that, Feng pointed at Sister Tong Tong. Just for you too, taking my brother and sister-in-law, flying to the sky, Feng will leave it here. You too, Feng has decided on this, friend. These are all trivial matters. Tang Yu waved his big hand. We are all fucking brothers. Seeing that the two were almost drunk, Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong were both upset. If it weren't for Gardenia pulling Feng and Sister Tong Tong pulling Tang Yu, the two would probably hug each other and cry loudly. You two, it's your turn. Looking at the lively scene ahead, the young NPC girl said to Lin Chen and Elena. Soon, the two newlyweds walked to the first table with their glasses and began their toasting ceremony. Because they had set up too many wedding tables, Lin Chen and Elena were very excited at first, but in the end, they were numb from toasting. They moved back and forth mechanically on the table, and it took more than an hour. In the end, it was already dark in this special space, but there were lights like street lamps flickering around, illuminating the still lively banquet. Everyone, enjoy your meal. Lin Chen put on a smile, toasted the last table, and returned to the girl NPC with Elena, looking tired. Is this what marriage is? You're tired already? The girl smiled slyly. No way, you have to see the guests off later? What did Lin Chen think of? There were so many people. If he had to send them off one by one, he would be exhausted. What the hell, is the homeland part of the real world? But why is it so tiring with my current system and strength? Is it mental exhaustion? No, there will be special NPCs, and your most trusted relatives and friends to do the job of sending guests off. What you have to do is... As he said that, the NPC pointed to the main room in the center of the courtyard. It's time to consummate the marriage. Round. Lin Chen and Elena were stunned. Obviously they hadn't reacted yet. Bridal chamber. Enter the bridal chamber. The girl smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Lin Chen became energetic immediately after hearing this. Somehow, the fatigue he had just felt was swept away. He himself was a little confused. Why did he feel like an old pervert in this state? He is not that kind of person. Not that kind of person. Turning his head to look at Elena, he saw that the female elf was lowering her head, as if thinking about something. The girl NPC added, Ahem, I won't go into details. After all, I'm still young, but I have to tell you that this link is the last and most important. Don't think you can get away with it by fooling around. After saying that, the little girl clapped her hands. The next moment, Lin Chen and Elena appeared at the door of the main room. The girl NPC's voice came from a distance. Don't worry, the main room is your own private space. It's very safe inside. Lin Chen glanced at Elena, who was still keeping her head down and silent, and then took the initiative to open the door. Chapter 487. Main room. Second floor bedroom, on the edge of the double bed. After taking off their wedding dresses and suits, Elena and Lin Chen sat on the bed in pajamas. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere around them was extremely awkward. Lin Chen even bit the dead skin on his lower lip with his upper teeth to ease the embarrassment, but there was no dead skin on his lips, so he bit it in vain. And Elena was even more at a loss. She sat straight, not knowing what to do, as stiff as a tree stump. After a while, the two spoke at almost the same time. Wife. Husband. They looked at each other and moved away. You say first. The atmosphere became awkward again. Lin Chen scratched his head. Speaking of it, from meeting Elena to getting married, the two could be said to have a flash marriage. Unlike people who usually go from lovers to husband and wife, they didn't interact much. In Lin Chen's eyes, they actually lacked a lot of intimacy, even though Elena had used her feet to help him with that a few days ago. But if they were really honest, it would be impossible to say that it wasn't awkward. In order to slowly resolve this awkward situation, Lin Chen finally spoke first. How about? Let's chat first. Okay. Elena would never refuse, and nodded immediately. However, Lin Chen pointed to the quilt on the bed. Come in and chat. Elena's face turned red again, and her pointed ears looked red and extremely attractive. However, although she was shy, Elena was more proactive than Lin Chen. She hesitated for less than 2 seconds, and took the initiative to lie down in the quilt. Lin Chen cleared his throat, then opened the quilt and half lay beside Elena. Elena had already taken the initiative, so if he was still hesitant, would he still be considered a man? He paused and deliberately leaned towards the female elf. Elena leaned her head on his shoulder. It was a natural thing, and Lin Chen stretched out his arms very naturally to embrace Elena's body. What should we talk about? Lin Chen was no longer as nervous as before. Except that his heart was still beating fast. His tone was much more relaxed. Elena thought about it again, and finally made up her mind. She raised her head, and looked at Lin Chen with autumn eyes. "Hubby, I have something to tell you." Lin Chen was stunned. He looked down at Elena. "What's so serious? Do you remember the first time you met the system administrator?" "The first time you met the system administrator?" Lin Chen thought about it. "I remember, it was in a copy called Battlefield of Death. You were there at that time, and you had just learned wind of the natural chasm." "Ah?" Elena was a little stunned. "You had already seen the administrator at that time?" "Yes, she looked like an old woman, but in fact, she can change into various appearances, and she can even change into you." Lin Chen thought for a while. "Later I learned that her name was Pioneer, but I don't know what specific duties she is responsible for in the land of hunting gods. Instead, I often use the power of Guishu to buy things from her." Elena's eyes flickered. "So, the rainbow light and the horn in your hand were bought from her?" "Yeah, I'm curious why you haven't met her." Elena also thought about it, but she quickly came to her senses. "No, I'm not talking about her." "Not her? It's the Pioneer?" "Yeah. Do you remember that you were there when you met him, in a stone house?" "Yeah. I remember it very clearly. That was the first time I felt that I was going to die in the land of the hunting god. But later, I realized that he was giving me good fortune. I am immune to elemental damage, thanks to him." "Yeah. What's wrong?" Lin Chen continued to look at Elena curiously, feeling that this girl was hiding something. "Do you remember what happened after you fell into a coma?" Elena's voice was so soft that Lin Chen almost didn't hear it clearly. "Silly girl, what can you remember after you fell into a coma? What happened?" Lin Chen asked. Elena had buried her head in Lin Chen's chest at first, but at this moment, she raised her head and leaned close to Lin Chen's ear, saying everything she had hidden in her heart. After saying that, Elena hid herself in the quilt. Lin Chen was stunned. He sat on the bed for half a minute. Then he came to his senses and lifted the quilt. Elena was still curled up in the quilt. She felt a chill on her body and screamed, "Ah!" But Lin Chen turned her body over and pressed on her. "Husband, you..." Elena hesitated. She saw Lin Chen like a bullfight, and the air coming out of his nose was extremely hot. "So, this isn't the first time for us?" "You said you slept with me to save me?" "You, don't say that to me." "Then why are we embarrassed?" Lin Chen was happy and said excitedly, "I didn't feel anything last time, but you can't get away this time. You're still talking." But the next moment, Elena couldn't make a sound, and Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed her, so fiercely that the whole room could only hear Elena's woo-woo-woo's voice. But soon, the straight female elf softened, and Lin Chen didn't need to control it deliberately. She hugged Lin Chen's waist with both hands, and was extremely gentle, which really explained what women are like water meant. The two kissed so hard that they left a lot of saliva on each other's faces. Until the two separated breathlessly, they even pulled a thread. Seeing the female elf's skin under him was white and rosy, and her pitiful appearance, Lin Chen couldn't bear it at all. Lin Chen opened his mouth with fierce words. "You were on top last time, right? You? I told you not to say it." Lin Chen didn't care, and continued, "This time you rest, I'd be on top." After that, Lin Chen covered the two with a quilt. 10,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 488. I don't know how long it has been. It was late at night, and Feng Chen, Shizi, Tang Yu, and Sister Tong Tong were sitting on a stone bench in the middle of the house. They looked at the main house in the distance, which was still lit. The banquets around had been cleared last night, and the wedding was officially over. Feng Chen and Tang Yu were sober, and the four of them looked at the main house in front of them with some concern. It has been a full day and night since the two entered the bridal chamber. But now, it's the second night, and no one has come out. It was fine at first, but as time went on, Sister Tong Tong even went out to complete a mainline dungeon, but when she came back, she found the three people still sitting in the courtyard. One day and one night, Lin Chen's kidneys must be made of iron. "Brother Tang, you say? Our brother Lin has not been drained, right?" Tang Yu and Feng Chen agreed. They didn't care how old the other was. From now on, they would talk about their own things. "You call me brother, and I call you brother." "Brother Feng, there are girls here." Tang Yu smiled. However, compared to the somewhat shy Gardenia, Sister Tong Tong did not express anything, and she even responded, "We are all earthlings, and no one knows whether the elves have any outstanding features in that aspect. Maybe your brother Lin has really been squeezed dry." After saying that, the four of them smiled at each other. But just as they were joking, a voice suddenly came from behind. With your bodies tempered by the land of the hunting god, especially as the programmers at the top of the ladder list, let alone one Elena. Even if there are 100 Elenas together, it is estimated that they will not be able to squeeze him dry. Hearing this sudden remark, Feng Chen subconsciously replied, Mr. Duo? 100 sisters-in-law? Fuck. But Tang Yu suddenly reacted. He turned around and found a man covered in a long robe standing 2 meters behind them. Seeing the appearance of the person clearly, the 4 of them were all shocked. The familiar robe, the long hair in the robe that almost dragged to the ground, they said in unison. Administrator? The person who came was the pioneer, one of the 3 system administrators. The 4 of them immediately showed a vigilant look, and Feng Chen even drew his weapon in response. Tang Yu, who was quick-witted and quick-handed, quickly held down Feng Chen's hand that was about to raise the knife. He shook his head carefully at the nervous Feng Chen, signaling him not to act rashly. In terms of the overall situation, Tang Yu's style of doing things is still more sophisticated than Feng Chen's. He walked forward and bowed to the visitor. I didn't expect that GM could actually enter this place. Hearing the doubt in Tang Yu's mouth, the pioneer was silent for a while, and then he stretched out his hand and showed the invitation in his palm. Don't worry, in the land of the hunting god, only home is an absolutely private place. No one can enter unless the owner invites them, including us. Hearing this, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the rules of the land of the hunting god are still somewhat humane. I didn't expect that the GM who manages the game also has places that cannot be entered. You mean, you came in with an invitation? Yes, the programmer gave me one before. As a player, I can actually give you invitations? Of course, this does not violate the rules. The 4 of them looked at each other, and their vigilance just now slowly calmed down. That hasn't been asked yet. Why are you here? I'm here to talk to the programmer. After that, including the pioneer, the other 4 people also tacitly looked at the main house that was still lit. It seems we can only wait. On the 2nd floor of the main house, in the master bedroom, the person involved, Lin Chen, was lying on the bed very tiredly, holding a limp female elf in his arms, and both of them had a slight blush on their faces. If the 4 people outside saw Lin Chen and Elena in this state, they would probably have some doubts about what the pioneer said. Isn't it said that the body tempered by the hunting god land will not be easily broken? Why do these 2 people look like they have been drained by each other? Lin Chen glanced at the window at this time, and saw that it was pitch black outside, and he couldn't help but be a little distracted. He tried to open the attribute panel, and looked at the time on the panel. I thought it was dawn. How come only 35 minutes have passed? Lin Chen was stunned. No way. Yelena said in disbelief. It feels like a long time has passed. We have done it so many times. Yelena was trembling as she spoke, and she probably wouldn't be able to walk downstairs soon. Really? I even deliberately kept track of the time. Lin Chen covered his face. Am I still not strong enough? It's only been more than 30 minutes after doing it so many times? Damn it. Yelena didn't believe it. She also opened the panel and took a look. Then her expression became interesting. Hubby. Did you see the date? What does it mean? Lin Chen took another look. A few seconds later, Lin Chen's expression was equally interesting. Oh my god. It's already the 2nd night? Elena was completely ashamed to face people. She buried her head in Lin Chen's arms. Her voice was so soft that Lin Chen felt it again. Hubby. 1 day and 1 night. My god. While speaking, Elena also drew circles on Lin Chen's chest with her fingers. Lin Chen couldn't bear it any longer, so he immediately prepared to cast purification on himself. And healing hands, and then prepared to do it again, but at this time, a phone call came. Lin Chen was stunned, and he looked at the voice prompt on his friend's private chat, and could only lie down again helplessly, and then open the friend list. It was a private voice chat from Feng Chen. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Lin Chen opened the private chat voice, and Feng Chen's voice soon came from the other side. Brother, did I disturb you? Lin Chen blinked, and then looked at Elena in shock as she got up from his arms, and crawled into the quilt. His eyes shrank, and at the same time he felt that little Lin Chen was being strangled by the throat. Lin Chen, hiss. Brother? Nothing, you said. Nothing, just asking. Isn't your marriage over? What are your plans for the future? Plans? Lin Chen really thought about it, but his thoughts were interrupted as soon as he started. Lin Chen pursed his lips and squeezed out a word from his throat. Yes. Ah, as long as you have a plan. Feng Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he said, also, Brother Tang just told me that he plans to go to the guild management center to organize a guild merger when he has time. His. Lin Chen muttered. Who is Brother Tang? Brother Tang is Tang Yu. He and I are sworn brothers. From today, he is my Brother Tang. I remember Xiao Tang's age. His. It seems to be different. Older than you, by the way. Guild merger? Oh. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you hissing and laughing all the time? Feng Chen was a little confused. Ah, it's okay, go on. What does guild merger mean? Feng Chen continued. Brother Tang plans to merge their Twilight Guild with our Fu Tu Guild, and then let you be the president after the merger, and let sister-in-law continue to be the vice president. So sudden, but I'm not ready to be the president of two guilds. To be honest, I don't even care about Fu Tu Guild now. Hey, brother, don't refuse. We have discussed it. You and your sister-in-law will just be the two hands-off managers. The president and vice president will just be in name only. We will handle all the related matters of the guild. You just need to increase the authority of the four hall masters. Brother? Nothing. Is there anything else? I will discuss this with your sister-in-law later. Also. Feng Chen paused. Brother, when will you finish? The system administrator wants to talk to you. Administrator? Who? It seems to be the pioneer, brother. He is waiting for you outside the door. Ah, okay. I will go out right away. Chapter 489. After much hesitation, the door on the first floor of the main house was finally opened from the inside. The people sitting in the courtyard stood up together, and saw Lin Chen holding the door frame at the door. Come in and sit down, Lin Chen called out. The people were not polite, and the pioneer, who was the system administrator, was not arrogant either. He followed the others to the living room on the first floor of the house, and sat down. Feng Chen and the other four were a little dazed. When they sat down, they really felt that they were not in the land of the hunting god. They had a strong sense of déjà vu of visiting a friend's house. As the owner of this home, Lin Chen played the role of a host. He arranged for the 5 people to sit down and prepared some tea. These things were almost like the wedding banquet last night, and they could still fill the stomach and warm the stomach. After a while, Elena came down from upstairs with her equipment in order. She smiled at the few people and stood beside Lin Chen. The atmosphere in the room was a little awkward, and Lin Chen took the lead to break this atmosphere. He said, well, do you want to eat something? The 4 people subconsciously looked at the pioneer. They were Lin Chen's relatives and friends, so it was natural for them to be here, but this system administrator sat here very casually. It seemed a bit out of place. The pioneer was drinking tea, and when he saw the 6 people looking at him, he put down the teacup calmly. Okay, then. Do you have any snacks? Several people were stunned. Good guy. This guy really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. Yes. Lin Chen searched in the warehouse system of the home, and then took out a plate of sweet-scented osmanthus pastry, and placed it on the wooden table. The pioneer didn't reach out to take it. He looked at Lin Chen and Elena and suddenly spoke. What are your plans next? Feng Chen had asked this question just now, but it was a little hard to answer when it came from the system administrator. But Lin Chen knew what the other party meant. He also sat down and looked directly at the pioneer. Master Pioneer, before I answer your question, I have a question that I want to know more about. Of course, you don't have to answer it. The pioneer reached out and took a piece of osmanthus cake and put it in his mouth. Ask. You are not aware of the things that happened at my wedding with Elena, right? The pioneer did not rush to answer. His eyes swept over the other people present. Don't worry, these people are not outsiders. I know that in addition to the 4 of you, these 2 people also have special means. The pioneer looked at Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong. Lin Chen knew what the pioneer said. Special means? What he was referring to should be some kind of way to get around the bug. After all, the little girl mage named Lonely Leaf could stack a mere level 1 spell fireball to deal tens of thousands of damage in one strike. Even Lin Chen had never seen such a bug. As a programmer of the same game, it was not surprising that the junior Tang Yu knew how to activate these bugs. The pioneer clapped his hands and brushed off the debris on his hands. Let's go back to the question you just asked me. What happened at your wedding should have been done by the great designer. Designer. This was not the first time Lin Chen had heard these 3 words. But why? I don't know. According to the normal process of the wedding, when the 2 of you step onto the highest point of the platform, I will become the wedding MC to complete the oath for you. However, from the beginning of the wedding reception, your wedding has nothing to do with me, so the subsequent wedding rules and void loopholes seem very strange. Is this why you came to me? Yes. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Why did a huge loophole appear in the land of the hunting god when the code gate did not collapse? Even the top 7th level ruins were attracted here. Lin Chen and the others around him did not speak. The pioneer sighed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, let alone the eternal airspace, I guess those ruins would have caused chaos in the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen was silent for a while, and continued to ask. My lord, will the land of the hunting god be? Yes. The pioneer seemed to know what Lin Chen was going to ask, and he nodded. To be honest, it could collapse at any time. Although the code gate has not collapsed, it is also the last gasp of a sped force. Although we don't know what the vulnerability incident yesterday was, as long as the gate collapses, the land of the hunting god will be no different from a closed server. At this time, Tang Yu suddenly reached out and said something. Excuse me. Is the land of the hunting god a seal? Listening to your conversation. Why do I feel that the existence of the land of the hunting god is specifically for sealing and suppressing those ruins? Of course not. The pioneer shook his head. The land of the hunting god is not a seal. It is a third space different from the real world and the land of nothingness. It just happens to be sandwiched between the two, so there is a code door between it and the other two spaces. The area where the code door exists is called the intersection area. Land of nothingness. Several people caught some information. Is it the world of ruins? Obviously. The pioneer nodded. The room fell silent again. Lin Chen seemed a little surprised. He even opened his backpack and took a look. There were still 2 pieces of the item called creation fragments missing. You just said these words, just like that? He looked at the pioneer. I thought you would be very frugal with your words. This is not a secret that you need to deliberately collect the creation fragments to know. According to the rules, when your level reaches about 80, you will find some clues from some dungeons, ruins, and special events, and you will know it eventually. The pioneer stared at Lin Chen and Elena, then looked at Sister Tong Tong. For example, Mingza Flower Corridor. Hearing this name, the 3 second-round players obviously had some different expressions. Okay, let's not talk about this. The purpose of my coming here today is to tell you. The pioneer looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, no matter what your plans are in the future, if you are really the chosen one appointed by the designer, I hope you can make other players in the land of the hunting god stronger before the server is closed. As soon as these words came out, Feng Chen stood up immediately. He glanced at Lin Chen nervously, and then stared at the pioneer. Others hadn't reacted yet, and Feng Chen, who was not very smart, became extremely sensitive at this time. You are talking nonsense. Do you mean that you want me, Brother Lin, to announce the bug of stacking attack power? The pioneer did not comment, but just looked at Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Okay, I know what you mean. You want all players in the land of the hunting god to become stronger to resist the invasion of the land of nothingness, but... He looked at the pioneer and said word by word, but whether they can stack successfully, I can't control it. Chapter 490. Seeing Lin Chen agree so readily, the pioneers were obviously a little distracted. After all, even as system GMs, the 3 of them could not explain what happened to Lin Chen and other cheaters. Just like what the berserker named Feng Chenjujiu said just now, Lin Chen has a way to stack attack power. If all the players in the land of the hunting gods can obtain this ability, then they will have a better chance of winning against the ubiquitous ruins in the land of nothingness. But the second half of Lin Chen's sentence made the pioneer feel that things were not that simple. What do you mean? The pioneer asked immediately. Is this method sometimes effective and sometimes not? Lin Chen shrugged and said very honestly, you should ask the guide about this matter. She? The pioneer didn't know why Lin Chen mentioned that woman. Yes, the guide is the first administrator I met. Lin Chen said. She also knew about the bug that allowed me to stack attack power, and she also saw the special nature of my bug. Hearing this, the pioneer was somewhat silent. Indeed, the main reason why he went to the guild dungeon to find Lin Chen, and gave Lin Chen a chance, was because he heard the named programmer from the guide woman. Out of curiosity, he went to see Lin Chen. It doesn't matter if he doesn't see him. When he saw Lin Chen kill a row of players of the same level with a red broadsword in that dungeon, the pioneer began to lose his composure. That's why he had so much contact with Lin Chen. But the guide didn't tell him about Lin Chen's ability, and even when he asked, the guide kept silent. At first, the pioneer didn't take it seriously. But as time went on, Lin Chen's momentum became bigger and bigger. Not only did he kill everyone in the closed novice village, he also took away 6 or 7 ruins tickets from the 3 of them, and killed the world boss of the god of fierce wind with 3 swords. You know, that world boss was deliberately strengthened by the 3 of them, and now, his marriage almost caused the entire high-level main city to be buried with him. This was done by a player, By covering Lin Chen's player ID, Pioneer thought it was the fourth unknown system administrator who appeared. Back to the topic, the news heard from Lin Chen now seemed to be unable to mass-produce powerful players, and Pioneer was obviously a little uncomfortable. He reached out and took another piece of osmanthus cake. Feng Chen, who was furious just now, also calmed down. He sat back down at Lin Chen's signal. So, you can stack your special ability of attack power, and only you can do it? No, only the people who are in a team with me can do it. It's a team of 6 people. I tried it, and it doesn't work. How many people have your special ability now? Only the 2 of them at the moment. Lin Chen didn't shy away, and pointed at Feng Chen and Gardenia. Then he added, after a while, there may be 2 more people. As he said that, he continued to look at Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong. The 2 were still a little confused, but they could hear something from the conversation between Lin Chen and Pioneer. They looked at each other, and read a touch of excitement from each other's expressions. Superimposed attack power? In other words, Lin Chen was able to climb to the top of the ladder today and had such a high combat power, all by relying on this ability, and if he also had this means, then... Pioneer didn't care what Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong thought. He threw the osmanthus crisp at his hand back into the plate, and then lay back on the chair, seeming to be thinking about something. During the process, Lin Chen smiled. I didn't expect the administrator to care so much about the players in the land of the hunting god. You think too much. I'm just worried that the land of the hunting god may not last long enough to shut down normally. Lin Chen did not refute. According to the current precarious state of the land of the hunting god, it is indeed difficult to wait for the players to reach level 100. It is estimated that the so-called seal will be broken at any time. Then I can't help, and there are so many players in the land of the hunting god, and I don't have that much energy to help others. Lin Chen spread his hands. The pioneer seemed to have come to his senses. He stood up from his chair and said, okay, I understand. There's nothing else to do. Go ahead. The pioneer was about to leave. But Lin Chen stopped him. Master Pioneer, you just asked me what my plans are for the future. Can I also ask you what your plans are for the future? Feeling the pioneer's nervous and worried state as a system administrator, Lin Chen should be able to guess that they are ready to speed up. It was as if they were trying to catch up. The pioneer stood there, silent for a moment, and sighed. It's not convenient for me to tell you all the details, but I can reveal 2 points. I'm all ears. Lin Chen and the others stood up seriously almost at the same time. First, regarding the world boss, it won't be long before we open all the entry conditions for the world boss challenge field at level 60, 70, and 80. At that time, all players who meet the requirements in the land of the hunting god can challenge at will. As soon as these words came out, not to mention others, even Lin Chen's pupil shrank. He knew that these managers were going to speed up, but he didn't expect it to be so big. 3 world bosses appeared together? What about the second one? Lin Chen asked. The second one? Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen with emphasis. It's about the second round of Guishu. Because the seal of the boundary area is abnormally active now, the channel for the second round players to return to the real world through the Guishu scroll has been closed. Lin Chen was shocked again. He, Elena, and Sister Tong Tong all opened their backpacks and took a look. As expected, the Guishu scroll is gone. We can't go back to the ruins? Yes, but the power of Guishu will still be retained. We will add a Guishu store to the auction house at that time, which will only be used by second-round players to purchase items. Although Lin Chen was slightly relieved to hear that the Guishu store could be retained, this was not what Lin Chen cared about the most. Then, will there be any impact? He guessed something. If the Guishu channel was closed, it would have a great impact on some things in the future. The pioneer thought for a while. You will get the corresponding Guishu power for the Su you killed in the land of the hunting god these 2 days. But the corresponding Guishu power exchange rate is set by the designer. When the Guishu store opens, you can see how much Guishu power you have. Lin Chen understood it. In other words, all the Su he killed at the wedding will give the corresponding Guishu power? I don't know how much Guishu power 2 level 7 Su will give. Lin Chen shook his head immediately. No, I'm talking about other effects, such as whether there will be a difference between the land of the hunting god and the real world. The pioneer obviously didn't expect Lin Chen to consider this. He smiled bitterly. Who knows?